like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end.
just so to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my eyes. I never realized she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected the wind but let the breeze blow. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. September 3rd, and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause
longer that April day. October 3rd and she hasn't yet called. It seems after all we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. Another summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her, but I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day.
You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be enough to see your worth that lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in the rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live, for this world I'm living in, so I'll never stop loving. Because I am a man made up of more than just some warm heart. And baby, I believe your body is a work of art. So show me an open mind and I will hold you in my arms, so you can feel my heart.
Can't you?
Faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you?
Nope. Dash is done. Let's go, guys. Time to get in there.
The gist of it is this: they got government-funded programs to get red pillars out of here and get them demonetized or whatever it is. On their scale, you'd be male
Kill them
supremacy.
all.
No, you would.
No, on their scale, you would become. You just saying what you said is male supremacy.
No, it's not.
It is.
No,
On their scale, it is.
no, it's not.
Yeah. Okay, this one's a weird one. In 2023, a CVE organization called Peril at America University was awarded $750,000 under the DHS TVT program to inoculate teens against extremism. This program is overseen by MSNBC columnist Cynthia Miller Idris. You may remember her from when she was recently flamed by Elon Musk for an article relating physical fitness to white supremacy. The grant proposal states it will use short-form video inoculation strategies to interrupt pathways to violent extremism, and that Peril Peril's the organization, has teamed up with Google's Jigsaw and with media production company called Long Story Short Media to do this. Among the target populations for Peril program are content creators and social media influencers who are trained in the techniques of narrative storytelling, short-form video, evidence-based inoculation style scripting, and production. Also redacted from the application is the name of a YouTube influencer with 585,000 subscribers who agreed to support their project by producing and training others. Okay. Now, what are they targeting? Diverting Hate used something called the male supremacy scale to give each of these creators an extremism score. The goal of the DH campaign was to suppress the growth of targeted creators. I'm going to read the next part, but I want you to read the names that are on this list on the left side.
Sandman, The Real MTR,
You know who that is?
It's mediocre.
Yeah.
Legion of Men, Rational Male, Fresh and Fit Clips.
Oh, Fresh is in there?
Fresh and Fit Clips, nigga.
No, they got
That's
Fresh
why
and-
I laughed. Rich Cooper Channels, Just Pearly Things, Steph is Cold, Aaron Clary, Araco TV, 21 Studios.
DH notes that they were unable to run the campaign on a few of their planned targets due to YouTube demonetization. So that means that these people are getting money together to try to get these people demonetized or using government-funded programs to do so. Later in the report, they claim that demonetization doesn't slow the growth of large channels and they use this to advocate for demonetizing creators when they're still small and unable to fight back. Okay, I can tell you this right now. Demonetization absolutely hurts the growth of channels. Look at all the channels that got demonetized, and I can assure you they've lost a lot of their luster, a lot of their will to even upload, and their reach. Go look at it. You'll notice there's a precipitous dive, and it's normal because they start spreading to other platforms, and then their viewership also doesn't get recommended as often because YouTube doesn't make money, so they're not incentivized to pay these people or to advertise them to as many people as possible for reach because it doesn't make YouTube as much money. Now, the gist of it is this: they got government-funded programs to get red pillars out of here and get them demonetized or whatever it is. That is what is essentially claimed in here.
That's crazy.
Did you look at the scale too? On the right side of the scale, it says subscriber count increase in percentage. So they're like tracking just how much they're growing. But they're just looking at subscriber count. They don't have any idea of viewership or how it works. Like if you look at just Pearly Things, her channel's like almost dead. She still makes growth because some of her shorts go viral, but her regular videos no longer get
She's
views.
demonetized.
Yeah, she gets. That's why she was complaining recently about it because she's just like, "Yo, I feel like I'm dying." And people don't pay attention to just Pearly. She was hitting 100,000 to 200,000 per video
not
minimum.
anymore.
Okay,
Not anymore. 20.
Now she hits a 10K. She's lucky, and she's dropping like 4 videos a day. She's trying.
God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, just to sum it up, they have a program that is targeting people to get them demonetized.
Yep. It's basically slow down their reach, their ability to make money.
You have the potential of creating martyrs. Like that's what the potential of the potential you have of doing. It's not happening. So I'm not really a fan of that practice. I mean, if you get demonetized because you don't follow certain rules and regulation of the channel that you are on, I can understand that. Targeted and stuff, I'm not necessarily for it, but I do understand it. I understand why it's happening. I understand that things like that can happen. If you make noise in a way that people frown upon, or you're like, the message that you sent out there is there's some lies in there, and you're directing and you're steering people in some kind of direction that people are not gonna like it. Well, then yeah, it's the possibility that you're gonna be targeted. There's definitely a possibility you're gonna be targeted. In most society, that's how it works. that's what happened. If you do something and you bring too much noise, in a sense that the general public doesn't really like the direction you're going, they're gonna try to get you out there. I'm not surprised at all that this is happening. Yeah, I would see that happening. I think it's not the first time that stuff like that happens. If there's a message that they don't want out there, they're gonna try to suppress it. They claim free speech, but when you deal with the government,
Yeah. Now, to be fair, I haven't triple checked all of these sources, so some of our information may be off on this. So I recommend you guys do go check it out yourselves. But I have never heard the term male supremacy. Is that a first for you?
male supremacy. Yes,
They got. What do you think we getting on the male supremacy score?
we.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Let me get a reference point. Pearl got like an 85. So I want to know what you think we would get. MTR got a 92.
God damn.
Rational Mel got an 89. Fresh and Fit got an 88. So Fresh and Fit are less than MTR apparently. Okay.
And less than
Just Parley Things got 85. Like I said, I think the big mistake for the Red Pill was trying to go mainstream, because then it made everyone pay attention and look at them, and then it exposed their hypocrisy and made them. A lot of people realize just how nefarious the movement is for a lot of people, and I think it brought over eyes that the movement didn't need. Now, me personally, outside of a few names on lists, the rest of them I could care less about. I don't know them, whatever. I'm not a big fan of the idea of government-funded programs being used to counteract this stuff. But I think it's an inevitable progression to what's already begun. Because if you think about any movement, you take the Tiki Torch stuff that we had back in the day, or a lot of like anti-hate groups or whatever it is, they all were born from the fact that an uprising was happening. And the same thing with this Red Pill stuff. The more mainstream became, the more scrutiny involved. It started showing up in news clips. You see Just Pearly Things on Piers Morgan, and she's saying all this stuff. It's naturally going to catch on that when young people are presenting this stuff as an issue at school, or their parents are, or the teachers are, now the government's going to get involved. Right?
That's why.
You wanted influence, come to find out that comes with responsibilities. And when those responsibilities come, there's going to be people who are going to hold you to account. The bigger you get, it's like making money. You want to make a certain amount of money, but once you get to that billionaire status or whatever the fuck it is, you have to understand you have a different relationship with the government. You guys pay your taxes every year in April. They pay their taxes every month. Some of them every 2 weeks. Why? Because the government's not waiting. You guys just look this up. If your business makes over a certain amount of money, you're paying taxes all the time. So your relationship with authority is completely different.
Oh, and they check on your ass.
That's it.
There's no slippage.
Yes.
You can't slip.
No.
They will catch you.
Right. And the same thing goes with influence. Once you get big enough, obviously it's going to attract all kinds of eyes. If Andrew Tate was never as big as he was, do you honestly think the sex trafficking case would have come for him? Probably not.
No.
But he invited the eyes on him. He wanted the influence, didn't show any of the responsibility to protect himself, had a whole course online self-snitching about what he's done in the past, and that brought upon this thing. Look at Diddy. Diddy got to skate by, played with too many people. Then his ex-wife came by. Instead of handling it quietly right away, he started to get nervous. What? This thing goes public, and what ends up happening? Now the FBI is like, hey, what's this about? Think about that. They didn't look at this at all. But if it became public enough and enough eyes look at it, then they're like, hey, let's take a look. And now Diddy's facing life in prison.
For years, they didn't look at it.
So you just got to understand. If you're going to be somebody in the public eye, one, make sure your closet's clean. And two, make sure your shit's bulletproof. And if you're not going to do that, understand that you're not just an entertainer, okay? These people are not just out here telling jokes and then being innocuous. No. These guys are spreading an ideology, a movement, right? And they are trying to exert influence in a certain type of way, in terms of like really pushing their audiences to think a certain type of thing or whatever it is. And as a result of that, with that influence, is going to come a lot of scrutiny.
It's always been like that. When they heard about the Black Panthers, what the hell is all this? There's a lot of public eyes, and it's changing a lot of things that we don't want it to be changed. Boom. They try to do something about it. Oh, what is this? What is this new religion? Oh, that's kind of weird. Okay, yeah, they're weird. Boom. Every religion that came up and that was kind of weird, Scientology, they trying to look at it as well because it was funny. They were under investigation every time you make noise and there's someone comes out with like a special or a Netflix special or something like escaping Diddy, leaving Neverland, or someone's gonna look at it. It's like you said, whenever there's it's been like that. Whenever there's a public eye, they're gonna be like, "What's that noise over there?" And then they're gonna come looking.
What do you think? What do you think we get?
If we're fair,
Come on, don't do that. Tell the truth.
I'm gonna be fair.
Yeah.
If we're fair,
Say
55.
55.
55.
55.
55.
I want to say a cold 41. Same as your age. Yeah. 41.
And less than a month is gonna be.
It's okay. For now, it's 41. In a month, it'll be 42.
Yeah.
That's our score. Yeah, for the boys. For the boys.
Well, 41 is very weak, and 55 is very weak as well. Not Walter Weeks, but it's weak.
Hey, listen, man. I'm just glad we made it on the scale. We're not on the
even-
list.
We're not even.
But we on the scale. Don't keep it a stack.
That's us giving us number because we're clashing with them.
Do
Maybe
you think they lowered their score?
maybe they think.
Hey.
Maybe what they did
That's,
is like,
that's how we
well,
don't end up on the list. Secretly, we know what we doing.
like maybe
publicly.
because you're stupid. Because because we're clashing with the boys and all them people, and we're vocal about it, and we've been doing so for a while. You know what I mean? Maybe they're gonna be like, oh well, maybe ABBA is at 10, and Preacher's at 9, so 21.
You got a higher score than me nowadays.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You know what? I be looking at you sometimes. I be like, yo, I didn't know Preach was so red pill.
No.
And I said that a few times. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No.
Yeah.
Cause I used to be
More.
I used to be a 5,
Yes.
and then now I'm a 9. You're still a 10 though.
Cap. Where's my hat at? I don't have any hats. But if I found one, I'm cold up. That's cappity cap. Cap.
That's not a cap.
Yeah, it don't matter. Let's pretend.
Look.
Okay. It used to be you was down here and I was up here. Now I came down a little bit light. You know what I mean? Because your influence,
Yeah.
you brought me down.
You was a 20.
No.
got down to 10.
No, 10's the maximum. 10's the
No, it's
maximum.
not. It's 100.
I used to be hovering around like an 8 or a 9. Okay.
No. Oh. Hell no. At
Out of
100,
Out of 10,
I was a 30. You was at 65.
I'll take that. Let's just use out of 10, bro. This is too complicated. Okay. So you were closer to a 3 or 4 back in the day. I was closer to 7, 6. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. But now, boy, you done changed.
No,
We be starting videos and be like, yo, see, if it was a lady, and you be doing that a lot, bro.
But that's just.
Yo, and you be like, that's female privilege. You be saying that all the time.
But that's a fact, though. There is that.
Okay,
that's
but I'm trying to say, as you try to, bring the ladies down with your male supremacy, you've gone up to like a 6 or 7, and I, because of your feminist influence on me, I've chilled out. That's a fact.
It's
Yeah. Take them glasses off. Get that point across. Let them see your eyes.
You can't see them. This shit is see-through, man.
It's see through, but there's a little bit of a magnifying of it, so you look a little bit bug-eyed and shit.
No, I don't.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just
No,
a little
I
bit.
don't.
Just a little bit. I be looking through your glasses like, damn, this nigga got globulous eyes.
No, I don't.
It's okay.
You talking shit.
Okay, yeah.
You talking
Don't be
bad-
insecure.
you talking bad
Don't be insecure. This ain't the set of Issa Rae.
No. Don't be calling me no
yeah.
Amanda Seals.
Okay, all right. I ain't no revolutionary nigga either.
No, it's not. It's not male supremacy. It's male equality.
On their scale, you'd be. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about seeing some of these creators? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? We want to hear from you guys and your opinions on this. But, yeah, that's all for today.
The hypocritical part about it is that we make fun of girls all the time for not controlling their sexual urges and being hoes all the time. Like, she belongs to the streets, all this stuff. You tell guys that they're losers if they don't go to the gym. They're losers if they play video games. You're a loser if you smoke weed. You're a loser if you watch sports. You need to exercise discipline. But when it comes to girls, oh shit, get a vasectomy because you can't control yourself, because you're not capable of exercising discipline. Why do you have to be disciplined in every single aspect of life? Networking, success, all this stuff, watching sports, playing video games. You need to be on your stuff. But for women, nut inside girls after getting a transgender surgery.
See, we didn't quite lose Sneeko there.
Honestly, it looks like the red pill is imploding very quickly. Recently, you saw Andrew Tate or Tate calling red pillers autistic and be like, don't ever associate me with those losers.
The men who are out here only trying to have sex with women and have no emotional connection, they're weirdos.
a lot of this red pill, how to get girls stuff, a lot of them are like that as well. They're like the peak masculine life is just to have a bunch of women that you barely know, and that's stupid. That's fucking ridiculous.
And that's the supreme leader of the red pill. And you're seeing a lot of people kind of abandoning ship. And so Sneeko saw something recently and it kind of caught his attention. Let's listen in.
Said something yesterday on Twitter saying that men should get vasectomies in their 20s just to prevent this.
If you don't know what he's talking about Rollo Tomasi. He is the grand wizard of the red pill community. He's supposedly the creator. He's written books on it. Basically some old geezer. So he said that people should get vasectomies if they want to be high value men very quickly when they're young. They should get vasectomies. Now, quick information on vasectomies. While they are quote unquote reversible, how reversible they are is based on the length of time that you've had your vasectomy. If you go past 5 years, the odds can drop anywhere from 90 to 30 to 40%. And even then, after you reverse it, being fertile, we don't know when it comes back. And so essentially, when doctors allow you to get a vasectomy, they're telling you this is not reversible. So you need to be certain that you don't want kids anymore. You should not think of it as a form of birth control that you can willy-nilly come in and out of. That's why a lot of doctors, if you're below the age of 25, will not even consider you for vasectomy because they understand how life-changing it is. And though you may not want kids as a young man, they know you might change your mind. So, quick little information about vasectomies. There you go.
I think that it's important to have family values and to prepare for eventual parenthood. What makes you high value? Other people's perception, having a lot of money, having a network. Like, why does that matter? Why does being a high value man matter if you're not going to eventually start a family? To be a high value man, the top 3 steps: avoid family creation, get a vasectomy, and have a network. It's just like the generic male self-improvement stuff, but like 2 of the top 3: get a vasectomy and avoid family creation. Do you agree?
When he says high value man, he's talking from the perspective of being able to be a playboy and get as many girls.
But why is that a priority over having a family? Like, why would that even be advice? Why would that be a male self-improvement advice? Be a playboy instead of raise a family?
Well,
we make fun of women all day for wanting to be girl boss queens and sleep around and have all this, and then you tell guys, be a playboy instead of raise a family. That's the same advice on the other side.
What?
Oh, I had nothing to say. I was just like, yeah, go on. Go on.
Low key, I did laugh a few times when I was watching this.
Yeah, which I understand.
Wait, why?
Well, because it's you, and then it's Sneeko talking. So the only thing you hear is so.
Yeah,
see, you laugh. What'd you say?
That's foul.
No, that's what you laugh. You're laughing right now. So I know that's you. That's not. I didn't laugh. That's you laughing.
I'm gonna play with you guys.
You're gonna play with us? Hey, yo.
The most joyous moments of my life were coming home and then seeing all my kids around and then getting to spend time with them. And that divorce, going through that whole process, that really stole from me like what I realized was my biggest joy. I spend time with my nieces now. I spend time with my mom, taking her out to dinner, you know, showing her good stuff. And I realized like that's the stuff that matters for me. I've had, if I get new when it's not even, but when I spend time with my niece and I'm watching her like walk for the first time, or I'm seeing her say words, like that shit hits different.
So you giving up on your balls? Yeah, you're
Like,
getting
you know,
tired. You're getting older. Like that's just like I'm too tired to fuck. That sounds boring. I don't want to be. When I'm 32, I want to be fucking double the bitches I'm fucking now. I want to be having a bigger house, having like I want to be down the Hugh Hefner shit. That's what makes you excited. That's what keeps your balls going. Like you can't let go of that. You can't let go of your manhood at a certain age. If you give up on that, I'm like, oh, I like playing macaroni drawings with my kids.
You trying to say something? He was just clowning you, but that was the young him. You understand what I'm saying?
That was him 9 months ago. It just makes me laugh how drastic the changes in rhetoric, where it's like now he sounds like a Ben Shapiro clone. But look, I'm not mad at it because what he's saying is true. So at the end of the day, is the change genuine? Whatever, who knows? I don't know. I'm not gonna get somebody's head. Doesn't matter. People are encouraging people to be more community oriented and think more about things that are important in life. I support that kind of messaging.
Well,
we make fun of women all day for wanting to be girl boss queens and sleep around and have all this, and then you tell guys, be a playboy instead of raise a family. That's the same advice on the other side.
because here's the thing: when you're a playboy, you're going to be better at raising the family.
Qu'est-ce que t'as dit, mon cher? More shit.
Being a playboy makes you better at raising a family?
No, you said the family, which
Which family we talking about? Because playboys tend to have multiple families. And I'm going to tell you, those kids don't look at that dad and think, wow, what a wonderful guy. I ask a lot of women or sons or men what it was like to have a dad who's a womanizer, who's out here sleeping around doing left to right center. They don't necessarily speak about those people in glowing colors. They don't be like, oh, he was really present in my life. He was really invested. Oh yeah, the way he treated my mom and how happy she was, everything was fit. It's fine to want to go do your hedonism and fuck left, right, and center, but don't pretend like it's actually helping families.
And the reason
But he's
for
saying
that,
avoid family creation.
well, he's talking from the frame of being a guy getting a lot of girls. And then, if you decide you want to get a family down the road, you can always unsnip and then go ahead and go down the family route. I agree to a degree that you need to have sex with at least 50 girls as a guy. I've talked about that all the time. It's controversial.
At this point in your career, when you're on the way up, focus on things that are going to help you move forward in life and become successful.
And get a
So that when you
surgery
find-
done that prevents you from having children.
Yeah, but you can always reverse it.
That's not like a lot of the times that shit messes up. That's not something you could just like
But
hope that it's going to be okay.
Generally, most men can't control their urges, so what's going to happen is they're going to go fuck around and get somebody pregnant.
Becoming good fathers too. Just like we make fun of girls for prioritizing their careers and wanting to be girl bosses and wanting to build an empire, they're not prioritizing motherhood immediately. And then we're saying, men, ignore family creation, get a vasectomy so you could focus on getting rich, and then you'll be 40, you'll have all these guys and girls, and then start a family. Like, how are we building men to become good fathers if they've been only prioritizing success? If they have a dick surgery, how do they have the character that's going to lead a proper family?
So you're saying
Because they've dealt with a
I feel
bunch
like
of
that's-
hoes first,
Yeah,
so
so-
they know what a good
Hold
woman
on.
is.
So you're
I dealt with a bunch of hoes first, and I know what a good woman is.
no, you know what a bunch of hoes is.
I just wonder, all the guys out there who married women who weren't hoes or whatever the fuck it is, do you think they have to fuck a bunch of hoes to find that out? Or everybody who's in a relationship right now had to fuck some dirty broads to realize, like, oh, I now know what a decent person who's capable of being a wife is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to fuck all these STD-ridden whores to find that out. I did. I had to go to the club and find the easiest, sloppiest, drunkest loser to be like, hey, I know I just got done busting inside you, but I think I realized you shouldn't be the mother of my kids. I think I'm ready. They gotta do that 49 more times, apparently.
No, No, that's not what he said.
I didn't say that.
but what's the priority then? Family or
It
success?
doesn't mean that you need to have kids young, but it shouldn't be avoid family creation in your head. That's an important thing to think about when you're young too. How am I going to have the character? How am I going to have the maturity, the responsibility to become a good father when I am ready to do it? I'm telling guys, you should get rich as possible too, but you should also be working on like building your character and looking at how I'm going to raise my kids and how I'm going to be a good father. If you're 40 and you have all these hoes and you have experience with hoes, is that going to make you a better father? Probably not. You'll just know how to avoid a bad woman. But it's not. You don't need to fuck 100 women to realize what a hoe is. Why not just understand that a lot of these women are unwifeable and then navigate around that instead, and just not spend your time and invest your energy into women that you don't even respect or like in the first.
I wish like he was just looking at all the women on the podcast beside him, like these whores. Like, why would you constantly invite these soulless, most vapid, Instagram hungry whores?
That would have been gold.
But I just say this: Sneaker is preaching. No pun intended. And everything there is making sense. It's like you think you're going to be a player your whole life, and then all of a sudden you're capable of doing a committed relationship. Like, trust me, most of the players I know who did that for a long time struggled tremendously trying to settle down. Tremendously trying to settle down. And so all of us thinking like you got the skills for long-term relationships and you can figure it all out is going to be easy because you've been fucking this whole time. Like, what you do to be able to get women to sleep with you is not the same thing as what you do in order to get a woman to stay with you through a long-term relationship. Those things are completely
Two
different.
different things.
You're talking about different, but you'll notice that when these guys talk about maintaining a relationship, all of their language is geared on how to get a woman to give you sex.
And
That's pretty much it.
oftentimes, what makes you gonna get a girl in the clubs and stuff like that, like the way these guys want to get girls, it's actually not attributes that people are looking for to form a family. That's not what they're looking for. That's not what's attractive in a family setting. They don't care about that.
No.
So none of these attributes are going to be like, yeah, he's able to get a lot of girls. That's not what they want to get with.
This video is brought to you by Surfshark.
No matter where I'm at, all right, whether it's in my house or in my Airbnb when I'm away or in Antarctica, or even when I'm taking a shit, I need to have access to all my programs. Hey! But sometimes the internet doesn't allow me for that because it's restricted because of the area that I'm in. Yeah, and for that, I need a system that allows me to change my location. And that's called a VPN changer. Yes, and the wonderful VPN that I'm using is Surfshark. It allows you to just change the location of where you are. And so you can watch everything that you want, no matter where you're at. Right now with Surfshark, you can just use promo code ABBA and preach, and you're gonna be able to have 3 months extra for free. I know, crazy. Get on it.
So this was a tweet, right? It goes, and this was from what, a week ago? About a week ago.
Well, we could go.
So the quickest path to becoming a high value man: number 1, don't get married, avoid family creation, vasectomy in your 20s, lift consistently, eliminate all sedations, learn game and networking, play to your strengths, build wealth, resist easing up on your focus, and it's the quickest path to becoming a high value man. And I know that, you know, Sneeko had some point of contention specifically with number 3, which is get a vasectomy in your 20s.
What is a high value man?
I think he means, what he means in this context is being a guy that's like desirable to women and being attractive to women, so that you'll be, I guess, a marketable sexual partner.
Well, but that doesn't make sense, right? Like, avoid family creation and get a vasectomy.
That's what
and,
women
like,
want.
Be attractive to men.
But no. It's because
women, right?
Again, like I said it before, I'll say it again because you're here. Given the context of what he's tweeting for this specific situation, it makes sense because he's saying, hey, these are the ways so that you don't fuck yourself up to ensure that you're going to be successful. He's retard proofing it.
But that is a pretty retarded advice because you're saying do this so that you become more attractive to women. So what's even the point of having a relationship with a woman if you can't have kids with her? Then you're just having an empty relationship just to fuck her for your whole life. And then what?
He's saying to become high value, which means you make the choice. Do I want to do that or not? So he's giving you the choice to do that.
That's like, don't you guys tweet all the time about how, like, oh, like, women are fucking disgusting that are freezing their eggs at like 20 and they're never gonna find out.
Yes.
And now you've got like guys that go to sperm clinics, like, here you go, I'm never gonna be able to impregnate my wife because there's like a 30% reversal rate on this fucking surgery, but maybe in the future I can
We laugh
inject
at
my
girls who want to
full
freeze their
fucking
eggs
semen.
all the time.
Yeah, like, it's like the same
but
shit.
notice, right? He has 2
No, it's like
points.
a 90% reversal rate.
Yeah, actually.
Well, depending on
Is
how
that true?
quick it is. Wait, for vasectomies?
Yeah, to get it reversed and be able to actually.
After like 10 years, it's like 30 to 50%.
Yeah, but
And
your
your 20s is 10 years.
You're supposed to reverse it back within the 10
Well,
years.
wait, hold on, wait.
your
So you're gonna
20s is
get
10 years.
vasectomy at, like, yeah, you're gonna get a vasectomy at 20, become high value by 23, and then get it reversed? Like, what?
I mean, I want to say 23. You're being extreme as usual.
Well, he said your 20s. That's 10 years.
Yeah, but you can do it when you're 28, 29.
Yo, nigga, I'm asleep. You know what this man thinks? He thinks as long as you don't hit the 10-year mark, nigga, you made it. No. It's not like the surgery
works, man.
It's not like you get to 10 years, all of a sudden now you can't slip your balls anymore because
Oh my God, what's the expiry date on my dick? That's not how it works.
it's that from 0 to 10 years, it gradually reduces the odds of you being reserved.
Any of this works.
So the longer it goes on, the less fertility you have. It's not like I got to 8 years. Okay, I made it before. No, that's not how it works. So instead of it being a 30% chance, maybe it's a 45 or 50 at 8 years. You don't know. All these things are variables. So the question is, if your audience is looking at this and you're supposed to tell them, okay, guys, get a vasectomy so you can be a high value man, you should also tell them, if you go through this vasectomy, there's a 50% chance that you may not be able to ever have kids again. Is that something you're willing to risk?
Yo, these motherfuckers are never gonna do that shit.
No.
They talking that shit, then they would never do that. 1, 2. Would you cross the street if you have 45% chance of making it alive the other side? 45% chance. Those odds are not good. I don't know if you understand odds. That's not good.
Heads kids, tails not. You're gonna have kids. I was nervous there for a second.
And that was a coin.
So 9 years? What is it? 45% chance of reversal? Bro, you're not gonna have kids anymore.
You're sterilizing half your audience. That's just wild to me.
Hold on. Notice he had 2 points there. He said, 1, avoid what? Family creation. And 3, vasectomy in 20s. You can choose what you want to do. Apply what you need to apply. He's just saying you could do either or.
Okay.
Oh, no, he's
I'm
not.
just saying, I'm worried that Rolo.
It's funny when I go to the groceries, my girl gives me a list, and she's like, she wanted the ginger and she wanted broccoli, and she really meant either or. No, she meant both. Shit, it's a list.
It's a list.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's a list.
Yo, that shit the way, man.
On the list, it said lift consistently. Is that also an option?
That shit away.
He's just. I get it though. At the end of the day, I think Rollo Tomassi for them is a friend of the show, and they want to defend him. So even if they sound irrational, right, which they always critique women for being, it doesn't really matter because they're being loyal. So as long as you sound neurotic for your friends, it's acceptable.
Yeah, exactly.
On that list,
go
he's got two things, okay, about your dick, okay, about avoid family creation, get a vasectomy. Is there anything on that list about like just avoid women?
But
avoid temptation.
Hold on. We know as men, we want women no matter what. But whether we want to abstain or be monk mode, it doesn't matter. However, question for you guys on the panel. If you had a kid, be honest here, would you be where you're at right now?
Destiny had a kid in his early 20s.
Yeah. No. Well, oh, you did?
Yeah, he had a kid in his early 20s.
How do you
Also,
know?
why not just like use protection?
Yeah, see, okay.
That's a good point. And he said avoid what? Family creation, which means use a condom too.
No, it doesn't. It says get a vasectomy. That was the advice. Stop trying to. You're coping,
That's
bro.
number 3. Number 2 says avoid what?
The hypocritical part about it is that we make fun of girls all the time for not controlling their sexual urges and being hoes all the time. Like, she belongs to the streets, all this stuff. You tell guys that they're losers if they don't go to the gym. They're losers if they play video games. You're a loser if you smoke weed. You're a loser if you watch sports. You need to exercise discipline. But when it comes to girls, oh shit, get a vasectomy because you can't control yourself, because you're not capable of exercising discipline. Why do you have to be disciplined in every single aspect of life? Networking, success, all this stuff, watching sports, playing video games. You need to be on your stuff. But for women, nut inside girls after getting a transgender surgery.
See, we didn't quite lose Sneeko there. We didn't quite lose him. He's still there. They're still there. He's still there.
That's funny. He said,
We heard what he said. We heard what he said. Shit.
That's the one thing you can't be disciplined in.
Sneeko, what did number 2 say? Avoid family creation. It could be condom or plan B, but he's just saying to be extra
another
careful.
form of contraception is what it is, basically.
But he didn't say that, and that's not a good form of contraception because it's not supposed to be reversed. That's what the doctor tells you when you get a vasectomy surgery. It's like, you cannot expect this to be reversed. That you shouldn't go into that thinking that you're going to reverse it. And also, a better advice, instead of saying never fuck again, maybe for the women that I do have sex with, prepare that she could be the mother of your children. Maybe don't spend time with hoes all the time thinking, I need to fuck 50 girls so I understand feminists and how retarded they are. Maybe just don't fuck them. Maybe fuck women that you can see yourself having a family with.
When you first, hold on, that's a very good point.
You won't be able to detect that though unless you have experience.
You need experience.
You need experience, bro.
How do you know? Wait, no. How do you need experience? What does that mean?
How would you know what's good for you if you never had it?
The Red Bull advice is you need 50 bodies.
I want to open this one up.
Let's go.
Do you think you need to fuck a girl to tell if she's like family material?
No. We're saying experience-wise.
What does experience mean?
No. Dating, courting, having that one-on-one experience. Okay, she likes this, she doesn't like this. This is weird. This doesn't work. I can tell from experience what works.
Wait,
now,
what does any of that have to do with fucking?
No, hold on, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Now, adding in sex, you can understand. Okay, once this point has passed, I can see who she really is. Remember, people put on front at the very beginning.
Yo. Other than sex, there's some things that are more telling of who the person really is, okay? 1, watch who they are when they drive. 2, try to put a IKEA furniture together. 3, go on a trip with that person. That's how you see how really someone is. 4, go to a restaurant. See how they treat someone that they have power over and can do nothing for them. There's other things in life more than fucking okay, that you're gonna be able to do that's gonna be tell signs of what the person is. As a matter of fact, I could tell you a lot of people I've seen in toxic relationship was staying because the pussy or the dick was good. I had nothing to do with how they were, because how they were was really garbage, was trash. They were garbage human beings. He don't like when I say that. I'm gonna tell you, I know them people. Garbage human beings. But the people stay because the sex was good. So the sex thing really is something on the side. It doesn't tell you how the person is.
I'll go a step further.
Oh, go ahead, step on.
I don't think sex tells you much about a woman. I think it does tell you something about a man, though. Because the people who I see switch up after sex are generally dudes. Because
yes,
once they get the and women right now, I know they in the comments being like, okay,
yes,
you all know,
yeah,
you all know why? Because I've changed everything.
You changed up,
and women always complain. Everything was great. Then we slept together. I was like, yay, because sometimes they only in it for that. So I'm just saying. Generally, with the women, what ends up happening is that they just become more into you. That's it. That's really it. Yup. I'll be honest with you. I've talked to a lot of guys, and all they ever say after sex with women is like, she became more attached. That's it. It has nothing to do with whether or not she's wife material or marriage material. It's just that.
Vraiment.
But ask ladies. Ask ladies. Ladies have definitely sat with a dude and noticed his behavior changed afterwards. Or he became more distant. Or he stopped responding to calls all of a sudden. So, no. I think the reality is they're framing this as like, oh, you need to bang her to really see who she is. That is one of the dumbest ways to get to know someone. You want to know? You're going to have to spend some time observing her in all the areas. Hey, even when you live together, you're going to learn who that person really is.
Before you live together, go on a trip together, plan some things together, see how you communicate with each other. That's how you is. And after that, from whenever things go bad, see how you're going to grow from that and make it not happen again. That's what you're going to see. Fucking ain't going to be the one. But, yeah, sure, experience, as you say.
Let's go. Mind you, Myron's never been in a relationship.
How many stories do you hear of husbands who are like, my wife used to blow me every single day, and then as soon as we got married, all the sex stopped? Or we have dead bedrooms now. We were super active our first year, but that is absolutely not true. Sex.
What?
No, he's saying the shit.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Yeah, she preaching?
He preach it.
She.
I don't even know.
No, it's just because I don't like the idea of a man just denying a woman her due credit. So just let it happen. Okay.
Absolutely changed.
Just let it happen.
For you guys, you can probably tell just by looking at their Instagrams. Isn't that what you guys are like professionals at? Is picking out just based on their Instagram pictures? You're telling me you have to through like 30 women to find a good, like, how many conservative men, like if we brought in like real conservative men who have strong families, how many of them are like, yeah, I had to fuck 25 bitches when I was in college or to find the love of my life right now that can take care of my kids. That's a wild statement. If you want to, that's fine. But don't pretend you're doing it for this fucking altruistic purpose of finding a good mom.
And I also want you guys to appreciate, y'all notice these red pill dudes say all this goofy shit, but none of them seem to have stable families or marriages. You know what I mean? Like, vast majority of them don't seem to have their shit together.
Or when they do, it's always what they're preaching against.
Is it like, what, if she throws it back doggy, she'd probably take the kids like out to the park every day? Like, what does that even mean? Like,
so this is why. Right?
Okay.
There's a bunch of reasons why I tell guys they need to get sexual experience with women. Number one, you need to get an abundance mindset. Okay? A lot of guys get with girls out of necessity and a scarcity mindset. First girl that touches their pee-pee, oh, I want to commit to you. So that's a problem because you're not going ahead and getting with the girl from a position of choice. You're getting with her from a position of necessity and scarcity. That completely changes the dynamics of the relationship, and that's going to put her in a leverage position. That's number one. Number two.
What do you think about this whole leverage thing?
Yo, that's toxic, but a man cannot say another man is toxic. That's whack. It's whack.
What do you think about it?
A leverage, that's not a relationship. That's not the definition of a relationship. That's just fucking there's one side of this lacking. Like this, I gotta have this leverage. Oh, you're calculating leverage? And what grade are we in? Fucking junior high?
What do you mean?
The leverage. This shit that we used to do. Yo, don't call him now. Call him later, cause he needs to think that. That's some shit that we used to do back then when we were in junior high. That's what this shit was. That's what this shit is. That's what this shit is. That's some High School Musical shit. Okay. You know what? You cannot call him now, cause now it's gonna mean that you're too much and that. That's that shit. And now you're gonna keep doing that shit as an adult? Nah, B. Ain't nobody got time like that. Like, for real, when you realize at some age, people ain't got time like that. People don't have that time. people don't really have a leverage. I gotta care. I gotta care less than she does, because then I'm gonna have leverage and I'm gonna have power. Man,
I'm just curious, guys.
Oh,
I'm just curious, guys. If you heard the girl that you were interested talking like that, I gotta have leverage over him. How would you guys feel, and would you guys maintain interest? Vice versa, ladies. If you heard that a man wanted to maintain leverage over you and he had to care less, how would you guys feel? I'm actually curious what you were thinking.
Again, bro, it's taken out of context.
Like, that's exactly what the context was.
You're taking what he's saying and like applying it to the general masses. He's saying in this specific instance,
high value.
If you want to get your value up as quickly as possible.
And who is that advice for? Young men, not the guy who's already had 3 kids, who's 36. He's not going to decide I'm going to become a high value man like after having a family. You're targeting towards young men who are navigating life, taking advice from an older guy on the internet.
So Monday.
Okay. So this next part is when the guy who made that tweet comes in. I say we stop here and we cover this a different time.
Sure, we can cover this a different time.
All right. Let us know what you guys think.
But doesn't the sanctity of marriage also rely on the woman being a virgin? So you wouldn't be able to get married.
That was petty.
But, like, how do you meet a guy that you respect? Because he's settling on you. Don't you see that there's a paradox here?
The New York Post called her the female Andrew Tate. So she tapped into genuine female pushback to the excesses of wokery, or is she just an attention seeker? We'll find out in a moment. But first, let's take a look at the clip that sent her viral.
A lot of people think I'm insane because I don't think women should vote. Everybody thinks I'm crazy for this opinion.
Sorry, that dress is crazy. That dress is crazy.
Strawberry fields forever.
I would not normally care, but it's just like this girl's preaching everyone they're too masculine or whatever, they're not fit to be wives, and I'm just like, this is what I imagine a Mormon stylist would look like. But anyways,
Everybody thinks I'm crazy for this opinion. If anything, this is probably my most extreme opinion. 95% of women are not virgins on their wedding days, so I understand the complaint.
Okay, well, Pearl joined.
Ooh, okay. Hey, okay, Pearl.
Let's go, Pearl. See, you can do it, Pearl. Let's go.
Hey, with a little pearl necklace. You don't think I see the touch?
Let's go.
Your hair groomed.
Yeah,
She's so proud of you.
CCM did that
She's
thing.
so proud of you.
Let's
Okay,
go.
you look at eye today.
Yeah.
You're still dumb as fuck, but you look at eye.
Good job, my
Congratulations.
girl. Good job.
John's been alongside political journalist Ava Santini, who was nodding furiously along there to everything she heard.
I hate this girl. This girl's always on fucking Pierce Morgan's thing. She's so dumb.
You don't like her?
The girl beside Pearl.
You don't like her?
She like the feminist side or like the dumb side of argument.
You don't like this?
No. She was there for like the Jordan Peterson stuff and some of the Andrew Tate debates, and like she just always had dumb takes.
Right, Pearl, you'd be called the female Andrew Tate. How do you plead?
Well, I take it as a compliment. You know, I'm a fan of Andrew Tate.
You're talking about women predominantly, which is why you've got this big following. And your view is that modern feminism is deeply flawed. I would argue a lot of your proposals, like taking the vote away from women, are deeply regressive. Why would you want to remove, just from yourself, the right to vote?
Well, it also goes back to responsibility. Again, men are 80 to 90% of the military. They run all of the infrastructures that make society run. So I just think if we want an equal say in society, then be equal. Do 50% of the hard jobs. Be 50% of the military. In the U.S.,
I think the whole argument about, men do the more dangerous jobs, so they should be the only ones to vote is so dumb to me. Because I'm like, I'm in the military and I'm doing the more dangerous job. Why should you, a male who's a civilian, not do a dangerous job, get to vote the same as me? Forget women. I don't give a f. The only people in your world, if we're using your logic to the extreme, why should a dude who shares the same fucking genitalia get to vote just like me if he's not doing the same job? I'm out there on the front lines dying, right? If I'm doing the military job, why should a fucking civilian be the one to tell me who I'm going to go kill and vote by voting? Why should anybody who doesn't do a hard job? But she doesn't think that because her logic, it's only gendered, okay? And it's only meant to appeal to men. That's how she plays for her team. There is no reason to explain this difference.
Even someone that goes going to war. Yeah. Not everybody that goes to war is equal. I am sorry.
True.
Special forces, cooks on a boat, and generals. Yeah. This is not the same fucking danger.
Let's go. Let's talk about it.
If you're on the field, you get 3 votes.
Yep.
If you're on the field, but you say on the boat, you get 1.5 votes. If you're a general, you get 75% of a vote.
Listen, let's be honest about this. If danger or difficult jobs is the metric by which, then there's a lot of men who don't get to vote. And what about the women who go to the military and they do the dangerous jobs too? Should they be allowed to? What about any woman who does a job which involves a lot of death? Should she be allowed to vote? She's not making a coherent logic based on the merits. It's just gendered nonsense. I just don't understand that. If it's just going to be about dangerous work, make it about that. Say that the people who put their lives on the line should have the most amount to lose. And I could at least get behind that.
Ava, your mouth seems to have dropped about.
No, do you know what it's
three
like?
feet.
I know.
It's just sort of a bit galaxy brain. I feel like, you know, the stats that you're putting down are perhaps correct in some universe.
Which stats?
They just kind of don't really add up. I mean, just to take you back to the to the women's writings that you've allegedly read. I mean,
allegedly. What do you mean allegedly?
Just let the people talk.
You know, Pearl want to make fun of feminists saying they're so masculine, but you're the one that can't shut the fuck up when someone else is talking. She let you speak. Pearl want to tell everybody how they're not right to be wives, but here you are, you can't shut the fuck up. You on programs, putting yourself front and center, want to make the most amount of money. Hey, I'm just saying, you the opposite of everything you preach. And every chance, you still fuck it up. Shut up, let her speak. It's crazy that the feminist seems more feminine, letting her speak, speaking softly.
She hasn't said
Pearl
a
says,
word.
allegedly. Relax, man.
That you're talking about, you know, women weren't really allowed to write. They weren't allowed to go to school.
Yes, they were.
Write.
Yes, they
So
were. That's
actually,
incorrect. The first
okay,
female
what year are we
property, the
talking
first
about?
female property owner was in the 1600s. The idea that women couldn't work and couldn't.
I'm so sorry, but that will be inherited
No, the
property.
the first female millionaire was in the late 1800s.
And was that?
Yeah, this is how you know Pearl is like such a disingenuous clown. They're both wrong about this. Could women work in the 16th century? Yeah, but it was limited jobs. Stuff like weaving and things that were already related to housework. And even then, they didn't have equal pay for this stuff. No. They didn't have any labor rights. They weren't even allowed to dictate any kind of workplace, anything the same way that men could. And they weren't allowed to occupy most occupations or jobs. I'm not even talking about stuff that required physical work. Just any job they weren't allowed to have. It was very, very limited. So Pearl's sitting here be like, no, the women could work. They couldn't even choose higher education. They couldn't go to university. They couldn't do any of this stuff. It was quartered off to them by their gender.
Yeah, but the first homeowner was in the 1600s.
You know what I mean?
How did she get that house?
It makes me think of that time where Pearl brought up that study that said women find men who do chores really unattractive, and it's like a study from the 1991
in the Cosmo.
Yeah, in 1991. Even though she got more recent studies, she's gonna go to the only number that basically jives with what she want to say, and then she's gonna say, "I do my research." Like, no. It's fine to concede on this point. Yes, women were second-class citizens in the 16, 17, 1800s. That's okay. It's only, I think, in the 19th century where women really started to participate in the labor force due to like wars and stuff like that. It was absolutely necessary. And then a lot of rights came after the fact.
It's just Pearl doing just pearly things.
Hey, listen.
Let's get on to the vote. So what I don't understand is, you know, a part of your message, I've researched you today, and hang on a minute. Okay. You know, your big push is that you care about men and you don't think that men are getting enough of a say. But
Well, I care about
hang
women
on,
too.
I haven't
Care
made
about
the
women
point
too,
yet.
I've seen her, the girl didn't interrupt her a single time, and she's interrupted her 5-6 times.
Dans un point qu'elle essaie de faire. I can't. Fucking
Pearl State being the less feminine girl I know.
Because of feminism, okay? What I wonder is when you start making calls out like repeal the 19th, women shouldn't be allowed to vote, how is that helping young men? Because these young men have women in their lives, they have mothers, they have sisters, they have teachers, and they turn around, they don't know how to act around women because you're giving them license to be misogynistic.
I wouldn't call it misogynistic. I say be equal. So again, men do all of the
feminists are
Well,
saying.
then okay, I'd love for the feminists. Please apply for the oil rigs. Please go do the hard jobs in society. They're open. They're hiring because I don't equate for. I don't think men or women are equal until we do the equal work.
Pearl bringing up the whole equality thing is like, you know, maybe I'm just not aware of what's being said in these circles, but it's not like women don't contribute to our society in terms of the workforce. I think women account for it's like 1/3 of the country's GDP, right? So in terms of economic contributions, in terms of their work, they're a huge contributor. If women were to do what Pearl wants them to do, which is go home, stay there, be housewives, don't have jobs, whatever the fuck it would be, economy would collapse. Like, women are like integral to the workforce. So imagine looking at people who contribute so much and saying, we're gonna deny you the right to have any say in the country's future. Does that even seem remotely fair to you guys? Does it make sense, by her logic, when she says only the people who do the extremely hard jobs and the difficult stuff are the ones who should get the right to vote and do anything? Then does it make sense to those people who are doing those jobs to see men who aren't doing those difficult jobs also get a right to vote?
You also, but you want divorce to be made illegal.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, because I don't think what we have today is really marriage. What is marriage? It's for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. That's what marriage is supposed to be. But feminists have ruined marriage for the people that actually believe in marriage.
How?
When there's a 50% divorce rate and the average marriage
Why is that all
is
down
8
to the
years.
women, though?
I didn't say that it was all down to the women.
So why
But
feminists
you asked why I want divorce to be banned.
Yeah.
Can I finish first?
The audacity of a bitch.
She said, can I finish?
The audacity.
How'd you let anybody finish
The
that point?
audacity of a bitch
Hey.
that don't let nobody finish. My guy.
Hey,
Press play.
my
Jesus
masculine
fuck-
homie.
Divorce gonna be
I'm about to start calling her just masculine things. That's gonna be her new nickname. Just masculine things.
Just manly things.
Just manly things. Yay, we about to call her say, hey, that's a new nickname for Pearl. We were from just lonely things to just manly things. Okay, let's keep going. Big announcement, we're going on tour. What? Yes, we're on tour. What are we gonna do? We're gonna react to videos live? No, we're gonna do stand-up, crack jokes. Maybe you laugh, maybe you don't. But you're gonna pay $75 to find out. So, show up. I mean, give me my cheddar. Make sure you guys click the link in the description. I think the first couple of days we're doing Detroit. We're going to be doing
Washington,
Pittsburgh, and Washington. So those are the 3 cities we're doing this late summer, end of August. And then after that, we're going to be doing the rest of America. We're likely going to go to Europe some parts. We're excited to get to catch you guys face to face.
Leave marriage for the people that actually believe in for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part.
But doesn't the sanctity of marriage also rely on the woman being a virgin, so you wouldn't be able to get married?
Woo!
That was petty.
Let's go!
That was petty.
Tell me you're a whore.
A homegirl didn't want to make any arguments. She said, we going petty.
Yeah.
I ain't mad at you.
I looked it up.
Because I enjoy it.
You not a virgin.
Also, I hate whenever fucking Pearl says these vows because they involve so many other things.
Yeah.
And she never mentions that.
She
never
did-
talks about the labor involved in marriage. She
remix.
just says you can't leave.
That's a remix.
Yeah.
That's the remix.
And also, Pearl's fine with men stepping out of the marriage.
not
Christianity allows for divorce in case of adultery.
What do you mean?
Well, you've spoken quite openly about how you're not a virgin, and so if you want to preserve that sanctity of marriage, then I just think that you're upholding standards that you don't actually live.
Anyone here for some biscuits?
The zoom on his face is amazing.
Dude just went back and watched it.
Petty. You know what's so funny? There's actually a clip that's so hilarious.
What?
You look at men, right, in terms of like their viability. You look at men and say, he's a high value man, he's a medium value man, he's a low value man, right? And we could say that. We can put men into those categories.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's say you're in the dating field, right? You're looking for a partner. Right?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're single essentially, I guess, and you're looking for a significant.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Just Manly Things is single.
Okay.
So, if you're looking for men, if a man who is willing to settle, let's say you're not that old, but you're 26, and you say that anyone over 25 is like almost damaged goods or getting worse and worse.
No.
It's less valuable. It's less valuable.
Correct. Yes, I would say I was more valuable 5 years ago. Yes, in terms of the dating market. Yes.
So do you think that, how can somebody who's older and not a virgin and less valuable, how can they get in a relationship with a man and not think they're a loser? Because if you're a low value woman, then in a sense, you'd be judging the guy who's quote unquote settling for you because he couldn't get a higher value woman. So in a sense, a guy that you would settle for would be a loser by your own metrics. Low value.
What are are men supposed to do? 95% of women aren't virgins on their wedding days. You could be a multimillionaire and not get a virgin.
How do you?
But I think that's why you see more men walking away from relationships.
No. How do you enter a relationship and not think that he's a loser because he's low value?
I don't really know how to answer that question.
But it is interesting, right? Because in a sense, only a low value man, and I'm sorry, I'm only framing this in your worldview. Let's say a medium value man would decide to settle on somebody like you who's a little bit older, not as fertile. You are not a virgin. And also, I'll tell you something else. You like being in the foreground, which is not good for traditional marriages. I mean, he's looking for someone who wants to build a home. You don't know how to cook.
Yeah,
either.
I don't expect to be with like a high value guy. I think that's silly.
Okay. What's your
when I think of high value, I think of like top 5% of men.
So what value do you think you'll be settling on in your own personal life?
What?
No, this is the most petty thing, but he's not wrong. But this is petty. But I'm here for it.
What value will I be settling on in my personal?
What man do you think is reasonable for you to pursue?
I just I think that's a bit of a inappropriate question. But
You think that's inappropriate? Pearl. You call women worn out baby mamas. You be asking women on your show all kinds of things about their dating lives and their dating preferences. That's your fucking job.
And now shit is...
Now it's turned on you. All of a sudden you want to start stuttering?
That shit is inappropriate now?
Inappropriate. Girl, have you seen your channel?
God damn, Pearl.
I've heard you call women whales to their face, say they're unfit to be wives, say they're unfit to this and that. And now it's you?
Like, what happened, boo?
Baby, you built the chair, now sit in it.
What happened, boo?
I don't like ottomans either. But it matches your hair. Stupid.
The way you say stupid hit different.
Yeah.
Because there's a little bit of air in that shit.
I got that from the New Yorkers.
No.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
that's not
Stupid.
No.
That is.
No, because you put a little bit of air in there.
No.
It flows better. Stupid. That's Brooklyn and Queens. You? Stupid.
Nah.
It flows.
I don't say it with the intonation.
No.
It is the same vibe. Stupid. That's it. That's the one right there.
It's interesting because you spend all day talking about this stuff. I find that it's really interesting to have you put this analysis into use. Why is it inappropriate?
The way you're framing the question is a bit disingenuous. I think most women
How is it disingenuous?
I think it's a bit disingenuous.
Why?
Okay.
See, this is the thing about Pearl. If you just ask follow-up questions and try to dig deeper in anything she says, it falls apart. She just says buzzwords. Her whole Twitter is just buzzwords. Everything she says is buzzwords. She's got the surface level argument like a fucking robot. She got prompt 1, prompt 2, prompt 3. That's why whenever he asks a follow-up question to go deeper, she just defaults back to her talking points. Like, well, no man can find a woman who's a virgin. Even millionaires won't be able to. It's like, we're not talking about them. Well, why are you changing the subject? It's because she doesn't actually think through anything she says. And that's actually reflected in her audience because her channel is dying. And it just turns out her audience, after listening to her for a while, just realized she's a robot and she's really dumb. But you don't see it until you actually start to peer back and listen long enough. You're like, wait, this doesn't make sense. So now she's being exposed everywhere.
I think it's fair to say, because you were talking to women about expectations and men about expectations based on their value. I think it's fair to say, okay, well, what's your value of man you're looking for based on your own?
What's my value to a guy that I'm looking for?
No. What value of man?
I wish I don't know what you want me to say. I wish I was a virgin. I should have waited.
No.
I don't know what. I don't. Most guys don't expect that in 2023. Unfortunately, I think men adapt to the market, but I think to say that you should just sleep around.
So then.
That's what you're saying.
So if men have adapted and you don't really care, then why are you still bringing this fucking shit up? Why are you telling women they're wrong if they're not virgins? Men don't care. I can honestly say I've met a lot of dudes, okay? And aside from the ones who are hyper-religious, none of them care about virginity. Now, obviously, they don't want some girl who's got an OnlyFans just popping out her pussy every weekend, but they don't care if she's a virgin. I don't think I've ever heard any of my homies be like, yo, she better not fuck nobody. If I heard a guy say that, I probably think he's a loser too. Unless he's got religious reasons, then that's fine. And also to all the men who aren't virgins, but demand that they women while being religious, you goofy as fuck too. A lot of religious dudes want to be the most nasty, degenerate motherfuckers, and then use religion to tell women how to act. It's like, bruh, that religion also has clauses for you as a man. Just saying. You a bit of a hypocrite. Actually, no, you a big hypocrite, and I'm saying it.
I'm asking.
She a hoe? You a hoe too?
Yeah, you out here spreading all kinds of nastiness. Don't even play that.
Is a bit silly.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
Well, that you were saying that like that more partners is good. I think that's a bit silly.
No. Okay,
I
but
think
hold on.
it's
I'm
silly
talking
to
about
say
you,
like
Pearl.
that.
I'm talking about you. Your value by your own metrics is going to be not super high. So
Yeah, it's less high than it was 5 years ago.
But it's not even just the age thing. It's like you are working. You're in the foreground. You don't know how to cook. These are not good things for your scorecard.
Hey, I'm actually pretty good now. I've gotten.
You have a
gotten lot better.
Okay,
I've
good.
gotten
You're
a lot
working
better.
towards it, but unfortunately, as you age, those things are going to bounce out.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like you start in a certain place in life, but all you can do is improve and get better.
Wow, so progressive. Oh my God.
No.
See, Pearl, when she's past her prime and her value's low, what does she say? She started sounding like them women.
I'm better. I'm better.
You
I
can improve.
No, my girl, you didn't improve. It's too late.
According to you.
It's according to you.
But like, how do you meet a guy that you respect because he's settling on you? Don't you see that there's a paradox here?
I mean, if you respect men, you don't like.
But how are you going to settle for a low value man? Because like that, it's like, dude, come on, like
A low value man.
a low value man.
I think if you get married, you're lucky to get married.
How would you? So where's your value as a woman? Would you say like on a scale of 1 to 10?
I give myself like a 5.
Facts. Sorry, I'll stop with that. I don't want to keep going.
I love the fact that, as what Pearl is doing is basically pushing all these men to get all those girls. So let's hypothetically think that all those men get all those girls. She's just like, yes, guys, you got it. You got it. You got all those. Your eye value and you got all those girls. And those girls are not me.
Hey, listen, man.
You guys did it. Woo. So proud.
I'm so lonely.
You see all these guys succeeding and they're not choosing you. That's what you're pushing them not to take. It's weird.
Yeah.
And you're scolding all the women that are trash. Like, it's like, yo, you in the trash right now. And you're looking at me like, well, you in the trash too. You're in the bin with me. So it's like you're telling all these girls, what are you doing, man? You stepping in shit. Wow, stepping in that's wild.
Hey,
I don't know.
Me watching these two back to back, I'll say this. I thought the girl that Pearl was debating did a terrible job.
Yeah.
But hey, you know what? Hopefully we'll see Pearl back on Pierce and it'll be more interesting in the future. But yeah, I mean, any opportunity to dunk on Pearl, you can swing it my way. I'm definitely throwing that alley-oop. I got y'all. Put the lob up. Anybody want to send me a lob? We doing it. We taking turns, okay? This is just easy. Just manly things to get that work. What do you mean pause? How's that gay?
It's not necessarily gay when you say pause, by the way.
Is it gay to... What?
It's sexual when you say pause sometimes. It's not just gay. It's not just a gay thing. When it's sexual, you say pause. It's not just gay.
It's just gay, but anyways.
Okay.
Keep going.
Cool.
But yeah, that's pretty much all my thoughts on this. Anything else you want to say? All right, well, let us know what you guys think in the comments below.
You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's part of what what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what? I would love to. We're doing the taboo.
No,
we're mixing it up. It's red pill, baby.
Hey, yo, shout out to Ethan on this one. This one's funny.
Actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. I would say ban divorce.
Partners, I want you guys to think about what you're advocating. You see your parents, one of your parents should stay getting beat by the other every day, and you should witness your parents get their ass beat because they chose to marry the wrong person. That's what y'all really saying.
So let me just ask you generally, like, what kind of messages are you sharing on your platform? What kind of important messages is it that you find yourself are about?
I believe in family, so I think that we should have policies that push family. I think that feminism overall was a bad thing. I think women are happier when we have, a family and kids over a career in the long run. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. Yeah, I understand.
You should be. You should be soft-spoken. Ethan starting off. Well, tell us about your views. As if he doesn't have a full-page document going dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch. Page number 2,
dumb bitch.
And to be honest, you could write a whole book about how much of a dumb, you know. But anyways,
this motherfucker gonna obliterate you just because you're easily obliterable.
So it's more like traditional. You want people to kind of follow a more traditional path in terms of family and gender and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, and you just see the negative, like outcomes a society has when, like, families fall apart, right? And it's especially hard on the children. Like you see, the kids are more likely to go to.
Listen, I know Rihanna said diamonds shine bright, but this forehead is glistening. And as a fellow Ethiopian, I just want to say, Pearl, you might be white, but that forehead's one of mine. You feel me? It's just nice to see it on the big screen.
So how do you push a policy that promotes family? Like, in what way can you force a family to stay together or encourage it in a sense?
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize like women to leave families. So, for example, child support, alimony. I'm not really a fan of those.
Okay.
90% of divorces don't involve alimony. Okay. There's no alimony for like 90% of people. That is for a select few. So just get that out of the way.
Actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. I would say ban divorce.
So banning divorce means that when you decide to get married, you are not allowed by the government to leave your significant other in any situation.
Yeah, I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married.
If you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about like, what if the relationship is physically abusive?
Yeah, I think if it's physically, this is the problem though. All right, if it's one-sided physically abusive, okay, fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions, but like I've even talked to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting the other; it's like mutual. So
surely that's not every time.
I think.
Who cares if it's mutual? Why does that even matter? If it's mutual, both of you should be trying to get a divorce.
You shouldn't be together.
You think like, well, listen, yeah, if it's one side, I get it, but if it's mutual, figure it out. Excuse me? No. If you guys are beating on each other, you might need to just actually call it quits. Do you think it's a good idea to raise a kid in an environment where parents beat on each other regularly and violence is their first instinct? Why is this even like a rebuttal?
And the thing that in trauma centers, they say that it's mutual. They don't exactly say that it's mutual. There's a nuance there, but
what's the nuance?
The nuance is that actually the person that is getting beaten up, the victim, let's just say, actually has some patterns of violence as well. It doesn't mean that she's the person that is most physical or he's the person that is most physical or whatever, but they do engage in that. It's not equal, but they do engage in that. That's just a nuance. But
family violence was the cause of 25% of divorces. So I don't think it's fair to characterize that as some kind of like super fringe example of why people get divorced.
Well, but you also have to look if there's incentive structures in place where there's a lot of false accusations in family court. And a lot of people don't know this, that family court is actually it's not based off of evidence. It's based off a balance of probabilities.
Family court is not based off evidence. It's based off balance of probability. What do you think balance of probability is based off of? Evidence. Is the burden of proof lower in family court? Sure. Doesn't mean that you don't need evidence. You can't just come and say, oh, he beats me, and have no evidence. You have to document stuff. You have to go to the police. You have to have reports. You have to have medical documentation. You can't just go to court and say something happened, and then all of a sudden the courts believe you. That's not the way it works. They're going to need phone records, text messages, emails. Why do you think when people go through divorces, they make such an effort to keep records of conversations, of dates, affidavits, witness testimony? Why? Because the balance of probability is based off of that evidence.
You have to show them.
She just doesn't know what she's talking about. She's saying things that she's read online, but she doesn't even know the words she's using.
Ban divorce except for one-sided abuse.
Okay,
sure.
Except for one-sided abuse. And is there going to be a system to kind of how do you prove that the woman or man?
Well,
was on
I think
yeah,
you have to press charges in criminal court, not family court.
So only if your significant other is tried criminally are you allowed to leave the relationship.
Yes.
Tried and found guilty criminally.
Yes, yes.
You know what's so funny is like and they gotta go through a lengthy court case that lasts years before they can finally get divorced from their partners. During that whole period, they have access to all kinds of things when it comes to each other. Just know.
It comes down to the fact that she hasn't experienced much, which is fine, but she thinks she knows a lot. So she goes, yeah, just do that. Just do that. Like it's a just thing.
Sure.
Like it's a just do that thing. It's not a just do that thing. Well, yeah, if they just go to court and do this and that, like if it was nothing. She all the time that she opens her mouth, it's always like, yeah, well, it's really simple. But she hasn't looked into it, or she just plainly doesn't know, and she keeps on saying stuff like that.
And here's the thing. She's basically telling people you get your ass beat, which I think like 20 to 25% of all marriage divorces are actually citing reasons of abusing them. So yeah, when she says this stuff, she's basically handcuffing people to dynamics in which if they don't take the father of their kids or the mother of their kids to court and send them to jail, they cannot leave. Do you know how many people are gonna have to stay in relationships because of that? Do you know how conflicting it must be to marry somebody, to be in love with them, to find out they beat you every day, and now you got to go through the process of sending them to jail, fucking up your kid's life, fucking up your own life, going through the trauma of having to take someone to court and testify and sit in. That's a lot. But you don't think about all those minute details when you're going through this process. Sometimes it's just better for the two people to just go their separate ways. Not everybody wants to go through the process of pressing charges and go through the whole thing.
And when you say that, their out is, yeah, well, then you should have married the person in the first place. Like, there's no talking to these people.
No.
There's no logic talking with these people.
They don't understand that people change over time. Like, not everybody goes into a marriage as things are fine, then things don't change afterwards. Like, people change. And just because that thing comes out later, you didn't have the foresight, doesn't mean you should be locked into a relationship where you get beat by your partners. I want you guys to think about what you're advocating. You see your parents, one of your parents should stay getting beat by the other every day, and you should witness your parents get their ass beat because they've chose to marry the wrong person. That's what y'all really saying. Y'all willing to let your moms or your dads get beat up by their partner, show up abused, and potentially even die one day, because a lot of this stuff does lead to death, right? Because they chose the wrong person. If you guys really can look at your parents and say they should stay through that kind of situation, kudos to you. I could never. I would tell my mom to get 100 divorces before she even took one single punch to the face. Y'all would condemn somebody for life to that? Y'all built different than me.
No, man, tough it out.
Y'all built different than me.
Tell your mama to tough it out.
Yeah.
She can work through
the
it.
The only people who I know would say this kind of goofy shit are dudes who probably have the plans of beating their partners, to be honest with you.
Or people that haven't
like MLD, who be beating women. That's the only people I say. Or goofy women who want to make money off goofy red pill people.
But I was quoting a Thomas Sowell book.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
Who's that?
Yeah. So Thomas Sowell's an author who talks about the history of slavery. So.
Thomas Sowell. Oh, so do you agree with that premise that slavery was embellished, or no?
I think that there are parts that are under embellished and there are parts that are over embellished. I think it just depends what we're talking about.
That's so interesting. I've got to know what was over embellished about slavery.
No! Oh, that's a trap. Oh.
You know what it felt like? You know what this felt like?
That's
you. You know what this felt like? This is like Ethan was like, I know what white people can't say. Now say it. You've activated my trap card. You see how excited he is? Tell me what you don't like about blacks.
Just like one example, I'm dying to know.
Yeah, I just rather. I mean, I was talking about a book that I read, and I think to understand the context, you'd have to read the book.
But you just said some parts were embellished, some parts were under embellished.
I just again.
Are you retracting that?
I'd really just rather not.
But okay.
He knows what he's doing. He knows.
Hey, he said cross it, bitch. Why you stutter? You said it's over embellished. Go ahead, say what part.
Go ahead, cross it.
Man, the things we are willing to do for our possessions, but not ourselves, eh? You should do the same thing. Take care of your possession, take care of your skin. Yeah, because right now I'm using this brush to get in the nooks and crannies of my bike, to get all the dirt and grime out. You should do that with your skin, with your face. THN Lee has this cream for that, exfoliating cream. It gets in the pores of your skin and cleans it out. Yeah, and after that, use daily facial wash. And when I'm done washing my bike, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna apply a special wax that's gonna protect it from the sun rays. You should do that to your skin. Morning facial moisturizer with SPF 20. That's for the sun rays. Take care of your stuff, take care of your face. Click on the link below and you're gonna be able to get 30% off your first box. And not only that, they're gonna send you free gifts. So while I do this, you do that. Click on the link below, get yourself set to have a better skin. People judge you on your possession, people judge you on your skin. Get it now. I'll be right here cleaning. Gone.
No, but slavery being embellished, that's so interesting. I don't know how you embellish it.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what? I would love to. We're doing the taboo.
No,
we're mixing it up. It's red pill, baby.
Hey, yo, shout out to Ethan on this one. This one's funny.
Yo, he's trapped.
Taboo topics.
I genuinely want to know how it was embellished.
Yeah.
What can't we talk about? Come on.
I mean, I could show you.
Come on, cancel yourself. Come on, do it.
I'd rather not get into this, so.
Come on. Come on.
Sounds like a blue pilled attitude to me.
This motherfucker baiting. This motherfucker baiting.
Beta girl.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping this was like a good faith interview.
Wait, what's bad faith? I'm literally showing you clips of you saying stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What about this interview has been bad faith?
I just think you're kind of trying to push an agenda, and you're not. Yeah, I just think you're trying to push.
That's a clip of you saying that.
Because I was talking about how the founder of Thomas Sowell talks about how the guy that made Roots talked about how it was a myth for his people to live by.
Okay.
That's what the guy who made Roots said, Alex Haley.
Okay.
So, and I can't even talk about that on a podcast without being canceled by the internet.
Yeah, but mythology.
Okay, just because the story that he told himself with the movie of Roots isn't real does not mean the things depicted in there didn't happen. That doesn't mean that was embellished. Okay? The reality of slavery was far darker than the Roots movie could have ever shown. That's just a fact.
Just because mythology is like culture,
right, but I'm
history.
saying that doesn't mean the way it's depicted in the movie was how it actually happened. And that's what he was talking about on the book. But again, I was quoting a book, and you're trying to like pin me down on quoting a book.
Let me watch this again and see if I'm doing that.
Stuff too, because that's literally the founder or the guy who made Roots said I wanted a myth for my people to live by.
Yeah.
So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish.
So then you say, but here's what they do.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
Right, but they want to make it like more horrible.
But they want to make it more horrible.
That they can control people.
So that they can control people.
Right, but
Nick Fuentes agrees, by the way.
This motherfucker knows what he's.
I mean, she brought him on. She got to eat that. Let's keep watching.
Wait, oh my gosh. 5 minutes before I say Sowell talks about this in his book. So I'm communicating in the interview that I'm quoting an author.
You're not being honest. You say they do this to. Okay, so you disavow. Just disavow it then. That's easy. Just say I don't think slavery was embellished. I mean, that's super easy. That's like a layup. Do you agree? You know what I mean? It's like just say you don't think slavery was embellished.
I think there are certain facts that you're not allowed to talk about. I don't really want to talk about it.
Oh, I'm just asking you. Do you agree with that statement? Barack Obama is comparable to Adolf Hitler.
No.
Okay. See, it's not hard. It's not hard. That's awesome. That's easy to do.
T for the claps. T for the claps. T for the claps.
He's clapping her right now. She getting claps.
You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's part of what the part of what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington.
Yo, this editing is crazy. Yo, this editing is crazy. I just have to think, Pearl's got to be one of the dumbest fucking people on the planet to go on the HD podcast and think this shit was not going to come up.
Did you say that?
I don't remember. I think like if someone's a great and powerful man in history to the point like they're talking about him hundreds of years later, he didn't have any kids, but like,
Didn't he own slaves?
what?
Did he own slaves? George Washington.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no, real man to me. I'm just saying.
No, it's actually interesting. He had a different, like he inherited his slaves, and it wasn't as simple as he could have just like let them go, because the debt that's incurred on them, like you can't just release them. And so his slaves actually, like he had a really good relationship with them, and they considered him like a dad.
What's your source for that?
That was from a Thomas Sowell book.
Thomas Sowell. So he's your guy. Thomas Sowell's the man.
There was a time where I started to read accounts from actual slaves. So these were like in like and I can't really talk about this. Like even if I talk about this now, they're gonna clip it. They're gonna say things I didn't say. But it's like I used to read actual slave accounts, and I was surprised how many didn't say bad things about their owners after they were free.
Play the thing. Just play the thing.
You guys never heard of Stockholm Syndrome?
Play the thing.
You know, people who are held captive start developing a very sympathetic, empathetic relationship with their captor because of the trauma that's inflicted upon them mentally. This girl's really trying to sit here and say like, yo, a lot of slaves actually love their masters, because in a really fucked up psychological way, they had to learn to be able to endure.
To be able to survive. You know? The thing that you want to do for a beat up woman in their relationship, endure. Yeah. All right.
Do you know how many people feel the same way about the men who groomed them when they were underaged? Do you think children, just because of the fact that when they got free from their pedo captors, still had a sympathetic bond, that made that relationship okay or any less worse? What if a 10-year-old falls in love with an adult, grapes them all the time, and says good things about them, that we shouldn't see the adult as evil as anybody else? Sometimes when I hear these people speak, I think they just hear whatever information confirms what they want to believe, and then they just go with that. What are you talking about? Oh, he was a good slave master. Okay.
And it's not to say like slavery was a horrible institution, but I can't talk about that fact without getting canceled. I can't say, hey, these slaves had a good relationship with their owners without getting canceled.
Because it's not true. Because it's just not true. It's not true. George Washington was not a father figure to his slaves.
Well, if you look up like I think it was Booker T.
47. Let's see, 47 of George Washington's slaves tried to escape. Would you try to escape if you loved your master?
Maybe that one was wrong. I don't know. This was like a little bit on a podcast months ago. I don't really remember, but and I said I wasn't sure if it was Washington either in that interview at some point. But
George Washington
was. What I'm bringing up is I'm not even allowed to have this conversation without.
What do you mean not allowed?
But I mean,
the issue is not that you can't have this conversation. It's just that because it's such a sensitive topic, you have no idea how to cut through it efficiently. You're just going at it with a fucking paddle, and you're wondering why the meat coming out all crazy, and you're trying to serve it to people, and people be like, I didn't ask for a smashed raw burger. Yeah, people won't have an issue. They're going to complain. If you want to take on the difficult stuff, that's fine. Do your due diligence. When you were on that fucking podcast with Nick, you didn't do your due diligence. You just let some white supremacists come up there and ramble for a while about how black people are inferior and how slavery isn't a big deal. That's your problem. If I'm going to tackle a big subject like that, like in a serious tone, you best believe I'm going to do it properly. There's been plenty of times people are like, I have a talk about Palestine. I don't know shit about it, so I ain't gonna jump on it. And I wouldn't be surprised if I'm like, hey man, Palestinians this or that, and folks got mad.
No, either side you're gonna put people are gonna no matter
whatever it is. Why? Because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
This girl, I can't even. You can discuss anything. Do it in private. If you want to do it in public and you want to give spicy takes about how slavery was embellished, bitch, you better have your receipts. And if people ask, you better stand on 10 on that.
I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on this. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not, like, my channel isn't about slavery.
If it's not, then why'd you bring on Nick Fuentes? Why would you bring on somebody who's a known white supremacist if your channel's not about that? That's your problem, stupid. It's like I can't say my thing is not a political channel, then I bring on fucking Joe Biden. And then he starts rattling off about Democratic policy.
Marriage is supposed to be, you know, for better or for worse, and sickness and in health. And
that's a part of the vow. That's a part of the vow. I've been to enough marriages. Enough of them marriages. Enough of them marriages, and you always choose to take that vow, that side of the vow, that part of the vow. What about the part of the vow where we talk about mutual respect? What about the part of the vow where you're talking about you're supposed to protect each other? What about the part of the vow where you're supposed to become one? No, you chuck all that shit out the window and then you choose the one that you're like, hey, better or worse. This is the worst. Tough it out. That's not what the vow is. They don't go to church and be like, all right, for better or worse, for better or worse. For better or worse on 3, 1, 2, 3, better or worse, and then they get married. That's not what happened.
And the majority of divorces nowadays, it's just, you know, when the girl just feels like leaving.
That's not true.
So and well, you
It's
know,
just not true.
I've talked to hundreds of women.
The abuse of power and the risk for abuse and for people to get stuck in a horrible relationship situation, not just for them but their kids, right? I mean, obviously, having your kids watch their mother get beat up.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes it's going to bleed.
Or the kids get watching their father get beat up. Like, it goes both ways.
I acknowledge that. It goes both ways. So both people have a right to, in my opinion, get divorced, because the alternative is one of the partners being stuck and, like,
do you think that's
potentially
the
a lethal
majority? Do you think that's the majority of cases?
A majority of cases of what? Divorce?
Of divorce.
25%. 25%. It's 25% based on statistics.
No, that's not. No, that's not what's in criminal court. It's like less than 10%. Actually followed through in criminal court.
Well,
So
regardless, 10% is enough, don't you think?
No, I said less than 10% of the abuse cases of the 25%. So that's like.
Journal of Family Violence in 2014 found that approximately 25% of divorces in the United States involve domestic violence.
Right, but again, that's because the woman says that she was, because they're incentive.
But you're just saying stuff. You're just saying stuff. You don't actually know that to be true.
No, I do.
How?
I do. Like, okay, in the UK, there's a law that you get a free lawyer if
How does that? Sorry, but how does that prove that women are lying about violence?
No, because I'm saying that you can't. Okay, you can't prove it unless they go to criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, where family court is based off of a balance of probabilities.
Which is also evidence. You can't just say your partner beats you without evidence. She's just saying the same shit. This girl's fucking stupid. This girl's really incredibly dumb. You can't go to family court, say your partner beats you, and then they just believe it. That's not how it works. They have to have some evidence.
She's not dumb. She has 3 cassettes. And she's just playing the same one she played before.
Yo, it goes in reverse. Like, she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Dumb. She just rewind that bitch and played it back. That's
that you can't prove it unless you go to criminal court, because family court is based off of evidence.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just about the welfare of the kids, and you know, I mean, the people.
It's a crime if you're falsely accusing someone of abuse. And so I'm saying there's no, you can't. They only prove it in less than 10% of cases.
Okay,
in criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, family court is not.
She just keeps saying that, bro. She just keeps saying that, and it's just not true.
She's not dumb.
When dads win cases to get custody of their children, they're doing it based off evidence. They have to showcase evidence that the mother is sick or whatever. The same can be said the other way around. They're saying the father's a deadbeat. They got to show he didn't pay his payments. They got to show written receipts. Like, it's just stupid.
So let's just say less than 10%. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt on that. Still seems like enough to give people the option to leave. And this idea that women just leave whenever they want seems a little bit infantile, because people change, right? Especially when people get married young, which does happen. people change, people go through shit, people grow apart.
It's like almost even been watching her video. Shout outs to you, brother. You getting the right arguments in. Let's see what happens. Congratulations. See, your researchers out here plagiarizing, but it's okay. I'm just playing. We didn't come up with this original thought. Other people have said it too. I'm just saying, we the ones who might have said on YouTube recently, I'm getting super hurdled, but I'm just saying. Okay, just lonely things. We was want to talk about it. Give us some credit. Make sure. All right, you reference us. I'm just playing. Keep going. Do your thing, King. She just looked like an idiot on most topics, as she normally does. Yeah.
The minute you went on Ethan Decline, you look like a. Yeah, it was done. It was done. I really thought this interview was about to be about high. Of course not.
I mean, it wasn't a bad faith interview.
That was not a bad faith interview, but what do you think Ethan was about to do? Make you shine bright like a diamond? Nah, you're not gonna shine bright like a diamond. You got the forehead of Rihanna, but it's not gonna happen. Okay, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna be like, man, he's gonna do what Ethan does. And on top of that, he's been shitting on the red pill community. You one of them, he gonna shit on you too.
True.
It's like, I'm not saying it's a bad faith interview, but come on. What happened there? That's what was supposed to happen. Yep. Well, I really thought that this. Fuck you, mean.
Yeah, that's it. Anything else you want to say about Just Lonely Things?
Stay lonely.
Apparently. This girl about to hit 27. She's about to hit that break-off age where her value plummets off a cliff.
Technically, she already has. They say 25 often.
True.
So
I think she said 27 to give herself some time.
Maybe.
Yeah. She's like, damn, I'm 26. I can't be saying 25.
I gotta round it off.
I think in 1 year I can find a man.
I think like in 6 months you're gonna say 30.
Are you homeless? I'm a high-value woman. I think we're a good fit. Good luck. Anything else you want to say? Peace.
Fat chicks have way more complications. They have a harder time getting pregnant. So if a traditional man wants children, he can't pick a fat chick. They're like, okay, if she's already chubby in her 20s, then I have a lifetime of, you know.
But like, go churn butter. Get back to the kitchen. Like, why are you on TikTok, you harlot? Like, you're a modern woman. Like, well, what are you doing?
No, his slaves actually, like, he had a really good relationship with them, and they considered him like a dad. I used to read actual slave.
I remember this happening in real time. It still freaks me out. Such a stupid thing to say. Dude, you said that to a black person, too.
If my son came home from school one day and said to me, look, Mum, I'll be honest with you, I think I'm gay, I would take it on. And I'd be open.
What if your son came home and said, I think I'm black?
Huh? That's the level of argumentation we're on? Friend of the show, Jabri, did an absolute roasting of Just Girly Things, Just Pearly. God damn it, I always her name. Just Pearly Things. The internet's favorite pick me. And he called it the unpickable pick me. What a title. What a title. Let's take a look. Let's dive right into it. I've been waiting for this. I mean, he makes amazing videos. Jabri does. This video will go crazy hard, I suspect. Let's do it.
Hi, Pearl, you've been called the female Andrew Tate. How do you plead?
Well, I take it as a compliment. People think I'm insane because I don't think women should vote. I had this realization. The men are smarter and better at everything. Women have been told what we want to hear our whole lives. From a historical perspective, women are pretty bad.
Yeah. Jabri's videos have insane soundtracks in them. And it goes hard when you're roasting Just Pearly Things. And it's a little wild when it's like about, I don't know, like a pedophile YouTuber. But it still goes hard nonetheless. Sometimes perhaps too hard.
When you search the word pearl on Google, you get the definition of a small, glistening sphere formed within the crystalline shell of an oyster, highly regarded for its beauty and rarity as a jewel. But if you search pearl on YouTube, you get this.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Today, I want to talk about why women are dumb. How
Flashbang!
women realize that the only way we can be great at things is under the authority of a man.
Just Pearly Things is a 26-year-old YouTuber, TikToker, and social commentator with a knack for anti-Semitism who isn't afraid to give her opinion on the appearances of teenage girls.
I'm not gonna lie. I think Just Pearly Things has done a lot for women, okay? They should let her respond. God, I have such a good response. I could be Palestine's strongest warrior. The easiest, like the biggest counter to that is.
Here's what I want to know, Connor.
What the what is happening here? Soros, the Jew, leading protests against the Jews. Oh, in the end, the only people that could have finally stopped these goddamn Jews from taking over Western civilization were our own woke Jews. Jew on Jew action. It's the only way to stop them. Jesus Christ.
And you brought up a good point. Why do they all have the exact same color tents?
Oh, wait, what the? If they're doing big Israel-Palestine debates and they need other pro-Palestinian debaters, I would gladly join these on the pro-Palestinian side. The lack of pushback here was wacky and wild. You're right, Adam. I didn't listen. What was one hard fact that he presented to show? Was it that all the tents were the same color?
All right, thank you. All right.
Why does this guy's body and like shoulders make him look like he's like a Blizzard character? Do you think? Like Blizzard characters always have like the huge shoulder armor things. Jesus.
Outside of Israel, the pro-Palestinian protests have disrupted colleges all across the United States. Here's some headlines. Columbia in New York City. Columbia protesters seized building as anti-war demonstrations intensify. Columbia University is now policy-making Senate votes for a resolution calling to investigate schools' leadership. Harvard, anti-Israel protest fly Palestinian flag in spot reserved for the American flag. Horror as GW, George Washington University protester carries Nazi final solution call for the extermination of Jews signs. And then ultimately, college kids are now finally.
So first of all,
what do you think they're right about? What do you think they're wrong about?
So first of all, Columbia University is my alma mater. That's where I went to. Right out of the Army, I actually started university at UCLA before transferring to Columbia. And I realized that what was going on college campuses already then, and even before my time, where there are groups that claim to be pro-Palestinian. And the reason I say they claim to be pro-Palestinian is because when Palestinians are dying by the thousands in the Syrian civil war, they don't talk about them. When they're by the hundreds of thousands of refugee camps in Lebanon and in Jordan, they don't mention them. When they're suffering under Hamas, when they're suffering under the Palestinian Authority, or on the border of Gaza and Egypt, there's no mention of them. They only talk about Palestinian suffering when it has to do with Israel. Now, of course, there's a lot of Palestinian suffering when it has to do with Israel. These are my cousins, so I care about them. But if you take instances of Palestinian suffering only when it fits your agenda, you remove the entire context as to how we even got into the situation, to understand it and to correct it, and use it as political ammunition to delegitimize my connection to the land and my identity. What's really going on is an attempt to convince the future political and intellectual class of the next generation, which is what universities create. The next politicians, the next businessmen, the next people in media are coming from the universities, and convincing them that if they want to make the world a better place, they have to be against Israel. Now, I realized this when I was at UCLA. I realized also that within the Jewish community we had a lack of activism ourselves. You know, you don't want to hear about black rights from KKK members. You don't want to hear about women rights from misogynists. So are the only people talking about Jewish rights are those that are anti-Israel and anti the Jewish people? So I went on Google and I typed in #1 most anti-Semitic university in North America. Columbia University was listed #1, as clearly was.
And that's the guy from the video? Yeah, I saw him in the video, and then he reached out to me on Instagram, and then we had breakfast a few days ago. So I'm familiar with his backstory and everything. He's pretty well spoken. I can't tell if he's like, his background is pretty exceptional. He sounds like he's a Mossad plant. If anybody was, okay, it's this guy. But he seems like a reasonably smart. He comes off as compassionate, but I haven't like dug into him a lot to see if he's like pushing farther right than it seems. I don't know. Maybe it's.
Where you went to school.
And I transferred there, and I created a grassroots student movement that wasn't right wing, left wing. A lot of our work was actually bringing in Israelis and Palestinians for people to understand. And our
what video? It was the protester one.
Our goal was to empower, to narrate, and to protect, meaning to empower our own core students, Jews and non-Jewish allies, to be able to stand up for themselves, narrate our story using a language that communicates who we are, and to make sure to counter any and every single anti-Semitic movement that existed. What's happening on college campuses is an attempt to indoctrinate the next generation.
Don't you ever get tired of always covering such heavy topics? How are you not burned out? You need some positive topics where you start cracking. I don't know. I think it's entertaining. It's not like that heavy. This might sound mean, but let's be honest. I'm not Jewish at the end of the day. None of this shit really affects me. None of it really affects you. We're just like, we're studying other people basically in a Western laboratory, right? It sounds cold, but I mean, like, truthfully, it doesn't have a direct impact on us. Like, if this was like studying like the chances of me dying from some heritable disease or whatever, it might get heavy, but.
And to manipulate the empathy that they have for legit.
Oh, speaking of personal health, okay, minor drug question.
Can somebody
narrate and to protect.
somebody make an
Meaning
effort
to-
post on my subreddit or email me, okay? Does drinking acidic stuff, and please don't email me some bullshit if you just like read a Reddit thing and you're just forwarding it to me. If you feel like you have a good understanding of it, does drinking acidic stuff actually reduce the potency or effectiveness of like an amphetamine? Is that true? Like if I drink a Red Bean after, or a Red Bull after taking a Vyvanse, am I like dissolving my medicine to make it worthless? Somebody find that out for me, okay? I'm curious because I see it pop up every now and then, but somebody else will always say that's bullshit, is not true, and they go back and forth. So send me the email. I just want to know.
Empower our own core students, Jews and non-Jewish allies, to be able to stand up for themselves, narrate our story using a language that communicates who we are, and to make sure to counter any and every single anti-Semitic movement that existed. What's happening on college campuses is an attempt to indoctrinate the next generation and to manipulate the empathy that they have for legitimate Palestinian suffering, and to ride on that to give them a zero-sum game narrative that if you want to be pro-Palestinian, you must be anti-Israel. And the reality is, if you're anti-either population, you're anti-both, because there's no future where either will disappear.
That's true. Again, the problem is that like what both sides want, like if this middle line is where you have to come to in order to actually get things done, you have like Israel is willing to go this far and like Palestine is willing to go like this far. Like at least right now at this moment, no side really wants to go as far as they need to actually reach a resolution. And as long as you continue to pit both sides against each other, they're never going to.
So, very interesting. You Googled the #1 anti-Israel university.
Anti-Semitic university.
Anti-Semitic university.
Same thing.
I like saying anti-Israel or Jewish hate.
Yeah.
Your friend taught me that.
Yes.
Because anti-Semitic, what is Semitic?
I hate this talking point. Everybody knows what you mean when you say it. This weird. Now, actually, this guy actually might go into it. He'll try to argue that, like, well, actually, the Semitic peoples includes Palestinians, a whole bunch of blah, blah, blah. But, like, when you say anti-Semitic, I'm pretty sure that term came about to describe, like, anti-Jewish stuff, anti-Semitic stuff. I mean, like, if you say, okay, well, let's just say anti-Jewish instead. But, like, anybody that pretends not to understand what anti-Semitic means, I think is silly. Like, it's pretty obvious what we're talking about.
Like, Jews don't run around being like, Semites, we rule.
Right.
Semites is you come from a region.
Right.
You could be Arab and Semitic. So, to
Correct.
me, it's a very loose terminology. Anti-Jewish?
Yeah, Jewish hate,
Makes sense.
anti-Jewish,
Jewish
yeah.
hate, anti-Israel makes a lot more sense to me. So you Google this word, and Columbia University comes up. But then, there's how many Jews in the world?
There's 15 million recognized Jews.
15 million Jews, okay? 6 million.
Oh, I think he's going to try. He also makes an interesting argument that there's actually way more Jews. I thought this was actually clever. He does some project called like the 12 Tribes of Israel or the 12 Tribes of some bullshit. And he's trying to say actually there's like 50 million Jews. We need to get these guys to recognize they're Jews so that they can come back to Israel. Then we can do a one-state solution because we'll have so many Jews here, the Palestinians won't outnumber us. Which is a funny, interesting way to do it. That would solve all the problems. But
million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
What percent of the Jewish population was deceased by the Holocaust? I think it was 50%, wasn't it?
Outside of Israel, the most Jews are where? In the United States.
Correct.
But in the United States, the most Jews reside in New York City. There's about 1 million Jews who live in New York City. The vast majority of Jews live in major cities, New York City, LA, Miami, right, where we grow up, where Aaron lives as well now. 1 million Jews in New York City. Walk me through, so if you went to Columbia is in Harlem.
It's near Harlem, just
Near
south of Harlem.
I've spent time there. One of my best friends went to school there and actually went to medical school there. So I've spent time at Columbia. Walk me through how you think this works, this logic works. The most Jews outside of Israel live in the United States. The most amount of Jews that live in the United States live in New York. But in New York, Columbia University, the most amount of Jewish hate stems from. Walk me through this logic, if you can.
Well, let me give you some more numbers. In New York City, the Jewish population is...
He should have been like, have you ever lived near Jewish people? I'm just kidding. In a video game.
It's 13% of the population, right? A minority. But yet over 60% of total hate crimes against any minority is specifically against the Jews. And that's before October 7th, for which anti-Semitism has skyrocketed in these different places. So it's clearly there's an obsession against the Jewish people. Now, you might first be surprised by where there's a lot of Jews, there's a lot of anti-Semitism. How does that make sense? Yeah. But if we look at the Holocaust, it really started out of Berlin. There are many Jews in Berlin as well. So it's not because you have many Jews in a place that is prone to not being going through some sort of anti-Semitic experience. Quite to the contrary. Usually societies reject the Jewish people and blame us for all problems, and they blame us in places where we exist. And that's what's happening also in New York.
So these student protests, I want to understand this. From your perspective, you know, I asked you straight up, I said, do you have any pro-Palestinian friends? You said, Adam, I am that friend. I'm that. Why do you think these college kids, these woke, progressive college kids, as they're being labeled, are so anti-Israel and so pro-Palestine?
I guess I would take umbrage with the framing of the question because I don't know that they're anti-Israel per se. I think the demands of the college protests are very clear. They want their campuses to divest from Israel so long as the hostilities and bombardment in Gaza is going on. They want amnesty from any repercussions and punishment and fallout as a result of the protests. And they also want more transparency with Colombia's financial ties to Israel. I think
one of the things that I really appreciated, I don't know if he was more sane here or if just it depends on if he's shitposting or not. If you're like a pro BDS person and you try to do this oh no, we're not anti-Israel, no, I don't think anybody believes you anymore. Finkelstein actually had a really good ramble on that.
I think the means are right, but the goal will never fly. You want to say you're agnostic on Israel? You want to say you want one state? There's nothing in the international law for one state.
It might be
You're not going to win a public to that. Once you step out of your little coat, your little ghetto, and you enter the real world, and you try to reach a broad public, and you say, we are a rights-based organization, which is what BDS likes to say, and we want to enforce our rights. Okay, the law. So once you step out of your ghetto, you're no longer just talking to yourself. There is the other side. They also make themselves heard. So they say, no, that's not true. They're lying. They say they want to enforce the law, but they really want to destroy Israel. They want to eliminate Israel. So now the public hears both sides. And they come back to the Solidarity Movement, and they say, is that true? You want to destroy Israel? And then the Solidarity Movement says, oh, we don't have a position on Israel. We don't take a position. Oh, really? You don't take a position on Israel? Well, then we're not going to take a position on BDS. The law is clear. You want to use the International Court of Justice on your side? Okay, the International Court of Justice, it said, the West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem, they are occupied Palestinian territories. That's correct. But the ICJ also said that pre-June 67 border is Israel's legal border. That's their country. That's the law. You want to promote one state? Fine, that's your right. But then don't pretend you're trying to enforce the law. That's not true. You want to selectively enforce the law. There is nothing anywhere in the international consensus for resolving the conflict.
He talks further about this, but basically, a lot of people that do BDS kind of pretend oh no, well, it's not that we're necessarily against Israel or blah, blah, blah. We just want to fully divest from every single company that has anything to do with them or sells it or trades or anything with them until they've completely and totally either dissolved their state or reached some fight. It's just take the position that you're opposed to the country at the moment. But I think they're worried about that because they don't want to be seen as anti-Semitic or something, I guess. Yeah.
And they also want more transparency with Colombia's financial ties to Israel. I think these are reasonable demands that don't necessarily constitute anti-Israel sentiments.
Okay, so fair enough.
I'd like to respond.
Yeah, they're anti-war. Respond to this. Cue up that Joe Scarborough clip from Dave Rubin if you can. Go ahead.
So, if that were the case, then I definitely agree that that would not necessarily be anti-Semitic, because I don't know one person in Israel that doesn't criticize the Israeli government. There's nothing wrong with criticizing a government, but we have to be specific. What are the policies that we disagree with? What would we like to see? What are the actions that we're against with? Not just these blanket terms and being against an entire society or country, but being specific with where the problems are. But when you look in college campuses, they're calling for the Intifada. Intifada literally means to kill Jews. They're promoting Hamas terrorists. They're wearing Hamas head.
I always forget what this means. I don't think Intifada stands for kill Jews. Oh, shaking off? Uprising or shaking off? I'm being a bit pedantic, but I mean, it doesn't technically mean kill Jews, right?
For the Intifada, against an entire society or country, but being specific with where the problems are. But when you look in college campuses, they're calling for the Intifada. Intifada literally means to kill Jews. They're promoting Hamas terrorists. They're wearing Hamas headbands. They're pushing Jews out. They're preventing Jews from going to classes. So it's not just being pro the Palestinians. It's completely turned into being against Israel and against the Jewish people. And that's from every single Jewish experience on college campuses. My brother is at Columbia University. He's landing right now from the airport because he cannot go to classes anymore.
Yeah, and Holocaust also doesn't technically mean kill Jews. Okay. But I don't know what the point of that comment was.
So this situation that's erupted is basically he now has to take online classes because he's no longer safe to come into Columbia's campus. That's no longer a political statement saying we want to help the Palestinians come out of their situations, and so we're going to put pressure and we're going to target specific companies who profit from the war, so that's why we're against them. And even the boycotting, it's not boycotting of specific companies, it's boycotting of anything related to Israel. Even a film, even a musician, even a person. Now just because you're Israeli, we need to boycott you. Right?
Yeah, this is unhinged. This is the problem with these things. Also, I don't know if he's aware of this, but I think Erin is kind of lying when she says that people all they want is transparency I don't believe the call for the wait, fuck, can I look this up? Can somebody find me the list of demands? Because they said they wanted transparency, but it wasn't just transparency. It was transparency and full divestment of every single thing that they find on the transparency thing. So it wasn't just transparency. It was like, I want you to show me who so we can get rid of everything that you're associated with. It wasn't just transparency. Rose Wrist talked to us about this when he was on. List of demands, Columbia student protesters. Let me check. Let me make sure on that. Wasn't there like an actual list of things somewhere published, like that I can see, or? Oh, we have a list of demands.
After this
Number
drop,
one,
I got
financial
new
divestment.
demands.
All Columbia's finances, including the endowment, from companies and institutions that profit from Israel apartheid, genocide, and occupation of Palestine. What does that mean? Whew, that's broad. Ensure accountability by increasing transparency around financial investments. Academic boycott, sever ties with Israeli universities, including the Global Center of Tel Aviv, the dual degree program with Tel Aviv University, and all study abroad programs, fellowships, and research collaborations with Israeli academic institutions. That's wild. I don't know why you would ever even want to do that, unless you literally think they're engaged in like hardcore propaganda and shit. But stop the displacement, no land grabs, whether in Harlem. Okay, don't do this. No policing on campus, and the targeted repression of Palestinian students and their allies on and off campus, including through university disciplinary processes. Defund public safety, Jesus, and disclose and sever all ties with the NYPD. End the silence. Release a public statement calling for an immediate permanent ceasefire in Gaza, denouncing the ongoing genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people, and call on government officials to do so too. Jesus Christ. But anyway, I'm only bringing that up because the
Now, from the airport, that's very
demands, and they also want more transparency with and like and the hostilities and village protests are very clear. They want their campuses to divest from Israel so long as the hostilities and bombardment in Gaza is going on. They want amnesty from any repercussions and and punishment and like fallout as a result of the protests. And they also want more transparency with Columbia's financial ties to Israel. I think these are reasonable demands that don't necessarily constitute anti-Israel sentiments.
Okay.
Like, you're talking about cutting off dual enrollment programs from Israeli universities? It's really hard. Again, this is why, but I think you can argue that it's fine to be anti-Israeli, much the same that, like, is it okay to be anti-Chinese? The country, anti-China, I should say, I'm sorry. Or is it okay to be, like, anti-Syrian? Like, you can argue it. I just think you should own that argument and fight on those grounds. Like, Israel as a country, you know, engages in these activities. You know, I wouldn't want to do a student exchange program with Nazi Germany. I don't want to do student, like, but make that argument. Don't do this weird, like, oh, no, it's not like anti-Israel. We just don't want to have anything to do with even their students. Like, that's a kind of a bullshit position, I think.
They're promoting Hamas terrorists.
I also haven't seen anything. I don't think we saw anything that said they wanted to divest while the well, they said Israel apartheid, genocide, and occupation of Palestine. So they're talking about a full divestment until literally a solution happens, until the Palestine-Israeli thing is solved as well. Not just for the current war, or not just for current attacks. Yeah.
They're wearing Hamas headbands. They're pushing Jews out. They're preventing Jews from going to classes. So it's not just being pro the Palestinians. It's completely turned into being against Israel and against the Jewish people. And that's from every single Jewish experience on college campuses. My brother is at Columbia University. He's landing right now from the airport because he cannot go to classes anymore. So the situation that's erupted is basically he now has to take online classes because he's no longer safe to come into Columbia's campus. That's no longer a political statement saying we want to help the Palestinians come out of their situations. And so we're going to put pressure and we're going to target specific companies who profit from the war. So that's why we're against them. And even the boycotting, it's not boycotting of specific companies. It's boycotting of anything related to Israel.
Yes.
Even a film, even a musician, even a person. Now, just because you're Israeli, we need to boycott you. Right?
Haven't you? Hold on, I want to make sure I'm looking everything up here, so I'm not making this up. I don't want to be incorrect about any of this. Weren't there calls to like boycott like Gal Gadot? But I don't know, when I say were there calls to boycott her, I mean, who's calling? Is it random people on Twitter, or is it like actual like protest leaders? Or I don't know if I would even be able to find a central thing. Eurovision? Israel Eurovision controversy. To be fair, that was before October 7th. I thought I saw stuff that happened recently, like within the past month. But I'm looking all this up because I want to make sure that it's not like I'm not just like looking at some crazy people. I just don't give a fuck. Eurovision. Eden Golan is your representative of this year's Eurovision Song Contest, performed her controversial song October Rain at a rally in Tel Aviv on Saturday night, held in support of hostages taken by terror. Is this like written for October 7th, or is this like a real song? I have no idea. This marks the first onstage performance since the contest, which was originally written for the Eurovision Song Contest in Switzerland, was disqualified by the European Broadcasting Union for its perceived political messaging. Really? October Rain lyrics. I'm just curious if there's like anything especially egregious. Oh, hold on. This is where they're hiding the real How do I translate it? You're not gonna fool me. You're not fooling me, Mossad. There is nowhere left to breathe. There's no place. I'm going day by day. They're all good children. We'll go. Okay. This doesn't really seem like there's anything crazy offensive here, or I'm sorry. There isn't even anything like remotely offensive here. After multiple rejections of different versions of the song, claiming that it contains references to the October 7th massacre of Hamas and Israel. Hamas surprise attack out of Gaza stunned it. Okay. I thought they were going to link to the references. October Rain. Yes, I'm aware of that. But like a song can refer to a thing, but the lyrics and everything don't really, I'm about to make up shit. I don't know if this is real or not. John Mayer has a song called Covered in Rain. I've listened to this on stream before. Isn't this about 9/11? But it's not like referred to at all. There's no reference to it in here, other than like the standing in line watching CNN or whatever. I think this was inspired by 9/11. Am I making this up? And then there's a Linkin Park song.
I don't think it really is. It's one of my favorite John Mayer songs ever.
Like guitar, but I still love him. What am I thinking of? 6 feet underground now. All right, what is this fucking?
These days with the world getting
colder. The little things give you away.
Spends more time
Wasn't the song inspired by Hurricane Katrina? Or am I making this up?
Then I
feel like I heard these things, but I'm not. I want to look everything up to make sure they're actually true. The lyrics critique the government response to Hurricane Katrina in 2005, specifically the leadership of then.
It's dark, I know, but then again, it's the brightest
I'm just saying that, like, would you ban these songs because they're like about a thing and they don't really like make references to it? I don't know. It just seems silly to me. But okay, whatever. Anyway, yeah, the boycotts went further than just like boycotting missile companies trying to bomb Israel or trying to bomb Palestine.
You're an American. Would you want someone to boycott you because you might not agree with Trump or Biden or any president that comes around and they're against that person, and so now you're automatically associated to that? So it's presented on a surface level as it's pro-Palestinian, which I'm also that pro-Palestinian friend, right? I'm more than pro-Palestinian because Palestinians are my cousins. They're my family, right? I'm pro-human life, but Palestinians are in even closer degree closer to me. But it's now being used as we're going to pretend to care about the Palestinian in order to really fulfill our goal and our agenda, which is to attack the Jewish people and delegitimize our connection to our homeland.
You keep saying that Palestinians are your cousins.
Yes.
Walk me through that logic. I don't see a lot of Jews or Muslims, for that matter, or Arabs saying, my family, my mishbuch, I love you, I miss you. I see a lot of, I kill you, please don't. Like, walk me through that. Your family is from where originally?
So originally every Jew's from Israel.
This motherfucker is huge. I swear, he looks like a Blizzard character. Absolutely.
We were displaced 2,000 years ago. Some of us stayed in the land, and we had different diasporic experiences. Part of my family went to North Africa, to Algeria and Morocco. The other part of my family survived the Holocaust in Poland and Belgium, leading to my parents both being born in France, me being born in France. But wherever we are as Jews, the reason we're called Jews is because we were kicked out from a land called Judea. It is not our religion. It's the portable version of our ancient civilization. And so as Jews, we come from Judea, a.k.a. Israel. As Israelites, this is where we're from. This is where our culture was born, rooted to, and belongs to. Now, Palestinians, first of all, Arabs in general are our cousins. Sem, we were talking about Semitic. Sem is a person. He's the child of Noah. Now, the descendants of Sem are the Semites who are living in the Middle East. So all Middle Easterners are part of this Semitic family. Today, the word Semitic is really talking about a language, a Semitic language. So Arabic, Amharic, Hebrew, Arabic, all sorts of languages that are Semitic languages. Now, specifically the Palestinians, what's fascinating is that 30 to 60% of them in total descend from Jews that were converted to Christianity and Islam over time. And if you go to places like Haifa, Jerusalem, Yafo, Yatta, Safed, Tzfat, Shechem, Hebron, places that are actually ancient Jewish villages, 80 to 90% of their DNA is Jewish DNA. So it's more than just an Arab.
When he was talking to me, he said that you can find these people in like Africa as well. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I bring that up, but they're like African tribes that are like descendants of Semitic people or whatever.
Jewish cousin relationship. We're even closer to them. And so once we start understanding that, we no longer see each other as outsiders. Many Jews that are, let's say, on the far right will look at Palestinians and say, oh, you guys are a bunch of foreign Arabs who've come and poured into the land and you don't belong here. And many extremist Palestinians will say, oh, well, the Jews are a bunch of fake white Europeans who've come from the outside. But once we understand that historically, genetically, linguistically, culturally, archaeologically, anthropologically, we descend from the same roots.
Deadbeat dadism, homophobiaism, racism.
It's much harder to reject one another.
But do you think people, I guess, to put it bluntly, care about that? Meaning, okay, great, you all came from the same place, the biblical Moses, Abraham, they're like, yeah, but what about today? Do you think those protesters care about what he just asked? What he just said?
the protesters aren't going to be monolithic. I'm sure there's going to be people that actually agree with a lot of what he just said. There's going to be dissenting opinions. I think you'd probably see a lot of ideological diversity within this movement if you went up to each individual protester and asked them their thoughts and feelings. I wouldn't want to like
Ideological diversity? Like the diversity you would find in a toilet. No shot.
give a blanket statement and speak for any like protests as a whole. Protesters as a whole, I think they have to articulate that themselves.
So there's being idealistic, and like I would love, like, would you say that you're idealistic? Like, meaning, like, I believe that we can all get along and live together one day.
I would say that every person that changed history was idealistic and was
Okay.
told that they were idealistic and utopian by people who didn't believe so, and
Got
because
it.
they didn't listen to them, they changed history.
Got it. So there's idealistic and realistic.
Correct.
I don't want to have a whole conversation about 1948 and then the Israeli independence and then the war of 1948 and then 1967 and the border and the 70s. I don't want to go there. But how realistic is it, especially with Hamas, a known terrorist organization, the Hezbollah, just to the north of Israel, the Houthi rebels in the Red Sea, Iran with their tentacles everywhere. How realistic that Israel will ever have peace in that region, especially with Gaza and the West Bank and Hamas running the show there? How realistic is it? Give me like 2% chance, 1% chance, 50%. What is realistic in the next 20 to 40 years?
Well, that it will eventually find a solution 100%. The question is how long, and it will depend on what we do. You know, if we had this conversation before 48th, a lot of people would say, well, how realistic is it that a Jewish state will re-exist back on their ancient homeland? And a lot of people deny that that was a possibility, and yet it's here. Or how will Israel survive? Or how will we ever have peace with Egypt? Nasser was the head against Israel and the creation of Israel, leading the entire Arab world, and yet this country now has peace with Israel. Jordan has peace with Israel. The Emirates have peace with Israel. Saudi Arabia might soon have peace with Israel. Maybe even Lebanon in our very near future after the war with Hezbollah might have peace with Israel. So things can change, but we need to go to the source. Now, Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Yes, there are many Palestinians who support Hamas, but Hamas does not represent the Palestinians. They're on their 18th year of their 4-year term. If we look at Hezbollah, Hezbollah does not represent the Lebanese people. Yes, you'll find many Lebanese who agree with that, but these groups are those who are controlling them, dominating them, and giving them horrible lives, and they are the ones who are causing the problem. So I like to separate Hamas from the Palestinians, and if I look towards a future with Palestinians included in that future with Israelis.
What is he advocating for, really? Peace with two states? So what he's trying to do is the maneuvering is kind of sophisticated. He's trying to undercut the key narratives that he feels divides Israelis and Palestinians. So, for instance, when you look at Hezbollah, people associate Hezbollah with like anti-Israel, like haters, basically. People associate Hamas with Palestinians. People associate the Houthis, with anti-Israel, right? So what he's trying to do is the first thing he wants to do is he wants to extricate all of these people from the Palestinians, okay? Hezbollah are not Palestinians. Hezbollah are a terrorist group, okay? Hamas does not represent all Palestinians. They're a theocratic dictatorship, okay? So the first thing is extrication of all of the non-negotiable people, all the things that you can't make peace with, right? So once you extricate all of that, then you have to look at the people and go, okay, well, listen, now also, okay, so we got rid of them, but we're still like so different because of our histories. Well, what if I made this argument that our histories are actually the exact same? Okay, we actually have similar bloodlines, similar families, we come from similar stock, like it's actually so similar. So we don't have any reason to be divergent in our ethnic or our ethnic, familial, I guess, history on these lands either, in an attempt to like bring the people together that way. Now, whether any of this is possible or whether that latter thing is even true, I don't know. I haven't looked at like the GWASP or whatever of all the genetic ethnic descendants of whatever bullshit. I don't even know if that's true. And then even if it was true, I don't know if anybody would accept this. I'm not sure. But that's basically in his mind. That's what his goal is. His goal is to eliminate the divides between what he would consider the anti-Semitic or anti-Israeli government or militant bodies from the Palestinian people, and then to align the ethnic histories of Israeli and Palestinian people to show that they're very similar, and then through that work towards some one-state solution is essentially what he's trying to do. But again, I don't know,
It does not include Hamas, of course.
Okay. I want to sort of put a ribbon on the student protesting. You said that it's not monolithic, that they're not necessarily anti-Israel, they're anti-war, right? Mm-hmm. So it's interesting.
Do you think this will ever happen? Personally, no, I don't think so. But I mean, that's his goal. I think. Is this what his thing is called? What's this guy's name? There's a project that he's like working on called. Is it the Lost Tribes of Israel? Is it the 12 Tribes of Israel? He calls this. Oh, it might be Lost Tribes. Oh, yeah, he's working on a film that should be done soon. But like his goal is to try to show that there's like a big ethnic alignment with people, and he's like, is this Samuel Jackson's distant cousin? A little bit, guys, maybe? Just a little bit? Come the fuck on. Hold on. Absolutely. Cousin. Not even distant cousin. I'd say cousin.
It's not the only war that's going on in the world, and it's certainly not the only war that's going on in the region. There's been the war in Yemen. There's been the war in Syria. There's been a war in Sudan.
Fuck. I hope they go one level deeper. The always answer to this is like, oh well, I focus on this one because the U.S. supports them. There's no way that's true. If the U.S. wasn't supporting them, I don't think that the energy would change that much. But we'll see, or they would suddenly become okay.
There's been Lebanese conflict with. Why don't I see any other protests on any other campus? Afghanistan, Iraq, what's going on in Iran? Iran is going to put to death a rapper right now. We'll talk about that. Zero protests. Zero. We'll play this clip by Joe Scarborough. Why do you think it's only the Israel protests?
Well, I think the reason why is because people are uncomfortable with the fact that 34,000 Palestinians have died in Gaza so far. Over 25,000 have been women and children.
Okay.
And
wait, that's the worst argument to use, because if we start getting into numbers, the Israel-Palestinian stuff looks like kids' play, child's play to anything else going on in the Middle East. It has to be the only answer that they can give that's even semi-coherent is that the U.S. supports Israel.
when they see their government, the USA, directly supporting, aiding, and abetting this onslaught in Palestine and Gaza specifically, they're very uncomfortable by that. You know, like you can look at different, areas of conflict within the world globally, but the first question you have to ask yourself is like, is my government supporting that? Do I have a say over that? Like, for example, I don't have a say over the Uyghur genocide in China, right? My government's not directly funding that, but the United States is an ally to Israel, one of the biggest allies to Israel, and we are providing weapons, we're providing aid, and we are helping assist them in this. And I think that's what makes people particularly uncomfortable, and why in this moment people feel like it's important to seize upon all the public attention that's directed towards this conflict and try to channel it into something positive.
Fair enough. I'm going to show you this clip, and I want you to respond to this, but do you know who the biggest provider of funds to
Palestinians are? He's going to say either the United States or Israel. It's probably U.S.
The Palestinians are?
Maybe Qatar.
America. Do you know this stat?
With aid.
With aid.
Sure.
So, the running joke is we're providing bombs to Israel, but also food to the Palestinians. It's a very dicey conflict. Would you at least be willing to acknowledge Hamas is a terrorist group and they have to go?
I would agree that Hamas is a terrorist group, and I would agree that I don't believe that they're a good steward for Palestinian autonomy leadership.
Okay.
I think they're a brutal resistance group, and I think Palestinians deserve better than that. But I will say, just as a matter of principle, if I'm interested in seeing Palestinian statehood, Palestinian sovereignty, I do believe that Palestinians have to be able to make the choice who their leaders are going to be. But given the recent polling, Hamas doesn't enjoy that much support from Palestinians whatsoever. So I
don't know where that recent polling is or what that recent polling is pointing towards. I'd be curious what that is.
very, very unlikely that they're going to be reelected.
What are the approval ratings for Hamas in Palestine and Gaza these days? I think it's pretty high.
There's no even election to begin with. I mean, there was one election, and at that time, Hamas was running on a very different campaign than what it is today. In fact, it was presenting itself as better than Fatah, which is what the Palestinian Authority is, and that they'd be more.
That's Mahmoud Abbas's party?
Mahmoud Abbas, Abu Mazen, and that they'd be more willing to engage with Israel. Actually, many Israeli politicians were supporting the idea that Hamas would take over because it would be finally something new that we could negotiate with. And then Hamas turned to what it was. So even the fact.
I'm not familiar with any of what he just said. I would have to go back and read End of Second Intifada. I don't remember Israel ever being supportive, or the citizenry ever being supportive of Hamas. My recollection, I could be totally wrong on this, by the way, because this was one of the first events I studied, and I haven't gone back over it. But my recollection was that when the Second Intifada was coming to an end, and Israel was trying to negotiate some end, I think it would have been under Ariel Sharon was trying to negotiate some final end to the Second Intifada. Abbas was like just completely and totally unable to maintain authority in the Gaza Strip. That attacks were still happening from the Al-Qassam brigades, the Al-Quds brigades, I think is the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and then Hamas. And then eventually Abbas was like, I can't. They're not like, they want to fucking fight, I guess. And then they did their vote. The U.S. and everybody wanted to call an election. I thought the hope in calling the election was that Hamas wouldn't win. The hope was that that Fatah would win, and they didn't win. And then after Fatah didn't win, Israel looks to the Gaza Strip, and Abbas looks to the Gaza Strip, and they're like, okay, well, this is kind of awkward. So then the CIA and Israel wanted to help Fatah basically overthrow Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and then Hamas figured this out, and then they killed all the Fatah people, and they were like, no more elections, fuck you guys, and then that was it. This telling here of ending of Second Intifada, this would have been, I think, around 2005, around the disengagement time. I haven't heard what he's saying before. I'd be curious where he got this take from. This is either like a very, very, very far Zionist claim, or it's just history that I'm just not familiar enough with, which is possible.
There's no even election to begin with. I mean, there was one election, and at that time, Hamas was running on a very different campaign than what it is today. In fact, it was presenting itself as better than Fatah, which is what the Palestinian Authority is.
When they say better than Fatah, though, I think when they say better, wouldn't it have been better as in like we can represent the Palestinian people? Because remember, Fatah, part of the PLO, which was basically the ruling thing of the Palestinian Authority, was seen as a subjugated entity by Israel, right? The Palestinian people, under Arafat, the Palestinian Authority was just full of corrupt fucking losers that were stealing money. And then after that, it was just seen as basically like a security puppet for Israel. Like nobody liked the Palestinian Authority. And I think that's where a lot of Hamas's popularity came from. But I don't think it's because like the better option for Palestinian people wasn't like a peaceful one. It was like, we need to go to fucking war. That's my recollection. Yeah, better as in less corrupt. The Palestinian Authority has, I think, historically almost always been seen as extremely corrupt. Yeah, so that I could be wrong, but I don't think I agree with his telling of the history here.
This was running on a very different campaign than what it is today. In fact, it was presenting itself as better than Fatah, which is what the Palestinian Authority is, and that they'd be more.
That's Mahmoud Abbas's party?
Yeah, Mahmoud Abbas, Abu Mazen, and that they'd be more willing to engage with Israel. Actually, many Israeli politicians were supporting the idea that Hamas would take over because it would be finally something new that we could negotiate with. And
I've never heard that claim before, ever. No, I won't get into it. I think funny evidence against this would be that in Shlomo's book, this was written, I think, around 2004, and he talks. It's funny because he talks about like it would be really fucking bad if Hamas took over in the Gaza Strip. That would be really bad for us. Hopefully, this doesn't happen. So the idea that Israel was like excited to work with Hamas as a new partner, I've just never heard this claim before ever. But.
And then Hamas turned to what it was. So even the fact that Hamas was elected to begin with, I don't think we could go retroactively and say, oh, well, it proves that Palestinians truly wanted what eventually Hamas done. Also, there are many polls that talk about how Palestinians approve of Hamas. We have to understand there's no freedom of speech in Gaza. If you say something against Hamas, you disappear. So if someone is going around asking Palestinians...
To get into those polls a little bit more, man, I wish I had these on hand. You shouldn't just take my word for it. My understanding is that Hamas is extremely low approval, like 90% disapproval for Hamas. But they're still by far like 90% the most popular entity, right? So people want Hamas more than anything else, but people aren't happy with how Hamas is running things. That's my understanding of what that polling data showed. There was a name for like the Palestinian whatever poll. If somebody could link it, maybe I could find those numbers, but that's what I remember seeing like 3 or 4 months ago. Aren't they in your notes? I don't know if I was taking notes as organized back then yet.
Palestinians in Gaza, what do you think about Hamas with Hamas militants next to them? They're probably going to say that they approve of Hamas. So I think even the polls are not accurate to represent what the people have. I think being...
Destiny was wrong about Kashmir in 2019. Did I know anything about... Did I even know where Kashmir was? What did I say about Kashmir in 2019? Wait, what? I don't know all about Indian, Chinese, Pakistani politics, bro.
They're probably going to say that they approve of Hamas. So I think even the polls are not accurate to represent what the people have. I think being in...
Wasn't Palestinian aggression what Israel wanted so they could be justified in absorbing Palestine under Zionism? No. Israel's never wanted Palestinian aggression. They kind of wanted Arab aggression early on, but they didn't really want that much because they didn't think they could handle the demographic shift, which, I mean, they couldn't. That's why the borders stopped in 48 where they were, and it's why there was a lot of hesitancy around like fighting in the West Bank and taking it over, basically. What exactly aren't they happy Hamas aren't doing? Not attacking Israel enough or being too conservative and authoritarian? My understanding is they're just not happy with Hamas as an administrator of the region. They just don't think Hamas is like taking care of the problems enough. I don't know if they were. I feel like the question on the poll was like, do you think Hamas is doing a good job leading in the Gaza Strip or something like that? I thought, and the approval for that was like 10%. That's what I thought it was. But they're still like they are the most popular party. Like people still like Hamas more than like the Palestinian Authority. But you said in the Shapiro debate that Israel wanted war to continue for justifications of territory expansion. Yes, they've gone like back and forth over this at time, but like initially from 48 to 67, Ben-Gurion knew that capturing huge swaths of land represented significant issues for Israel because they didn't have the demographics to control that territory. That was a huge issue, and Israel was always aware of that issue. That's why when the 67 war rolled around and Israel pushes into the Sinai, well, Israel bombs Egypt, and Jordan goes to attack from the West Bank, Israel says, don't attack. They weren't looking to capture that territory there. If anything, at the onset of 67, Ben-Gurion was I think the quotes from Ben-Gurion at that time was like, the time for Israel territorial expansion is over. Now it's time to be safe. Because in 67, there were a whole bunch of things that early Israeli leadership was trying to avoid. And 67 represented like the doomsday scenario that they never wanted, which was a united Arab front trying to destroy Israel, a country that had failed to secure any security guarantees from the West. So it was like the worst of all worlds, right? In 56, in the Suez Crisis, Ben-Gurion saw France and Britain and an opportunity to basically fuck with Egypt to win favor with those two powers, because people still were getting used to the fact that Britain and France weren't shit and the United States was the real superpower, right? So the Suez Crisis and that secret like war that they tried to do in 56, it was really just them trying to get security guarantees from the West, because they wanted some kind of guarantee that if they got fucked in a war, they weren't going to be eliminated, because Israel is always on the brink of annihilation in these early days. That's why that 56 war happened, at least in secret, although Nasser provoked the fuck out of it. But then after that war, basically basically failed to be fruitful. And after the United States scolded the fuck out of Israel for even participating, so Israel has to withdraw and pull back. It's like, okay, well, fuck us, I guess. When 67 rolls around and they see like, you know, all these Arabs around them are screaming for the elimination of Israel, it's like, okay, well, fuck us. Like, we have no guarantees from the West. Nobody's going to come and save us if we get fucking destroyed. And now we've got like a united front that we're facing from all the countries around us. So it was like a doomsday scenario for Israel at that point in time. So the idea that they wanted war at that point, I don't think is true. I haven't seen anything that would justify that. There was a general desire for fighting earlier on because they could expand territory, but I don't think Israel secured security guarantees from the West soon enough to feel comfortable expanding in 67. It was a combination of luck on their side, ineptitude on the Arab side. Yeah, I guess Israelis were just better politicians and better war strategists for whatever reason, for a whole variety of reasons. But
Gaza a few months ago. I know that Palestinians, for the most part in Gaza, are now rejecting of Hamas, seeing what they've done, seeing how they've treated their own civilians while they were living there, seeing the destruction that they've caused with what happened on October 7th and afterwards. So I say overall the Palestinians in Gaza are mostly rejecting Hamas. That doesn't mean that they're pro-Israel, but there is one number that I did want to talk about. You know, we're throwing around this number 30,000, more than 30,000, and we're not realizing that, first of all, it's completely inflated, but besides that inflation, 15,000 of that number are Hamas terrorists. There's no 30,000 plus civilians and the Hamas terrorists. We're including the terrorists.
Public opinion poll. This was on December of 2023. I believe there have been 2 or 3 taken since then. So immediately after, they still agreed that they were correct in launching the attack. Can I find what I was thinking about? Does a satisfied or dissatisfied with the current, with their performance in the current war? Wait, it's from April 15th, figure 13. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Figure 13 or point 13? Oh, figure. Would you support deployment of an international force under the UN flag to temporarily police the Gaza Strip in order to end the current war? This? Oh, figure 13. Which scenario would you prefer? So return of Hamas here is really high in both the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Where can I find the how happy are you right now? There's a question about like, are you happy? Are you satisfied with how Hamas is like? It was independent of war. I just thought it was about their administration in the Gaza Strip. That poll was like people were generally not very happy. I feel like I'm not gonna be able to find this. I don't know. You guys don't look for it. Listen, just assume that I'm fucking lying, I guess, if I can't find it until. Good luck. Okay, sorry.
Of that number are Hamas terrorists. There's no 30,000 plus civilians and the Hamas terrorists. We're including the terrorists in the number. Now, many of those terrorists may be 17, 16 years old that went into Israel on October 7th, raped and killed people, and we're considering that that's a child, which, again, when we hear women and children, we're expecting 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. And what I'd like to say is one Palestinian civilian dead is one person dead too much. Because this is my family and I don't want to see one person dying. But when we take the terrorists and we include them in the number of the civilians dying, then it gives a false image of what's actually happening. So I don't want to talk less about what's happening. I want to talk more, but to be specific and to be accurate with the information.
Yeah, like we just saw the priest in Australia, Priest Marty Mar, that was just on the PBD podcast, I don't know, less than 6 months ago. He was stabbed, attacked by an Islamic extremist, teenager, 17 years old. By definition, he's a child. So if someone like that, an extremist of any capacity, is killed in a war, that is a child being killed in war. This guy tried to kill a priest. Secondly, we're also making the assumption that a woman can't shoot a gun or pull a trigger or throw a bomb. So
my understanding, well, My understanding is that in general, I don't believe that women fight for Hamas. I've never heard that before, but they do suicide bombing attacks. I believe the first suicide bomber in the first Intifada, I think, was a woman. First suicide bomber, first Intifada. Suicide bomber phenomenon. Today, the suicide bomber has become a method of choice for many terrorist groups around the world. It's the, quote, poor man's F-16, end quote. Jesus Christ. What year is this published? In fact, 17 terror groups in 14 countries use suicide attacks as part of their tactics. It is low costing, simpler to plan, and relatively free of risk to the terror group. Since death to the bomber is almost certain, there is little chance that security forces will obtain sensitive information. The bomber has the flexibility to determine when and where to conduct the attack, thus maximizing casualties and, in turn, attracting the media. From 1980 to 2001, suicide attacks accounted for 3% of terrorist incidents, but caused half of the total fatalities due to terrorism overall. This is despite September 11th. Historically, suicide attacks have been conducted since the Assassins, an 11th century Muslim sect, introduced it as part of their strategy to advance Islam. However, using females as the primary method of employment is relatively new. First seen in the mid-1980s, which I believe would be First Intifada, right? Today, female suicide bombers are becoming more common, and as a result, the threat should not be underestimated or ignored. Terrorist organizations use females because, like most suicide operations, it's simpler to plan and low costing. In some parts of the world, females have low social status and therefore are considered more expendable. Females tend to be more emotional and therefore easier to indoctrinate. Squad W. Since bombers will most likely perish in the attack, there is little fear of them divulging information to security forces. Tamil black tigers carry cyanide pills just in case. Most are deliberately uninvolved in the planning in case of capture. The media coverage is extensive, especially if the attacker is female. Terrorists attempt to embarrass a powerful enemy and show the world that things are desperate, that women are now fighting. Most importantly, females have the element of surprise. Stealthier attack, they tend to draw less attention. In fact, on several occasions, many female bombers spoke English and wore Western clothing and makeup during the attack. Sensitivities in searching women, especially in conservative societies. Female stereotypes, e.g. perceived as nonviolent, feminine, or motherly. Women increase the number of combatants to a group's depleted manpower. There is greater publicity for female bombers. It attracts recruits. The psychological fear factor of the target. Expect anyone can be a bomber. Statistically, the age group falls between 17 to 24 for female bombers. As of September 2006, the youngest successful female suicide bomber is thought to be Syrian Sanaa Muadli, 16 years old, in Lebanon in 1985. As of September 2006, the oldest may be Chechen Shakida Balmaratov, 46. Jesus. Okay, sorry, no more death pics. Profile of a female suicide bomber. Average age for a Palestinian is 21, mostly single, high school or better, and professional. Poor to middle class, motivation, Islamic fundamentalist, nationalist, or personal. Okay, anyway.
So nobody wants to see dead people. The images of dead babies anywhere, horrific. But something does need to be said about Hamas's entire blueprint, entire game plan, is they do embed themselves in civilian populations.
I can speak about that.
You were an IDF soldier.
Yes.
Like you did an interview that you were in Khan Yunis.
Yes, I was the first unit into Khan Yunis.
Which is, if you don't, there's Gaza City, there's Rafah that people are at, but Khan Yunis is what, the second biggest city?
So it goes, Rafah is the south one, that's where the crossing is, and then Khan Yunis is the big one, the last one. Or no, they've already gone it. They're doing the Rafah attack now. Khan Yunis is the one to the north of that. And then to the west of Khan Yunis was that I say supposedly, fuck me. The safe zone, the beach, Al-Mawasi, I think. Al-Mawasi Beach, right? Am I making that up? Oh, no, don't mind me. This was the beach. This is the safe zone. Khan Yunis is, I think, the last. Or no, I'm sorry. I keep saying the last. Rafah is the last city that they're fighting in. Khan Yunis is the next city up here, and then up here I think is Gaza City, I think. And then the most northern one is, I actually don't know. It's Rafah, Khan Yunis. Aren't there 2 other large cities? Four largest cities in Gaza. I might be making that up. Jabalia. No, it is. Okay. Which part here? Where is like... Hold on. Okay. I don't know. I guess this is just Gaza City? The part that's named where Gaza is? I guess? Okay. Whatever.
Yeah, one of
That's where allegedly the leader of Hamas,
Sinwar.
Yahya Sinwar, is hiding out. What was that experience like?
So for me, the war started as a reservist. I've been out of the army for 10 years. Actually, a lot of my work in the line is uniting Israelis and Palestinians so that we don't get into the situation. None of us want to see war. Unfortunately, on October 7th, we all know what took place with the massacres of the Jewish people, the rape, the burning, the cutting up into pieces, and I was called up into war. By 5 p.m., I was in Kfar Aza, which was one of the hardest hit communities that Hamas had hit on that date. Fought Hamas for 2 days, and then about a month later, our unit was taken into Khan Yunis as the first unit into Khan Yunis. When we got in there were no civilians. There was only one civilian that we saw. You know how you go on the streets and you see sometimes homeless people who have mental health issues and they're schizophrenic and they scream. So there was a lady, a woman who was just like screaming, and she clearly had mental health issues. She had been left behind for some reason, and so we took her and we brought her to where there were civilian refugees. That was the only civilian that we saw. We also saw leaflets that the IDF had sent that was written in Arabic that you have X amount of hours to leave because we're going to come in with a frontal entrance from the IDF, so make sure that everyone's gone. But in all the civilian areas, houses, schools, you had terror tunnels. Right? Hamas had built the scene for a war zone knowing that we would go in and being prepared. In the houses, they were booby-trapped with explosives.
I feel like this guy's getting way more time to talk than Aaron is, but...
Kill soldiers on the way, which many of my friends, unfortunately, died in this combat. And Hamas would pop out, come at us, shoot, attack. I didn't say any women Hamas terrorists. I'm not saying that that can exist. It was mostly men. It was mostly younger men. But unfortunately, that is the experience that we went through. Now,
did you cover the ICC's arrest warrant of Netanyahu? Yeah, I went over everything yesterday.
Have there been civilian casualties that have died? Of course. But in no time have those civilians been killed because Israel said, oh, there are Palestinian civilians, let's go and kill those individuals. Every single time Palestinians...
I would be really careful about saying no time has that ever happened. It's possible it's happened before. You should hedge that. That's a really absolute statement.
Civilians have been killed, which is horrible, the fact that this is happening, which is why we need to do everything to prevent ourselves from being in war in the first place. Every single time that civilians have died is because Israel was being fired at by Hamas. It needed to fire back. It warned the civilians to get out of place. Hamas forces those civilians to stay there. Israel shoots back and civilians die. This is
there's like a layup for like when did the WCK truck thing happen? Was it before 3 weeks ago? WCK attacks Israel was on April 1st. This is on April 30th. That was a long time ago. Yeah, like that wasn't them getting shot at first, but.
What happens in war. But the difference is that Israel does everything to prevent civilian casualties and targets Hamas, while Hamas tries everything to maximize civilian casualties on both sides and specifically targets Israeli civilians. That is the difference here. So if we truly care about the problem of people suffering and dying on both sides, which I do, and we can be critical of the Israeli government. I have many critiques of the Israeli government. I mean, for 18 years, Hamas has been there. I didn't need to go into Khan Yunis to see all sorts of propagandas of teaching the youth how to hate the Jewish people in magazines, in comic books, in textbooks, in math books, in English books, of telling them the way to be an honorable person one day is to kill Jews. I didn't need to go there to know that that was happening. So why for 18 years has Israel allowed Hamas to exist, has allowed Hamas to manipulate its population, force its population to be in this loop of cycle of violence? Israel has the power, thus the responsibility to change the situation. So we can criticize Israel, but if we're going to talk about the situation, we have to be honest of what the intentions are of both sides.
Yeah, and very interesting. You made up a great point. In America here, in Israel, in any democracy, you're actually free to criticize the government. What happens if you criticize the government in Gaza?
Not just in Gaza, but also in the West Bank, Judea, and Samaria. I have many friends of mine that I work. Usually, you have to understand that the real leadership to Palestinians are not those in the Palestinian Authority and in Hamas. They're those who are local community leaders. You have different villages. They're almost tribal. And in each village, you have one ruling family, and the patriarch of that family is the person that says, okay, this person hit that person stole this. This is what I say. You give that person. And they're really the ones who represent their population.
And if you criticize them, what happens?
Now, they are usually very open-minded to working with Israel because they care about the future of their people. But if they stand up and say something against the Palestinian Authority, against Hamas, or even on behalf of Israel, not even something against their own people, saying we would like to see a future where we live with Israelis, they disappear. So there is no freedom of speech for Palestinians, and I think when many Jews from...
This is kind of consistent with what Palestinian leadership has looked like in the past. I don't know if it's actually true with the particular like local leaders that he's talking about today. I don't know if that's true, but it would be consistent with stuff that's happened in the past.
My side, many Israelis are like, well, why don't we hear the voices from their other side? Well, they don't have freedom of speech, and that's also another big critique that I have for Israel is we need to create freedom of speech for Palestinians as well. If in the West Bank, there's a Jew living there who says something and all of a sudden a Palestinian goes and kills him, there's justice. The IDF will go find that person, try him, and they'll go to prison for what they did, dependent on what they did. If a Palestinian says something and another Palestinian kills him, Israel does nothing. Now, of course, they're under a different jurisdiction, but I think that Israel is important to enforce freedom of speech and the security of human life for every single individual. And if we did that, then we see other local leaders that would rise up and have different thoughts.
That's a very extreme statement. He's basically talking about bringing the Israeli military back as the policing force through all of the West Bank, Area B and Area A, that was previously handed off to the Palestinian Authority. That would be basically a total reversal of the Oslo Accords and every bit of independence Palestinians have gotten.
For the population.
I want to play this one clip from Joe Scarborough. I started the segment off talking about, I do think there is some sort of double standard when it comes to Israel. And you actually give a great example about American involvement. So you gave the example of, like, I care about the Uyghurs, but we're not involved in China. But America has, I think, 800 bases all over the world. We have relationships with pretty much every country other than our enemies. We're everywhere. And we have, America, again, to your point, we can be as critical as we want here, and we can still do a show and show up to work the next day. Here's why I think you brought up the numbers. Like, 30,000 people have died. It's horrible. It's disgusting. He kind of said, look, got to be kind of realistic with these numbers because at least half of them have been terrorists. Here's what Joe Scarborough had to say about the actual numbers compared to other countries and other wars.
Even with American wars, they don't add up. I want to show you one more clip of that, of Scott Galloway on MSNBC. Here he is absolutely demolishing Mika Brzezinski. Mika Brzezinski, who
Starts
is
at
the
20
wife
seconds.
of Joe Scarborough. And, well, just watch this.
One of my pet peeves seems to be one of your pet peeves, and that is, 2 million people have been killed in the Sudan civil war. I haven't seen protesters in NYU for that. Assad killed 500 Arabs. I didn't see colleges burned down. 500,000 Arabs killed by Assad.
Wait, 2 million people were killed in what civil war? The Syrian civil war? That number's like, isn't that number like 10 times too high? Or what, did he say something else? I missed it? Hold on, I might have missed it. Oh, Darfur. Oh, my bad, never mind.
Your pet peeves, and that is, 2 million people have been killed in the Sudan civil war. I haven't seen protesters in
Sudan
NYU for
civil war.
that.
Yeah, okay.
Assad killed 500 Arabs. I didn't see colleges burned down. 500,000 Arabs killed by Assad. Saddam Hussein killed over 1 million Muslims in wars. I gassed them. I didn't see protests there. And yet your school is shut down right now because Israel is responding to the worst attack against Jews worldwide since the Holocaust. Help us sort through that.
And we can debate that response.
Again, I don't know algebra, but I'm pretty good at the common denominators here and why there's no common denominators in all of these. It's just that it's Jews defending their homeland. Because if you look at the numbers, even with American wars, they don't add up.
Well, first off, good to be with you, and I especially appreciate your leadership on this issue. I'll give you some more numbers.
I don't think it's just Jews. I think it has more to do with the other lefty shit, the colonialism, imperialism, cuck shit or whatever. I don't think it's just the Jew thing, although it does map on very cleanly.
Well, first off, good to be with you, and I especially appreciate your leadership on this issue. I'll give you some more numbers.
More numbers. Is he the argument against? Is he about to get the number of women killed, the number of children killed, the number of people facing starvation, IPC 4 or 5?
2,200 American servicemen killed at Pearl Harbor. We go on to kill.
Oh, never mind. Just kidding.
3.5 million Japanese, including 100,000 in one night. 2,800 Americans in 9/11. We go on to.
Oh, he's arguing in favor of them. He agrees with them, I think. My bad.
Kill 400,000 people in Afghanistan and Iraq. We weren't accused of genocide. You had, if Mexico had elected a jihadist cartel to run their country, and then they incurred into Texas, and on a per capita basis killed 35,000 people of the population of the University of Texas, and on the way back took the freshman class at SMU hostage and hid them under tunnels, what would we do? It'd be the Great Sonora radioactive parking lot. But Jews are not allowed, and Israel is not allowed to prosecute a war. And they are prosecuting a war more humanely than we have done. The ratio of combatants to civilians is, of civilian death to combatant mortality is lower than it was in Mosul, lower than it was in Japan, lower than it was in Germany. So there's just a different standard for Jews in Israel when it comes to prosecuting a war. They're allowed to fight back to a truce, but unlike America or any other Western nation that has attacked us viciously, they're not allowed to win a war. It's a double standard. Man, Galloway is really good, right? Like that.
So I actually genuinely want to get your opinion on this. Because you have a great response. You're like, look, they've killed 30,000 people.
Notice he gave extreme examples.
Talked about.
Mosul.
Syria, 500,000 people.
I feel like these guys just yapped for like 15 minutes almost without like giving the other side a response, but okay.
Dan, 2 million people. Iraq, hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people between Afghanistan, Iraq. They pointed out World War II after Pearl Harbor. A couple thousand people died. We went and wiped out entire cities. None of these situations, when tens of hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people have died, was it called a genocide. Israel attacked October 7th, brutal, disgusting attack, which you know about all well too well. Waging a war. He said, listen, innocent victims are taken to war. It's horrible. 30,000 people. It's not anywhere near the level of hundreds of thousands or millions. Why do you think there's a double standard for Israel? He said to himself, Israel can only fight till there's a ceasefire. They can't actually win the war. Be unbiased. Why do you think that is?
I really don't feel like there's a double standard. Sometimes I feel like Israel is not held to any standard, just mostly because there are countless UN Security Council resolutions and other resolutions at the UN that Israel does not abide by. I feel like at this point they're attempting to find a military solution to what is at its root a political issue that's not going to be resolved unless the occupation ends, the blockade ends, and there are two states, or there's a settlement of the political conflict. There's Palestinian statehood, and there's the right of return granted to Palestinian refugees from the fallout of the Nakba, which was the day of catastrophe, or when over 700,000 Palestinians were expelled.
Do you believe that Israel is committing genocide right now?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
But there's been multiple statements made by high-ranking Israeli officials. For example, just a few days into Operation Swords of Iron, which is what Israel calls the...
This is going to be a rundown of the ICJ's complaint from South Africa for Herzog, and it's going to be the... Let's see if we can guess which ones it's going to be. One might be that we're fighting human animals. Another one might be the Almarak or the Alamak, whatever the fuck that stupid fucking word is. Human animals, the Amalak. I think that's it. I don't know. And then the we're gonna cut off all their food, water, electricity. I'm gonna guess it's those three, or one of those three.
This current onslaught. Yoav Gallant, the Israel, I think, defense minister, secretary, said that there's not going to, that was when they announced the total siege on Gaza, that there wouldn't be any food, any water, any electricity.
This is one of the other quotes, though, the food, water, and electricity one.
That was permitted into Gaza, and said that they were dealing with human animals and would act accordingly. There's also been other Israeli officials that said that they're going for damage, not precision. So I think you can inductively reason just based off of statements like that as an example, as well as the ridiculously high death toll, one of which constitutes a lot of minors. If you aren't comfortable with the term children, you could say minors, people under the age of 18 who may...
And then there's one where it's like, this is the most amount of children that have been killed in every single conflict since 91 or something.
Or may not have been involved in hostilities. That is big cause for concern for most people.
That's a big talking point, too.
What I love about this conversation, because I'm going to give this to you now. You're smart. You're not an idiot. You're not. Part of the narrative is that people in the protests are smart kids that go to very smart schools, but they're also known as useful idiots. They buy into propaganda. I'm not saying that about you.
I feel like we're not facilitating a good conversation here, right? I feel like they should be having more of a back and forth rather than he's asking each side a question and they're moving on.
But you have very strong feelings. I'm going to throw some stats your way, and then I'm going to give a very shocking question. And then I'm going to let him respond. You talk about genocide. You know, Jews know a thing or two about genocide.
You actually coined the term.
They coined the term, right? It's kind of our thing, guys. City of Gaza, in 1990. 645,000 people live there. Today, 2.1 million, right? Not exactly a decline in population. World data, all of Palestinian population, 1990, 1.98 million. 2023, 5 million people. That's a 155% increase in the last 30 years. The numbers...
Wait, what? This is for Gaza and the West Bank?
All of Palestinian population, 1990. 1.98 million. 2023, 5 million people. That's a 155% increase in the last 30 years.
I mean, the total blockade is technically more relevant to the Gaza Strip, so you wouldn't look at the West Bank population, but...
The numbers don't support a genocide. So I'm going to give a very shocking question right now. If you believe it's genocide, why doesn't Israel just kill all 2 million people in Palestine? Why don't they just, in Gaza, why don't they just do it? Just, you know what? You think we're doing genocide? The numbers are the exact opposite. We're growing. We have nuclear weapons. We clearly could kill all these people, but we're trying to be very precise and not kill innocent civilians. So if we are going to do genocide, why don't we just kill everybody? Why don't you think they're doing that?
Because genocide isn't a question of how many people have died. Genocide is a question of intentionality with respect to certain ethnic populations. That's the conditions of which they were killed. So and people often bring this up, like if Israel were really committing a genocide, if they're one of the strongest militaries in the world, if they're backed by the United States, why wouldn't they maximize the amount of people? Well, that is true that Israel has a military that is more than capable of eradicating every single person in Gaza, but then there's also public opinion to take into account. There's international law to take into account.
But public opinion is already against them. So like, I'm posing the question, and I'm going to let Rudy go in here now. I firmly believe...
Actually, you talk for like 1 minute, and he's going to have the other guy talk? Okay.
There's embedded in many parts of society that there's just Jewish hate and they don't want the rights of Israel to exist. Example, October 7th happened. Israel didn't even have a chance to respond. You weren't even called into the military at this point. October 7th, October 8th, the world rejoiced. Israel hadn't fired one bullet. So don't tell me that there's no double standard, because clearly that was an example of that. I firmly believe, just by definition, that genocide is a reduction or a declination of population. They're multiplying like crazy.
That's not even remotely true. Your personal opinion on genocide is not relevant. What matters are the definitions as per the Rome Statute for individual crimes, and then the definitions or the protections against that are listed out in the Genocide Convention, right?
Well, you're actually a smart girl, but I'm actually pretty good at math. Genocide would be, there were 10 million Jews in Europe, now there's only 4 million. What happened to the other 6 million? Well, check the gas chambers, homie. In Gaza, there was 645,000, now there's 2 million. In Palestine, there was 1.98 million, now there's 5 million. I'm not seeing the genocide. Rudy, maybe I'm horrible at math, maybe I'm just pro-Zionist. What am I missing here?
I think really the beauty in this conversation is that on the long term, we probably agree on what we'd like to see. And I hope that we eventually do get to that, because at some point this conflict will end, and hopefully we'll be able to build off of those ideas. There are a lot of things that you said that I disagree with respectfully, and things that you've quoted of ministers who called people animals, which I think is deplorable language, but he was specifically talking about Hamas, not about Palestinians. Now, the reason why you believe that is because you read it in the newspapers that said, look at this minister who called Palestinians animals, and that's not true. He called Hamas animals, and I don't think we should be calling anybody animals. That's horrible language, but you see how we take one thing and we flip it into something else, and then it gives the impression that, look, these people are bad, they're calling human beings animals. I agree with you also. I was nodding when you said that genocide has to do with intent. We can't just look at the population from 48 and look at the population now. Clearly, since October 7th, there have been people dying. You don't have to have millions of people to die for it to be a genocide. You know, thousands of people being killed intentionally is a genocide, but it exactly is on intent. Israel's actions is always to fire at Hamas. And if its intention was to target civilians, why is it that when it fires at Hamas, it sends leaflets from drones and planes warning the civilians to leave? It sends knocker bombs, which is a loud firecracker noise that warns the civilians to go. It calls the phones and text messages the phones of the people in the area warning them to leave. It really does everything to prevent civilian casualties. And every time that it's attacking, it's always targeting Hamas. So it does have to do with intention.
I know that we don't care about like predictions because nobody holds anybody fucking accountable anywhere on the internet, but I do believe that I heard a lot of people say that actually who did I argue with that said the goal was to push everybody into Rafah, and then once they were all shoved down there, they were all going to be bombed and killed, or that all the people were going to be pushed into Rafah and then forced into Egypt. I believe those were the two big claims, right? And I believe that it was over 1 million people, I think, were evacuated out of Rafah. They managed to do it. Holy fuck. I don't know how. I can't imagine what these roads are looking like with 1 million people moving across these like small tracts of land, but they managed to evacuate over 1 million people out of this area, and they did it. Yeah. So, but remember that the original prediction by people like Ryan Grimm, people like Omar Badar, was that all these people were being shoved into this area so they could all be killed, like in a big, huge 500,000 murder strike, or they're going to be forced into the Sinai, into Egypt. But it seems like that didn't happen. But
genocide is the mass murder of an ethnic or specific group of people with the intention to kill them. Now, have many Palestinians died? Yes. Horrible. Breaks my heart that we're in this situation, and even more so that my own people are involved with this situation. I would like for this to end, but the intention from the Israeli side is not necessarily to fix the situation. That's my big critique of the Israeli government. But it's definitely not to kill Palestinians, and we look at it with the specifics of the actions. And if you're claiming that the intentions was to kill Palestinians, then let's go to...
Does anything invading Rafah is justified? Probably. You probably have to do it.
Palestinians, and we look at it with the specifics of the actions. And if you're claiming that the intentions was to kill Palestinians, then let's go to the specifics. Name me actions, name me times, name me places that there was a situation where Israel specifically attacked with the intention of wanting to kill civilians, and you won't find any. And thankfully you won't find any, because the intention of Israel is not to kill civilians. Now, with these terms, genocide, it didn't start in October 7th.
Why isn't... They should let her respond. God, I have such a good response. I could be Palestine's strongest warrior.
Find any, because the intention of Israel is not to kill civilians. Now,
I'm not going to play pro-Pally because these guys should do their own homework, but I wonder if she'll respond to these points.
To kill civilians, and you won't find any. And thankfully you won't find any, because the intention of Israel is not to kill civilians. Now,
the easiest, like the biggest counter to that is, you're right, we cannot find any intention to kill Palestinian civilians because we don't have transparency or insight into the Israeli decision-making apparatus. Why is it that every time we call for an independent investigation into the Israeli IDF decision-making apparatus, we're not allowed to do that? If there's no independent third-party body doing it, why would we trust the IDF to audit itself, when the the challenges, or rather the penalties for being wrong would be people would know that they're engaged in war crimes or genocide, right? Would you really trust that government to make those own decisions? Would you trust the United States to verify? There are third-party, organizations that are designed to verify these particular types of things, do these investigations. So when you say we can't find any intent, of course not, because the entire intentionality process is shrouded from us because we can't get in any kind of insight into the idea of decision-making, right? That would be the response. Then there are responses back and forth to that. But, fuck, I wish I would.
With these terms,
I'm going to go on some pro-Zionist shit, okay? I'm going to do the Palestinians.
Genocide. It didn't start in October 7th to call Israel committing a genocide against Palestinians. This has been said for a long, long time, even when I was a student on college campuses. What do we hear? Apartheid, genocide, ethnic cleansing, colonization, settlements. Who's responsible for those things in the world? The West has done that. The West has done apartheids, genocides, ethnic cleansing, colonization, settlements, and today's far left, not the left, but the far left, feels so guilty for the crimes of their ancestors that instead of looking in the mirror for what they've done, what they're really doing is pushing off and whitewashing these issues and pushing it on the Jewish people and being used as a scapegoat like it's always have. And it's using the legitimate suffering of Palestinians as a tool to do so. Now, you spoke about the involvement of America in this conflict. I'm against the U.S. foreign aid to Israel. I don't want Israel to be dependent on any other military. That money is not even actually money. It's credit so that Israel can go and buy weapons, and that money and weapons is giving also to the Palestinian Authority, also to Egypt, also to Jordan, also to many countries in the region. And you ask yourself, why are all these players fighting each other, and then you have one country that's really funding and giving those weapons to each person? So I would like to see less of involvement from the United States in this situation and more.
Fair enough, but has literally any military done that ever? No, because typically when militaries are accused of committing genocide, they're usually from states or military parties that are collapsing, and then there are special trials that are convened to figure out. So you get an unprecedented amount of access. The Nuremberg trials weren't asking, Nazi Germany to hey, can you guys do an investigation and tell us if you guys did anything wrong? It was, well, now we have you, we've got all your archives, we've captured everything, and now we're going to go through all of the evidence, and we're going to look at it, and then you're going to defend yourself based on the evidence that we found, right? So traditionally, when you try to prosecute people for crimes that require high levels of intentionality, you're not expecting those high levels of intentionality to come from the people that would necessarily have to investigate themselves and then exonerate themselves of these types of crimes. So when people have been investigated in the past, you have had a high level of access, but usually this is from collapsing states or states that have been defeated in war, and then their militaries and governments, disbanded or deconstructed, and then people put on trial or whatever.
Of bringing voices of real leaders from the Israeli side and Palestinian side to realize that our aspirations actually do not contradict. I don't believe there will ever be a two-state solution. If you ask most Palestinians, they will completely reject that. You ask most Israelis, they'll completely reject that. So we need to move forward towards a one civilization reality. And the reason I say one civilization, it's intentionally ambiguous because there's many potential ways of how to get there. Federation plans, Puerto Rico-style systems, Emirate systems, canton systems like in Switzerland. There are many ways of which we can build that. But I think you're right that Palestinians need the right of return. It's not something I want, it's what they want, it's a non-negotiable. Palestinians need to experience freedom from the river to the sea, and what we need is full economic and political control over Israel. What we need is right of return for Jews as well, safety for the Jewish people, and that Jerusalem is our capital. And so when you break these things down, although right now they're positioned against each other, there is a way that we can create a reality that fills all the needs for both.
Okay, amazing point right there, and I'm gonna give you a chance to respond. We got about 20 minutes left. Alejandro, he talked about that he didn't want to see funding to Israel. Pull up the story that just passed in the House or in the Senate with a $95 billion package. Right now, I want to follow.
Wait, why doesn't she get to respond to this? What the fuck? Well, also, she should also be fighting for a response too. Destiny, this isn't accurate. You didn't have that for Yugoslavia or Rwanda. I'll be honest. I don't have. I haven't read through that whole trial. Which we really should. If you want to have a strong opinion, if you want to have a really strong opinion, that Yugoslavian, the Bosnian genocide stuff seems like a good thing to read through because there's a lot of written stuff on that. They didn't subpoena things, or they didn't have the ability to investigate or dig into things, or interrogate or not interrogate. I don't know, depose people. There was nothing. It was just there was no access to any of that. I find that hard to believe, but I could be wrong.
The money. So we saw that the Senate passed a $95 billion package sending aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, right? It was, there it is right there. Biden signed the bill, I believe, last week, April 24th to be exact, $26 billion specifically to Israel. Of that amount, I think 19 billion exactly went to Israel, and 7, somewhere in that range, went to humanitarian aid to what's going on in Gaza. So I've actually brought in our friend Connor, because we're going to follow the money a little bit, especially what's going on, domestic money. But real quick, you don't believe that U.S. should support Israel economically?
Support Israel economically, sure, but that's not what's happening in my opinion. What's happening is that the U.S. is giving credit to Israel. Imagine you have a gift card, and the only way that you could use that money is by buying weapons. However, it comes with conditions. The conditions are that Israel cannot sell any weapons or technology to any other country without the U.S.'s approval. It cannot buy weapons from any other country or intelligence without the U.S.'s approval. And so what we see is us being dependent, and more aid means more dependency on the United States, which means more of an ability for U.S. to push foreign policy onto Israel.
Wait, is this guy going to be on this guy's team?
In the 80s, Israel tried to develop the Lavi program, which was for it to develop its own fighter jets, for Israel to be independent and to create its own source for something that it truly needs. And what did America do? They quickly came and shut that down because they wanted Israel to be dependent on their own fighter jets. So I'm welcoming of a relationship with the United States. I grew up in this country. I'm very appreciative of this country. But I would like to see a relationship that is not toxic. Not a relationship where America can come and tell us what we need to do or how they would like to see it. And in a relationship that if it's support, it doesn't come with conditions.
So, would you agree that Israel and America are very strong allies?
Yes and no. I mean, I think if you today go to most Americans, although it is changing with the younger generation on a cultural level, more people are pro-Israel. That's because of the past. But I think in the policies, it's structured in a way to make it seem as if they're pro-Israel. But in its actions, it's really keeping us in this loop. I mean, the reason why Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005, which even as a child, I was wearing the orange bracelet being against.
I wonder if Adam told Aaron beforehand, don't argue with this guy too much, or don't scream at him, or don't cut anybody off. This seems like Giga cucked that she's not allowed to respond to anything.
That was Bush that forced Sharon to do that. Sharon, the prime minister as at the time, is the person who puts the orange bracelet. That's really keeping us in this loop. I mean, the reason why Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005, which even as a child I was wearing the orange bracelet being against from it, that was Bush that forced Sharon to do that.
I have never heard that claim in my life. Hold on, I need to look at that. George Bush, Sharon, what's it called? It wasn't called the withdrawal. It was called the disengagement. Disengagement, Gaza Strip. The day that Bush took Gaza, 2004. President Bush's embrace of Prime Minister Ariel Sharon's plan for unilateral Israeli disengagement of the Gaza Strip is going to turn to be more than a mere gesture. I've never in my life heard that Bush pushed Sharon to do this. Can anybody source or link anything relating to that at all? Letter from President Bush to Prime Minister Sharon. Thank you for your letter setting out your disengagement plan. Okay, I've never heard this in my entire life. Maybe it is, and I'm missing the talks, or I'm missing some subtext or whatever, but I've never heard this claim before, ever.
To make it seem as if they're pro-Israel, but in its actions, it's really keeping us in this loop. I mean, the reason why Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005, which even as a child I was wearing the orange bracelet being against from it, that was Bush that forced Sharon to do that. Sharon, the prime minister as at the time, is the person who puts the Jews there. Why would he be the ones removing it? So there's been a lot of pressure from the outside, from the U.S., in my opinion, to allow this conflict to continue.
Yeah, he did put them there, but the reason I think why he did it was because all of the different situations were becoming untenable. That the capsule theory of making peace with the different types of with different Arab countries and then hoping that somehow peace with Palestinians down the line would come wasn't happening. Right? Camp David and the Taba Summit in 2000 failed. The Second Intifada was destroying and tearing Israel apart from up through almost 2005. And I think Sharon, in some desperate attempt to, one is extricate settlers from the Gaza Strip, where a lot of violence was raging on, to pull themselves out of there, and then two was to focus on the West Bank. Okay, remember, for nobody understands this or cares about this, Jewish people don't give a fuck about the Gaza Strip. They really don't care. If the Gaza Strip were to literally fall into the ocean, they don't give a fuck. The historic and religious, for the cringe fucks, attachment is really to the West Bank. That's the big, huge thing. So pulling out of the Gaza Strip is whatever the fuck. Let them have it. Who cares? So that we can focus on shoring up the demographic majorities that we need in the West Bank so that we can slowly continue to... when was East Jerusalem considered annexed? Did that happen under Netanyahu? I should know that day. Annexation of East Jerusalem. It wouldn't surprise me if it was after 2000, but it could have been before, and I'm just not aware of it. Annexation of East Jerusalem, Wikipedia. Maybe it was way earlier. I'm not sure. Let's check. Oh, this is 1980. Okay, so this is... Wait, I just saw that there. Okay, it was 1980. Okay, so it was way earlier. This is the last formal... Okay, so okay, so it's moving people into East Jerusalem, and then it's moving people all throughout the Area C, basically. But the goal has always been, or the focus has been, to slowly build out these like settlement enclaves so you've got stronger and stronger claims to the land so that you can make bigger and bigger arguments for annexation because you've got so many people here and so many chunks of people here. And that's like been the thing that Jewish people care about more or Israelis care about more. The Gaza Strip is whatever the fuck, nobody cares. That's why it's always like, it's silly when, in my opinion, now maybe there might be some political aspect I'm missing, but like whenever people are freaking out about like, oh no, like Israel's going to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. Israel wants to ethnically, I don't think Israel gives a fuck about ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip. Who the fuck cares? They don't care about the Gaza Strip. As long as there's no terror attacks coming from there, they can live there and die there and be imprisoned there forever. Like who cares? What they really care about are things like East Jerusalem and the West Bank. These are the things they really care about. Yeah. So this, I feel like, again, there could be things that I have completely missed in my studies or in my readings, and I'm missing them, but I've never heard this before, that like, oh no, and it was a big deal, by the way, that Sharon was pulling settlers out of the Gaza Strip. He is right that Sharon was the one who wanted them there, and that when people were pulling settlers out of the Gaza Strip, there were like fights going on where the IDF had to go in and pull people out of their houses, and they were so fucking mad. Because settlers, I think Sharon himself, I feel like this was another PM, I could be wrong, but I thought Sharon himself was like stood and made speeches at one point about how not a single settler would ever leave a particular piece of territory. And then he basically undid that and he was like, actually, you are going to be leaving the Gaza Strip now. I believe it was Sharon, but my intuition is, or I have a gut feeling it wasn't Sharon, that it was somebody else about the Golan Heights or something. I could be wrong on that. I don't know. Go check it out.
Being against from it, that was Bush that forced Sharon to do that. Sharon, the prime minister as at the time, is the person who puts the Jews there. Why would he be the ones removing it? So there's been a lot of pressure from the outside, from the U.S., in my opinion, to allow this conflict to continue, really to sell weapons to both sides and profit. And so I would like a healthy relationship with the United States. I don't want Saudi Arabia or Qatar or the U.S. or any other country coming into the situation. I would like Israelis and Palestinians to start speaking to each other. Right now, when we see on college campuses, is all the Palestinian students and their allies are speaking to the rest of the world, and all the Jewish students are speaking to the rest of the world, instead of speaking to each other, actually.
This is kind of true. A lot of his like analysis of like what the problems are is kind of true. I feel like some of the facts are a little off here, but the Palestinians and Israelis need to speak to each other without like people from the outside screeching that it needs to be another way. It's like that's hampering and destroying everything.
On the campus is the place where we have freedom of speech, where we can actually engage with one another, learn about the identity, aspirations, suffering, history, and future that we'd like to see from both peoples. And so my message is the only future that we'll see is one that is together, and it could only come when we start uniting and realizing that our aspirations do not actually contradict.
So, foreign policy.
Why does is it just an interview for this guy, or it was about the Sinai, I think, but I forget who said it. I think it was an Israeli general. I think you're right. I think it was about the Sinai. Actually, I think it was disengagement with the Sinai, because I feel like if Sharon was the one that had made that statement, I feel like it might have been Begin, actually. Maybe it was Begin in the Sinai. Begin, Sinai, tell settlers, leave, painful. Fuck, am I gonna be able to find this? I think there was a speech he made because Begin was like the radical terrorist, like wacky crazy dude, and then he was the one to pull. And I think I feel like I remember reading a speech. But I'm pretty sure it was Begin. Thank you. And it was the Sinai.
Foreign aid, you're pretty much against what's going on there. I believe, and I'm not as knowledgeable about this, Israel should be sort of grateful that America is its strongest ally. Without America, who knows what the hell can happen in Israel? We just saw Iran shoot hundreds and hundreds of drones and missiles at Israel. It cost, I think, $1 billion to defend that. So there is a case to be made for the military-industrial complex with the
Israel could probably survive without the U.S. The idea that they need us is probably not true. It's nice though, but I'm not even sure if Israel has strong security guarantees from the U.S. They really probably don't, right? Like I don't think the U.S. is ever putting troops on the ground to defend Israel or anything like that. So
credits, you give all this money here, how many, $19 billion, but that needs to be used to buy more weapons. Totally understand that. You make a great case. That's foreign. Domestic. You talked about what's going on campus, engaging. It's not a lot of engagement going on. I see a lot of shutting down conversation.
They're our ally. If Iran attacks Israel, we would 100% intervene. Really? Because Iran literally attacked Israel and we literally didn't intervene.
A lot of protest. I see what looks like sort of whiny babies about a very grown-up conflict, and then they're shutting down any types of conversation. But it doesn't seem to be organic.
Maybe, I don't know. If there was like, oh God, are we into the Soros funding the protest things? If there was a ground invasion of Israel, I'm not sure. I really don't know. I don't know.
It seems to be organized. And that's why I brought one of Valuetainment's staff writers here. Connor's in the house. Connor, you've been doing some very good research on this left-wing dark money from George Soros. There's actually an image that I want to show, if we can show that. So anti-Israel protests at college campuses are led by activists revealed to be paid fellows of George Soros-connected groups with significant support from U.S. campaign for
We shot down missiles and drones, shooting down stuff, providing air support. You wouldn't say providing air support, providing, I don't know what the word would be, like interception of missiles from batteries and stuff that are operated remotely or operated by limited force on the ground is a lot different than like full ground invasion and like putting U.S. troops, like mobilizing like U.S. force on the ground shit. It's not, that's a way, way, way different thing.
Show, if we can show that. So anti-Israel protests at college campuses are led by activists revealed to be paid.
What the is this cringe?
Fellows of George Soros-connected groups with significant support from U.S. campaign for Palestinian rights. Fellows are instructed to rise up and reject reform, receiving payments from $3,000 to $8,000 per individual. You've actually done sort of like a CIA web sort of connect the dot situation here with George Soros, Open Society, and everything there. If you can show the image here. But Connor, you and Shane, shout out to VT.com. Check out their articles there. What have you found here? What is actually going on? Follow the money behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's true. I felt like a crazy person going through this as I, made my strings and my notes to connect all the things together. But what this reveals is that the protests we've seen on campus in the last couple months are not as organic as the media would have us believe. They are, in fact, organized from the top down by some of the biggest money groups on the planet. They are structured from the top down, and then money is kicked from group to group until it ends up in the pockets of the people who are running these protests. Now, to your
this is kind of bullshit because I'm just going to use a heuristic. I'm just going to use a heuristic here. If so many people were being paid off by Soros and company, we would have hundreds of examples of this posted online. Like, oh, show me the deposit in your bank. Oh, show me the agreement that you have to protest. Oh, show me a bank transaction with a name attached. Oh, show me logs of somebody you talked to about this. Oh, show me, like, there would be so much evidence of this. The fact that there's nothing but these weird schizophrenic, like, Facebook graphs where I feel like I'm talking to Kevin Spacey from The Usual Suspects. Like, no, come on. This is so stupid.
Point. I am not trying to describe individual protesters as monolithic. They all have their own motivations for being there. Activism is an individual thing. They are doing what they think is right depending on, whatever their convictions are. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I am saying is that the organizations that put these things together have a direct pipeline that leads back to people at the very top. This is not a grassroots movement. So like Adam said, let's follow the money.
That's George Soros at the top. If you could pan out, thank you, Alondra.
Can we please get Soros?
I'll consult the screen right here. As you can see, George Soros is at the top. We're all familiar with who he is. Billionaire.
The Soros, the Jew, leading protests against the Jews. Oh, who would have known that in the end, the only people that could have finally stopped these goddamn Jews from taking over Western civilization were our own woke Jews. Jew-on-Jew action. It's the only way to stop them. We have to appeal to the master races on both sides of the conflict.
Jewish. One of the most recognizable names in global philanthropy around the world.
Okay.
His political action group, his arm for doing things around the world, is the Open Society Foundation. That is, how he distributes his money to different organizations. A lesser-known subsidiary of the Open Society Foundation is called the Tide Center. This is a big nonprofit group that is sort of an umbrella corporation for a bunch of smaller activist groups.
Can we get some numbers? How much money have they thrown towards protests? What are some names of people that have gotten money? What are some dates, events, times, bank records, anything? Like literally anything. Can we get any type of concrete thing at all here? Like a single solid concrete claim?
They can get under the Tide Center and be covered from having to pay taxes. Its other groups include BLM and several other.
Oh wow, BLM, Jesus. Who else are they funding here? The Black Panthers too? The Clintons? Who else is involved? How deep does it go?
From having to pay taxes. Its other groups include BLM and several other left-wing protest groups like that. This group has received hundreds of millions of dollars in government funding and donations.
Oh, okay.
They have over $431 million in assets as of 2022.
This is just a
and by the way, a lot of our information on this comes from Influence Watch.
Okay, who are they? Are they paying protesters? Is there any evidence of that? Are we just going over the random assets and funding of a company that has to publicly report it? What do we?
Which is a great resource for tracking how money is passed around to these organizations. So the Tide Center has all this money that comes from Soros and the Open Society Foundation.
Okay.
Then that money is
There we
passed
go.
on to
Okay.
a bunch of smaller groups, including one called Westpac, which is the
Oh.
Westchester People's Action Coalition.
Okay.
They support.
Oh, another quick heuristic, just as a guy that does finance and understands business structure and shit. Anytime somebody's giving you a conspiracy where money is passing through multiple large organizations, if you're ever seeing shit like this, unless these are things called like holding companies or single member companies or single company, whatever things, like you can have like a holding company, so you create a company to hold a couple other companies, or you create an entity that represents another entity like that. If this is like a massive company that does business and holds with a ton of other things, and you're trying to say like, oh, well, this guy gives money to this thing, and then this company who also gives money to all these other organizations also gives money to this thing, and then this company that also pays and gives money to all these other organizations also gives money to this thing, and then this guy gave money to this guy who also pays all these, like, this is retarded. You're like, this is like a guy with a PhD in economics decided to publish a new theory of economics after falling in love with a girl that believes in what's the thing with the droplets of water from one to the next? It's not homeopathy. What's it called? The thing. You fucking losers. Dan brings it up every fucking day. It is homeopathy, is it? Oh yeah. It's like combining homeopathy and fungibility of money and trying to say that, like, look, because this organization gave money to this thing and then this organization gave money, like, yeah, all these organizations are dealing business with hundreds of people or thousands of people or dozens of entities. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here?
The BDS movement, the Green New Deal, and they've frequently clashed with the ADL and other Jewish rights groups over their perceived anti-Semitism. The Westpac group funds a group called Students for Justice in Palestine. That's who's carrying out most of the on-campus protests right now. They are responsible for the one at Columbia and a number of others. That group is also affiliated with...
What do you mean when you say responsible for? Like, the students wouldn't be there if they weren't all getting paid, or the organizers wouldn't be there if they're not getting paid, or like, should organizers not get paid to protest at all, or is it not organic at all? Like, do they not even believe? Like, show some evidence of any of this.
With a group called American Muslims for Palestine, allegedly at least, and their finances aren't disclosed, but they do receive directly and credit Westpac for a lot of the money they have been able to use.
What, businesses do business with each other without looking who owns what and how they align? I can't tell if you're, like, tongue-in-cheek asking that or if you're sincerely thinking that that's a gotcha. I actually can't tell. I don't know.
For Columbia specifically, the Students for Justice in Palestine partnered with a group called Jewish Voice for Peace, which is a ostensibly Jewish organization that is, again, partnered with a bunch of anti-Israel activists.
What, Jesus Christ! Oh my God!
And they receive, again, millions of dollars, not only from the Open Society Foundation, but also from the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. And those two groups also fund the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights.
So here's what I want to know, Connor.
What the what is happening here?
I'm trying to connect all these dots here.
There's a lot of information.
Yes, there's a lot of information, and I appreciate this. Thank you. So you're connecting these dots. Here's what I got.
This is like the fucking Jewish proxy war. Holy my God. There's a Jew behind every major company.
These protests on college campuses. Columbia, Cornell, Minnesota, Texas, California, USC, Emory, Atlanta. If I'm just a normal person, I'm just, these students really care. They really care about what's going on.
You don't think that the students have any care whatsoever? Then get evidence or some examples of any of them, like, getting paid. Or like, why is there not a single... These motherfuckers are on their iPhones more than probably any other demographic in the entire USA. My guess is if you were to take all the protesters and analyze these people, that like 97% of them have iPhones, okay? And 45% are really paid for by their parents on their parents' family plans. You're telling me nobody here has recorded any of this? There's not a single shred of evidence for any of this?
But the reality is, what you've just informed us, is that they're not organic. They're completely organized by George Soros and left-wing.
You can't necessarily say that people don't care about it.
No, they care, clearly.
The people organizing the individual students.
And you brought up a good point. Why do they
elsewhere.
all have the exact same color tents? Because they're buying in bulk, yes?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what the...
You buy in bulk, and that's how you get all the same things.
Okay, and I'm definitely not saying that those college kids, and I kind of feel like you'd be out there protesting for this. Respect, they believe in this. Kind of, because there's also tons of people going out interviewing these people. They're like, what do you mean river to the sea? They're like, yeah, I have no clue what river.
Wow, people at protests having no idea what the they're protesting? Wow, go figure, Chief. Americans being utterly fucking clueless?
What country did we declare independence from to celebrate the 4th of July?
I don't know. What is the purpose of 4th of July celebrations?
I'm going to turn it to the guy in the USA. Sure.
Fireworks. A little more specific. A little more specific.
Celebrating our independence.
There we go. A little more specific still. Independence.
Day.
From a country. Step in here at any time.
What if these aren't real Americans? What if Soros bought and paid for machines to come and impersonate humans? Like, how many of the Occupy Wall Street people knew what it meant for a corporation to be a person? How many BLM people knew who their chief of police was? How many January 6th protesters knew about the electors plot? Yeah, welcome to protesting. Nobody knows what they're talking about ever. That's not unique to the situation.
Let's see. I have no clue.
Remember what I said before? When a situation comes up and people demand that you have to use a unique analysis for it, like, unless there's a good reason, some things need to be analyzed uniquely, but not these protests. They don't. There's no reason to.
BDS is. I have no clue about apartheid. I just don't want a war. Who the hell wants a war? Nobody. Well, Hamas did. But here's the last point that I want to understand about Soros. What is their purpose? What is their motivation? You know, George Soros' claim to be Jewish, I think he just is way more politically or ideologically motivated than religion. I actually don't think he has.
Oh no! When people talk about like being Jewish and that's like their motivation in Zionism and shit, they're not talking about the religion. That's not what we're talking about.
But here's the last point that I want to understand about Soros. What is their purpose? What is their motivation? You know, George Soros' claim to be Jewish, I think he just is way more politically or ideologically motivated than religion. I actually don't think he has any religion. I think he has a God complex or a Messiah complex. Actually, I think he wants to see an open society, open borders. But in summary, what do you think George Soros and his left-wing dark money actually want to see?
I think it is more about anti-Western sentiment than it is about Jew.
I want to clarify. America has a whole aircraft carrier strike group in the Middle East. If Iran invaded Israel, you're not sure if they would intervene. I don't know if we would like scramble planes, deploy troops to the ground. I don't think so. I think we would do like missile stuff, but I don't know if we would ever put our troops in a position where they could be getting killed. I feel like that wouldn't happen. That's my feeling. I could be wrong, but I feel like we did. I mean, we didn't for anything related to Syria. We did in a limited regard for Yemen, but I mean, that was for international trade. The idea of like U.S. troops getting killed by Iranian troops just sounds like a really spooky, like that sounds like a really fast track towards some no bueno stuff. Well, although Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons yet. I don't know. It would be complicated with Russian and Chinese involvement too, but I don't know. We literally have troops in Syria, yeah, but like in a very, very, very limited capacity, right? Like in a very limited defensive capacity. That aren't, my understanding is they're not involved in like active combat operations against the Assad regime, right?
Judaism, Israel, Palestine, any of that. It is about dismantling things here. So, you know, in this debate, we've seen, you know, the Israeli side, the pro-Palestine side. What I'm presenting a little bit here is the American side of things, of people who are, you know, kind of standing at a distance from it, trying to figure out where we fit into this.
Yeah.
And what that means is that there are interests funding both sides of it, and both sides don't care about.
I mean, it's possible America would intervene. My feeling on it would be no, but I don't have like a huge conviction. I just feel like the getting boots on the ground, Middle East type of stuff like that. I feel like we wouldn't do it, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
The American side, that one side or the other wants us to take a stand on it and get involved at the other's expense. And that's where the problem comes in. It's more about harming America, at least with this pipeline of funding, than it is about helping anybody else.
Got it. Thank you, Connor. Check out his articles on VT.com. Last segment, guys.
Wait, Adam, do you not see how ironic it is? How is this not?
Oh, there we go. Okay. We finally got an intervention.
I just think it's so ironic that you're literally insinuating that a single Jewish billionaire is behind this. How is this not just textbook anti-Semitic tropes of you have one Jewish man behind the scenes?
Why would we go to the anti-Semitism thing? Well, I guess we could. That's kind of weird to pull it for the other side, but...
The strings, like, is it really so unbelievable that a bunch of kids that go to a college like Columbia can afford like $27 tents from Amazon to like do these protests?
Yeah, that's true.
It's almost like you didn't listen to one thing he just said, and we're waiting to give the canned response. Yes, I do believe that George Soros is that corrupt. Yes, I do believe that George Soros is that evil. I don't think that many college...
Oh, fuck. Listen, okay? Normally I haven't gone on like Valuetainment or whatever. I don't have anything personally against any of these people. I just haven't gone because I don't want to be on like a panel of like 7 people talking about like pop culture. It's like and because the times that they do their events are the whole fucking day or whatever. Listen, if they're doing big Israel-Palestine debates and they need other pro-Palestinian debaters, I would gladly join these on the pro-Palestinian side, okay? I would do it just because the lack of pushback here was wacky and wild. This was a wacky, wild, one-sided. I think Aaron should have interrupted way more. I hope she asked at the end, oh, okay, sorry. Okay, you're right, Adam. I didn't listen. What was one hard fact that he presented to show? Was it that all the tents were the same color? That's what you're resting your cap on for this one? You're evidence of a top-down conspiracy involving a dozen or so shell corporations or massive NGOs that are all doing hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in business all across the world and funding all this. The evidence for that was that the tents are the same color. Can we bring up a video of the tents and see if they're all the same color? That's our, like, come on.
In response, yes, I do believe that George Soros is that corrupt. Yes, I do believe that George Soros is that evil. I don't think that many college kids have a lot of money. I do believe that he has billions. And
I don't think many college kids have a lot of money. Has he been in any other videos talking about the unaffordability of college or whatever? Like, wouldn't college kids, like, definitionally be cut from, like, the middle or upper middle, especially at Ivy League schools? What do you mean the college? You kids go to Columbia don't have a lot of money? You know the kids that go to Columbia University, a private an Ivy League college, right? In New York City, don't have money for tents? Sorry.
I believe that he's completely trying to build this open society and have a nation, have a world with no borders. Yes, I do believe that. And just because someone's born Jewish, I don't think they actually are Jewish. Just because you...
What? What are we talking about here?
Have a world with no borders. Yes, I do believe that. And just because someone's born Jewish, I don't think they actually are Jewish. Just because you are born Christian and you start doing wildly ridiculous things, someone says, well, he was Christian. Or just because you were born Muslim. So no, I think that is bullshit to actually think.
Wait, hold on. Born Christian didn't he flee like a fucking concentration camp or some shit? Am I making this up? Was he not old enough for that? Am I totally fabricating this? What do you have to be, like 80 plus years old? I don't understand what he says. Born Christian. Didn't he not literally come out of like fucking Poland or Hungary or some bullshit or one of these fucking countries? Show me. Oh my God, 93 years old. The Jewish magic. Holy shit. I know the reason I'm pretending I don't know, but the reason why I know this is because some people say that Soros literally escaped by his family selling other Jews to the Nazis or some shit. Like it might not be in the wiki, but I know I've seen that conspiracy theory about him before. Soros was 13 years old in March 1944 when Nazi Germany occupied Hungary. The Nazis barred Jewish children from attending schools, and Soros and the other school children were made to report to the Judenrat, the Jewish Council, which had been established during the occupation. Soros later described this time to writer Michael Lewis. Soros did not return to that job. His family survived the war by purchasing documents to say that they were Christians. Later that year, at age 14, Soros posed as the Christian godson of an official of the collaboratist Hungarian government's Ministry of Agriculture, who himself had a Jewish wife in hiding. Oh my God! Wait, this actually makes it so much more disgusting if that's actually true. Oh no, George. Oh fuck! I would have to like read an autobiography. I'm just going by what's cited in the fucking. In the wiki here. Maybe this is a lie or whatever, but he thinks that George Soros was Christian. Wait.
Build this open society and have a nation, have a world with no borders. Yes, I do believe that. And just because someone's born Jewish, I don't think they actually are Jewish. Just because you are born Christian and you start doing wildly ridiculous things.
Oh, never mind. I hardcore misinterpreted that. I'm sorry. I thought he meant like just because you were born Christian and then start doing other things. So I think he's using it. Never mind. He wasn't saying that Soros was born Christian.
Someone says, well,
he wasn't saying that he was Christian. Whatever.
Christian, or just because you were born Muslim. So no, I think that is bullshit to actually think that he's on the side of anything but himself and corrupting society.
Who is a Jew in your eyes?
Here's what I'll do. Let's actually try.
He must have told. I think he told her at the start, like, don't argue with this guy much. I just want to like bring him on an interview and give like the false air of like a debate, because he wants to give this guy a softball.
And on a positive note, because I don't think George Soros is doing anything to help society. But we will.
Says who? This is like one of the most philanthropic fucking donors to like world issues like in the fucking history of the fucking planet. Like, you can disagree with some of his political shit, but we're gonna throw all of it under the bus? What is all the fucking... I mean, we are, because he's apparently the reason for all immigration and... Is he the most philanthropic person? In the world? He might have donated the most. I'm not sure. I could be wrong about that. Time magazine in 2007 cited two specific projects, $100 million towards infrastructure for regional Russian universities and $50 million for the Millennium Promise to eradicate extreme poverty in Africa, noting that Soros had given $742 million projects in the U.S. and given away a total of more than $7 billion. Other notable projects have included aid to scientists and universities throughout Central and Eastern Europe, help to civilians during the siege of Sarajevo, and Transparency International. Maybe this is the immigrant mass migration one. Soros also pledged an endowment of 420 million euros, right, to the Central European University. $60 million to Bard College, establishing the Bard College Center for Civic Engagement. He founded the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Wait, what? And Ukrainian Bios Weapons Lab. I'm just kidding. Okay, sorry.
You're very pro-Palestinian.
Yes.
You're very pro or anti-war. Would you say that you're anti-Israel?
No.
Would you say that you're anti-Jewish?
No.
Okay. You're very pro-Israel. You're also very pro-American. Would you say you're pro-American? Mm-hmm. When you hear chants like from Iran or even Palestinian protesters chanting death to America, how do you feel about that?
Not my thing.
What do you mean?
I'm not pro anyone chanting death to America.
Okay, so you're pro-America.
Yeah, sure.
Good, we're on the same page here.
What about the pallet of bricks during the BLM riots? What about the palace brick during the BLM riot? Wasn't that proven to be true? Was that bullshit too? All of those were disproven. Those were some of the most retarded fuck conspiracies ever. There were people that actually went on, I think they just used like or it might have even been Google Maps or whatever. But there were so many of those stupid fucking pictures that were posted where it's like, look at this pallet of bricks that was brought in by like the secret Jewish police so that BLM activists could have bricks to throw, and they were brought in earlier. But if you check for all of these, every single time this was the case, there was a guy that did a huge Twitter thread on these. Every single time there was like a nearby construction project, and if you looked like days or weeks earlier, the same pallet of bricks is already there. This is fucking bullshit.
You're also pro-Palestinian.
Yeah. Look, I believe America has a right to exist and that Americans should definitely not be targeted, but I'm very critical about America's involvement in foreign policy in the Middle East, and I wouldn't say that I'm just pro-Palestinian as a human rights cause. I'm pro-Palestinian as a family cause. These are my people. There's no future where my children will not be raised with their children on this land that we are eternally connected to. So it's more than just, oh, I happen to be pro-human being no matter who it is. Palestinians, there's an extra degree of closeness with them. So I'm not pro-Israel. I am Israel. Same way that I didn't wake up this morning realizing, oh, I'm going to be pro-Rudy today. I'm obviously pro my own interest. So Jews aren't pro-Israel. We are Israel, and I am pro-Palestinian very much so.
So what I want to do is, there's been talk of this two-state solution forever. Trump just came out and deeply criticized Netanyahu today. If you could pull that up right there. I want both of you, who seem to be very obviously engaged in this and literally engaged in battle. You were in Gaza fighting what I believe are terrorists. Trump is now ripping Netanyahu over October 7th, saying the Hamas attack should have never happened. That's literally today he said that. Thank you, Trump. What's your solution? If you can bring some solution to this that's realistic. I'm going to let you go first, and then I'm going to give Rudy the final word. What's your solution to try to make this a peaceful arrangement and then where both sides can live together? Because when I hear from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, sounds great, but that means eliminating all the Jews from Israel. How many Jews live in Israel?
About 8 to 9 million.
All right, so it's only another Holocaust, no big deal. The world seemed to be okay with that in the 40s. What's your solution?
Wait, was it 8 to 9 million? I thought it was like 7 million. Population, Israel. Oh, maybe he just thinks how many people live in Israel. I think it's about 9.5. I think it's about 7 million Jews. I think it's like 2 million Arabs, and like, is it like 500,000 like Bedouin Druze? I don't remember how many, the other ethnic breakdown. Israel. Ethnic. Control F. Ethnicity should find me. 73% Jews, 21% Arabs, and 6% others.
Solution. What should be done with Israel? Because every time there's a negotiation, it's always the Palestinians that reject it. So I would love to see a Palestinian, whether it's Fatah or PLA or fucking Hamas, say, okay, Israel has the right to exist. Here's what we want. But unfortunately, they want from the river to the sea. By the way, do you know what river and what sea we're talking about?
The Jordanian River and the Mediterranean Sea.
That a girl. I would be with.
That was the dumbest thing
Oh my God.
Aaron could have said. Fuck. She's normally so snarky. What happened? Her response should have been, do you?
In the Mediterranean Sea.
That a girl. I'd be willing to venture that most protesters have no clue. What would you like to see? 1 minute or less.
This is the million-dollar question. This is a conflict that spans several decades. It's been attempted.
Because there's been multiple times in this conversation where Adam has mixed up Palestine with West Bank, or he said like this is the population of the Gaza Strip and Palestine. Like he has made these things multiple times, which is fine. He doesn't have to be like subject matter expert or whatever. It's okay. He's just the moderator for this. But the quizzing here of that was like, really?
to be solved by several American presidencies, so many different prime ministers, so many different foreign dignitaries. I don't think I could tell you in one succinct way that I have the solution.
No, not you, but speaking on behalf of, I'm putting you as sort of like the poster child of literally the kids protesting to divest and boycott and sort of be anti-Israel, anti-war. What would you like to see? What's realistic?
I would favor any solution that meets certain conditions, so one that institutes the right of return for Palestinian refugees, that puts an end to the ongoing occupation, that puts an end to the blockade, and ideally a secular democratic state where both Israelis and Palestinians have equal rights in all territories. Okay. Whether that be a one-state or two-state solution, I personally, my personal opinion is on that is kind of irrelevant. I think that the international legal framework favors a two-state solution. I personally don't have a preference towards one or two states. If it were, as long as those preconditions are met, I would be satisfied.
So, Rudy, I'm going to let you kind of wrap this thing up, but Israel and Netanyahu has been very clear in order for there to be a ceasefire. By the way, there was a ceasefire on October 6th. Hamas broke the ceasefire. I think that's fair to say. They've been very clear. We want our hostages back. Until we get our children back, you said that, Israeli...
That is not the only condition. If they would have offered the hostages back immediately after October 7th, which I think they tried to, Israel still would have went to war. It is not just to get the hostages back. That is the dumbest, far Zionist, I don't know if you want to say, I don't even know if it's only Zionist to say that. The idea that they just want the hostages back is bullshit. That is not true. And it doesn't even need to be. You don't even have to defend that point. There's a righteous cause for war here that is irrespective of any hostage taking. But like the idea, like, oh no, they're going to war, they want the hostages back, like bullshit. That's like a tertiary at best, goal for the conflict.
Be clear. We want our hostages back. Until we get our children back, you said that Israelis and Palestinians are cousins in our family. Well, Israel has been known to want to get their children back, the children of Israel. They said, there's zero ceasefire until we get the hostages back. Hamas has actively declined this.
This is an unfathomably pro-Zionist talking about like, oh, the only thing Israel wants is just the hostages. That's not true. Israel wants Hamas gone. The administrators, the current governing body needs to be gone. It is not just getting the hostages back. That's not true.
Care if Palestinians end up dead. Anthony Blinken basically said, Hamas, take it or leave it. Take this frickin' deal. Do you have that article about the ceasefire? Show that. U.S. is now hopeful Hamas will accept Israel's newest ceasefire offer to Hamas. Blinken said there was extraordinary generous offer. The Gaza war, U.S. hopeful will accept a ceasefire. Hamas has shown no indications that it's going to happen. Rudy, final word here. What's going to happen? How will there be a ceasefire? What would you like to see this solution? On one end, there's the two-state solution. On one end, we've heard the final solution for Jews for all too long. What is actually a realistic solution here?
So to conclude here, I'll definitely go right back and say George Soros, even though he might be acting against the Jewish people, is a Jew no matter what. Because we're not a belief system, we're an actual ancient civilization of native people, and he is acting against the Jews, and to call him out for doing so is not anti-Semitic either. So there's nuance within both of what you said. There's the short term and there's the long term. Short term with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict right now happening with Gaza, we must bring back all the hostages, we will bring them home, we must take out Hamas and remove them from power, we must install security for Israel.
Those are probably the three big conditions, yes. More accurate than just the hostages or whatever.
And the Palestinians and all the civilians that are living in this land. That's number one. Now, in the long term, in order to get there, we need to understand the injustices that are happening on both sides because there is no peace without justice on both sides. And we need to understand the aspirations that both people have. In order to get to a solution, it must include both for both peoples. A two-state solution actually does neither for either, because both peoples want to live from the river to the sea, and so already doesn't achieve the aspirations. And because there's no aspirations, there will be conflict and fighting, which will only lead to continued injustice and insecurity. So any solution that will come will be a journey, will be a process, will not be a piece of paper printed by a US printer, brought to the Israelis and Palestinians have to sign that. It will be a process and a journey for which Israelis and Palestinians will begin to rise up, understand that we're not only human beings, but cousins to each other, that we both belong into this land, and Israelis need to start hearing what are the needs of Palestinians, what are their identities, what are their experiences, what are their aspirations, and Palestinians need to do the same to the Israeli people. For me, it is only one civilization solution. And again, it's intentionally ambiguous because there's many potential ways in which that can happen, where Israelis and Palestinians have freedom from the river to the sea, are treated equally, but also we're able to achieve our ancient aspirations of having Jerusalem as our holy capital city, as having Israel as our reinstated civilization and country. Now, the problem with the right of return for Palestinians in this...
Yes, okay. Aaron's not allowed to talk, and I don't know if she knows the counters for these, and then Adam won't say anything, but the sneaky way that he's saying this is, I don't believe that he wants a one-state solution with equal rights for Palestinians and Israelis. And this is, when we spoke, I kind of pushed against this a little bit, but like we didn't, again, like I said, we got coffee. I'm not going to debate him. But like, it feels like his grand idea is that you have a one-state solution where Jews and Israelis are basically like the big voting bloc and they're doing their thing. And then you've got like a bunch of small disconnected, not Bataustans or whatever, what they call them. I shouldn't say that, that's really loaded. But you basically have a bunch of small villages and stuff that have this kind of like semi-autonomous Palestinian rule of, not Palestinian rule, I'm sorry, rule of like different families and enclaves basically. But you wouldn't have a Palestinian nation in any functional capacity. Oh, cantons or whatever. There would be no functional Palestinian nation. It would just be one Israeli nation from river to sea with like Palestinian villages having some kind of like autonomous control. That's essentially what he's advocating for, which I don't think anybody would back away from. I don't think any Palestinian would be like, yeah, this sounds like a great thing. But he'll allude to the fact that, well, no, there are villagers that want it, but if they come up and say it, they'll get shot and killed. that's a point that's worth fighting over, but I doubt that that'll get pushed back here.
Equation is usually demographics. Now, I work on a big project that maybe in the next time we can talk about, on a project called We Were Never Lost, which is bringing tribes of Israel back to Israel. Today, the 15 million Jews are the descendants of 2.5 tribes out of 12, which means we have 9.5 tribes still out there that if they were to return, the demographics of Palestinians returning back home would not threaten the idea of a Jewish democracy to the...
This is the second plan, is if you can bring back 50 million Israeli Jews, or 50 million Jews, then fine. You can bring back all the Palestinians because there's going to be so many of us. We'll always have like the Jewish character protected anyway.
Jewish people. So there are ways of getting to the solution, but the solution will never happen on either side if we don't look at the injustices Palestinians face and realize that as Israelis, although we didn't create it, we do have the power now to correct it and to fix it, and we have a responsibility to do so. And Palestinians need to understand that the Jews aren't foreigners. We are the indigenous people to the land. If you dig in the land, you find our history, you find our archaeology, you find our anthropology. We are the people that are indigenous from them. There's nowhere else that we're going to go, even if we had other places.
Is that what he told you for coffee? He's never said that in any of his videos? Okay, well, in that case, I could be misrepresenting what he told me. My bad. If he's never said any of this before, I doubt he told me some novel thing. The way that he made it sound was that let me try to represent this as best as I remember. He said, and then if you've seen more videos, maybe there's some more detail, maybe I'm remembering incorrectly. But he basically says that the aspirations of the Palestinian people and the aspirations of the Israeli people are different. Israeli people, their aspirations include basically the recovery of the ancient kingdom of Jerusalem, the ancient kingdom of Judea? Of Israel? I don't know what the old bullshit ass kingdom in year zero, whatever it was, right? That basically Israel wants to rebuild that kingdom, have a thriving democracy from river to sea, all the territory essentially they control, and they've got democratic control, and they've got protections for Jewish people and the Jewish character, and all that is protected. Palestinians don't have the aspiration for a state, okay? They don't have that aspiration for a country. They're way more locally focused. Like he said it a little bit in this video, like families are focused and communities are focused, and that's it. And so there can be some kind of carve out where they're basically allowed to live in a happy way that they want to live, and other Palestinians can come back, but the government and the control of the territory and the character of the territory is essentially Jewish in nature, with just like enclaves basically of Palestinians living places. When he was talking to me, that was basically my take on what he was saying. And then his 12 Tribes project, the goal is to bring back so many more Jewish people by expanding who is considered Jewish, that even if you do a right of return for all the Palestinians, and if you were to give them all voting rights, it wouldn't threaten the Jewish character of Israel anyway. That was my takeaway from what he was saying. Maybe I misunderstood something, but
we could go, we wouldn't go there. So there's an acceptance that needs to come from both sides and an understanding that there is no future without the other.
I love it. This has been an amazing conversation. I think we need more of these conversations. Here's how I'd like to conclude this.
This is God. I don't know when my Decoding the Gurus episode comes out, but I talk about this when we talk about, I say that, like, for a lot of the things that I say, I think I say a lot of things that are red flags to where if I heard anybody else say them, I would never listen to this person. Like, oh, wow, you want to have like balanced conversations where both sides are represented and they're civil, and, you know, you're giving good talking time to both areas so they can flesh out arguments. Like, that's so cool. Good job, Destiny, right? And I was like, yeah, I do think I do a good job at representing both sides and things, but if I hear anybody else say that, I assume that they're never doing that. I would make all of the opposite assumptions, like what just happened at the end of this. This is like clearly a super one-sided debate where another guy even got brought in. Aaron had like fucking 7 minutes of talking time to this guy's like 45 minutes. Adam was like agreeing with him the entire time. Like, this was not even remotely close to a good conversation. It wasn't even a good conversation.
You can say literally one thing. What's the one thing he said that you're like, you know what, I didn't know that. Thank you for that information. I'm going to consider that. And same for you. Oh, okay, cool. Never heard that. Good point. What's the one thing that maybe changed your perspective about the Israeli position?
I feel like speaking with you today, it's hard to say that it's I think we both are familiar with the points that the other person were making. Where we agree and disagree is obviously what we're hashing out. But I did think it was interesting for you to frame it as like one civilization. You know, I've never heard that framing from somebody who considers themselves pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian or interested in this conflict. And I do think that is like an interesting way of like framing the conversation beyond just looking at statehood purely, right? So that's something.
Fair enough.
It is, but it's strategic, right? Because he'll say one civilization, and I don't mean to put words into his mouth. I'm not trying to say he's a bad actor or whatever. I just think he's sophisticated in these conversations. He'll say one civilization, but if you were to say, oh my God, tomorrow, we actually brought together all the Palestinian local leadership and negotiators and Netanyahu, and we actually have a deal on the table right now for a one-state solution with peace between everybody. But everybody gets equal voting rights, and we get to bring all the Palestinians back as well, about 5 million of them. So it'll be like 50% Jews, 50% Arabs. But everybody's like happy with that deal. Would you agree with it? He would say, fuck no. Not until I get the other 9.5 tribes here, okay? I need to bring my boys, all right? No shot are we doing a 50-50 Jew-Arab state. Fuck that. Guaranteed.
You have this conversation all the time. Clearly you know your stuff. Respect to you. From using her as sort of a symbol of what's going on amongst these campus protests, What did she say, or what resonated with you? It's like they do have a good point there. What's the final thing you want to say there?
So yeah, this is what I do, so I can't say there's something new that I've heard, but I can see in your essence and in your soul you truly care about human life. You're not here to be against Israel, against the Jewish people, and you want justice for the Palestinians, and from that I respect that. And I know that your intentions are pure, and in the final reality of what we'd like to see, we wouldn't disagree. And I think if we had more conversations like this on platforms like yours, on other platforms, on college campuses, we would realize that the true intentions and ambitions that the collectives had, Israelis and Palestinians, are not contradictory, and all those who are allies to each cause.
What's the difference between a hostage and a prisoner of war? That's a really good question. My understanding is that a hostage is somebody that's captured who is either not targetable. Basically, they shouldn't ever be involved in military occupation. Or, I'm sorry, they shouldn't ever be involved in military conflict. So it might be a civilian, it might be somebody that's surrendered or is to combat, so like an injured soldier or something. These are people that are just captured and then used for like political purposes. And a prisoner of war is like an active military unit that has surrendered to you, that you've now captured, and then you have to house like a prisoner. A prisoner of war and a hostage are two incredibly different things. Hostages are people that aren't parties to a current armed conflict. Careful for that though, because like you could theoretically, I believe, I'm positive. I'm 99% positive. I'll live a 1% car right here. If I were to invade another country in like a surprise attack and then capture like 100 soldiers and then bring them back, that would not be considered prisoners of war. They would be considered hostages. So if on October 7th, for instance, Hamas captured military people on that attack, that was a surprise, undeclared attack. Nobody was engaged in a current armed conflict for that. Every single person captured, even military people, would be considered hostages, not prisoners of war, is my understanding. Yeah, you can Google like IHL, prisoner of war versus hostage. The International Convention Against the Taking of Hostages defines the offense as the seizure or detention of a person, the hostage, combined with threatening to kill, to injure, or to continue to detain the hostage in order to compel a third party to do or to abstain from doing any act as an explicit or implicit condition for the release of the hostage. The elements of crime for the International Criminal Court uses the same definition but adds that the required behavior of the third party could be a condition not only for the release of the hostage but also for the safety of the hostage. It is the specific intent that characterizes hostage taking and distinguishes it from the deprivation of someone's liberty as an administrative or judicial measure. So when they come over and they take hostages and say like when they use them essentially as like bargaining chips, or they threaten like future harm or action against them, or they say that they'll locate them in buildings, so if Israel bombs them, they'll be killed. This is a human shield. These would be considered like hostages. Now, you can be upset about the administrative detention of Palestinians in Israel or in the West Bank, and there might be a good reason to be upset about that, but people try to call those people hostages. That's not true. They're not really being used necessarily as like bargaining chips or political things. You could argue that military process is unjust for how they're blah blah blah. You could argue that, but hostages, I don't think it really like fits there. Although the prohibition of hostage taking is specified in the Fourth Geneva Convention and is typically associated with the holding of civilians as hostages, there is no indication that the offense is limited to taking civilians hostage. Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, the Statute of the International Criminal Court, and the International Convention Against the Taking of Hostages do not limit the offense to the taking of civilians, but apply it to the taking of any person. Indeed, in the elements of crime for the International Criminal Court, the definition applies to the taking of any person protected by the Geneva Conventions. And I believe that a military person who's not a current party to an armed conflict, meaning just because you're a soldier doesn't mean you're a party to a current armed conflict, can be taken as a hostage. They wouldn't be considered a prisoner of war. Ugh. Okay.
Let's say non-Jews that are pro-Israel, non-Palestinians that are pro-Palestinian, they all need to realize that they need to help us come together, not be pulling us apart.
All right, thank you, Rudy. Thank you for what you do, genuinely.
Fuck me,
on behalf
bro.
of
God
people that support
damn
Israel
it.
and Zionists, and thank you for being respectful and open-minded and being willing to share your opinion. And thank you guys for being here. Sub to the channel, Sazcast here on Valuetainment. Rudy's channel, Rudy Rachman.
Or on Instagram, Rudy_Israel. Israel's my
I keep saying the CH, it's Rachman.
Rachman.
But it's the CH that gets
Oh,
me.
good, you're Ashkenazi.
And then not so erudite on...
No, that's Kyla.
I'm not Kyla, sorry.
I'm
Why did I say
Straighterade.
that? Straighterade.
I think it's because we both have black hair.
That's what I mean. I know the difference between Aaron and Kyla. Anyway, Straighterade on there. I appreciate this conversation, and more to come only here on Valuetainment. See you guys later.
It's the Sazcast, baby.
I love you guys. Be careful. Ribberino, cappuccino, cappuccino. My shirt. Ribberino, cappuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino. My tuners. I'll catch you guys next. Stream it out. Check out destiny.gg/shop. For cool stuff. Okay.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. And look, the world is in chaos, and there's only one man who can probably make sense of it all. And we got Michael Malice. Hey!
Thanks so much, guys.
Michael, thank you so much for coming here and being so opinionated about your musical taste. I walked back from the bathroom and there's like a pussy riot going on out here because Mark assumed you like Simon and Garfunkel. Why was this offensive?
Because it's like a blood libel. Like, I mean, Simon and Garfunkel.
You're a big old Jew.
Yeah, but I have good musical taste. I mean,
so do the Jews.
Yeah, but I had good musical taste.
Yeah, but you don't think the Jews have good musical taste?
The Jews, like, well, I'm not here as the representative of the Jews.
Well, then stop the pot.
Oh, yeah.
This is what we need.
What's the point of
Okay,
this?
we
dude?
need
Get
is
Rabbi
a
Shmuley in here.
Yeah.
Let Shmuley to come.
I don't think I listen to I don't think I listen to any music that's older than I am, from 76. Anything before that, I don't really like.
Just give us something. Give us something that you like.
X-ray. I mean, okay, here's the thing. Here's the trick. I'm not even joking, okay?
Yeah.
The key to... Don't give me that face.
I'm just saying. There's a
You're
lot
not
of
saying,
explaining. There's a lot of explaining going on. I just asked for a group, and you could just tell me the group.
You're not going to have heard of them.
Well, how do you know I haven't heard of them?
X-Ray Specs.
I listen to X-Ray Specs. I was there. I was at the concert last night.
She died in like 94.
There's a recover band.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is.
No,
Recover. There is a recover band.
No,
they're recovering.
Who are you thinking
They're
of?
recovering. MRI data.
Okay. The point is, the key to being a good hipster is listening to music other people
Are
have
you a
heard of.
hipster?
Yes.
Is that what
Look
these
at my
shoes
hair.
are about? I need to understand. Look, listen. We got to cut this out.
The Bumblebee 5s, bro.
The-
That is
dude,
this is nasty work right here, Mel.
Transformer 2s.
Yeah.
You're not ready for this.
Nasty business.
I
right
need
here.
to understand what was happening before.
It was hard to find a shoe to match this retro print.
So you stole a homeless guy's shoe?
No, I've had these shoes for 20 years.
Okay.
20 years?
Nah,
Yes.
That's a Russian shoe.
No, it's not. This is a bowling shoe.
This was given out at a bread
But it's
line.
like Russian.
That-
You think they have color in Russia? They have
You know
yellow
what?
shoes?
Yeah, probably not. That's a good
Maybe okay, maybe no yellow shoes.
Are they
Okay,
Pumas?
listen.
Oh,
No, they're GBX.
Oh.
Come on, dude. You're
don't
not a
know
fucking
GBX.
GBX guy.
This guy,
Your
yours
music band also makes sneakers?
Okay, listen. Can we make sense
That's
of
a
the
thing,
world?
though, isn't it?
Yeah. No, but he wore a shiny suit for Diddy.
Oh, hell
Oh
yeah.
my God!
Yeah, he brought
we
it
had to
back.
explain that you weren't Diddy to him earlier before the podcast,
know.
which some people could say is racist.
And
I wouldn't say
I
it
still
is.
think you're trolling. I'm not really sure.
Do you think this is where Diddy's hiding
Yeah,
out? The
I'm
one
on a-
place nobody will find
I'm
him?
on a run right now.
Yeah, come on. He's Alex Media.
Listen, he's either Diddy or Trudeau. It's one of the two.
It's good.
I'm Trudeau.
The man is good.
I'm Trudeau.
The man is
He
good.
does both. He does both.
It doesn't matter.
Let me get my playlist set up. Give me a sec.
Today's topic.
Tell me you have pretty privilege without actually telling me that you have pretty privilege.
Oh, I have a story. So, when I was 22, I randomly moved to LA with no plan, no clue where I was gonna live, nothing. I get down there and I ask one of my girlfriends if she wants to hang out. So, while we're hanging out, we get to chatting and she goes, hey, why don't you just live with me in the model house for the summer? And I didn't know what that was at the time, but all it is a mansion in the hills where models get to live there rent-free, and in exchange, they just have to go to clubs twice a week and look cute. That's it. They Uber you there, you look cute, you stand around usually, and then you go home. And I got to live there for an entire summer because she sent her agent photos of me and my height, and I just got to live there. It was so much fun. I got to meet Ed Westwick from Gossip Girl, Chuck Bass. Oh, I have so many stories from that house.
Yeah. Pretty privilege is a real thing. And also, just peep game. You see how somebody put them up in a mansion, paid all this money just for them to be around them? Because there's somebody with a lot of money, a lot of value, who recognizes the value of having hot women around.
Then it happened is that these girls are not even fucking, right?
No.
It's not even that. It's that in a club environment,
Tell them.
your club...
Oh, you were a bouncer, right?
Yeah.
You've been to a lot of big events.
Yes.
Wax on point.
But it's not only that. I work in a five-star hotel. I've worked in services. I've worked in different events as well as security. And you have to understand, these girls, and the girl that's talking, she's not even sleeping with nobody. She's not paid to sleep with nobody. It's just that whenever you have a club, okay, you want to have beautiful women because that's going to attract men, because that's a man that's going to pay bottles and pay things and spend money in your club. It's like, you want to have good looking strippers in your club so that they bring money in it. It's the same thing, but these girls are not strippers. They're just there they're basically furniture. They're furniture that look good. It's like if I told you, yo, let's go to that club. The furniture is nice. That's what it is. They're paid to look good. Paintings on a wall. So when you go there, you try to holler at them. The girls, they might say yes. The girls might say no. But they're not paid for that. They're just paid to be there because they increase the value of the club. Crazy like that. Because normal patrons is not going to cut it. They need a consistency. You see how McDonald's, the fries at McDonald's, no matter where you go in McDonald's, is the same fries. No matter consistency. So that's what they is. So they want the same fries every week. Every week. It's consistent. At that club, the girls are fries. Consistent.
And it has a huge benefit from a status standpoint. And listen, some of these girls don't. A lot of them do. They do extra work, okay? All these mansions, for a lot of them, it's not free. And sometimes it's not even direct. They're like, why don't you just come back over to me? We need to talk. They know what time it is. They want to stay in that mansion. They want to have a good time. They want to meet the guys from Gossip Girl, okay? So just know that when people say pretty privilege, it's like the idea that you can just change financial brackets, that you can gain these like housing privileges just from looking.
A house in the hills for a summer in Beverly Hills.
You're talking about tens of thousands of dollars on the low end.
I am done here.
Yep.
And you live there rent free just because of your beauty.
And you probably could have lived there longer if you were willing to do more work.
Yep.
So just be mindful of that when people talk about what this thing means.
It's real.
It's real.
It exists.
Forget paying for drinks all night. I've seen people have their tuitions paid and not even offer anything back in return because dudes are willing to pay that much just to walk around and go to dinner with them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just because you want to be seen.
I seen a girl get on the phone and just talk to a dude, and this guy PayPal'd her thousands of dollars just because she said, "You little dirty." She started talking shit to him.
Yeah. That was his kink.
That's right. You want to be dominated by attractive women.
Fuck.
So understand, it doesn't mean that everyone who's pretty and attractive doesn't deal with stuff. I 100% acknowledge that as an attractive woman who maybe wants to just chill, it is annoying to walk around and have dudes constantly after you, constantly sexualizing you from a young age and getting on your case. I will never deny that dark side exists. It would be very hard if you want to be a principled person who's also attractive and you have to deal with all this unnecessary nonsense.
It's not your fault.
People not actually wanting to be your friend, but being close to you just because you're attractive. I get that.
That's why. And being hated on because you are beautiful.
100%. So I'm not saying there's not an other side to that coin.
Yeah, there is.
I acknowledge that being pretty isn't always perfect.
But it exists. The privileges is here. And it's real.
and you don't want to be ugly instead of attractive.
Oh, you wouldn't get the same privilege.
And that's why I did change it hierarchically speaking. So that's the main thing. But her story, she was really candid, and I appreciate her telling like, "Yo, this is what happened," and I know it's because of my privilege. So
She was really cool about that.
I appreciate the fact that
she was
people
open about it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
Exactly.
Tell me you have pretty privilege without actually telling me that you have pretty privilege.
Sometimes when me and my friends are around a group of guys, they'll intentionally ignore me and only talk to my friends and pretend that I'm not there. And I think it's because they're too nervous to come talk to me because they think I'm cute.
You're great. You're fucking great.
I love this.
Yo, I don't know who the who is. You're amazing. You're great.
Awesome.
You're amazing.
Shout out to this girl.
Yo, shout out to you, my girl.
Perfect, isn't it?
It's your arch nemesis.
Hi. Would you like to play some Dungeons and Dragons later? He said, you were a little drunk last night, so I left you on the couch. But I made some pancakes for you. Yo, I know in front of you. Sometimes I wake up beside a girl, we in bed.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh. And then you're just waking up and I'm like, good morning.
You're stupid.
And they're like, stop. And I'm like, please, touch me. I don't know. I got certain characters that are weird.
That girl is amazing.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
I appreciate that kind of self-awareness. If you can laugh at yourself for being unattractive or whatnot, then good for you. I'm glad for you. You need to be able to have that laugh. So shout out to her. And I think that's pretty much all. Do you have anything else you want to add? No? Please, preach. Tell us something more.
No.
The audience feels like
get the fuck
you
out of
have
here.
more to say.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Why am I turning into a dinosaur?
Yeah. Ça va, Jurassic Park? Big Carlis, man. Don't touch me.
The audience thinks that Abba doesn't let you talk enough.
Fuck me. You're fucking
There is this network of apps that are essentially beauty passes. So if you're a model or just like a pretty girl or an influencer, you can apply to get in. They're like exclusive, so not everyone gets accepted, but you apply to get in. And if you get in, there's a shit ton of businesses, restaurants, like massages, facials, lip injections, makeup, clothes, whatever, haircuts, everything, yoga classes, Pilates, everything that you can get for free. Just if you like tag them on an Instagram story. So if you follow models that post like Joe and the Juice and Pilates on their story every single day, they're not paying for that.
All right, today's topic, something happened at the Pittsburgh Steelers game, so we want to cover it.
She hit him first.
Yeah, she slapped him in his face.
Get his glasses. Somebody get his glasses.
What are your thoughts? Go for it.
People are saying, yeah, but he touched her first. No, he pushed her and he said, don't touch me, because he went to touch her. She went to touch him. And then she slapped him. You can have this disagreement. You can have disagreements, and that's all good. Does everybody get disagreements? That's all good. That's gender equality right there. I'm not saying women, men, none of that, or anyone in between. The minute you lay your hands on someone, see that mosquito bite? See that mosquito? Try to get at you, and then you slap the bitch. Same thing. Same thing. Keep your sting to yourself. That's it.
I'm going to do this in two parts. First part.
Part number one.
Okay? There's a lot of men out there who have to have a conversation with their woman about violence. Because women are out here writing checks that their boys, their husbands, their boyfriends cannot cash. This man got knocked out because his wife couldn't keep her cool. Here's the thing. Men walk through life with the understanding threat of violence. Okay? That's why... No. Listen. I'm going to talk about it, okay? I see this all the time. Men walk around, and if you're 5 foot tall, all right, and you're substantially weaker than a 6'3" guy, you're not going to talk some shit or get up in his face because you're going to get dead, and no one's going to feel bad for you.
Nobody.
But women, even with their physical inferiority, still feel so comfortable going into situations where these dudes could kill them with ease. And what ends up happening? Well, the man that you're with, he has to defend you. But maybe he's not even strong enough to do so. So now he's getting knocked out, getting brain damage, because he has to protect a stupid-ass person who doesn't understand the consequences of violence. And I'm not saying this to joke and laugh around. I don't know how badly that man got hurt. And you won't know either. Because when you get dicked out in your head, it's hanging like this, right? When you go full Stephen Hawking on people, that can be permanent. So a lot of ladies are getting men into violent situations that they themselves can't handle. They instigate it, take the minimum amount of damage, and their boys get stomped out. Because you best believe, if she goes crazy to a group of 6 men, and that guy defends, he's going to take the stomping. He's not her. She'll take a couple slaps, maybe a punch or two. He's going to get beat. Because even men would rather beat up another dude than beat up a woman. But they will do it sometimes.
Yeah, but you can't do it. Yeah, but you don't know who you're facing. You don't know who the person in front of you. He shouldn't do it, but there's a lot of things that shouldn't be done and people still do it.
Yeah.
Right? You don't know who you have in front of you and who's going to be willing to do what. Yep. Keep your hands to yourself, ladies.
And don't threaten violence, all right?
You shouldn't hit a lady. Don't. Right, but you shouldn't hit a man either.
Don't say you want to box people randomly.
Don't
do that.
Because it might come to you.
They might just break down your door.
Come on, stop. You're being super petty. Hey, stop it. Don't bring that violence. Do not lay your hands. If you don't want that, don't talk about it. Don't put it out there. Don't talk about it. Don't put your hands out there. Don't manhandle someone. Keep your hands to yourself. That's why in an argument, there's some people that argue like this. So that everybody knows I was not the first one. But if you so happen to touch me, that's some hood shit right here. Have you ever seen someone in that? Yo, you want to do this?
You want to know how a nigga about to fight you? If he starts doing it, and you're standing looking at him, he's like, he's just getting ready.
Yeah, he's cranking that shit up. He's cranking that shit up. And the one that does this is just, I'm not gonna do the first strike. But once you do, it's a whole square, and that square is up. Don't mention it. Don't talk to people like, I'm gonna fuck you up when you're not.
And also, I also want to give a shout out to the guy who knocked both the asses out. If my man was playing the role of Anakin Skywalker in Star Wars, even with the low ground, he would have fucked up Obi-Wan. This man was on a whole row of seats, and he was like, "Cow!" You all know those haymakers? He was connecting clean. So shout out to him. That technique's on point. And like I said, some of you might say, but that response is not proportionate. She just slapped him. You don't know what people have been through. You don't know how people respond to physical touch, especially when it's unwarranted. I got no problem with a woman slapping a man if he grabs her ass. You have no right to be putting your hands on nobody, and I keep that same energy with ladies when you guys put your hands in a man's face.
But a slap is not proportional to your ass grabbing.
Who says it has to be proportional?
It doesn't matter.
Who says it has to be proportional?
It doesn't matter.
Who said that?
It doesn't matter. I ain't mad. If the guy slap, fuck him up.
Yep. It doesn't have to be proportional. If you go out here and you instigate violence, the response doesn't have to be proportional. That's crazy. It's not like this man pulled out a gun. You slapped him, he punched you. And he's within his rights because you violated his boundaries. You don't get to slap someone and be like, slap me back. That's not the way it works. Once you cross that boundary, you win a whole other ballpark.
You go 20% of your train, I go 20% of mine.
Yeah. Don't be doing all that crazy stuff. So guys, just be mindful of that. Don't instigate no violence. That's pretty much it. That's all I gotta say.
Because it might come to you.
Ladies, watch this. Ladies, watch this. Because this is on you. This is something y'all do a lot.
On you.
I see too many guys get knocked out, all right, for a woman that was undeserving. So, that's all I'm saying. All right? That's it.
Everybody wants to know. Everybody wants to know. Slowing down. Yeah. Oh, baby. I can tell
Today's topic, Trisha Paytas.
Again?
Yes, sir. I mean, you heard her last video, right? The brain's not fully developed till 25 for women and up to 30 for men. They shouldn't be able. The age of consent should be what?
25, she said.
Damn right. And if you get involved with these and you're much substantially older, what does that mean? That you're doing something predatory.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Turns out she's got an OnlyFans, and she invited one of her backup dancers to do a video with her. She invited him to come do a scene with her, right? Clapping cheeks.
No.
Yeah, because she does that. She sells, and I'm not mad at it. I'm pro that. Go do that if you want to do that.
Yeah.
So as a 31-year-old, she invited this 22-year-old to come do a scene with her.
But it's okay. 9 years.
But the brain's not fully developed.
Fair.
Can't consent.
Nope. Till 30.
I just think it's interesting how this man who's got a 20-year difference can't do it. She got a 9-year difference with someone whose brain's not fully developed. 8 years from fully developing, because for men.
Yeah.
But she did an adult scene with him and published it online. So let's hypothetically take the logic. Let's take the logic that this person...
She profited off that.
Imagine this man was 15 and she was 26. Because by her logic, that's how this works. Not age of consent. Not really mentally developed yet, okay? He's not a real adult. She basically brought on an underage person to come do an adult video with her for the world to see. I just think it's so crazy that these people get online and act sanctimonious like they shit don't stink. Like they ain't never dated somebody who's substantially younger or been involved with them in a romantic capacity. She's famous, right? She's got a huge following. He was her backup dancer, right? So she done paid his bills.
Fuck. Power dynamic.
But then she's going to get out and talk about people who are just dating regular folks.
It's just funny. You know what's funny to me?
Go ahead.
What Paytas means in Friends. That's what's funny to me. This whole time. What Paytas means in French? Bruh. You can't make this shit up. That's what's funny to me.
Tell them what it
I can't tell them. If you know, you know. If you don't, look it up. But someone's gonna put it in. Someone's gonna put it in the comment.
I'll bleep it.
They're gonna put it in the comment.
I'll bleep it. Say it.
Stop.
You said it in Creole. Say it in English. No, you know the word, the real word. No, the one that starts with.
Her name means. Literally, you can't make this shit up.
And I'm not even mad at her for doing that. To me, it's the hypocrisy of these people.
The hypocrisy.
Right? They get up here and they say, you should never do it. Listen, our only stance was, they're grown people. Let them live their lives.
But
Why
that's
are we
your
judging folks?
That is your standard.
Your standard, by your own standard, you should be canceled. You should be seen as a huge... Boo-boo, forget a red flag. Communist China, you the whole flag.
You're the whole country.
And you want to get out here and talk about other people, what they should or shouldn't be doing. Are you mad?
Paytas.
So, again... This is why I tell you guys, be careful who you take your cues from, because a lot of these people who sit up here and say, you're evil, you're the devil, you deserve to be canceled, are the very same people who do the same stuff behind closed door and much worse.
Damn.
And much worse.
You got.
And much worse.
You got juice.
I don't know what's going on in her head. I don't know what kind of problem she got. I don't know what it is. But it's just crazy that you did an adult scene with someone you consider to be underage, yet you want to act sanctimonious about someone having a relationship with someone that age. Crazy.
Don't be mad because motherfuckers sin different than you. That's it. Girl.
That's it. Be an adult, all right? At the end of the day, people should make their own decisions. If you want to bang one of your fans or your backup dancers, do that. I don't care. It's none of my business. Everyone's a grown-ass adult.
Don't go about lecturing people when you take profit of. That whole other motherfucker you're talking about is just dating. He's 39, she's 20, whatever. I don't care. I said it before. But you're making profit on his ass. Not only you're paying his bills, but you think, if you're not talking about power dynamics here, boo-boo, I don't know what the hell it is. Oof. That's a no.
That's pretty much it for us. I just want you guys to know this. Just so you know. Just be very careful, all right? A lot of people want things, they want to sell you guys on these ideas because it sounds great on Twitter. They read it on Twitter, they internalize this ideology without realizing how it's not actually applicable to reality. The reality is that dating is complicated. People like age differences, people like money differences, people like power differences, height differences, all kinds of things. And just because there's some imbalance doesn't mean that something inappropriate is happening, okay? So just be mindful of that. Try to see things on an extra layer, and I think that's it. I don't think I have to say anymore. Keep it short, sweet.
Petas. Das piva.
These are their stories.
So, these are the group of people involved. Who's this little girl approached them?
This little girl?
Yeah. Tiny woman. She's like 5'1" at best. Essentially what's going on, if you're not really clear because there's no sound, is she lost her phone. She convinced someone stole it. She thinks it's these guys. So she goes up to them. And as that's happening, that's what's going on in front of you. And so some other people will get involved. They start pushing her away, telling her to get away. The girl tries pulling the dude back. He's kind of cheesed. If you're 5'1" and there's a group of people and you think they stole something from you, why you would think it's a good idea for you to go up to them and start accusing them, even if you're right?
Because they're not allowed to hit women.
Trust me, there's some guys who don't subscribe to that. They'll deck you so hard. Just ask the other lady who's into fitness and was walking her dog. He asked for the wallet. She said no. She got a hammer to the eye, almost lost her eyesight.
He said sorry.
He did apologize. Good manners. At the end of the day, it's just like, bitch, you small. You're weak. Other than this whole, like, you can't hit a woman thing, there's nothing protecting you from the savagery of a lot of other people. Recognize that. Because generally, even if you fuck up, it's not going to be you that's going to suffer those consequences. It's going to be other people around you. It's going to be your boyfriend. It's going to be your male friend. It's going to be the people who try to step in for a situation that you created, thinking you're invincible. Well, if you're so invincible, why can't you stop your homie from getting his ass beat? It's because you're not.
What do you mean?
She says something. She can't stop her homie from getting his ass whooped if he steps in, can she? Stop! Stop! You're hitting him! Stop! Nobody cares. How many dudes do you see get beat up over a girl? You said you smiled before I even finished my sentence. How many times you seen a captain save a hoe in a situation where the girl was clearly in the wrong, being an idiot?
Because that's the national sports sports in bars.
There you go.
That's what we see. Catch a fist, catch a knee, catch a bottle, shirt behind the neck.
So they're surrounding her right now. Now I think some random people are coming in. Look where she is on the outside. People are trying to pull her away. And then they're trying to pull the other guys away. The ones who supposedly took the phone. She's still standing there talking to them. Okay, and this is how I know a lot of y'all don't know about de-escalation. The situation has calmed down. You just got lucky not getting your ass beat. Walk away. You don't have the physical capabilities to take them on hand. They outnumber you 20-1. And you don't even know if they got weapons. This is what I call stupidness. Okay?
This is based in a lot of privilege. That's what I'm about to say. And I ain't talking about white, black, whatever. Someone felt like nothing could happen to them because of a different privilege that they had. And they went in and they did the thing.
So now they're surrounding her. They're going all around her. And they're just looking for a reason to snuff this girl. See, and people are pulling her away because they can see the danger, right?
No, this is not good.
No.
Because you keep running your mouth now.
Yeah. They're circling around. Get out of there. Right? Thankfully, the other dudes got some people to pull them away. Get away, especially teenagers.
No, because him?
I'm going to say teenagers act a fool.
The dude.
Okay. Did you see that? He just passed him something. Did I just see that? He dabbed him up.
Oh, they leaving. They leaving. Okay,
no, he's looking for a problem. He's back. He's
no, because he's cheesed.
Oh, he took off his hat. See, this is when you get away. Now they're trying to hold it. This man pulling up his pants. He's trying to haymaker this girl. Oh no, they're beating somebody else up. Oh, the one who tried to help her. And they all came back. Oh, they're chasing him. See? And look at the security guards who can't do shit. Just look at the security guards. Look at them. They're trying to snuff him. The security guards are trying to protect him. Oh, they got him now. It's over. He ran right into them. Oh, now they're snuffing him. And where's the girl?
Down there somewhere.
Where's the girl?
She's there.
No, that's another girl. That's a girl. She was with the other ones. That's not her. She's way taller. She's about to beat him up too. Hold up. Where'd the girl go? Let me see where the girl went. Here she is. Oh, wait. No, some other girl beat her up. She did get snuffed.
Oh, where? No, she's right there.
Someone hits her. This black girl's gonna hit her. See, because the black girl?
That's her.
Yeah, the black girl. Turns around.
Oh, wow!
They're all getting it.
Oh, now you crying. That's right here. Now she crying.
Oh, look, she getting saved while her homie, the one who came to her rescue, is getting stomped out.
But she got her beating too.
And now she left. And look at him, he getting stomped. They kicking him.
And she left.
Oh, and they dragged him into the bushes. Oh my God. They beating this man. And
she left.
She left. And this is how it always happens. And they still stomping on him. He's on the floor. The security guards are right there. And like I told y'all, young people don't give a fuck. There's a lot of young people out there. Listen, especially when you're that reckless. When you're young, a lot of reckless behavior is going to happen. And you know what the craziest part is? The people who got beat are lucky that none of these people had any weapons on them. I'm pretty sure I saw one of them hand something off. What's that? There's two options. Either that was her phone or that was a weapon. Either way, this was a lose-lose situation. So, I don't know. For me, in terms of situational awareness, you got to know what you're going up against. Me, personally, if I would have seen that, there's nothing I could do. What you want me to do? Be in a group like that. I want my phone back. What do you want me to do? Maybe you try to have a conversation. I'm not mad at that. I'm not saying you can't talk to folks. Okay? But you got to be smart about things. Especially, man, that girl was bugging. She got her ass beat. And so did the dude who tried to help her.
I mean, it's fair. Everybody got beat. You get a beating. Everybody gets a beating.
The girl who beat him. It's the girl who beat him up. Who beat her up.
The girl. Because she was probably running her mouth. And now you got another guy to punch him.
And look, nobody. Listen.
A girl turned around and it's like, yeah, they can't touch you because you're a woman. I'm here.
And someone's going to say, well, they probably did steal it. Why would they be so aggressive? If you've ever been accused by somebody of something you didn't do, you get really upset. Yeah. And it has happened. You guys don't remember that story we told you about? Where this guy was at a hotel with his dad, this 17-year-old, and this woman jumped on him and assaulted him, and he never had the phone, and she ended up finding it later. People get falsely accused all the time for theft like this.
She was found guilty.
Damn right. Go to jail, bitch. Who told you could put your hands on a young man? Who told you that?
And do all that commotion.
No. He had my phone. Okay, all right. Wasn't it Mia Ponsetto?
Yeah.
Mia Ponsetto?
Yeah.
Was it her?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, be smarter. Listen, if you lose your phones, get the cops involved. Go ask for camera footage. Maybe get a name. But don't be out there trying to be a superhero. You're not special.
I'm gonna go get my phone back.
Yeah. And you doing that, got someone else beat in the
You're
process.
5-0. This dude is this dude got snuffed. You got snuffed.
Who knows? Who knows what happened to him after being beaten on the floor like that? Security was there and they couldn't do shit.
There was 3 of them. 3 of them.
So-
and they couldn't do shit.
So just be smart about that kind of stuff. You guys got to be safe out there. Situational awareness.
No, but you got to be brave. You a bitch. Because if it was me, I would have snuffed them out. What the?
Yeah.
Shot! Pow!
Yeah.
Yeah!
And I'm gonna also say this: having a gun doesn't save this situation either. You know, just because you have a gun doesn't mean you go up to a group of people, antagonize them, start a situation, and think you can start shooting. Listen, Second Amendment, wonderful thing. I support all of it. I think gun rights and ownership is a wonderful thing. But it also comes with a lot of responsibilities. You guys don't become superheroes because you have a gun. It should be the last line of defense, not something you lead with. All right? It's not some fucking insurance policy that you take into every argument just so you can be a hothead. There's a lot of people who own guns who think that they're cowboys. You're not. And those people end up often killing folks and then going to jail themselves. Right? Look at the folks who did the Ahmaud Arbery thing. They looking at what? Murder charges?
Murder charges.
Okay. So at the end of the day, be smart with these situations. A phone is never worth a life. And I don't know if any life got lost here. I don't know. But it easily could have. If any of them were carrying weapons and they wanted to juke these people, they would have. Juke, if you don't know what that means. Though. All right. So just be smart. What would you have done in that situation?
Get your... I don't know. I told you already. I don't know. I'm telling you, I'm here and I'm giving you all these advices and shit like that because that's a sensible thing to do. But of course, whenever you're in the heat of the moment, you don't know what's going on. But you really have to think hard to think and do the right thing in these situations. And that's what martial arts taught me. You know, you have to slow things down to be able to take the right decision. So I don't know what I would have done. And when I mean martial arts, I'm not talking about beating their ass. I'm talking about the whole situation. When you do martial arts, it's not just fighting and beating a motherfucker up. That's not what it is. It's the whole thing. It's decision thinking, right? You have to take decision. You have to assess what's going on, and you have to be able to assess what's the best solution. And sometimes in martial arts, the best solution is to flee. Sometimes the best solution is not to stay there and take the punches. Actually, when you do martial arts, most of the time what they're going to tell you to do, a good martial artist, a good teacher is going to be like, your first thing, if you can get the fuck out and you don't have to be there, get out. If you're stuck in a wall and you have to defend yourself, that's another story. But the first defense is get the fuck out. Well, they say the best defense is a better offense, but the best defense is get the fuck out.
That's in sports where the stakes aren't the same.
But the best defense is get the fuck out.
That's definitely it.
Get the fuck out. Sometimes it's to retreat, flee.
The best defense
it doesn't make you a coward.
The best defense specialists are the ones who never get into fights. It's like, what are the best boxers? The ones who don't get hit.
If I could use a,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If I could use a metaphor, it's like you have an insurance policy, and there's something dangerous that's happening. Oh shit, it's really slippery. I'm gonna go beat that. I'm gonna go straight to that car. I got insurance. That's a bit the same thought process because you got your insurance, which is your martial arts. I'm gonna go right in there. No, even if you have an insurance policy and everything is gonna be a write-off or you're gonna have your belonging back, you still have to slow down when it snows. You know what I mean? Your insurance policy is really if shit goes down. But if you're on the road and it's slippery or dangerous or your vision is reduced, what do? Do you gun it? No, you slow down. Same logic.
And it's not only dangerous for the woman who made the approach on a physical scale. What if things got really bad and she ended up, let's say she's a kung fu master, right? And she starts popping niggas next, left, right, okay? Mulan, you know what I mean? Hidden Dragon, crouching something, okay? She killing them. And they don't have her phone.
Now, she just beat people.
You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So
and now she just made an assault.
Exactly, right? So just be mindful of that. Think about that. And yeah, just be safe out there. So, Preacher, I actually want to ask you this on camera.
Yeah, what's up?
So, recently we put out a video in regards to like my hesitancy with, getting vaccinated or whatnot, and caused some issues with YouTube and us, and made me think about it. When you cover certain topics on this platform, immediately what ends up happening is that you start to get deranked, meaning your videos get shown to less people, which then affects your revenue stream, it affects your ability to grow, it affects a lot of different things. And we've been feeling it for a couple months, right? There's a reason why our click-through rate is the same that is, but the impressions, which is how many videos people get shown to, has reduced. And it's been like a confusing thing. So I'm in talks with YouTube, but it made me think like, should we avoid these kind of topics or these things that we don't want to talk about? But the truth is we've also gotten here by talking about all the things that we want, by discussing things that we want.
So we're in a catch-22? A
little bit. For me, this is my thoughts on it, my personal opinion. I would just like to cover what we want to cover. And if it gets shown to less people, it is what it is. We kind of got to eat that. But that's what I think is better. Do you think we should segment our content to just include certain things and maybe keep that COVID stuff for other platforms?
I mean, we could. At the end of the day, this is our bread and butter. It doesn't mean that we don't have an opinion about some stuff. I don't want to close. I don't want to be closed-minded to everything that we want to talk about. Like, be like, you know what? We're not going to talk about it because we just want to be about the money. That's not what we've been about, and that's not what it is. Now, you have to ask yourself the question: is it worth it? Yeah. Whenever we cover, it's not everything that is it's worth being covered.
Yeah, some things we just don't want to cover because we're not interested.
Because we're not interested. But after that, there's like the toll that it takes on the other videos that we really want to put out there.
Yeah.
So that's what the question we have to ask: pros and cons, good or bad.
Yeah.
Is it worth it?
Is it worth it?
Let me work it. I put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it.
Yeah, it's a tough question. I think for me, we never really got into it for the money, so I suppose the decision's pretty simple for us from a principle standpoint. But it is unfortunate because, the principle aside, we do want folks to be able to see the videos. And I'm not even talking about like complete strangers. I'm talking about our own subscribers. The fact that you guys start to see it less and less despite having the bell checked off. That's also unfortunate to me. So it's just some of the things that YouTube sometimes does that makes you realize like, you can't keep yourself to one platform, which is why
we could put the videos on. If we put the video on a platform but only showing to our Patreon, we get deranked still?
Potentially, yeah. It's a complicated one. But anyways, we're going to try to figure out a way to kind of get the best of both worlds. I turned to Mike Tyson real quick.
The thing that happened is that since this platform is moving so much and all the time, there's really no real question. There's really no real answer to that question.
No, because we don't do safe stuff. No. So because of that, you recognize that you're expendable, and that's the reality. Yeah. So anyways, for that reason alone, I think that's why, we're going to call on you guys to help out. If you guys can, hit the bell button if you're already subscribed. If you're not, make sure you do. But if you guys want to help us out, make sure to like every video. Doing all that little stuff helps us boost us up in the algorithm so that we don't have to deal with this stuff all the time. But it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we even measured content that doesn't necessarily spread information, but just shares a different perspective that just comes from personal experience. Even that kind of stuff is now becoming unacceptable in year of trusted sources, which actually can't be trusted per se.
Even that video was not going to get as much views. Watch.
No, even this one. Like the last COVID video, I want to tell you something. It had the highest click-through rate of any video we've ever done. But the impressions was in the bottom third. And if you don't know what click-through rate is like when people see it, how often do they click through it? We had something between 25 and 30%. If you don't know how insane that is, most videos hover between 11 to 15%. It was double that, crazy high. But the impressions was mad low because YouTube didn't want to recommend it to folks, which is how they operate. And then I got contacted, losing some issues. But for me, it's important because if it's on my mind, I like talking about it. And if you want to help us out, you guys want to make sure that we get through that. Definitely make sure you hit the likes and stuff like that. We are going to start posting more exclusive videos just on Patreon alone. So if you guys want to be able to support, Preacher setting up his own personal podcast that's going to be available through the Patreon on video. So be on the lookout for that. But we're definitely going to be making a lot of content to make it worthwhile for you guys. So if you want to support us and keep the channel going, always help us out that way. But yeah, even beyond that, if you guys just take the time to hit the like and comment, that also helps out a lot. So want to make it worth it for you guys, I suppose. But we wanted to have like a transparent talk because so many of you were asking us about the video, and I'm like, it's unfortunate, man. It's just part of being on this platform. I don't regret the things I said, but definitely the platform makes it very difficult to say all the things that you want. But it's how we got here, so it's how we'll keep going forward. Is there anything else? So just want to let you guys know. You guys can let us know your thoughts, but yeah, they really don't want folks talking about this unless you say what they say. Doesn't matter how right you are. Doesn't matter how many studies you cite.
Doesn't matter.
Or how many things. Like, You could get banned for saying the very same things that they say on CNN or CNBC.
But you were not CNN or CNN.
CNN come up like, there's a new controversial study. If you come out and say there's a new controversial, you could get. That's how crazy things have gone. So it's just unfortunate that we can't have these talks casually. But that's the era we live in. So gotta make it work. Today's topic, PJ Washington and Brittany Jenner. Brittany Renner, my bad. If you aren't aware, Brittany Renner is an Insta thought. She's like, gotten it on with a bunch of basketball players, rich people. She brags about it. And about a year and a half ago, she got with a young NBA player. Okay, this young NBA player, she's older than him. Basically, she got pregnant by him. Right, they were seeing each other. They were in a relationship. They got married apparently, and he got her pregnant. Right, this happened in a very short span of time. And now he's going to have to pay child support. Supposedly, she'd been planning this divorce in secret before he ever found out. And
plot twist, there was a video that resurfaced about her saying that
NBA players
are dumb.
Hold up. Let me replace something. It didn't resurface. Ooh. That bitch was viral the first time she said it. This girl was literally used as a quintessential example of why you shouldn't mess with Instagram thoughts. It's not like this was a hidden secret.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Everybody knew.
You're talking about videos that were out 2 years, 4 or 5 years ago. So anyways, I'll play the video for you guys. This is her, well before this relationship, talking about who she gets with.
I want to know my body count. I don't know why in 2018 that's any of your business or why it matters. But 24. 11 athletes. Woo! 5 entertainers. Woo! 8 regular guys. Woo! I've only 3 regular guys since I've been Instagram famous because a lot of y'all run your mouths too much. I don't want to be sending you a video 1 minute, the next minute I see me spread eagle on the timeline playing with my. In my experience, the worst people to deal with are the athletes. None of them use condoms really. So if y'all really want to try to come up off a check off a man, you could just an athlete. They're really dumb. I don't like talking about my history with men I'm dating.
So I'm gonna just stop it there and continue in a little bit. I don't feel bad for the young brother.
I don't feel bad.
The evidence was out there. People warned you. You ignored it.
You pay.
You get what you get.
So many people like to keep track of all the men that I've been with. And it makes you wonder, why are you concerned unless you would want to be one of these? Anger about what you can't have. Now, any man would be lucky to have me. That's why a lot of them still check for me. I'm just sick and tired of wearing panties. So much so that I throw them all away. What's wrong, Daddy?
What you want me to tell you? Y'all out here getting the wrong woman pregnant, then you complain. It's one thing if she hides
Jesus
everything about herself and that happens. Sometimes they devious. This girl got video evidence of her talking about how stupid y'all are. And you do the exact dumb shit. Is she lying? Is she wrong?
I mean,
she's gonna do what she does. That's a waste of time. Okay? There's always gonna be Jezebels out there. It's gonna happen. Onus is on you to protect yourself. Is that victim blaming? Call it whatever you want. I live in a world where there are people who do really bad shit on purpose.
But when they advertise it, like my first instinct is to tell you, you should have known, but you already knew.
Let me ask you.
Ask me.
You go to the zoo.
I go to the zoo.
It says, beware, do not cross barrier.
Do not cross the barrier. Because
you cross the barrier.
And I get mauled by a bear.
Do I feel bad?
No, of course not.
Die. Natural selection. If you're that much of a idiot where there's a sign that says danger, danger.
Yeah.
They said that you're inbox. They showed you the evidence of someone else getting mauled.
It's right there.
And you still jumped in.
Yeah.
We wouldn't feel bad.
No.
But I can't say this stuff and say you're an idiot, PJ Washington, without people saying, oh, victim blaming. What?
No.
What are we talking about right now? Today's video is sponsored. Oh, wait. All right, you already know. Okay, we're ready. Today's video is sponsored by Blue Chew. Say it with us now, Blue Chew. It's time for you to gain more confidence and longer lasting experiences in the bedroom with Blue Chew tablets, okay? You deserve better. She deserves harder. Get it together. Bars. Listen, Blue Chew is a unique online service that offers you the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. And one of the best parts is that, Blue Chew, it's an online service, so you don't need to go to the doctor and have an awkward conversation with that person. All you gotta do is go to bluechew.com. You just need to consult with one of their medical licensed professionals, and once you're approved, we just ship it to your door. And we got a special deal just for you guys. You can try Blue Chew for free when you use promo code ABBA. All right, and all you gotta do is pay for the $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com using promo code ABBA and get your first month free. So a big shout out to Blue Chew for sponsoring this video. Listen, hypothetical. All right, let me play devil's advocate. Maybe PJ Washington has never had good role models. Maybe he's never had some man to hold his hand.
Nothing to do with that. I'm sorry.
Right, so maybe because of that, he didn't develop the good judgment when it came to women because he had nobody to put him on game. If you've been a simp your whole life, you had no good male role models, you might still be a simp even if people tell you otherwise because you're like, oh, women are magical. Maybe.
Fair.
But at the end of the day, it's still your responsibility, brother. All right? So now you're going to learn a $20 million lesson. Very expensive, but it is what it is.
The $20 million? Plus $200,000
projected.
Yeah.
And he might make way more. So, it's just one of those things that I'm like, what did you expect?
She got her bag. $200,000 a month is a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, for having a nice ass. It'll get you very far. That's that female privilege.
What did we place that? We placed that high on the tier, right?
What? Beauty privilege?
Yeah.
I put it at S tier.
My man.
Listen, being a beautiful woman, you could make your whole destiny if you wanted to.
Yeah. Much more than if you were a beautiful man.
Sure, I agree.
Most of the guys that I've dealt with are gonna have more money than you. And you're gonna feel a way about it. I know the male ego is fragile, like the ball sack that hangs in between your legs. Conclusion, I don't even look at people as trashy or not. It all comes down to mentality for me.
Hey, man.
She proved her point. Anybody that was trashing her, she proved her point.
Listen.
That's the f***ed up part. I wish she was wrong. She got her bag.
In this information age, the fact that you don't look this stuff up or research your partner, especially if they're a public figure, sorry. That's a big mistake on your part. Got to make better decisions, everybody. Got to be smarter. Got to be better about the money. But let this be a lesson to you guys. Vet the people you're with. And when they show you who they are,
believe them.
This girl told you what it is. She thought you're an idiot. You are. You a dumb motherfucker. And it's going to cost you a lot of money. So, it is what it is. That's my thoughts on that whole thing. As far as she's concerned, what do you think about her? Hey, man, Jezebels are going to be out here. She's like asking me what I think about a murderer. It's like, they go and murder. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
She hustles.
Can't speak to that portion of the population. I don't bother. I'm not somebody who can save people. As far as commentary, I don't know. She told you who she was. She's not a liar. She got integrity, at the very least. She told you what it is.
On display.
She manipulated me.
No.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how you got manipulated by that.
The steak
and you got her.
The steak has poison in it. You eat the steak and then you go in the toilet and then you be like, oh my god, the steak was bad. No,
all I'm gonna say,
it.
PJ,
it was on display.
All I'm gonna say, PJ, get in that gym, start shooting. You gonna need to keep up them child support payments. You better stay in shape. You better pray there's no injuries. You better pray you stay on top. That's all I'm gonna say. Anything else? All right. That's it for today's video. Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you guys agree? Was I too rough? Was I too mean? I don't know. I want you guys to make better decisions for yourselves. So don't learn from this. Learn from this man. All right. Anything else? All right.
God damn.
Dumb motherfucker.
desconectados dia a dia. Amor antigo, mesmo que o tudo vem, mesmo quando estarei velha.
All right, so this video happened in Mexico.
What the f is this? We can stop them for these assholes. Oh shit. It's the cartel.
Yeah.
See that?
Okay, there's some people that would have been dead right there and then.
Dead.
Real quick.
Bandit just crossed the border not long ago.
Yeah.
Got to a stoplight.
Yeah.
And they rushed.
Yeah. They can spot you.
It's because he was driving a truck.
Yes.
Trucks are very valuable.
Yes.
So they try to rob it.
Yes.
And the reason why I'm playing this video is just to show you guys how quickly things change from like a normal drive to why are they stopping? Is it a car accident? No, this man understood some shifty was going on. Very good on him for his quick driving. He managed to not hit anyone, which didn't escalate the situation, but he got out of there safely. Good. Because you don't know what would happen. Maybe they would have taken him hostage. Maybe they would have just stolen the truck. Maybe they would have killed both of them. We don't know.
Do we want to know?
How fast? How long was that? 45 seconds?
Tops.
Reflex.
It's basically knowing what the vibe is.
What is the first thing he did? U-turn, going back to America.
Back up.
Back to America.
Back up.
Because had he gone deeper,
Not today.
it might have been worse. And if he wasn't in a border town, right? If he was somewhere deeper, there might have been nowhere for you to run because you're in their territory.
Not today. That's what was it. If not today was someone,
that was it.
Oh, not today. Let me back up. What is this? The cartel. Shut the fuck up. Let me handle this.
Yep. Man went straight into action. Boom, reverse, boom, let me find a weave out.
Because he knew.
Then they pulled in the second car. The second car was activated to try to trap him in.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
I mention this because things like checkpoints are very common in foreign countries. And checkpoints are not like...
Not checkpoints by the police.
No.
not those kind of checkpoints. What, checkpoints? Oh, well, we're safe. No, not those kind of checkpoints.
Yep.
I got some friends in Brazil. At night, they don't stop at lights. And they live there.
I got some friends in Detroit. They see a light, they don't stop.
They run it.
Because there's places where you're not supposed to
They
stop.
run
at
it.
lights. It's dangerous to stop at a red light. Think about that.
Police will tell you.
Yep.
Run it.
Yep.
That's not a violation.
Yes.
That's a trap. Run it. Run that light.
That red light's a hazard.
Run that light.
Red isn't stop. Red is danger.
Exactly. Run it.
It's a different thing.
Con la maña, cochos. Ajá.
Tiene que pagar una cuota por el cartel noreste porque todavía nadie te moleste, padre. Sí. Guárdame el teléfono, por favor, porque no te lo quiero quitar.
Ok.
Guárdamelo.
Oh, no, que tenemos el mapa nomás.
Bueno, hijo, hay que ponerle $1000 aquí para la maña, 500 y 500 para que se me vayan bien. Le voy a dar una clave.
¿Por qué?
Y esa pastilla se te cayó.
¿Cómo son Tylenol?
Por si la andabas buscando. Es para la protección de ustedes, viejo.
Yes.
Ayúdale tú, viejo, también.
Ya no, en efectivo no teníamos, ya. Ahorita nos quitaron allí en el...
We've actually encountered. I encountered it so many times when I was living in Ethiopia, and that's when like corruption comes into place sometimes, and you got to pay people off to get through places, right? Money is what makes people move. But when we got there, nigga.
Sorry, I had flashbacks.
Hey, if you want to go see that story, you go on the Patreon. That's a crazy story. But yo, I'm telling you, checkpoints are not meant to be messed with. Vigilance is, and this is what I was kind of trying to touch on in another video in regards to like what it's like when chaos is the norm. When chaos is the norm, you got to get ready for situations like that. Because I can assure you, I know a lot of people who would have frozen that situation or would have stopped and rolled down their window.
Abba, you're doing
Done
it.
for.
You're doing it again.
Doing what they did?
You're victim blaming.
Sure. Yeah. I love victim blaming.
Yes.
I enjoy it.
Because when you're from that country or from that place, there's no such thing as victim blaming. Victim blaming is actually what you have to do in order not to become a victim. But go ahead. Call it victim blaming if you want.
You gotta take precautions.
With your privilege ass.
You gotta take precautions. But again, quick thinking. And this is one situation where not using a gun was maybe the best situation possible. The only reason that, because if you would have fired, they might have just laced the whole thing up.
No, because you don't even know what, you don't even know.
No.
Did you hear the man say cartel?
Yeah.
Did you hear the man say cartel?
But that's what I'm saying. It's not always obvious what the solution is. He chose the best one out of 100 different solutions. He might have driven deeper into territory. He might have taken the wrong turn. He might have been stopped by people. He might have ran them over, tried to kill one. And each of these could have led to a completely different outcome. And so I always take an interest in watching situations like this because I'm like, what's the best way out? What's sensible? What can you do that will most often lead to good conclusions? And this is also why some people just have situational awareness on at all times. So I do this a lot when I talk to vets, but sometimes they'll tell me, like, and you can ask a bunch of veterans this, they'll tell you this. A lot of them have the same habits. You eat fast, you sit, you don't sit in a booth, you sit on access, close to the exit, someplace where you have your back towards a wall or something and you can see everything that's happening around you. Like, that kind of stuff happens to people where they're situationally aware. I can assure you that that guy, as he was coming to that intersection, had danger already on his mind because he didn't even give him a chance to try to play him. He was already like, all right, how am I going to do this? And he was calculating in his head. Most people, if you can't sense a danger ahead, you don't know how to make that adjustment. So the best thing is prevention. You're always ready. And that's what I'm trying to say. It's a different mindset.
And it's little signs.
Yes.
It's little signs that you have. For the untrained eye, it's nothing. But if you're in an area where people run lights and there's people at the lights, right there, there's not supposed to be people there.
Yep.
That's a checkpoint, not a safe one.
Yep. So just something to watch. I thought this video was very telling. It was short, it was straight to the point, and it was a tremendous amount of danger. And it's important for people to know that these kinds of things exist. Not to let your life be governed by it, but sometimes being situationally aware can be the difference between dying and living. And that's all it comes down to. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. There's another channel called Active Self-Defense that does like a lot of these kind of videos, and I think they're fascinating. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Is there anything else you want to say on like self-defense and stuff like that? Oh yeah. If you're not used to these kinds of environments and you're going to these kind of environments, get yourself a guide, get yourself a local, get yourself somebody who's used to dealing with this stuff. There are fixers, there are enforcers, there are people that can take care of this for you. Trust me, they're absolutely necessary. And we know firsthand.
I'm not even laughing.
Shout out to Delgado.
Shout out to Delgado.
All right, we know firsthand.
My nigga Delgado.
We assisted, but if it wasn't for him, would we even be here today?
We don't even know. We don't even know.
So,
but I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing because this is funny. Yeah. I'm laughing because to me, this is obvious, and it's so not obvious to a lot of people.
Yeah.
But it's very obvious. But whatever.
Yeah. So let us know what you guys think in the comments.
Oh, we know.
Today's topic, right from TikTok.
Hey, bestie! You're wrong. I think it's time for another adult pre-K lesson. What do you think? All right, turn your listening ears on. Zoop, catch a bubble in your mouth. Good job. Okay, here's the thing. Having a preference is something like, I'm looking for a partner who likes kayaking, or wakes up early in the morning, or loves pizza. But when your preferences exclude an entire group of marginalized people, that's problematic. Okay, that's not nice. That's not a preference. If you lump all fat people in one group together as though they are not very different individuals, that's fatphobic.
Gay people are marginalized. I don't like gay people. I don't want to date gay people. I don't mind gay people. I don't mind being friends with gay people. I'm not going to date a gay people. I'm not. And I'm just not my preference. So I'm being problematic because I don't want to date gay. Is that what it is? I should date gay, trans. I should date lesbian. I should date lesbian. Yeah. Because they're marginalized, right? That makes no sense. Just the argument doesn't make any sense.
I'm going to stay away from the gay straight stuff, but
why not?
Because I think orientation is different, but that's me.
I'm going on what she said. If your preferences excludes a marginalized group, you're being problematic. That's what she said. She included that. So I'm just gonna go with marginalized group, and that's it. So I'm gonna include them. Because if I don't, I'm being problematic.
Just like lumping all black people in one group and saying, I don't like black people is racist, and lumping all disabled people in one group and saying, I don't think people in wheelchairs are hot, is ableist. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Saying you're not interested in dating people or saying that's not your preference isn't ableist. It's just saying that I'm not interested in whatever that comes with. The same way some people don't want to date poor people, that's okay. Poor people are marginalized. Yes, they are. Guess what? You don't want to date a poor person who's on welfare? You're entitled to that. That is your right. That is also a preference. I think here's what happens, right? When someone encounters something that they feel like is not nice or it hurts them, they immediately jump to the idea of this is somehow evil. It's like, no, sometimes the truth is not pretty. But it doesn't mean that there's some kind of oppression going on or that this is somehow some indication of some larger systemic issue. It just means that, some people are just not interested in you. Our attractions are driven by a lot of stuff that we can't control.
I get that you can feel like it's offending, like you're trying to say something, like you're trying to put them aside or whatever. It's just not your thing. I feel like date who you want to date. If you want to ask yourself the question of why you don't like such and such things, that's on you, and you should do that. You don't want to date black people, you don't want to date white people, sure. You could ask yourself why, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're racist or this or that.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Already her putting fatness on an equivalency of blackness is crazy. Your obesity generally reflects your day-to-day choices, your lived experience, your dietary choices. So for me, I can infer much more about your character and your personality just looking at you physically than I can a black person per se, right? I can't look at a disabled person and be like, man, the reason why they're like that is you can't figure that out. But if you're generally morbidly obese, yeah, I'm going to look at that and be like, that's probably not something I want in my life. Now, I'm not a big fan of that. People are like, well, trans, this is like blackness. It's not.
It's its own separate thing.
It's its own separate thing. Two, if someone didn't want to date black people, I would not say that's. If someone didn't want to date white people, I would not say that's. Sometimes, physically speaking, you like certain things.
You're not attracted to it.
That's it, right? Along certain races, certain physical qualities become more prevalent, okay? Or is it prevalent? I don't remember. Prevalent.
You're the one with the words. Remember? I can't read.
People always get on me on that word. Prevalent. I'm going to just go with that because I know it's the wrong way.
You just went prevalent.
Prevalent. Prevalent.
It's real prevalent.
Prevalent.
You just have to say like you're from the South.
It's like attraction is such a complicated thing.
It is. It's complex.
It's not easy
you,
enough to just
bro.
be like,
God
well, because you have this preference, therefore, it's like, some people just want to date Ethiopians if they may be from Ethiopia, right? They want to keep that cultural heritage. Some people prefer people with larger lips and bigger butts. Well, maybe they're going to find predominantly that exists with black folks. Some people like fair complexions and very straight hair. Who knows? We are attracted to things on a complex range of reasons. And to look at someone who's not open to certain things and inherently say something's wrong with you seems odd to me. Smoking. There's plenty of people who don't want to date smokers. Yeah? They suffer from lung cancer and all kinds of issues, and the breath smells. Is that wrong for me to say I don't want to date a smoker?
And redheads. Same thing with redheads.
Right? So,
and they've been marginalized. I mean, in my school, it was, whoa. If someone doesn't want to date you, why would you want to try to impose that on them? Do you and move on. That's it. You could be the sweetest, ripest, tastiest mango in the world. There's people that don't like mango, okay? There's gonna be someone for you. That's it. Just go find yours. Don't concentrate on the people that don't like you. Concentrate on the people that actually do. There's people that attraction is very complicated. As a matter of fact, the biggest sexual organ is the brain. It's complex. So just going like that and be like, no, you should like this and that, and you're fat phobic, you're being problematic. I disagree with that. They're not saying that you guys are not ugly or fat people are not ugly or this. No, it's just not their thing. And you know what? It's okay. There was a time when I was like, oh, yeah, you don't want to date black people. Well, and then you start to listen to what you're saying. And you're like, doesn't necessarily make sense. And it's okay. I'm not going to concentrate on you. You could ask yourself why. That's another topic. But it does not inherently racist or fat phobic. But whatever. Do you? But on that point, yeah, I do disagree as well.
Yeah. I think in a world where so many people are valuing the idea of fitness and staying in shape, and they're trying to change their life habits, looking at somebody who's morbidly obese and they're like, yeah, not for me.
I wouldn't want to date someone that is super in shape either.
Sure.
Like, that goes to the gym every day and everything and stuff, and it's super big, because to me, that's another kind of unhealthiness.
Yeah. People marginalize skinny people all the time.
All the time. Eat a sandwich. Oh my God, look at her.
If some girl's dressing super posh, right? She got a long cigarette in all her photos and doing some weird stuff. I'm probably like, nah. That's me. Right? Because I feel like even the way that you dress is a reflection of some of your ideas. Not always, but sometimes. What? What you gonna say?
But you dress. You judge other people on how they dress?
In regards to whether or not we'd be compatible. Not in regards to who they are. Do you know?
Always don't, because you always say that you dress like a homeless person.
Yeah.
But who's going to be compatible with you?
Well, I only dress like this when I'm here in this kind of situation. It's a very different thing. You've seen me on dates with girls before.
I've seen you on dates?
Yeah, one time you saw me, you're like, oh shit, nigga, you just Yeah. When I'm doing these videos.
Oh yeah, you put out your good shoes and everything.
When I'm doing these videos, I'm not trying to have them slide in. Whoa, I ever look so cute. I'm not trying to deal with.
You try to be scrummy and people trying to slide in.
Exactly.
I see what you're saying.
Right, so it's a different thing.
Yeah, I see.
You know, if you groom yourself and you try to make yourself beautiful, the people will be like, oh well, I'm not having that. So it's a different thing. But if I had an online dating profile, you think I'm rocking the same stuff? Of course.
No, I see what you're saying.
Right, so
I've seen your online profile pics.
Exactly. So it's a different thing. But anyways, this man was trying to come from my neck, being like, "Who you gonna be like?"
No,
I'm trying to be compatible with this camera.
I'm trying to say, listen, you judging motherfuckers out of dress, and you always say that you just not trash. But I see what you're saying. You explained your point. Makes it valuable. Keep it going. As bacon grits. Sausage.
My man came from my neck like that. That's crazy.
I came for the gold. You know what's your good side?
No.
Every girl I know what their good side is. None of my guy friends know what their good side is.
I'd be like this. Straight at the camera. You get both sides. If it's trash, it's trash.
I don't even know.
But I won't be like, I'm not doing all that bullshit.
Try to hide your shit.
Yeah, man.
Try to catch a light. No, fuck am I? America's next best.
Yeah. To me, it's such a weird claim. It's like, you don't want to date fan people. What? Like I said, spend less time worrying about this kind of stuff and more time on self-improvement. I think everyone's entitled to what they want. And you're also entitled to discriminate against people in terms of dating for whatever reason you want. Maybe it's born from a bad place. Maybe it's born from a good place. But being too invested in why other people want to make the choices that they want to make seems odd to me. Just go spend your time with people who want to be with you. At the end of the day, that's the only thing that matters. If I meet a girl, she's like, I only date black guys. I might be like, where's that coming from? And if she's like, y'all can dance really well, I might be like, eh. And another black guy might be like, hey,
that's my jam.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. You never know. Everyone's going to react to these kinds of things differently, and we're all entitled to those choices without being told that we're somehow participating in some kind of oppressive regime. So those are mine. What do you guys think? Do you guys agree on the obesity and choice or not? I think that's a good discussion. Do you guys agree with what she said about fat phobia and all that stuff? We want to hear from y'all. Anything else you want to add?
Yo sabré reír, yo sabré llorar, yo sabré entregarte mi cariño. Negra, negra que te quiero, goza, negra presuntuosa, mira, que me estoy muriendo, dame vida de tu boca, bota, que me está pisando los talones de la libertad. Negra, negra que te quiero.
In the field of health, but we really take our health second. We're ready to cater to other people, but we're not ready to take care of ourselves. A lot of people strive to be, I want to be a psychologist. I want to work in social studies. I want to be a nurse. But when it comes to our house, we don't do it. We cater to others, but we don't cater to us and our people. And we call that white people stuff and stuff like that. That's very slave mentality. I said it.
What are you talking about? You're saying someone who is compromised, whether it's physically or mentally, should go do something that is dangerous. If they don't, they're a quitter. That is what you said.
Her mind wasn't hurt. She's playing a physical sport, is what I'm saying.
Even the phrase "her mind wasn't hurt," how do you know? It's the arrogance of people, of not being in people's situations, saying, but then that person self-deletes and they're like,
oh, that's so sad.
Oh, I can't believe it. Like, why would he do that? Because people like this are ready to disbelieve you or tell you what you're going through is not real. It's like, you're not in that person's head.
And they're not even knowing.
Imagine having that arrogance. Do you not see how stupid that is? I'm not saying you got to inherently believe them and go behind them, but why go out of your way to say that didn't happen? That's what's weird to me.
I'll take a step.
You don't have to. You don't have to see her as she's not a hero. Cool, I agree. Whatever, we agree. But then be like, she has no character. She was faking it. That's the weird part.
Mm-hmm.
But people have to believe that because even despite the fact that there's no proof, they rather just run with their narrative and their bias.
She's playing a physical sport, and something that's going on with her can't make her play on that certain day. And you can't show up that day, it's pretty much quitting.
You can't show up that day because you can't function. Do you understand what that means?
But she's quit. She's let down the country. She wasn't going to do gymnastics.
You're jumping to something else. I don't care about she let down the country. Focus on what I said.
Yeah.
She can't compete because she can't function.
That doesn't label you a hero at all.
I didn't say that. Again, listen to what I said. You called her a quitter. I didn't say she was a hero. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
She can't function, so she didn't compete. And you're saying she's a quitter.
So why did she go there?
When Kevin Durant was on that main stage playing for the Golden State Warriors with his ankle injury, even though the doctor said he shouldn't have, didn't his team pressure him to go back on the field?
And he did go. Yeah.
And he did go. And what happened 12 minutes in? No. And what happened? Answer my question, then answer. What happened? What happened 12 minutes? What happened 12 minutes after he was on the field? Huh?
He got injured again. Kevin Durant could have said no.
No. Once he gets injured again, you're like, oh, we could have said no. Bitch, if you don't get take all your shit and get the fuck out of here. What?
Team doctors. I feel you. Team doctors will do what's in the best interest of the team, even if it's at the risk of your own health. Kevin Durant should have never been on that NBA Finals stage. Everyone knows it. But due to the pressure that athletes face from their teammates, from the media, from the public, this man went out there and compromised his health and took away a year of his basketball life because other people said so. And then he said he could have said no. But if you would have said no, you would have labeled him a quitter.
No, you can't.
You can't have it both ways.
No.
Right? Like, this man was clearly compromised. You demanded that he come back. He comes back, he tears his Achilles, can't do sports. Thank God he's come back exceptionally well. Congratulations to him a year later.
Imagine Simone Biles comes on there, she's not right in the head, she goes back out there, she does her thing, injures herself, break her neck. What you gonna say? You could have said no. You bitch ass.
No, bro. These people are lost.
Yo. My God, dude.
These people are lost.
Dude.
Do you see why I got triggered?
Dude.
This man called soldiers who need to leave due to PTSD quitters.
Dude.
You just didn't want to be called a quitter.
And they would have called him a quitter. And what I'm trying to tell you is, if you call up Kevin Durant a quitter for not going in there, you're an idiot. Because you saw what happened. You saw what happened when he went on the field. He blew out his Achilles.
But he still came back.
And blew out his Achilles. So this is why I don't care too much for public opinion, because you got low IQ people making all these loud comments about stuff that they have no concept of. And this is the truth, okay? This is the truth about athletics, entertainment, and a lot of other fields in general. Even like employees of regular jobs. These motherfuckers do not care about you. The customers generally don't care about you. And guess who else doesn't care about you? The supervisors and the owners. They don't care about your well-being. They care about the bottom line. They want to get entertained. They want to get their product. And then the other end wants to make their money. So you have to prioritize your well-being, because none of these people gonna care. They don't care. Simone Biles went through all kinds of stuff, right? She was touched against her will. So were another 100 women by the same U.S. gymnastics team. And she went on to compete in the Olympics and won all those medals. She went through all that trial tribulation. You imagine being hurt by somebody for that long. You still go through it. You do it. Come back with the most gold medals ever won by Olympian for gymnastics female. And then you have 1 year where you're like, I can't do it. And they're like, you're a quitter. Despite going through all that. These people don't care about you. They don't. I want to be entertained. You offended my politics. Fuck you. That's how they operate. So I would tell you,
fans don't care. Organization, nobody.
Whether it's your supervisor, whether it's your organization, find yourself a place that appreciates you and actually cares about your well-being. And if they don't, prioritize yourselves at all costs. Never go out of your way to sacrifice your health for other folks, because they don't care about you. They will run you through the grinder. You die, and you know what happens? HR is putting in an application for someone in to fill your seat. You weren't a quitter. You weren't a quitter, but yeah, you dead, and nobody gonna take care of your family.
Don't sacrifice for people that could replace you, that will replace you within a week. Don't.
If he didn't come, what would you have said? If Kevin Durant had gone home and the next snap would have been in Cancun or whatever on his recovery, y'all would have called him a quitter.
No, I wouldn't have. You might have. That's a stupid take. If you're hurt, don't get on the field, because then you blow out your Achilles. You're hurt, you should go out there. And if you don't, you're a bum. But if you get injured and your leg is broken, that's your problem. This is how stupid people are. This is how dumb people are. This is how dumb people are. You got PTSD, get back in the field, and if you don't, you're a quitter. I dare someone to go say that to a veteran. You're a quitter. You got PTSD, get back in Afghanistan. I was triggered.
Oh no, you got lit.
I was triggered. I was triggered because I've seen how this affects other people.
Yeah. If you see it, you seeing it is one thing. No. Playing the sports is another thing. Yeah. Not playing and just, doing your lad ass commentary for not knowing. Whatever.
I'm just so sick of people siding with organizations and corporations and echoing their sentiments. It's just ugh. It's like all these people are just ready to cape for these people who don't give a fuck about you. This is nasty. And this is how you know our society does not acknowledge mental issues well. He thinks it's perfectly fine for you to not go in to work if your leg is busted. He thinks it's perfectly fine for you not to go to war if your leg is busted. But if you got PTSD, if you got mental health issues that you can't function around people, get out there. That's how stupid some of these people are. So this is what I'm going to tell you guys, okay? Okay? Because these people want to put your life at risk, so go fuck themselves. They can go fuck themselves. I'm going to tell you as an individual, prioritize yourselves. Because you got idiots like this in the public opinion who are going to tell you to compromise your health, your well-being for others. And if you don't, you're a quitter. You're shameful. You're a disgrace to this country. Well, listen, any country that would throw you under their bus and put you through a grinder, spit you out, and not consider your well-being afterwards, isn't a country worth sacrificing yourself for. You are bugging. That's one of the dumbest things I got triggered.
Oh yeah, you went on.
Man, so many people are suffering. And I think people think some people think like, dude, toughen up.
We came out of a whole anxiety situation with COVID when people couldn't train properly, and then you have this Olympics coming. So a year before that, you couldn't do it. She was probably good a year before, right? But now we're postponing a year after this whole pandemic, when things are complicated, protocols, masks, tests. Then I remove your medicine. Then you have all this pass about you getting touched. Then you have all this pressure from the country, but you a quitter and you win. You already have all the most medals. They can't take that shit away from you, but they trying. Wow, motherfuckers don't give a fuck.
I'm gonna say this. People always say this. The people always say, "Oh, people are soft now." I mean, yeah, people are dealing with different problems than they ever have in the history of humanity. We're not fighting for our food. We're not fighting for our survival. We're not fighting for the same problems. We're not fighting Russia, right? There's not that many wars for us. So of course people are going to be bred different, and they're going to feel a different type of struggle. Now it's one of meeting, whereas the past people, it's just like make money and do it for your family. Now it's a different time. So we're dealing with different sets of struggles. That's the reality of the world. You want to say people are soft? The times are soft. When's the last time you had to pick up a gun and join the draft? Huh? When's the last time you had to get in a fist fight? Most of you motherfuckers are not even dealing with any kinds of dangers. You're soft like Charmin. You're not hard. You're not hard. I know it. Because every time I see a dangerous video, I got a bunch of retards getting in the comments talking about, this is what I would do. I'm a captain. No, you wouldn't. Because if you grew up around any danger, you would know fucking better. We got more people today watching anime, fucking watching sports than playing sports. All of you guys are soft. Stop pretending otherwise. Just like,
the hardest experience that you have is in the video game, on the lowest setting.
Exactly.
Stop.
Yeah, you guys got hero complexes talking about what you would do. You wouldn't do shit because you're soft.
But I want a medal of honor.
But you don't want to deal with your own inadequacy, so you're like, oh no, geez, you're soft.
I want a
the
medal
sooner
of
a lot
honor.
of you accept that,
Call
the
of
better
Duty.
it's gonna be for you. You're soft.
Soft.
The world is soft.
Soft.
There is no dangers for you guys to face.
Mm-hmm. But it's okay that it's soft, because we don't need it to be hard right now.
Yeah.
It just is what it is.
Yeah.
Even if you won like whatever you won, but it's all in the game.
You're soft.
But I want a first prize. In Forza. Calm down. Calm down, you drink Dasani, okay? You don't have to walk for that fucking water.
And here's the thing. It's okay to be soft. You're not your parents' generation. You're not your grandparents' generation. Stop pretending. Just because you go to the gym doesn't make you hard. It doesn't. You know how many times I see buff dudes get slapped up?
Real quick.
They don't know what they're doing. Stop pretending. Being big doesn't make you big. So it's all this talk about like, no, you're not. Your female counterparts are making way more money than you. You're soft. People are bred by their circumstances. And be grateful that you live it today. Because if you'd have been living 60 years ago, being shafted and having sent to the draft while rich people get to keep their kids here, you probably wouldn't have felt so great because you're probably going to die in World War II. Vast majority of you. No, you want to go to Vietnam? Yeah? You think those people who came back from there, they're glad to be hard-bodied? Most of them are fucked up in the head. Most of you are not bred for hard times. Stop pretending. So embrace the times that we're in, embrace the struggles. Stop living the fucking past. You're gonna make me sick.
But you know what the fucked up thing is? I'm pretty sure a lot of groups ended because of that.
What do you mean, like people getting in people's ears?
Yeah.
I definitely agree.
5R beats and all of this shit. Everybody, like, there's a lot of
They
groups.
let niggas gas them up.
Gas them up and be like,
And then have them
yeah.
thinking like, yo, you need to get rid of it.
Nigga, do you know?
But I can guarantee you, I can go to any group, any duo, anything like that.
Yeah.
And there's always someone like, yo, you're the talented one. Get rid of this guy. His ego's too big. Blah, blah, blah.
But what do you know? Who do you know?
Yeah.
It just boggles the mind how people think they know you out of something they see.
But that's what they call parasocial relationships.
Yes. That's exactly that.
Someone who's watching really thinks they're really close to me.
Yeah.
Like I have people message me like, Abu, I can tell you're in turmoil. Let me help you. I was like,
bro, I've heard that. So, yeah, you can see that. The way
that their things are going. It's like, no, it's like you don't. You're so off. Things haven't been the same since Abba told Priest they're not front. And I'm just like, bitch. Yeah, they've been like this. They just keep getting better. Like this. Like this. Like
flex it. nigga.
This.
It's like
they have no idea. They have no idea what they're talking about.
And they keep on going with shit like that.
Yeah. Which is why.
And it's like and the worst thing is the cringy part is that they drop in your DM like they whisper it.
Yeah.
Nah, the thing is, the thing is that you're the talented one. Nigga, why you whisper it?
Just like this.
You need to leave this nigga because he's trying to sabotage.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you
With the DM. You know what's even funnier too? They do this all the time. Where they talk shit about the other one. They come to you like it's supposed to be special. But the thing is,
bitch, I don't know you. Yes. I don't make money with you. So whatever the fuck you tell me is Casper the friendly ghost to me. Goes right through me.
Right. You know the thing is, this is why I say I never take in people's compliments, because I also don't take in their negative stuff.
Sit right there in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Sit right there in the middle.
I don't get too high on anything.
Say thank you.
Don't get too
move
low.
On. They shit on you. You say, I understand. Move on.
Ego boost, like, yo, people really think this stuff is an ego boost. It's been the same since you know me. Right? All these people talk about, oh, you're the this one, or you're the this one. Man, listen, we both bring something, and I'm good with it.
When?
See what you did?
When?
But that's why people be gassing folks up. They try to do that, and if you get caught up in that, you really start thinking. You really start thinking, I'm that nigga. Like, yo. Right? And don't get me wrong, it's not that Preach can't stand on his own, or I can't. We certainly can't. We do. Preach has his own career. He has his whole life. You just don't know. The same way I got my own things going on. And it's okay.
I got a whole other shit going on. You got your own shit going on. But these motherfuckers, they don't know.
They don't know.
But it's crazy.
They don't know.
How you gonna be like so confident about yourself?
That's why we
talk
laughing
about a whole shit that you don't know about. Like, I know. No, I know. No. The fuck?
You don't.
You don't know the level of this shit.
No.
It's just crazy.
It's crazy, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I think with every group, every big group that's ever come about, there's always people in the ear of someone gassing them up.
That is fucked
Any group you've liked, I can promise you, vast majority of the time, what do they talk about? It's not him the problem. It's the people around him. Why? Because they got people chattering in their ears saying like, hey, nigga, you need to roll solo.
When I first received the messages like that, I thought, do these motherfuckers know something I don't know? And I'm trying to... Oh! You don't know me or him! Oh, my bad. No. Shut the fuck up.
I didn't know. I just ignore all that stuff. But anyways, I don't want to get too off topic. Today's topic, I got a little surprise for you.
You got a little surprise for me.
My issue with the whole idea of high value male is the people who usually, are looking for high value people in their life. I think your focus should honestly be yourself, right? You want to live a certain lifestyle. You want the Lamborghini lifestyle. You should work for it. Before you look for it in a partner, you should be high level yourself. I understand if someone makes $100K a year and they want a partner that does the same. That's level playing field. I understand that. You don't want to have a partner that drags you down financially or anything. But if you're making $20K a year, you have 3 children, and you come to me and you expect me to want to be with you, and I have options with people I think are higher valued, it's not gonna happen.
Are you high value?
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, how much money you make?
You want me to say no? I never say no to that question.
No, well, give me a ball range.
Oh, when you're talking about finances, that's my other issue, I think.
What's the other issue? What are you talking about? You a broke high value man?
No, I'm middle range. I'm honest enough to admit I'm not like in the highest.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. If you're not in the top percentiles,
See,
finance. You can't
that's
be
the
a high
problem,
value
though.
man.
I'm not
Nah,
asking for
see, this is my other problem. No. This is my other problem. Okay, all these guys who follow Kevin Samuels be like, yeah, you're not ready for a high value man. A bunch of you niggas not high value man either. Let's be honest.
All right, what's your statute of high value then? What's your,
Nah, bro, you ain't got the finances. You look at me, look me dead in the eyes, and tell me that with your income, you are a high value man. Look me in the eyes and say that shit.
See, here's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the thing. The way my bank account is set up, the way the things when I receive my paycheck, this is the thing. That was a yes/no question. That was a real simple yes/no question. I agree when Kevin Samuels says, the thing with the high value, because that's how it functions. And a lot of people that agree with that, like, yeah, I'm high value. They're not.
No. A lot of the dudes would be in the comment section being like, yay, you a single mom. You don't deserve no high value man. I would never get with, like, nigga, you're middle class. It's okay. You don't need to get so loud about it. Okay, most of those dudes who are making that kind of income are not in comment sections or showing up to every live to get excited to, see a lady get dunked on. So when I see a lot of these dudes, I be chuckling. They talk about like, yeah, well, as a high value man. It's like, bro, you make 40K. You're average. And it's okay. But it's like, here's the thing, okay, about the whole high value thing and being able to exercise options. Exercising options comes with responsibilities, right? Even like Islam, when you have multiple wives, you couldn't be a broke man and have multiple
Still gotta
wives.
take care of them.
You have to be, they say if you're gonna take on the extra wives, you have to be able to finance them.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of you broke ass people who out here talking about, just make sure you put the barbecue sauce in the bag, all right? McDonald's boys, like, stop playing with me, okay? Yeah, high value. You know what else is high value? That barbecue sauce, nigga, don't forget it. Stop playing.
Oh, can I get some napkins too?
Yeah. Girls talk about, I'm gonna get with a man who makes more than 7 figures. Boo-boo. I couldn't be caught dead being with you at a restaurant for high value people. Out here embarrassing me. Don't even know how to use your cutlery. Like, stop.
Oh, look at this. They got like a big spoon and this little spoon. What's that for? Why you got too many spoons on this table? God damn.
Yeah.
Like, why you got so many forks?
Yeah, you ever take a broke person out someplace and they don't know how to act?
No, I don't play that. I don't play that.
Hey, listen, from one high value man to another, meaning preach. Not you guys, don't worry.
Are we high value? Yeah.
The same way some of these ladies live in delusion and think they gonna get like this 7-figure dude and all this other nonsense, a lot of y'all live in delusion and overestimate your worth, right? That's part of the human experience, right? One of the biggest telltale signs of the human experience is that we far overestimate our own sense of self-worth to the point of like delusion, right? And that's good for us in some ways. It helps us overachieve.
Yep.
But for a lot of people, you just look crazy and stupid. Right?
It doesn't make sense.
Exactly. When Michael Jordan was a kid, he said, I'm going to be the best basketball player. Everyone's like,
you're crazy.
Yeah, you're crazy. Right?
It's like everybody.
But for every Michael Jordan, all right, there's 100 other ordinary niggas.
And for every Michael Jackson, there's 100
thousands
of kids.
Nah. Don't even play with Michael like that. Michael never did anything. All right, but no, Michael jokes aside, it's just, it makes me laugh when I see a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, because I still agree with the high value system and then the way it works. It's like that. It's just a depiction. The person saying that about the high value system doesn't mean that he believes or enforces that. That's how the world works. People want high value, and you're not gonna get that if you're average.
You know what? People get really they get very vexed, or they find it cringe when they hear things like high value and lower value. The reality is the world is.
Do you understand why?
Yeah, because I think people don't like the idea of hierarchies existing in the world. They don't like the idea of tier systems.
Exactly.
And the reality is these things.
We're all human beings. We're all equal.
No. It's not true, okay? It's not the same rules for everyone. That's why people who make more money live by a different set of rules, right? That's why people who make more money, some of them pay taxes, others don't, right? There's a whole bunch of different stratospheres in this world, right? Some of you guys will never know a whole range of experiences because you're financially priced out. You will never know privileges in your life the way some people from higher socioeconomic backgrounds know. Like the idea of like, here's a weird one. The more money you make, the cheaper everything becomes. That's weird, right?
And same thing when you become famous. If I become famous and I got more money, I'm the one that shouldn't be able to be that should pay for my shit. But because I'm famous, because I got money, I walk to a spot. Oh, here, this is on the house.
Whoa.
Why?
You just have a YouTube channel. You're not famous.
Exactly my point. It shouldn't be that. And even with that, people are like, yeah, on that house. And I'm like, well, I should pay for that. I mean, thank you, but yeah, the more money you got,
that privilege that he's describing is an evidence of hierarchy. The idea that if you are at a certain level, whether it be finance, looks-wise, whatever, you are treated differently. And that's because we recognize that as having a perceived value. So whether Kevin Samuel says it, whether we say it, or whether everyone abolishes the term, it has zero bearing on the fact that these hierarchies exist. Ladies also know this. Like all these ladies say, I don't like this term, high value. Ladies, most of y'all will avoid men who exist in the top stratosphere because of your insecurities. You know that too many women are vying for these men, right? Because of the fact that they're up there in terms of like being wanted. So what happens? You guys go for people that are what? On a lower tier because they're more accessible, more security in that.
You're still doing that.
So it's like we all know these things exist. You known who the pretty lady in your class was. You knew she got treated differently. You also know how other people get treated differently. So it just strikes me as odd when people are like, oh, this is high value. It's like, yeah, not everything about your sense of worth is tied to how much money you make. I'll agree. But in our world and in a lot of people's lives, money is very important. It's extremely important.
And sometimes fame is more important. Because a doctor is not going to walk in a restaurant and be like, I'm a doctor. I save lives every day and get a free meal. I might. Sometimes it's fame. Sometimes it's money. But at the end of the day, there's still a hierarchy.
Yeah. So that's what these terms are there to illustrate. And I think it's just important for a lot of people to know. Just because you're not on the top, you're not on the top layer or you're not on top of the hierarchy doesn't mean that you can't have a good life. I think too many people want to live in delusion. So yeah, this call just made me laugh. This man was on about like high value. I was like, bro,
I'm always going to say yes to that question. Yeah, but you're not really answering the question of how much you make so we can know that you're high value or not. So is you or is you isn't?
You're alone sitting home waiting by the phone. No groove, only you, nothing left to do. Call on me when you're chilling and you're sipping on your Alizé. It's getting late, no day, now you wanna play. You call on me, why you wanna be a player caller, a shot caller? Yeah, you wanna holler, no time for fake ones. Will you players ever learn? I'll be the one that keeps you calling. I got a love that'll keep you falling. Falling for me, calling on me, yeah. I'll be the one that.
Howdy. I'm Azim, 21 years old. I was told I was gonna go on 3 speed dates. Also having like some dating coaches in my ear, right? They're gonna kind of help me along, you know. Why do you think they're hot? To be honest, I am terrified of dating. I've only been on like really 5 dates. I'll be like, oh god, I don't really think they like me. I think I'm just talking to them. I think I'm just annoying now. I think it's just better like if I like just stop talking. I think it's a lot of self-doubt in myself, you know.
Are you ready to meet the experts?
Yeah.
My name is Eric Leonard, more known as the Portland Dating Coach.
I'm Cora, dating relationship expert.
I'm Marina. I'm also a dating coach.
All right, you're doing something really brave here. We've got your back, and I think we're gonna bring in your first date.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
He's so nervous.
I would be too.
I'm Azim, by the way.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Kat. High five.
High five.
So, 6 years old. And this is a Korean family spa, so there's children there all the time. This is the children's section at WeSpa. They have like a whole little playroom. And so this is her in a little playroom. Like I said, it's a Korean spa. So everyone's naked. And I wanted to be kind of culturally with it. So we also were nude in the women's side of the spa. And the women's section has like hot tubs and like massage areas, and everyone's nude. So we got into the hot tub, my little 6-year-old daughter and I, and we're having a great time. We're in there with other women, when a person, I guess, with a penis and a beard came over with two girlfriends, and they sat down on the edge of the hot tub where I was with my daughter, my 6-year-old daughter, who was naked. And the person with the penis sat down on the edge of the hot tub with just fully on display, with his genitals fully on display. And so me and the other women in the hot tub kind of looked each other in the eye, and we just kind of made this face like, what the heck? And, you know, we're motioning to my daughter, I'm motioning to my daughter, and the women in the hot tub are like, I know, what the hell? And, you know, we were just uncomfortable, and I was trying to block my daughter from seeing the on the person with the 5 o'clock shadow, who was not trying to look like a woman at all. And we got out of the hot tub, and I walked away, and I thought I spoke to like a different woman, and this other woman said, you know, they spoke to this person about covering up, but they refused, and I felt kind of horrified. I could see like the older Korean ladies peeking out from behind the kind of panels of the showers, trying to cover themselves up with a towel. All the women were uncomfortable. No one wanted to say anything. Everyone in LA is pretty progressive. I'm a registered Democrat. I've been to gay pride. I have no problem with gay people, no problem with trans people. This is different. This is different. My daughter's 6 years old, and she was like nude, and this person wasn't making any attempts to look like a woman whatsoever. They walked in with the most entitled attitude, almost like spreading their legs on purpose into a Korean spot. It's really, really, really Korean too. They didn't care about making the old Korean ladies uncomfortable. They just walked in almost hoping someone would say something. So I was uncomfortable. I left with my daughter and went downstairs to talk to someone at the front desk, and they apologized. And
first of all, I don't think that the kids should be nude around anybody.
Because I was upset. So that's what they gave me, and they said sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry you felt upset about what you saw in the spa, but here are 2 free passes so you can see again twice.
You know what that's like?
It's like
it's like being given 2 defective copies of Cyberpunk, and then when you complain, they give you 2 more. Hey, if you didn't like our buggy game the first time, how about the second time?
2
Sorry.
copies. Here's a rebate for next time you're gonna buy it.
And then I spent the next day just really feeling horrible. It took me the whole day to even tell my husband what happened. I didn't want to say what happened. I couldn't really talk about it without crying. Like I said, I've been to Pride on Santa Monica many times. It's fun. I have friends where I used to, no, this isn't about that. And I hate.
She's going, no, I have. Why am I justifying myself? This ain't about that. That's what happened in her brain, I feel. And I understand it.
All right. Preach. All right. The blood of Jesus.
It's happening, people. People are getting fed up. This next generation, because of the generation that we in now, the next generation are going to be fascists. They're going to balance that shit out. The kids right now are actually sick and tired of hearing this. They're not complying with this vague way of seeing gender and stuff like that. They're not doing this. But whatever. It's just. I appreciate the fact that she said a person with a beard. She's being very neutral, which is fine. At the end of the day, that's what it is, a person with a beard. But hey, the problem, lady, was that your 6-year-old daughter was not educated about grown man. You gotta educate her, I guess.
What do you tell a parent who's worried about this kind of stuff? You know, we covered a lot of the logistics in the last video we did on this topic, where we talked about the nuance of it. So I don't want to go back to that. If you guys want to hear our thoughts on why it's tough for trans folks and all that stuff, go to that video, okay? All right, there'll be a link in the description. You can find it there. This person was purposefully flashing them. Sat on the edge of the tub, saw that they were uncomfortable, had their legs open like that. Listen, maybe they're not even trans. Okay? I don't know. Who knows? All right, maybe there's someone who's trolling. What I am trying to say is, because of this rule, there are people like this who will come out. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. You give people a carte blanche to go do whatever they want, they will do it, I promise you.
If there's a loophole, people are gonna loop.
Even if it's not legal, people will do weird stuff. So now that it is, bruh.
It's dead.
And I have to question, I don't think these people had an issue with a trans person being there. They're saying if you have that anatomy, you just flaunting it in a space that's supposed to be safe for women does not make them feel safe. And I can understand that. The same way a woman or an individual having female body parts walking into a male space probably wouldn't feel safe based off of the other genitalia in the room. It's kind of simple to me. And, you know, I think in all this, you know, besides, like, to me, it's just the idea, like, I don't know how this is not a big deal, especially how we are around kids. The movie Cuties came out, everyone lost their minds. And to me, that is nothing compared to this. J'ai-tu menti?
Nope.
Did I tell any lies?
Nope. Real thing.
So, I'm just like, how y'all get so outraged for a movie that's trying to encourage?
Oh,
like,
that's
not
kind of a
encourage
good
that,
point.
But when this is happening,
y'all don't say shit.
Vous avez rien à dire.
Yesterday I was walking in the street
bruh.
and I saw a girl with a shirt on and it says the future is female. And I was like, it's not. It's not. Not according to all the
If
fake
you
Spacey people.
What do you mean?
The
Well,
You
future is
need to
female.
go.
Listen, what do you mean? No. Why would it be?
It's not. Man, the problem is, man. No.
If you need to go to the bathroom you identify with, or else you might
We can't lose.
be
We can't
uncomfortable
lose.
or subjected
A
to
lot of ladies will
ridicule
message
or
me
violence or something
after
like
the
that.
last video.
Yes.
You know, I'm too
That's
terrified
like-
to speak up.
Yes.
I appreciate you speaking
By
on
that
our behalf.
same
Yeah,
ass
this is not my
logic.
fight. This is your fight.
This is you.
This is you.
Like,
This is you.
This is you.
women
This is
have
you.
women's
All right?
bathrooms.
Not us.
Nope.
Not the hit TV show on
No,
NBC.
no.
This is you.
This is you.
All right? So y'all got to go and speak up on this.
But we seriously gonna have a discussion. But we can't because having a discussion is being phobic. So look like we're stuck in our butt.
Yeah.
But
I'm just letting it go.
we gonna have to have a discussion right
I
here.
didn't even know why I was fighting this whole time. It's not my fight.
It's not your fight.
Yeah.
It's not a fight. It's not our fight.
Yeah, I don't see ladies getting up for men's rights.
Do you know why it's not our fight?
No, I don't see.
You know why it's not our fight?
Go ahead.
Because we were never part of the discussion in the first place.
No, the reason why it's not our fight is because the future is female.
It's not.
Exactly. So, you know what? I wish you guys the best of luck. Hopefully, you guys work it out and you reclaim your bathrooms and your change rooms. Otherwise, hey man, I realize I got no skin in the game. So, best of luck to y'all, your daughters.
I got no first skin in the game.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Who are you two and how do you know each other?
I'm Dominique.
And I'm Aaron. I'm Dylan. And
I'm Renee.
this is my wife. She says she's a
Boyfriend, girlfriend.
How long have you guys been together?
Is this the interracial edition?
Might be.
I know there's some black female empowerment channels that are gonna love this. Yeah, the black men don't stand with you, so go get yourself another race because you deserve better, black queen. Oh man.
It feels like forever. We've been married for 5 years tomorrow.
Do you look at each other's phones all the time?
I don't like go into hers and be like, ooh, who are you messaging? But we both know each other's passwords, so. Weird.
So yeah, she can't hear you, but I can hear you.
This is so trippy.
Oh my God, the background. Dylan!
No, did I not? Oh shit.
What's the background?
It's her.
I just looked at it.
With the titties out. Hey,
I ain't mad at you, bruv.
Bam Bam Bigelow.
If she got good ones and you're proud of it, put them on your phone.
Yabba dabba do.
Get a little reminder.
I'm not mad at that. You know what I mean? Me on my phone, I got nothing. Play a violin track. I don't think I could though. I don't think I could.
No?
No.
I got a logo.
Because I couldn't imagine being out in public and then pull out my phone and be like, yo, whose titties is that? I'm like, my girls.
My girls.
Well, that's just not. I can't.
Dang, that's dope.
I just looked and then I was like, titties. Oh my god. Okay.
What do you want to look at first?
Ooh, gallery. Oh, I know there's a picture of my butt in there.
There's a picture of us naked in there. Please don't look at that.
He says there's a beautiful photo of you two naked that he hopes you click on.
No, I didn't say that. He's just fucking with.
I don't remember him ever taking that. Oh wait. Oh, there.
No.
I clicked it. There is a picture. Yeah, there's a picture of us naked. Let's see pics. TikToks. Oh no, I'm trying to cover it, but it's a screen recording. You guys, you're gonna get freaking my body.
How do you feel that he has so many nude photos of you on his phone?
It makes me feel like at least someone in this world desires this body.
Yes, I will take nudes every day.
And there's people like that.
I'm mad at that.
No, do you?
But I just want to take a second to appreciate.
Especially it's your wife. It's dope.
He's got screen recordings of someone's TikToks. That means she sent it as like a temporary thing. And he went, nah, this ain't temporary. This is permanent.
This is for me forever.
Hey, I'm not mad.
Let's go through, let's see if there's anything interesting on Google. Oh, he searched up OnlyFans. So maybe he goes on OnlyFans. He searched up fuck, F-U-Q.
It's porn.
Oh, isn't that a porn site? That is. I found where you go to. Okay.
God.
Any text you can look at?
Oh, yes. Okay, let's see. Messages. He spelled my name wrong. And this is March 11th. And you still don't know how to spell my name.
That's rough. Wow, dude.
They've only been dating for like 2 to 6 months.
I don't give a shit.
What? What's her name though?
I don't give a shit.
What's her name?
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I can tell you don't care because what? Your wife probably got a simple ass name.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, of course it matters.
No, it doesn't.
You want to know why it matters?
No, it matters. Why it matters?
Because here's a weird thing about names. If you're really familiar with someone, you don't say their name that often.
No.
You may not even see their name that often.
That's correct.
So, if the name's complicated,
I will make sure I know how to write it if I love the girl. But that's me. That's just me. That's me. No matter how freaking complicated it is, I'll know the fuck out of the name. That's just, to me, just respect. To me.
I agree.
To me.
I agree with saying it.
Writing it.
Saying it?
Writing
yes.
it.
Writing
But
it?
to me,
It's like,
it's-
I could forgive that.
But that's
Hey, man,
me.
man,
That is
hey,
just
man,
me.
Yeah. But then again, you haven't been on the dating market, so you can't know.
Doesn't matter.
You can't know. You're telling me you're gonna do something that you've never had to do.
I
But
know
you-
I'm
do you
lying.
get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but I know I'm lying. To people I'm talking with, I'm not even friends with them. If I interact with them, I'm gonna make sure that I know their name, and I'm not even in a relationship with them. That's like I do business with them or whatever. I'm a major because that's something that is important to them. Motherfuckers been fucking up my name numerous times in my life.
Oh, okay. I
So
understand.
you understand?
We
And
got
that's
it.
why- and that's-
Hey, right to your childhood.
Yeah.
We got it.
Yeah.
I wanted to understand because this is like personal.
Because me, yeah, absolutely.
Are
and
you-
that's why, and
are
that's why I
you
said,
okay?
and that's why I said I'm super good.
Where did he touch you? Show me.
Right here on the heart, between those titties.
No, but you know what?
But the thing is
that actually makes a lot of sense.
But and that's why I said numerous times I said that. To me, it's important.
Yeah.
It's like whenever someone
because how your name's spelled, nobody would guess it.
Yeah. And just when someone, it's not even my girlfriend, if someone's writing me a message, it pisses me off when people said, "Hey, Abba and preach," and write that shit with 2 B's. It's 3 letters, 2 of them are the same, and you add one. The fuck is wrong with you? And the top of the sheet is that the name is written on the title of the bitch. You open up message, it's written Abba and preach. Abba written correctly, and then you fuck that shit up. It's not even my name, and it gets to me.
Yeah.
Fuck complicated. Yeah. It's even worse when it's not complicated. ABA. You add a B. You add a B. Yeah, but because of the band. Shut up. It's written on top of it. If you were really big fans, you know how to spell his fucking 3-ass, letter-ass name. Sorry about that.
Good job. I'm glad we got to the root of your trauma. Because I was like, yo, what is this visceral reaction? Now I'm like, I understand.
I got to.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. People fucked up my name my whole life and it never bothered me. Because I don't think...
It's 3 letters.
I don't even think it's that important, personally. I think what matters, what gets to me is when you say the name and you say it incorrectly, or you don't even try to say it correctly.
Hey,
like,
Abba.
even if I meet someone from a foreign country, you know? Like, let's say I meet an Ahmed. I won't go, hey, Ahmed. Hey, Iraq.
Yeah.
You know? I'll say Ahmed. I'll try to say it correctly in the way it's meant to be said. And so I just feel like that's like the minimum that people can do.
Yeah.
I think
Are you
when
gonna say
the way names are
Carlos
written,
or
sometimes
Manuela?
It's like, why is that
Manuela.
Aaron? You know what I'm saying?
None of my business. That's
But
your
again-
name. That's how you go by. That's respect. I'm going to put respect on your name.
I get that.
Before I put respect on your name, I'm going to spell it good first.
What if I look her up on Facebook?
Yeah,
Can you
and
look?
then go to messages from there.
This is invasive. Yeah, she doesn't even come up.
No, because she's blocked. I fucking hate that bitch.
Should I unblock her so I can go through?
Yeah.
This is bad.
Ugh.
Empty.
Say hi.
No!
This producer is a piece of shit. You ain't shit for this one.
The cut
Listen,
producers,
you ain't
they
shit
are
for this one.
permanent Birdman gift, just rubbing their hands like AdSense money.
But I ain't mad at you. But you ain't shit for this one. But I ain't mad at you. But you ain't shit for this one.
You know what I was thinking about early in this video?
What?
Let's see how long we can go before this producer gets messy. Because you know how the cut be. And we not even halfway.
No.
I see him. Oh no.
What are you gonna look at first?
What am I gonna look at first?
I'm trying to think of the only person that I could think of that would have talked any kind of shit about me. And it would be our friend Chloe. Oh, well, it says, bro, you're really lucky that you found Dylan before this generation got it fucked up.
Ah, doesn't he feel like shit?
This is all her like girly friends, and they just talk about getting dick and stuff like that.
Dominique, say anything about you?
I don't think there's anything about me. She doesn't talk to her friends about me. She doesn't like really want them to be in our relationship at all.
Why?
Because they're a bunch of bratty girls.
I mean, this is why I keep my friendships and relationships separate.
Wow, if you weren't in the group chat before.
You're not going to be in the group. You're going to be in the group chat now.
Damn right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so what's he saying now?
Yo, I would have renamed
So
the
you-
group. I would have renamed the group from like Seven Heaven to Bratty Bitches.
Yeah, bratty bitches.
Let's go.
So what's happening with you co-signing on your boyfriend calling us bratty bitches? Huh?
Oh, I'm going to her recently deleted photos. Oh, it's a TikTok that she did the other day.
Don't play that! I was gonna be a part of TikTok and then I said no because it was too cringy. Don't!
She's people on.
I like her. I like her.
Jesus Christ.
I like her. She got good taste. She said, I don't want to be part of TikTok. You right, boo boo. Shout out to you. I appreciate that.
She's hot.
No, I'm not. It's so embarrassing.
Dang, dude, her and her boyfriend are ex-boyfriends with all these freaking long ass paragraphs.
That's because they be missing me.
Oh, dude.
First off, I want to start by saying that I do love you.
And then a bunch of more audio messages. Probably don't want to hear it.
I appreciate you, my dude. Oh, shit. Just because the shit is out of context, I don't want to hear it because it's just one dude's emotion. Doesn't mean that she wants to reciprocate or whatever, whatnot. It is, and he's just like, you know what? I'm going to exit that bitch because it ain't got nothing to do with me. I appreciate it.
I wanted to hear it.
Did you want to get caught?
I hope so.
So I'm gonna text her ex and see if he would ever want to hang out with me.
No!
I bet he probably would too. Be like, yeah, let's go to a Mariners game.
So that's the one person I did not want to text.
Should I text Kaishan and ask him if he wants to get back together with Dominique?
No.
If you want to.
No. Blaine.
This wasn't my idea.
She missed her chance to do this shit to me. Hey,
No.
was our sex good?
He's gonna show his mom and his sister and his brother.
There we go.
He sent it?
It looks like me and Dylan are having another baby.
Whoa! Whoa!
I messaged my son's dad saying that me and her are having another baby, and he's just like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
That's a good reaction. That's a good reaction. I'm not even gonna front you. Like, he was trying to get the baby daddy jealous, and he was just like, man, get a baby. Get that struggle. Enjoy it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, take it. He was dancing. He said, bitch, you wanna get tough? Let's go.
Now text Dominique's parents. I'm pregnant.
No.
She's gonna answer right away. Hey, Mom, I got something to tell you. What's up?
And you know, if she calls, I want him to answer.
She's calling. I'll call you.
Oh my
in
gosh.
a bit.
She's calling me. How was that? I think it was more stressful on my end.
I told you I had nothing to hide.
No, it's the way he said it. I told you I have nothing to hide.
10 bodies, easy. In the dumpster, check around his house. This man's a killer for sure.
Yo,
but yo, the only
backyard.
reason you had said nothing to hide, she wasn't even looking. She was being very kind to you. You was the one being messy.
It was the producer being messy.
No, he came up with the idea. Should I message her? That was him.
That was him.
That was him.
That was him.
You wanna know why?
Why?
Because he's auditioning. And you got the job. And that's fashion. Remember that one?
Yeah, of course, with the head.
That feeling of taking someone else's phone, like having the access to dig through it, it feels very invasive.
It does.
That was fun though.
Yeah, it was fun.
Well, congratulations on the baby.
Thanks.
Is your mom texting you right now?
She says, call me.
Oh shit. Now we get to see their real feelings about me.
Maybe that was the whole point of this video. He was trying to find out what her friends and
family were telling him.
Because he's like, "Are you hiding me? Are you ashamed of me?"
Maybe that's what it is. Hey!
Hey, you know, it is what it is.
Maybe it's possible.
Would you ever not do this thing online, but offline? Would you ever do this?
No.
Why not?
I don't want to see nothing of everything.
Why not?
Well, I could.
There should be no secrets in a marriage.
That has nothing to do with that.
Go ahead. Talk.
No, it's just.
Talk.
And I have the password of her phone. She has the password of her on my phone. That's pretty much it. Like, I don't look at it. We have each other's passwords. We just don't do it. We just don't go in and look for shit. You want to look for shit? Ask me. We'll talk. But nah, man, we don't. I wouldn't do that. What am I looking for? If you're looking for something, it's because you suspect some shit. And ask about it. And the worst thing is that it's stupid when you're looking for some shit, you find some shit, and you still stay. Why'd you look for this shit for? You know what I mean? All that for nothing. Shut the fuck up. You just like drama. No, I don't look for shit. I don't look for shit. If I don't know something, I go about this about life. If I don't know about some shit, I'm not looking to find out. And if I'm supposed to know, I will find out. Something's gonna fall on my lap, or the person's gonna tell me. If I'm supposed to know, I will know. Someone's gonna tell me.
You're intuitive enough to like sniff out some shit.
Not just that. If I'm supposed to know, either the person's gonna tell me or it's gonna happen and I'm gonna know. You know what I mean? If I'm not supposed to know about, people are not supposed to know about everything. They're like, oh yeah, you're supposed to share. No, that's not true. You're not supposed to share I don't believe that you're supposed to share everything. Everything? No. There's some things that my best friends don't know. There's something that my wife don't know. There's something I don't know about my wife.
So that's it for today's video. Let me know what you guys think.
No groove, only you, nothing left to do. You call on me when you're chilling and you're sipping on your Alizé. It's getting late, no day, now you wanna play.
Today's topic, England. If you aren't aware, in this recent last few days, England played in the finals. This is the Euros. Basically, the top football teams across Europe compete. The final two is England versus Italy. And it's a big deal. All the English people thought the trophy was coming home. The Italians had something else to say. And in a very close game, the Italians won on penalties. And it was heartbreaking for a lot of English people. For the rest of the world, there was a joyous moment. We all celebrated. It's hard to know where to start with this story. There's a lot of moving parts. For me personally, watching it, I'm a huge football fan. I've been watching most of my life. I know for all the Americans, look, oh, wrong name. Yeah, whatever. Okay, cool story. I think why this story became, I think, more than what it was is the 3 individuals who missed their penalties were 3 young black men. And after the final had finished and the whistle had sounded and English once again lost, which sent a lot of people into feeling extreme sadness. A lot of racist verbiage was hurled at them on social media for having missed those penalties. So now everyone's talking about it, talking about the aftermath, talking about the disappointment, the fact that it's not coming home. Meanwhile, everyone else is enjoying their pasta and meatballs. So I think when there's like a unified cause and everyone's winning, I think it's easy to all come down under the same banner and feel a sense of unity. I think unity gets tested when things get a little bit difficult, and as you saw in the loss, I think a lot of people were very congratulatory, very impressed, happy with how far they gone, even if they were disappointed, went home very peacefully. And then there's some people who decided to break down barricades, attack Italian fans, and take things a bit too far. And I don't think that's a reason to be disappointed. It's like, well, the cause ended. It's hard to constantly feel that togetherness. It's a very difficult thing to maintain with so many people. You're always going to have outliers who are going to engage in rowdy behavior. As far as fans go, interestingly enough, this one, I think the racial component didn't stand out to me too much. I know this about sports fans. There's always going to be a group of them that are incredibly toxic. It doesn't matter what your race is, gender, background, ethnicity. You could be a white dude, and if you fuck up in a key moment, they'll send death threats to your family, you, everybody around you. I know in other countries, they've killed refs for calls they didn't like. They've done... Listen, you just wear the wrong jersey to a different spot, and people will stomp you out. What it really comes down to... But people it's sports. It comes with the territory. And I think that's where I draw the line, I think, where it gets things. There are individuals who are such babies, who are so immature, who can't handle not getting their way, that in the wake of that decide to cause destruction just to give other people that sense of helplessness or to rid themselves of that feeling of helplessness. You didn't get your way. Guess what? There are like a dozen, 15, 20 other countries who also didn't get their way. The way these championships are set up, only one team gets to win. Yes, you came close. But part of being a grown-ass person, being a mature adult, is accepting when things don't go your way. And the truth is, there's a lot of grown-ass men who act like babies when they don't get their way. They get violent, they get rowdy, they got liquor in them, they're disappointed, they're angry, they're around other guys who are disappointed, angry, and they act like idiots. They act like dangerous idiots. And it's unfortunate for the young players who, bar those mistakes at the end. And honestly, you could really say this is a problem for a manager if you want to get into like the technical aspect of football. They're receiving so much, and some people say, well, it comes with territory. You make all these millions. It's like, is that the kind of world we want to foster, where we just tolerate that kind of stuff? And thankfully, a lot of social media platforms are coming together to create filters in order to be able to filter out the people who send messages like that. And I agree with procedures like that. But I think what I took away from all of this, we want to know, Preach, what did you think about everything?
I saw the stories and I saw the slurs and stuff. And I was like, football. I'm not. Stuff like that. I mean, it's been happening. They have a group that are rowdy. Like, there's fans and then there's hooligans. They gave you a name. I'm from a different era, maybe like from a different era, a little bit older than ABBA right here. And, at some point, hooligans were wearing bomber jackets and stuff like that, and Doc Martens back in the days, you know what I mean? It was very linked. It was weird. It was a weird time. You know what I mean? Worse than patriotism. It's something else. I don't know what it is, but it's something else. It goes over being a fan. But yeah, it comes with slurs. I'm not saying that all the fans are doing that, no, but it's there. We can't deny that it's there. It's not there. We can't say that it's not there. It's there. It's obviously there. I've seen it and you've seen it. And it's not even England. I'm saying, yeah, England. It's not even England. I've seen those racial slurs everywhere. I think that even if it was 3 black people from Italy that would have missed the penalty shots, I think the same thing would have happened. Balotelli was talking about having his experience with that. It's not just an English thing. I'm not even thinking it's a soccer thing. Maybe it's a European thing. I don't know. But it's there. It's been there. No matter the country. You know, I'm going to say it like that. Every Europe country has they niggas. Either they niggas, either they black, or they're from Arab descent, or they are Romani. Everybody has someone that they treat like dirt, and to them is dirt to them and whatever, whatnot. That's above football and soccer, whatever you call it, kickball, whatever. It's a problem. It's been there. I don't know if it's an England thing. I don't know if it's a soccer thing. I don't know if it's a European thing, but it's there definitely. So we'd like to be like, yeah, English people, yeah, it's because it happened to you, but it happens everywhere. It's crazy that they just got all the hate they got for playing. Because sometimes when you're gonna play, you're gonna win, and sometimes you're gonna lose. You're gonna miss shots. Yeah. What's up? It's up if you think about it. If you take it out of its context, like, yo, you're getting all this hate, all these racial hate, just because you were playing a game. And playing the game, losing is part of playing that game.
Yeah.
And the people that were rowdy and disappointed that they were doing this, and the people that were doing are the people in the worst shapes ever, bruv. You're talking, anyways, whatever.
I think it's oversimplifying it. You know, when it comes to sports, there's storyline, there's culture, there's heritage, there's emotion, there's camaraderie, there's community. All these things intertwine. It's not just a game. It's not just a moment. It's a chance to create a history and to witness something special. And I think that's why people rally around sports. It's one of those things that we could all come under one banner and all witness something together.
I understand all that.
So what people say, like, I understand why the emotions is so charged. I understand why people get. We can't say it's just a game when people get that depressed.
I understand, but what I'm talking about is he played the game. He went in there, and he's having basically his life threatened because he received that stress and stuff like that. So I understand that there's a legacy that comes to that. I understand that, but it doesn't excuse it. Yeah, I can understand how it gets charged like that, but it does not excuse it.
Right.
At the end of the day,
no,
you're playing a game.
I'm not. It's not just playing a game though. Like, you can say two things. You can say, one, it doesn't excuse that behavior, and also not minimize it to it's just a game, because there's people who are feeling all kinds of range of emotions around this event that it means something to them. The same way you probably have things that are special to you that mean something to you that people will be like, well, it's just an event, but it's not that for you, right? Mm-hmm. Our emotions, the history, the story behind these things, they hide in everything, right? I know people who go to conventions for anime, and to them, you say it's just an event. To them, it's like what they wait for their whole year, right? In that same token, for something like this, England hasn't won a trophy or made it to the finals in like 50 years. For them, it's a top storyline, right? In that same token, for most people in Myanmar, they're like, hey, nigga, we shooting each other. We're too busy. See what I'm saying? Yeah. It varies for everyone else. Yeah. So that's the thing. It was a lot for me to take in. I think a lot was happening. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of the other stuff kind of distracts from what happened in the game. Because if English people really paid attention, they'd get rid of that manager who was really incompetent. I don't care what nobody says. He's terrible at his job. So those were my thoughts on it. I think there's a lot going on. Yeah, attacking people, beating them up. You know, I had a friend of mine, she got beat up in Denmark when England won. She was wearing an English jersey, and the Danes beat her up. And I was like, wait, you wore an English jersey to a Denmark bar during the Euros?
In Denmark?
Yeah. She's like, I can't believe it. I was like, you couldn't believe it? Bitch, what are you talking about?
If the Canadians here are playing the Bruins, don't put no Bruins flag on your car.
Have some self-awareness. Like, it's not right, but at the same time, be a little bit smarter. It's crazy out here. So I have no solutions. It was just, those were my thoughts during the whole thing. So let us know what you guys think about what you saw. How did you feel about the incidents and the commentary, or about the performance, or about what this means for sports and sports hooligans? I think They have a long history. I think it's something to be discussed. I think it speaks to the psyche of group and mob mentality, the euphoria of sports, the euphoria of disappointment and lashing out. That's, I think, what it's really about. You know, whether it's like the Vancouver when they lost the NHL and they burned down the city, right? Or like how many times after a win or a loss do cities get burnt down? It's
crazy.
There's something that happens when you're in a group in a mob and everyone experiences something together. I think that's what this story is really about. So let's know what you guys think.
It's just a bloody ball game, mate.
You're alone, sitting home, waiting by the phone. No groove, only you, nothing left to do. You call on me when you're chilling and you're sipping on your Alizé. It's getting late, no date, now you wanna play. You call on me why you wanna be a player, caller, a shot caller. Get it up, you wanna holler. No time for fake ones. Will you players ever learn? I'll be the one that keeps you calling. I got a love that'll keep you falling, falling, falling for me. Calling, calling, oh yeah. I'll be the one that keeps.
Slurpee, Slurpee, yeah, I know, bro, but you know, honestly, we're able to talk our way. You know, I was able to hear how she that guy, and I was like,
what the f did you say? What the f did you just say to me? What the f was that? Did I hear what I heard?
okay, so like, my bitch fucked some guy. All right, it's a Tinder song. We're kind of new into this polyamorous thing.
What? My bitch f***ing guy. All right, we're new in this polyamorous thing. You're having the time of your life, bruv. Huh? You're enjoying it. How's the polyamorous life for you? I feel a lot of resentment.
Flat out, I've been a shitty guy, but you know, I've kind of grown and been able to like, yeah, this is what I did wrong. I know I'll be back.
Can you let a man go?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. She went with another dude, and then what happened?
So she fucked another dude. She told me afterwards, and I was like,
oh, and then she was on some bullshit when you tried to fuck another broad?
yeah, but I didn't.
Yeah, and I told you to get rid of her. Fuck out of here.
You told me to man up. You told me to fucking man up. That's what you told me, bro.
Go on. yeah. So he told you to get rid of her, and you didn't. So keep on going.
No, honestly, bro, it's my fucking birthday like tomorrow, and this chick, you know, she's been giving me a lot of shit about, you know, but hold up. So after that shit that I told you, you know, she was like, I don't feel comfortable about you seeing this other chick. You know, I canceled it the first time. Because it was like, you know what? I really care about this girl. I care about her feelings.
No, it's because you're being simpy. Yeah, man, she's trying to have her cake and eat it too. She want to be in a polyamorous relationship while keeping you monogamous. Bars. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Are you guys in a polyamorous or open relationship or not?
Yes.
Okay, then she need to get with the fucking program.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's not like you guys are in a monogamous relationship and she cheated and then now you want to cheat. It's an open relationship. You guys both agreed to the terms, so you should be able to do your thing. I don't get it. Yeah. And so I told you last time, you put your foot down and you go bang that other broad and she got something to say, then she take a hike because she's the one who's breaking the terms of your agreement.
Yeah.
Did you act like a little bitch when she fucked some other dude?
No.
So then she needs to put on her big girl panties and she needs to get with the fucking program. My advice has not changed. So tomorrow's your birthday. So after you get some cake, get some good dessert. All right. And by dessert, I mean get some good punan and you do your thing. That's it. What you mean? It's not a discussion. She don't got a say in this.
I'm just saying, bro, I respect how this female feels. You know,
All I see, bro, man.
This is.
Oh, we're not doing this. No, sir, we're not. No. No. We're not fucking doing this again.
No. I don't understand why people accept these kind of relationships where there's rules for me but not rules for you. You can go out and do whatever you want, but what? Huh? Who? Nah, bro. Y'all agreed to a polyamorous relationship. She went polyamory. It was your turn to go pollinate. You don't care about her feelings. You just don't respect your own boundaries. It's like being in a relationship with somebody who's not in a relationship with you and be like, well, I respect this girl. Like, I want to be with her. Well, she doesn't want to be with you. She's not in a relationship with you. Like, what is you doing? I'm sorry you guys have to witness this. Maybe you don't want to be a simp. Maybe you're worried that you're going to turn out to be a simp. And that's why personal self-development is absolutely necessary. And that's why I want to thank today's sponsor.
How you been?
You know.
Oh, okay. I'll be up.
Yeah, do your thing. I'll finish it.
You got me all the way fucked up, man. Motherfucker! You know what? You know why I laughed?
Why?
Because I was about to tell you, you use that word too much, simp. And then he that shit.
This is simpy. I really don't use that word too much.
I know, but I've been hearing that shit for so long that I'm like, you know what?
This is a simp.
Oh my God. Bro.
It gets worse. You want to hear him simp more? Let's go.
Now you got me interested.
Let's go. Let's hear the simp.
Ah, Jesus fucking Christ.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
No.
Huh?
You can't. You're getting cucked right now. That's crazy, bro. How's she getting some side dick?
You're getting cucked in a polyamorous relationship. That's new levels.
Yeah.
You're getting cucked in a polyamorous. You know what, bruv? I don't often do that. But you called her a bitch. But the bitch is you. That's new levels.
I'm on a new level.
Okay. I don't want to trigger you. I went on a date. And it went fucking good. I didn't bang her because I didn't want to bang her, bro. I just wanted to get to know this female. Dude, I can't be that one dude who's like...
The polyamorous shit was not his idea. He just said yes because he likes the girl. That's it. That was not your idea. That was not your plan. You said yes because...
Let's find out.
Like, oh yeah, let's have a really good date. I'm a really good fucking guy. Let's fucking fuck after the first date. No, fuck that. No, fuck it. I need to be emotionally entangled, as Jada says it, to fucking be with this person because that's how I fucking work, you know? Yeah, emotions are a fucking thing for me. And, you know, I care about the way she feels and I listen to her. And, you know, I just wanted to prove that, you know, I could go on this date with this other fucking girl and not fucking, you know, fucking have to fucking plow.
Bro. I don't care if you have to fall in love with the bitch to fuck her. I don't care. That's what a polyamorous relationship is. You literally have a relationship where you guys encourage loving other people.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so then what's the...
Wait, what?
That's the whole point of your relationship.
Yeah.
So if she got a problem with that, that's her problem. Because she didn't have a problem with it when she was building a bond with another dude and slurping on his dick.
Slurpy, yeah, I know, bro. But, you know, honestly, we're able to talk her away. You know, I was able to hear how she that guy. And I was like...
What the f*** did you say? What the f*** did you just say to me? What the f*** was that? Did I hear what I heard? I had to hear how she fucked that dude? How can you be cucked in a polyamorous relationship? You heard about how the guy fucked your girl, which, by the way, she's not your girl. She's everybody's girl. Yeah. she's my girl now. And now when it's time for you to do that, you said no. But more so, you're like, I'm gonna prove to her that I'm not gonna. You said so many conflicting things. We're in a polyamorous relationship, and then you're gonna call her a bitch. No, you agreed. Don't call her a bitch. Don't call her that. Second thing, you're gonna be like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna go on a whole date, and I'm gonna prove to that girl that I'm able to go with that girl, to be with that girl without having to engage with her. Why would you do such a thing? Why do you need to prove that? She's already fucking. Why aren't you? Because you don't feel like doing like fucking. That's fine. If you don't feel like fucking, you don't feel like fucking, but that was not your rules. You accepted something that you did not agree with. But you agree with her more than you agree with what she's trying to say to you. That's it.
Listen, violating your own boundaries does not make you a good man. It makes you a weak man. I think you're thinking like, I'm doing all this thing for her and I'm being considerate and I'm letting her beat me. This doesn't make you a good person. It makes you weak.
Bruh, I'm sorry. You can't, that there's a lack of respect there. Even if she loves you in certain ways, even if she does some good things for you, even if you love certain aspects of that relationship, there's a certain measure of respect that has to be maintained. She had a full-on side thing, and she did her thing. And now she's trying to tell you you can't have your cake. Huh? Nah, I don't play that.
No, it is. I totally agree. But, after all of that, I canceled the first date because of what she said, and she said she was uncomfortable. And I was like, okay, but, because of what you said, when I first asked you this question, I listened to you, and I was like, you know what? I canceled it, but you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna reschedule it. Be like, hey,
lost cause.
You know when people ask you for advice?
Don't ever call again.
You know when people ask you for advice?
Don't ever call again.
But they're not asking for advice?
No, that's exactly this. Don't ever call again, bro. Don't ever call again. You're a lost cause, and you just want people to say, yeah, you're right. No, you're not.
Hey, man.
And you want to be right.
Somebody get my man out of the simp zone. Get him out of the sunken place. All right? Pull another movie, Get Out. Okay? But for dudes who are getting cucked in polyamorous relationships, please. All right?
Getting cucked in polyamorous.
Yes.
That is a new level.
Get Macaulay Culkin. He'll be the main actor. Okay.
You're getting cucked in a polyamorous?
Getting cucked in a polyamorous relationship. You know what you call that movie? Home Alone. All right. So, it's just...
and find other people like you call that Home Alone 2. That's crazy. That is crazy. That makes
guys don't simp like this. All right, and I hope this guy he's gonna realize it eventually. He's gonna be like, how stupid was I, in that relationship? Like, I let somebody walk over me like that. It's fine if you're a young kid. That happens every now and then. But if you're a grown man, it's like, bro, you gotta grow up.
Hey, viva la doormat. Jesus Christ, man. That's new levels.
It's not about you can eat your cake. Everyone can eat their cake, potato. The whole point is like the cake is a...
So I look at it in two ways. So I personally feel like that person has taken me from one space or level in my life to another. So I'm forever grateful. And I also, in the same note, feel like if I was to ever be in the space that I could repay in any way, shape, or form, that I would. You know what I mean? But and the other side of me is like, you can't take it back anyway, so it doesn't matter because you've already placed me at this space. So it's like, yeah, unless you want me to fake be with you to keep my shit, then let's just be friends, and it didn't work, and that's that. But you got to continue to, your credit is gonna get messed up. I don't know.
But he continued paying it.
He did continue. He's
He's still paying it.
Yeah.
And you with another dude?
Yeah. It's been like I've been with my guy maybe like going on 1 year, and he's been paying my
But
rent
I would love to
since-
meet your guy. I would really love to meet him because those men are rare.
I know.
And one man want to stay in that house and another man is paying the bills.
Yeah, that don't
I
make
gotta
sense.
question
That's
him
weird.
because there's no man that's gonna be like, I just don't know him.
I'm a
That's
couple.
like this nigga still. Once he finds out, like that nigga
Do you
still
know you
paying
got a
the
man?
rent here, he
Yeah,
gonna be
but-
like, nah, we gotta
Yeah,
get
you know
in
I
the
gotta-
crib.
He knows?
Nah, no, he know I got. They both. Everybody know everything.
Oh, he's
Everybody know
nice.
everything.
He's nice.
But my man feels like while we have this opportunity, let's stack our bread.
Oh,
so when
he's
when
sneaky
it's
like you then. That's why y'all together.
The amount of dysfunction in this fucking video, bro, is triggering. If I was with a girl and I found out her ex was still paying the bills, bitch, you also my ex. That's crazy. That's crazy. Unless it's like alimony from an ex-husband, he just paying the bills willy-nilly. That's sus. That's sus. And her being like, yeah, like, you know, if I can do this thing to support my... That's weird.
That's weird. It is weird.
We gonna stack our bread? So you're seeing your ex as an opportunity to get ahead? Nigga.
That's super weird.
Listen, this is the new age, you know, where people just... And you know, people openly admit, yeah, I just throw bills at the girl, you know what I mean?
The ex is paying the bills.
Cash app. Yeah, I cash out her like... Man, this shit's so common.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's like, what is it that you're paying for? What are you...
Booty.
Why?
But anyway.
That's what that is.
I don't
Y'all
know.
two are both like, we're trying to come up.
I wasn't sneaky
So
because if I was sneaky, I would have stayed with
no,
the man.
I don't mean sneaky like you hiding.
I would have, yeah.
What I'm saying is your man is on some like, oh, if that nigga gonna pay the rent, then we gonna come up off him.
So your man think he's a sucker.
I mean,
and he thinks that nigga is a sucker.
yeah, my man does think that.
You think he's a sucker?
He thinks that.
Rightfully so.
So the man who's taking advantage of the sucker is, in my opinion, pathetic. But the guy who's being played for a sucker knows this and still pays the bill is an even bigger loser in this whole thing. It's like, damn, I'm out here doing her a favor and they out here playing on my name?
Mm-hmm. Both of them. Both of them, and she let it slide.
He thinks that,
How about
but
you?
I don't
You
think
think
that.
it's
No, that's my friend.
If that
I
was
feel
your
like,
little brother,
I feel
and
like
your little brother
if
had-
it was look, so
That's my friend. How many friends are out here paying all your bills?
You friends own him.
How many of your friends are out here paying all your bills? How many of your friends are coming through and paying your rent? How many of your friends are coming through and setting you up in a spot and paying for... Tell me, do you know? Friend, no, boo-boo. No, boo-boo. This is your mark.
Your mark.
Yeah.
Speak on it.
It's like, when someone gonna scam somebody, they get a
That's
mark.
Yeah.
Right? They be like, I could get
that.
you.
Yeah, get you to do that.
Make you mine.
Yeah.
And then extract from you all the resources I want. Because you are susceptible. Right?
Yeah.
Scam artists know
Mark ass
how to
bitch.
pick up. Scam artists sometimes do the mass thing, but those who are more personal, they'll have their marks. They'll go for certain age groups. They'll go for people from certain backgrounds, people who don't have any families. Same thing for like criminals. Like it's the same nonsense.
What's the difference between this and your friends paying your bill? Like a bill, catching a bill. I know you in a top spot, whatever. Let me grab that bill for you. What's the difference?
What do you mean, like a food bill?
No, not just a food bill. Groceries, whatever. You know your friends in need or whatever.
A grocery thing is a completely different thing. If my friend is struggling one-time grocery, but I'm not going to subsidize him for months. I'm not going to put him up in an apartment. Hey, bro, you need a condo?
There's a difference.
200 G's. What, nigga? No. Now it becomes like, my friends, I can help them in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Nigga.
I know.
Do I look like universal credit?
No, you don't.
Do I look like welfare?
Neither.
Okay. If you think I am, nigga, you're moving mad.
Mad things.
Nah.
But yeah, there is a difference.
if like
Oh, your father. Let's be honest.
I have a son. If my son was well off and he decided to put a woman in a car, I would feel like that's disrespectful for you to take. You should have never put that woman in that
I don't
car.
agree with that.
That's how I feel. And I raised
What if he got kids and his kids could use that money in that car?
Then he should have thought of that in the budget from day one when he initially got the car.
So when a
You know what I
girl
mean? Because
breaks her giggles hard.
but if you're open about things like I was in this relationship where it just wasn't working, but we remained friends and he was still paying that during our friendship, and then maybe like 5 months later I got with my guy, you know, you're not gonna stop.
So this has been going on for more than half a year.
ideally, yes, I've dated a guy who was very wealthy. When we separated, he was still paying the bills, right? Under the contingent and the understanding that I'm not fucking with nobody else. So I hid that I was in another relationship for a while. Did I ever discuss with the other significant other that this man was still paying the bills? Like, yes. But you know what happened eventually? Eventually he said, yo, if you're going to be with me 100%, you got to move out of that apartment. Whatever attachment you have with this man, you got to wrap that up. Or you're saying to me that you're trying to have your cake and eat it too, which is a bad analogy because if it's my cake, I can eat it, right? All of it.
I think you misunderstood the analogy. Having my cake, eat it too. It's not about you can eat your cake. Everyone can eat their fucking cake, you potato. The whole point is like the cake is a... No, that's so stupid.
It means that you have a cake, and if you eat it, you don't have a cake no more. I'm glad you caught that. I thought I was the only one. That's not what it
If your cake is there and you eat it, your cake is no longer there, right? You can't have your birthday cake. You can't have your celebration if you ate the cake.
Because it's no longer... I'm glad you caught that. I'm glad you caught that.
That's a stupid analogy, because
you know it's your cake. You should eat it because it's yours. You know what I mean? Like it's your cake. So you should have your cake and eat it because you know it's yours. So it's my cake. I can eat it, right? That's not what it means. That's not what this.
Hold up, 1 second. Let me compose myself. I feel like you ever imagine you go up to a girl, you be like, man, life is like a box of chocolate. And the girl's like, so you just eat it? It's like, no.
You never know what you're gonna get. Yeah, you can. You know what you're gonna get. It's right on the box. All the flavors is there. You got cherry chocolate. You got the white chocolate. I don't really like those. You got praline. Then you have sea salt and caramel. Ooh, I like that. I like me some caramel. And then you know exactly what you're gonna get. It's written on the box. Is it written like the flavor of?
But the thing about it is, it's like, who's getting your, he still has a piece of you. So now I have to decide what kind of future I want with this other man. Is he just something to fly by night and I'm having a good time with? Because if that's so, then I'm going to have my cake and eat it too. I'm going to keep this one paying my bills, which is lovely, and this other one doing whatever role he plays. But if I'm trying to take it to the next level, then at some point, even me moving into a man's house and that bed is already there before I got there, we got to get new furniture, sweetheart. Mm-hmm. It's time to get a new mattress and everything. I don't want the mattress you've been sleeping on with the other.
So fucking incredibly stupid. Imagine if you got your favorite bed in the world. You fuck some broad, then you meet the girl of your dreams. Y'all get married. She's like, throw out the bed. You fuck some. What? What a waste of a bed. What a waste of a bed. This is so stupid. No wonder you need somebody else to finance your fucking life. If you throwing out a whole nice bed, cause somebody else slept in it, nigga. Bitch, I know you don't stay in Airbnbs.
That's cause
I know you don't stay in Airbnbs. What you mean? Have you ever stayed in a hotel? Do you know how many people fucked in that bed?
Yeah, that's not a rational thing. That's a male thing.
Stupid.
That it is.
First place.
Because you wouldn't go in hotels. You wouldn't go. You know what I mean? They don't change the beds in hotels. Sometimes, depending on the hotels that you go, they don't even change the bed covers.
Bro, low IQ's press play.
I mean, all right. I mean, now look, I was with you. Now, Holiday.
Yeah.
The man met your beautiful mother. God bless both of them. Mm-hmm. Why does the man gotta buy a whole new damn house? Let me talk though. All right, I'll let y'all go. Like, let's be realistic. If I meet a woman that has a beautiful condo that her man has bought her, and I walk in there, the last thought on my mind is like, oh shit, she was getting fucked in here. I gotta buy her a whole new condo. I'm not doing that.
Thanks, Guapo.
Here's the thing. This man's not seeing rocket science. Is that these girls sound so stupid that you hear something like, if I meet a girl, I don't need her to buy a new house. You know, it's not rocket. These girls sound so stupid that you're like,
obviously, y'all
what a breath of fresh air.
Y'all are not paying for it. Cause
yeah. If you have self-respect, you don't allow some of this stuff to happen. Like, this is so outside of the realm of my existence. So I'm just like, who raised y'all? But at the end of the day, some people allow this, you know? It's like... People will only go as far as you allow them most of the time.
Yeah.
And the truth is, a lot of people allow all kinds of fuckery into their life. So there has to be some measure of accountability on his end for getting played like a dummy. You know, and as far as she goes, like, she's delusional. She's talking about, like, well, I invested my time and my effort into him. She's talking as if, like, there's some measure of respect. But then she also got a boyfriend who's clowning the dude and looks at him like he's pathetic. So it's all just a facade. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
And like I said, man, listen, if they're tricking, then pay for the trick. But a lot of y'all need to doing these cash apps and pretend like it's not tricking, okay?
It is.
If you let dudes pay your bills and do all this stuff and they get to bang you, you a hoe. And it's okay. But let's stop this whole respectability bullshit. Like, no, it's fine. Just be a hoe.
You're using your assets, which is fine, but I mean, I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm saying that it's expected.
But to me, I was watching this and I was just cringing. That's very much my whole reaction. Anything else you want to add?
No, there's nothing. You said what you said.
Yeah, all right, then. Let us know what you guys think in the comments.
You should get to have your cake and eat it too because it's yours.
So stupid. That was dumb fuck. Today's topic, Bill Cosby. My man's gone free. It's one of the few times where he said hashtag free Cosby.
Yeah.
And he got freed.
And he got freed.
So, if you guys haven't heard already, Bill Cosby is out after serving 2 years of what was supposed to be a much longer sentence. He got out early because the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, I believe, overruled the decision and decided to also bar the prosecution from ever prosecuting him again, which means he will not be going back to jail for these crimes. And that is where we stand today. He's completely exonerated. He is a free man. He's already made a few TV interviews. He's angry. He feels like he was unjustly done. So, if you guys don't know what happened, Cosby was charged with Weinsteining a lady. Basically, how it ended up happening was the previous DA, the district attorney, made a deal with Cosby in a civil suit to get him to testify. And the deal was that they wouldn't bring any criminal charges against him if he testified, basically giving him immunity. And this also extended to future DAs. The new DA comes in, says that deal isn't any good. Throw it out. I'm going to use a testimony where you incriminated yourself in this criminal trial and send him to jail, which he spent 2 years in prison for. The Supreme Court decided that you can't do that if you make a deal with someone, especially if you make them renounce one of their rights,
which is the Fifth Amendment,
right? Which I think is like protection. I plead the Fifth. Yeah, protection from like self-incrimination, right? That you are usurping the law and the understandings between defendants and prosecutions. So yeah, that's how it happened. So that's kind of like the gist of it and the technicalities. He's a free man. At the end of the day, he's 83. I highly doubt they're going to bring another case against him. He has a few more years. It's a wrap for him. Did he get away with it? Yeah, he did. Like a lot of powerful, influential men, a lot of them get away with their crimes. You know, that's kind of the norm. At the end of the day, his legacy was destroyed whether he got released or not. They have him admitting to these crimes already. Even if it's in a civil suit, they have him admitting to it. So he's done this. This wasn't coerced. This wasn't forced. He admitted to this because he did do this. As far as Bill Cosby's legacy, he's going to be seen for those acts. Everything else, most of it's going to get erased. So there's no silver lining here. I don't think this is a great ending or anything like that. It's just the reality of the situation. So those are pretty much my thoughts. You know what worked in Bill's benefit? The fact that he worked alone. Because if he was like Jeffrey Epstein and he was working with a bunch of people doing all that stuff as a group, Bill would have never made it out alive.
Oh, they would have flipped.
No, he would have never made it out alive. They would have got him.
Oh yeah.
Because they're not gonna let you rat out the rich niggas. Look at Bill Gates. He's like being associated with like the fucking prince of like some
Whatever.
country I never heard of.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
If it
Bill
was-
worked alone. You know what I mean? It was him, Spanish Fly, and a Spanish girl, right? So it worked out pretty well for him.
Quaaludes.
Yeah.
Not Spanish Fly.
So, you
Spanish
know,
Fly is written.
Sometimes teamwork is not the best word. That's all I'm saying.
You got that right.
So, if you go do a crime, try not to involve a bunch of people. And when I heard he got released, I was just like, after this pandemic, I'll believe anything.
But what did you expect? After what was done, of course, I was like, yeah, sure, of course.
Well, I thought he was gonna die in jail.
You thought?
He was in jail for 2 years. You don't really think something's gonna get overturned. It's not like I followed the case that closely.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
So,
that's why, yeah. You
so
didn't
yeah,
really care that much.
Oh yeah, appeals are generally not that successful.
And now exactly when you stop following. When he said that he did it.
No, once he went to jail.
Once he said he did it, I mean, that was, man.
Yeah. So, you know, the thing about Bill, I think the thing about Bill that I've always hated was like he was always telling people to be uptight and to be correct and polite and all this stuff, and find out behind closed door he thought it was hilarious to put women to bed and bang them.
Pudding.
Preach. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, well, first and foremost, the first thing that you have to understand is that it's not because he's free that he's not guilty. You understand what I'm saying? OJ, it's really just because basically the DA fucked up. The DA messed up pretty bad. He's stripping someone from their rights, their fundamental rights in the Constitution of the United States of America. You mess up. So the person that did the disservice to all the women is the DA. That's what happened. The one that, no, let me go against that. It's easily overthrown. That's you gave that man a case. The first DA that gave that deal, I don't even really understand what the deal was to, try to give that deal. Because if he was just to say, yeah, I did this and I did that and I did that, whatever, whatnot, but we're not going to incriminate yourself. It's just basically, I understand how these ladies might have felt like I was a danger to their life or whatever, whatnot. And that's basically a slap on the wrist or whatever.
Well, the thing is, they didn't have much of a case against him without his testimony.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why the second DA was able to convict him, because he testified and admitted to stuff.
Yeah, I was just talking about the first DA.
So the reason why the first DA made that deal, he was like, I can't get him on anything, so let me at least get him to admit this, so there might be a civil suit that'll work out.
Yeah.
So I think that was
But he
the
was a civil
understanding.
suit.
But I will say, generally, immunity deals like this are not given for these kind of crimes. Generally, they're reserved for white-collar crimes. Things like tax fraud or things like
collusion.
Yeah, or stock exchange stuff. Like, those kind of crimes. That's when you get immunity for, giving a testimony or whatever. But, for criminal cases, it's not very common that you get this kind of stuff. The last case where this kind of thing happened, funny enough, was Jeffrey Epstein back in 2007. If you aren't aware, Jeffrey Epstein was initially charged with, fondling girls. That was reduced to the craziest sentence you can imagine. He had to do 1 year in jail, but it wasn't even 1 year in jail. He would go to jail during the day and go home at night.
Yeah. Which is...
So the only correlation between the two is that they're very powerful, influential men, and they seem to have gotten off lightly. Now,
basically, it's just like what happened to OJ. It's not because the glove didn't fit, and it's not because the LAPD didn't, temper with the evidence that it didn't happen. You know what I mean?
They have a term for that? It's called fruit of the poisonous tree.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you get items from someone's house without a warrant, that stuff gets excluded from the case. Yeah. Because of the fact that your procedures weren't accurate. So to allow that in is to reward people who break procedures.
Yeah, but also there was evidence that were planted.
Right.
On top of that, but
that's criminal. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyways, all that to say, yeah, absolutely. Like you're saying, there's a funny conspiracy theory about OJ. That actually OJ didn't do it, but he was actually involved, and it was his kid that did it, and that's why the glove didn't fit. So OJ and the long chase that happened with the LAPD was for the the long chase that happened with the LAPD was for the kid to be able to throw out the evidence. It's a funny story, but whatever went out.
That's my face when I watch Alex Jones. Normally I'm also laughing. I'm laughing because he's hilarious. Carry on.
Yeah, but that's pretty much it. I mean, you messed up. You could have left it alone like that, and there was nothing you could have done better than that, than what was happening there. And look now you had a whole bunch of people pissed, and you got this guy free. He would have been free. You just really wanted him in jail, but you didn't have much of a case.
Not a big fan, but that's my thoughts on him. Anything else?
No.
Well, then what do you guys think about this whole Bill Cosby thing? Are you glad? Are you upset? Do you guys agree? Disagree? I want to hear your thoughts.
You're alone, sitting home, waiting by the phone. No group, only you, nothing left to do. You call on me when you're chilling and you're sipping on your holiday. It's getting late, no date, now you wanna play. You call on me why you wanna be a player, caller, a shot caller. You wanna holler, no time for fake ones. Will you players ever learn? I'll be the one that keeps you calling.
Today's topic.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
So you don't. So it's okay. I just want to be clear with you. It's okay. It's okay for a man to go into the women's section, show his around the other women, young little girls underage. Your spa, we spa, condone that. Is that what you're saying? I'm up here at the we spa, and a man, okay, comes in slinging his. I almost want to fall out. I couldn't believe what I saw. And you got some women scared to say something. Baby, I'm not scared to say a thing. The blood of Jesus against this wilding out lying spirit. No. You best believe I'm going to say something.
But if it identifies
He's a man. I don't care. So men can just say, I'm a woman today and I want to come in. What about women's rights?
No.
Little girls running.
And now we
yeah.
shower. We can't go down there to shower. We
Yeah.
can't go get our clothes. Do you guys feel uncomfortable about it? We can find your return.
Oh, so now we have to leave.
If you feel uncomfortable, because we cannot discriminate against gender.
But then why do you have men's section and women's section?
Gender identity, if they identify as female, they let us know.
So I'm a man and I can walk in there?
No, you identify yourself as male.
So I can tell you, so we can lie.
And there's a 9-year-old and a 14-year-old that's never seen a penis before.
That traumatized me to see that.
We are women.
Yes.
And that traumatized us.
Yes.
No, but I'm saying we're older women. We're not little girls.
Right.
And we're here to protect the little girls because it's not okay.
It's not.
Now I can't even go and put my clothes on because he's down there.
Yeah.
You know, the whole topic of trans people in bathrooms is one I avoided for a long time. Because I'm like, how serious of a thing this is? Is this really an issue? I really want to concern myself with it, right? And also, truth is, I'm not that affected, to be honest with you. You want to say I'm a trans man and walk into a men's bathroom with a vagina? Okay. But I think it's a different story for ladies. Here's the truth. Right? There's no easy solution to this because, one, she told a trans woman to go into the men's bathroom, doing the way she did. There's a lot of unsafety, lack of safety there, right? Because they're going into, that bathroom, they may get discriminated against. Then they go into the women's bathroom, they're perceived a certain type of way. So I recognize that for trans folks, it's not an easy thing to have to pick. Nope. On the flip side, now we have to talk about safety and well-being and what it means. Let's take it from the kids' angle. I can absolutely see that there are people out there who would take advantage of these new laws and walk into a bathroom for kids and the way they hate girls and be extra creepy. Mm-hmm. If we live in a world where so much trafficking, with so many dudes who like to fondle kids, with so many people who like to, of course, I'm not saying trans people are out there trying to do this weird stuff. I'm saying there's people who are posing who would, if they're willing to pick kids off the street and off playgrounds, why wouldn't they try weird stuff like that? There's people who flash kids. So why wouldn't they do something brazen like that? Especially if it's legal.
Oh, absolutely. It's legal for them to go in. Absolutely.
Bro, if I go to the men's bathroom and there's creepy dudes in there.
Yep.
If they could be creepy in the women's bathroom, I'm sure they would do it.
Absolutely.
Especially if it was legal.
Yep.
What you gonna tell me? It's the law. The law.
The law.
Glad you caught that. Throwback. All right, so to me, there's a certain level of of course it's a safety issue. Now, does that mean we have to stigmatize trans folks and then start? I wouldn't go that far. I don't think that's the decision.
Nope.
But I think we also have to acknowledge that there's no easy solution to this. Me personally, make a unisex bathroom. Men, women, and then there's a unisex one.
But the thing is that this is not just a bathroom. This is where they change. That's where the issue is.
Then make a unisex change?
I understand. The issue is really The issue is really the fact that they have to change.
Sorry.
You'd have to put, you know what?
Sorry. I got a daughter. You got dick and balls. Y'all not going in the same bathroom. Y'all not going in the same change room. That's me. Other people might be so open and liberal that they want to take it. That's okay. You got dick and balls. You not going in the daughter's bathroom. Is that weird?
Listen.
Is that weird?
I'm not saying no. Yes, it's
Okay,
not
then.
weird. But
Okay.
I'm saying, what I'm saying is that as a father, my little girl wants to pee. She come in the man's room with me. I'm not gonna let her go in the bathroom. Cause I seen creepy women as well. I'm not gonna go in the women's bathroom and whatnot. She's coming with me. So if ever there's some shit that happens, I'm there.
How old?
Old.
15?
That's right.
You take no. Get out. The doors. Get out.
Just kidding.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Okay.
Down.
You said old. I said
21.
No.
You wanna go? Oh no. You're not going in a woman's bathroom. I'm just saying, but
You got a man with his talking about he's a woman. He ain't no woman. Yeah, give her money back.
she's talking like she's a manager now. Yeah, give her her money back.
Yeah, get your money back.
There's no such thing as transgender. He has a. Okay, he has is hanging out. Okay, no, I'm not one. Actually, I'm a woman who knows how to stand up and speak up for my right. As a woman, I have a right to feel comfortable without a man exposing himself, okay?
I want you to peep the fact that there's multiple women telling this man they felt unsafe with a male in the women's bathroom. They felt unsafe. And the man's like, well, he's transgender. You guys are being dicks. Imagine a man who has no stakes in this telling them they have no reason to feel unsafe after they were flashed on purpose. Think about how crazy that is. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can't offend them being. That's the thing, and that's why it's really hard because. Pause.
Big pause. So let me get this straight.
That's why it's a difficult situation because at the same time you don't want to discriminate against a woman, but you don't want to discriminate against trans people. You don't want to put them in a dangerous spot where they have to change in a man's bathroom where it's not only discriminated against, they could be physically harmed. And you don't want to discriminate against a woman and the kids. That's why I'm saying it's like a
Third bathroom.
But again,
third change room, problem solved. Is it gonna cost more? Yes.
Yeah.
Do that. That's my solution. That's my solution.
It's not a perfect solution, but I mean it is what it is.
It's not okay. Okay, that's traumatizing to see that. I'm a woman. I think this is a place right here, I'm told, only for women. So how dare you sit up here and tell me I don't have a right as a woman to defend? I'm telling you, he has a full and testicles, okay?
He was trying to do they identify? He has
I'm telling you he had a penis. Veins, balls.
6 inches.
Minimum.
Subway.
Flaccid.
Half a sub.
Boom.
Meatballs.
With some sauce.
Literally meatballs.
And I don't care what it's called. It's a man. You got one? You're a man. Okay.
And if we went into the men's section with our anatomy, that would be.
This motherfucker's like, you're more than welcome to do so. I mean, if you want to stare like that, I mean, we could just. I mean, you won't go in. We could just, you know.
That's right. But no, that's how he came at it.
Yeah,
that's what he really did.
But the thing is, you have to understand it's not the same thing. It's not the same situation. It's not because you reverse things that it's the same thing.
If a woman's walking home and like she got a big ass dude following her, she gonna feel unsafe. You be like, well, if a woman is following me, I wouldn't feel. Of course not, nigga.
It's not what we're talking about.
It's not the same.
It's not the same.
I think you don't recognize the way in which women are made to feel unsafe when males enter their space.
That's not the same thing. Let's be real.
It's not. But
Well, it would probably, but you might not like women, so it might not, okay? And we don't know, but for me and for a lot of other women, they do not feel comfortable, and it's not okay. Okay? So, well, yeah, you're sorry. You should be, sweetie, and you're out of alignment, and this is not right. I can tell you that much, all right? And I know you're out of order. Yeah, it must be hard. It must be hard not being a real man, huh? Try it.
Okay.
I want every...
All right. I was like, all right, first you're misgendering the person, and after that, your alley is to just call him out as I understand that you're pissed and everything and stuff.
I mean, she's not just pissed. She had a dude flash her in a place that was supposed to be safe.
I understand.
And then the people who were supposed to keep her safe told her,
What do you mean?
Civility goes out the window.
What do you mean?
And then a man who had nothing to do with the situation came in and told her she had no right to want to feel safe and to be this outraged.
What do you mean, Abba?
If you want,
are you saying that there are no safe space?
If you,
there's supposed to be one.
You know,
but I understand what she's.
There comes a time where it's like,
fuck that shit.
And then who are you to come here when you have no stakes in this and tell me you have no right to try to fight for my safety?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was about to say. Basically, I was like, yeah, you did that, and then you calling to do whatever, but you have to take in consideration all the thing that is. At this point, she's way beyond that. She doesn't care nothing that because nobody gives a fuck about her safety. That's what I was about to say, but you picked it up, so.
So, like I said, I want every woman get all of their information.
The security guard just said that is not allowed.
Okay, well, I don't care what the security guard. He's just security.
I'm telling you. Yeah. Sometimes predators go down and will just go through the woman's side.
Okay, well, now he's sitting in there. Okay, well, security.
No. He doesn't want to be.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying he should have not been allowed to.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. We know that.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly.
So, you know,
it's a difficult cause. It's difficult.
To me, it's a safe space for females. Even though you may identify as a woman, that's fantastic, and if you want to opt through life, for most facets, that's fine. But I think there should be certain spaces that should be reserved. Why? Because at the end of the day, females have a certain fear of men, including transgender, right? You guys can understand that, and there should be safe spaces for you guys as well. So I would include a third bathroom. That's my personal opinion. I think that's the only way you make this work. I don't think there is another way other than, you not having the anatomy, because it just triggers something in people that is very real. For folks who have trauma and whatnot, to see somebody flash you, whether intended or not, it's like, I can understand that discomfort and that wanting to get away. And so again, this is not meant to be like, yo, but I got nothing like that in me. But if women are saying they feel unsafe in these spaces, they don't want their kids around these spaces, they don't want their daughters, I think that's crazy? Of course not. And I'm not even one of those people who are like, protect the people are crazy about kids right now. With trafficking and everything, this is a given. Considering what kind of space a bathroom and a change room is, where kids and women get undressed and change, it's a very vulnerable space. So I don't think the solution is to send the males to the men's bathroom. I think it's to create a third one. That's my personal opinion. But is that financially viable? Not really. So no easy answers to this. For this, but I think that's definitely a discussion that needs to be raised.
And correct me if I'm wrong, if y'all were listening to this, if there's any trans people from the trans community that is listening to this, I believe that a trans man going in a trans bathroom would have less problems than a trans woman going in a woman's bathroom.
You want to try that sentence?
Yeah, let me try that again, because that's a lot of trans.
They understood.
No.
They understood.
There's going to be less problems with a trans man going in a man's bathroom, and less than a trans woman.
I'm going to edit it. It's fine. You try.
I'm going to do it again.
It's not necessary.
It's not?
Because even they're like, man, fuck trans people. You took so long to get, like, nobody cares.
Oh, it's all my fault, right?
Yeah. Transphobia. So,
you just going to say, I'm transphobic?
I got a DM from Riley J. Dennis, and she feels some type of way about your last comment. No, nigga.
Oh. Then I guess I'm a bit transphobic. I was just fucking with you.
And it's important to note that the law that came into place was made to try to include trans women in these spaces, but didn't realize that at the same time they may be excluding and making females feel unsafe in these spaces as a result. So sometimes these bids for inclusivity, if they're not done well, end up excluding the very people these spaces were originally meant for. The reason why we made a female bathroom was because we recognized that putting them in a male's bathroom was not only dangerous, but made them deeply uncomfortable. So now we're saying, okay, but now we have these people who identify as like, that's not how this works. There has to be more stringent requirements. Or else, you know, the whole point of the female bathroom was to make them feel safe, and you fucked it up. So that's my thoughts.
What was the whole point of having women's events in Olympics?
We don't need to do that again.
We don't need to go. We don't need to do that now. We're not. No. All right.
Yeah. So, these are my thoughts on this. What do you guys think? Were we being trans? Who knows? We want to hear your thoughts, but we want to hear
petty cakes.
Where's Malik Yoba when?
Where's Ja Rule when we need him?
No, I want to hear from Malik Yoba.
You're alone, sitting home, waiting by the phone. No groove, only you, nothing left to do. You call on me when you're chilling and you're sipping on your Alizé. It's getting late, no date, now you wanna play. You call on me, why you wanna be a player, caller, a shot caller, a hitter, you wanna holler. No time for fake ones. Will you players ever learn? I'll be the one that keeps you calling. I got a love that'll keep you falling, falling.
Today's topic, Steven Crowder went up against H3 for a debate, and everything devolved. Essentially what was supposed to happen was that Steven Crowder was supposed to have a debate with Ethan via some kind of Zoom app. And what ended up happening is that Ethan switched out his screen and allowed Sam Cedar, who's a political leftist commentary channel on YouTube, to debate Crowder instead. Now, the whole thing devolves from there, because Crowder doesn't want to debate Sam Cedar. He wants to debate Ethan Klein from H3, and a bunch of stuff gets said. And people were asking my thoughts on the whole thing, and so I went to go watch, and I couldn't stop laughing. And I'll be honest with you, I think they both look stupid. So here's why I think they both look stupid. First off, on Ethan's part, if you're going to accept a debate with somebody, you can't switch yourself out for somebody else.
Steven, do you know that the Spartans are like practice man love with children?
Oh, geez. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. What did I tell you? He was going to do anything he could to avoid. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare. I had no idea this was going to happen.
If I come in and have a conversation with you and then someone else comes in, I'm going to feel some type of way off the top because I'm like, well, who's this?
You got tricked.
Yeah, like why would you do something, as Crowder put it, based off a lie? Right?
Fair.
Which, you know, in Crowder's defense, I do think that was a slimy move. Like, and I think Ethan, when they were kind of having the conversation, I was watching, I was like, do you guys not recognize
how slimy that looks?
Yeah. And like how smarmy you were being the whole time. I'm like, listen, you need some people around you to tell you you're being a little bit ridiculous in that moment.
That's shady.
All right? Now, why I think Crowder looks stupid. Crowder, so Sam Cedar's like, yo, why won't you debate me? I've been trying for a long time. And this is what Crowder said to him. The first thing he said. He said, the reason I don't want to debate you is because you have less than 1/3 of the subs I have.
Sam, why do you feel that anyone owes you airtime when you have a 40th of the audience and you've been doing the show
I don't think anybody
for 10
owes
times
me
as longer?
airtime. I think that Ethan has just given it to me. I didn't ask him for it, and
right.
so
No, you've been begging
the
for
real
it for a long
question
time
is,
with everyone
Steven,
bigger than
why
yourself.
Are you so
he
worried about
can't build an
engaging with me?
audience, and so what happens is
Why
he
are you
uploads
so
15
worried about-
times more,
Do you think
has
your
less than a
audience
50th of the
says-
audience.
Well, that's
Do
why
you
he wants to
think that your
debate you, is so he
audience-
can build his.
Sam,
Do you
Sam,
think
come on.
your audience cares that I only have 1 million subscribers and you have what, 6 or 7 million subscribers?
Let me answer. Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question? Sure. You want me to answer your question? My audience would say Sam who? Just like Joe Rogan's audience and Ben Shapiro's and Dave Rubin.
Who I am.
Now they all know who you are because you had to shoehorn yourself into another coward show.
What? That's the reason you want to debate someone because they have less subs?
And I was like, what?
Okay, well, you prove. Oh, wow. You did not say that. Wow.
I'm like, bro, your call to fame is a series called Change My Mind, where you go on college campuses with your binder full of facts, okay? and then you just railroad people, strangers with zero following because it's good for you. And here you have somebody who's, knows their stuff, who follows the lingo, who has a, I think he has like 1 million subs, Sam Cedar, Majority Report, and you won't do it.
Steven Crowder.
And I'm just like, what? Why would you go out of your way to debate people who clearly don't know the subject matter, but then you have somebody who does, and you're like, I refuse to do it ever.
But we've been saying that it was disingenuous, and the way that he was doing thing was a bit like, it was a bit slimy and stuff like that. Now you just prove it. Now you really just want to battle people that don't have a following, so that you're doing disingenuous stuff and that it's blown out of proportion. People know it. Is that what you don't want? You want to get someone that has substantially less following than you, so that if ever you say something that's out of hand, it doesn't get exposed like that, right? But when you're gonna get someone that has equal following as you, then you're gonna be like, nah, you know what? When you fuck, because you fuck, that means that you're not doing this. It's not a oops. You're doing this on purpose, but you don't want to get caught. You don't want to get caught. You don't want to called out on it. You don't want those people that have the same amount of following as you calling you out on it and blowing that shit out. That's what happened. Okay.
I'll say this.
Oh?
Steven Crowder makes me appreciate Ben Shapiro. Because for all the faults that Ben Shapiro has, at the very least, he doesn't do terrible things with studies. And two, he actually has conversations with real politicians who aren't just based off following. He's had conversations with Roku Khan, who I actually appreciate. It was a great conversation between the two. And he's a very liberal, left-leaning politician. So I find it so crazy that Crowder will only debate people with followings, and yet he has the whole change my mind series. It's like, it's one of the most paradoxical things. It doesn't make any sense. And I do think there's a recurring theme with people who lean on the right, where they want to set up these debates with people who are not politically savvy. Why would you want to debate H3 on politics when he's not well read on it? People come out, but you should debate Steven Crowder. Why would I debate him? Politics is not my realm. I'm not well versed in social democracies and all these different forms of government. That's not my realm.
And he's disingenuous.
And I don't care to study it that in-depthly, which is why our videos are not about geopolitical situations all the time. But I can recognize when someone's being disingenuous and they're being full of shit. And I think that someone who's always about, I'll change people's minds, I'm here to bring the facts. When you have somebody who has their set of facts and they're ready, you run away. That to me is the cowardly part. And to use their following to lower them as if they're beneath you? Do you not hear how arrogant you sound?
That's lame, man.
So, that's just one of those things that I couldn't wrap my head around when I heard it. Because I'm like, bro, do you not hear yourself?
I can't believe we're born in the same town. We drank the same water.
Hey, man. You got to hold that L. So that was the first thing. The second thing, he started clowning him on the fact that your show is irrelevant, this and that. And he said, and he was caught slipping. He said, "Why did you leave your live last week early?"
You're so clever. I had no idea that you were taking your show off early last time, coming in today with your pig pen peanuts on.
I wish
You take those off, or they?
I'm like, if the show's irrelevant, how would you know? How the fuck would you know?
You got guys listening.
Are you watching?
You got guys listening.
So you watch his content.
But why would you know something about someone that's
That's when the haters are.
It's even worse than that.
Ain't that what you said?
He changed
it's
the
not all
debate.
Fans that are fans. I like you. Some
He
people just watch
rescheduled
you
the
and
debate
follow you
with
just to hate
fucking
you.
Ethan
Wow.
in order to avoid
The third
Sam
thing
Cedar the
is he
first
started
time.
making fun of Sam Cedar, saying "Are you a comic?" Because I looked up for your stand-up, which again means you know who he is and you looked him up, and I couldn't find any good clips of you. Yeah, you're a hack comic. You're not funny. And Sam's like, "I'm not a comedian. I'm just a political commentator."
Sam, fake stand-up comic who we can't find any footage about online. Let me
I'm not
finish.
a stand-up comic.
Oh, you're not? Okay, that makes sense because everything that I've seen is incredibly unfunny and unentertaining, which may explain the audience.
Irony alert, Steven.
Comedian.
How much have you watched of my stuff, Steven, that you think that your audience
can I answer your
wouldn't
question?
appreciate our...
Bro, you gonna clown people for being unfunny or funny or not? You're gonna lobby that at them for criticism when they want to have a real debate with you? So, the whole thing, watching it was a giant shit show. I think both parties were wrong, and both parties show poor judgment in regards to how to handle the situation. But on Crowder's side, it just showed a lot of disingenuousness. Disingenuousness.
I just look up the internet and I try to
Disingenuity.
find good clips of you trying to swim, and you're not that good of a swimmer. You just alright. Who cares?
Not everything has to be online, guys. And who cares?
And who cares?
Come on, son.
You're not a swimmer. You're not that, but that's not what I do. Like
the fact that you weren't even looking for that is cringy to me.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
It's like, hey, listen, I'm not a fan of Steven Crowder. I've never tried to look up his stand-up clips to be like, what are you doing? So, I don't know. To me, I think debates are good, especially when they're done in a way that, maintains some level of integrity. And even if, like, the debate devolves because people are, like, talking over each other, whatever, at the very least, you hope that they come into it with some honest intentions. This, I think, was a poor judgment on Ethan Klein's part, and I think very revealing for Crowder. But, I mean, it didn't reveal anything I didn't already know.
Exactly. It just proved it. It just proved it even more.
Yeah, and there's always going to be Crowder fans who are going to defend him at any cost, but it's just like, bro, you won't debate somebody because of their following? Really? You? Mr. Change My Mind?
It just shows the color, man.
Hey, but you know what? I'll never forget when Yusuf owned him. When someone came prepared, instead Crowder fucking lost his mind.
But that proves the point.
Yeah, once somebody knows their stuff, he does a bunch of poor tactics to avoid a real conversation.
Okay, yeah, but what about this other thing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and we're not gonna talk about that. Yes, we are. That's what we're talking about. You saw it.
Yeah,
I saw it.
And this is also like a very right-leaning thing. Even Candace Owens, she's like, I'll debate AOC, but I won't debate any of the large lefty YouTubers on the platform because it's beneath me. It's like, so do you want a conversation, or do you just want to own somebody that you think is an easy mark? Is that good for our audience? To have politically unsavvy people have all these discussions and debates as if they were? Come on,
for
bro.
marketing. It feeds the ego of your following.
But that's why there's some lefty YouTubers that I enjoy, that I like, that I think do a great job. Always a big shout out to, well, they're not with Rising anymore. They're called Breaking Points. But, Kristen and Sagar do a great job. That's a right and a left-leaning person who have conversation on a daily basis. So if you guys want more informed opinions, definitely go there. But yeah, that's my thoughts. And anything else you want to add about Crowder?
Why don't white crime needs to stop?
Yeah. Anyways, let us know what you guys think in the comments below. We want to hear from you. Today's topic. All right, and then we got this man over here. Who's the guy on the left look like? He's got an interesting look.
He looks like Riley Dennis. Which means that he looks gorgeous. Yes or no?
I'm not engaging in any form of transphobia, so that's all you, bro.
That's not trans nothing.
Yeah.
Motherfucker tell me I look like Whoopi Goldberg. That ain't nothing.
No, you know I mean? You can't take it back, man.
Did you see, man?
You can't take it back.
All right, you want me to go first? This is Salem. He has like a 96 Mustang convertible, and it's just fun to just go kick it and cruise around.
He uses me for my car.
Yeah, essentially.
So this is Riley. He used to be a pro finger deck tech decker, and yeah, he was sponsored and everything. As far as music goes, like jamming with him is always a good time, things like that. What's happening?
Yeah. Is my face really red?
No.
Okay.
And my hands are a little clammy, but it's all right.
These guys look like the type of dudes to be like if one of them got in a car accident and couldn't use his hand, the other guy would be like, "Do you want me to give you a hand job, bro? Like, do you need help with something?" like they got that kind of closeness.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
You want a Dutch rudder
Our
for
ideal
me,
first
bro?
date would be a picnic by a lake, and I don't know, we'll eat like a charcuterie board or something, and like bead bracelets, and maybe like paint something.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe with a side of chlamydia. How do you feel about that?
You're on fire today, bro. There's not going to be a conversation.
What are you talking about? They're going to have a charcuterie board? You don't like charcuterie?
I like charcuterie.
Oh, yeah. Talk to us in French, nigga. Let's go.
I like the charcuterie.
Okay.
You know, to be honest with you, when English people say charcuterie, whatever the fuck they say, I'm like, yo, charcuterie, man, stop, charcuterie. I say the thing proper, yeah. Charcuterie. Voilà.
Can you give them a full phrase in French? The Americans want to cream their pants.
Huh? What'd you say?
I said, could you?
I just heard cream my pants. And I'm like,
I said, could you? I said, could you say a full sentence in French? Because the Americans want to cream their pants.
Okay, you did say cream their pants. I thought you were talking about the.
Huh? What's
voilà
that?
Quoi. Ben, je sais pas. Je pensais que t'avais dit. Je pensais vraiment que t'avais dit cream my pants. Puis j'étais comme, mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? C'est quoi son problème? Comme, de quoi tu parles? Mais non, c'est ça, je viens de le faire. Ils vont probablement manger de la charcuterie et faire de l'anal.
For all the people asking for subtitles, you're not gonna get them. That's what happens when you're American. Everyone else speaks multiple language except you. Land of the free. Yeah, but you're not free of ignorance.
Okay, so we were thinking that we would go horseback riding on the beach. I was thinking about it, and I could definitely see you guys on some really pretty horses.
Yeah, I have a horse. So
I got a couple hats.
It's real, exactly.
Yeah, this is
it's
real.
not. It's real. It's happening. We're getting sushi, orange juice, and we're gonna have a great time.
Go to an abandoned building and risk getting arrested for trespassing.
Oh, word, yeah.
A little bit of spice.
Living on edge a little bit, yeah.
We start with a bar crawl, and then we're gonna go to the beach.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah. I mean, we're both sober, but we'll go with you.
So every girl, the guys are gonna be like, yeah, totally, yeah, dude. I could see, you know, what? Walk half a mile and then throw myself off a bridge? Yeah, I could see myself doing that. What? You want to put a boot up in my butt? Yeah. I mean, yeah, dude. Like, I'm free around 4. What is that? Eat fruit roll-ups and fruit gushers out of your ass? I could do that. Yeah, sure, yeah. Whatever it is, these girls are gonna say, these guys are gonna be like, yeah. All the motherfuckers that be talking
I know. Nigga, did you just fly off like a bird? Nigga, did you? Yo!
Yeah.
This nigga, what happened to that bird? You just pulled a Birdman.
Yeah, what happened to that boy?
Oh, nigga, that was good. All right, let's keep watching.
Well, we're both really big foodies, so our first ideal double date would be like finding a new restaurant to eat at.
Parmesan fries. Ooh, yes, hot wings.
Sure.
Yeah, just good food, the good stuff. Sugar. Right. If we're gonna be Bonnie and Clyde, I need to know, are you the driver or the shooter?
Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
Whatever you need, I mean, yeah.
He's the driver for sure.
Whatever.
I
like
mean,
both,
yeah.
You know what I mean, like I'm kind of like gender neutral or whatever. Shut up. I can't do my character. I can't do my character. So it's just he's got like such a gender neutral vibe to him, you know?
Pretty lookout, like cliffs maybe.
We love laying in grass.
Yeah.
Then we'll watch an anime movie afterwards. Demon Slayer just coming out.
I'm not even gonna front you. The girl who said Demon Slayer, like, yo, holla at your boy. She got some good taste. So, you know, she already know. Kimetsu no Yaiba. That's some good taste in anime.
Oh shit, there you go. It's about
You
to
already
go
know,
in.
you know what I'm saying? You already know that's a good anime. A lot of people didn't like the manga ending. I thought it was fantastic.
And then for nighttime, we would go stargazing. And do you guys know the game, like, We're Not Really Strangers?
No.
Ooh, okay, it's like a card game that's meant to, like, cause deep conversations. It's just, like, good questions to get to know each
It's like
other.
an icebreaker type stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, jinx. Oh my god.
Okay, no, don't like point. Sorry, Jessica and Rachel. Have a good one.
They're not as big as a foodie as we are.
But I guess we're just gonna go out and get some food afterwards with each other, you know, bestie double date.
That was terrible. That sucks.
bad.
I'm like shaking so much. Like this whole time I've been like.
This is Miranda. I've never met somebody who's such a badass, has such a good and pure heart, and she inspires me to be more confident.
This is Kiana. She is literally the best die-hard, ride-hard friend you could ever ask for.
How many times do you think we're gonna hear literally today?
We've already heard it too much.
Literally?
Not to mention, she is the life of the party anywhere we go. If Kiana's there, it's gonna be a good time.
Thank you.
That's cute.
A bestie infomercial?
Nah. You're moving mud. No, y'all doing the mostest.
This is Shania, one of the cutest people ever. Look at her face. I can't. Also extremely affectionate. She'll always be hugging you and telling you she loves you. This is Michelle. She will match you on any energy. If you want to be like scream singing, she will be there with you. If you want to like cry and just have like a really deep conversation, she will be there with you as well.
You know what it makes me think of?
What?
Show and tell, that's cool. Okay, so this is my toad. It doesn't do much, but I think it's super cute. He's my best friend.
Imagine two guys doing this. Hey, yo, that's my nigga.
Yo, turn around, show them your head.
Nah. Real talk, bro. Let me actually turn around because I've never seen the back of my head before. Let me just. How does it look to you?
It looks like your forehead.
When you got so much forehead, you ain't got no back head?
Nigga, it's so much front, it's just neck in the back.
That's right.
Like jerks.
Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah.
I feel rotten inside.
know.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, sorry.
No hard
You're all
feelings.
bad.
We're just looking to find love.
I hope so.
That is the sitting pose of every male who identifies as gender neutral. Because you can't say you're gender neutral and man spread. You got to pick one or the other.
Okay, cool.
How's it going?
Pretty good. I don't really know what we're supposed to talk about.
Hey guys.
How's it going?
Good. Are you guys?
Good.
Yeah. This has been a weird Saturday, but hey, it's the name of the game, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you guys have all been cool and stuff like that, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, you guys are cool too, you know.
No.
Also, your guys' hair is like super cool.
Yeah. We were talking about it backstage. He said he's got like the Alice Cooper thing, and I got like Paul in the 70s type thing.
Yeah.
We're finishing up at USC, so
Cool.
I studied business. She's chemical engineering.
Thank
My bad.
you.
Damn.
Smarty.
What do you guys do?
Yeah.
I'm an illustration major.
And I play music.
Yeah.
And then I
Awesome.
do modeling on the side.
Yeah, he's not, yeah.
I'm sorry, I clocked that photo on the right. And I'm like, I shouldn't even be laughing because that should have been the outfit he came in with. You know those people who model and like to dress like they look homeless for no reason because that's like the new fashion trend?
It's the new Kanye thing.
Oh my God, let me just wear a trash bag. I'm fucking such an artist.
We're in a band.
Oh, what the way?
We actually
No way.
formed an impromptu band a few weeks ago with some friends.
Oh, hell yeah.
What do you guys play?
She's basically a musical prodigy, guys. Like, she sings, she plays piano, she kills it.
That's so sweet. Thank you. No, we should do a jam session. That'd
I'd
so
be
fun.
actually so down.
Wait,
with
do
it.
we play any
So
instruments?
down.
Yeah, we play pretty much everything, yeah.
You can go. No, go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's hard. I would go for hair, but you guys both have awesome hair.
I'll say you.
Okay,
Cool.
I'd probably go for you, yeah.
There we go.
I like girls with short hair.
Amazing choice.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Nice meeting you both.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking. All right.
Yeah, of
Like,
course.
y'all.
Nice meeting you guys.
So awkward. I think we like went in and we were just like super frazzled. So
Yeah.
I didn't even like think about like, oh my goodness, what are like things to talk about? It was like talk, and I was like,
Yeah.
Are people always this awkward on the speed dating type stuff? Or is it just us?
Yeah, are we on?
Okay, so the first pair that you talk to is pair 1.
Okay.
The second pair you just talked to is pair 2. On the count of 3, I want you both to say either 1 or 2. 3, 2, 1.
2.
Awesome. Wait a minute. Tell them why they're here.
You guys
We're
have
trying
been
to jam.
eliminated. Oh.
Which one is it?
You guys are the final couple. Yeah. You guys won.
So cool,
Wait,
guys.
that's so sweet.
Let's jam.
Let's jam. Yeah, let's jam. I'm down. Do you guys like want to exchange phone numbers or something? Okay.
Definitely,
My
let's
phone's
do it.
literally not on me. I'll go grab my phone.
Literally not on
We
me.
should definitely make a group chat and get it going.
Yeah, that'd be
Can
fun.
you play the drums?
I can, yeah.
We're trying to learn.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
If you can count to 4, you can kind of do it.
Okay.
My mom.
Drum? Shit, we could drum together. Like, you know what? I have a stick, you have a stick, and you know, we stick together. Anyways, shit, do you play the bass? Yeah, fuck, I play the bass. I love the bass. You know which bass I love best? Third bass. You see what I did there? Yeah, that's great. You know what that guitar is? Fucking electric. Like both of us. Oh shit. Dude, that's like a totally, like literally, like, you know, literally like.
Okay. I can't do it. The thing about Jubilee, sometimes they find like ordinary, interesting people, and other times they find like fringe folks, which is interesting to watch sometimes. It's just, I think Californian young people are just so cringe. So that's probably my.
It's just something different, something to experience,
Just
something
cringe.
that's out there.
But-
I'd say cringe too, but hey.
But yeah, that's it for today's video. Did you guys enjoy it or did you guys not? Who would you have picked? Whatever it is you want to say. Yeah, we agree with everything. Bye.
Yeah.
vontade de te encontrar. O motivo já nem sei, nem que seja só para estar ao seu lado, só pra ler no seu rosto uma mensagem de amor. Uma mensagem de amor.
Today's topic, we got Skippy, but this is Skippy from early 2000s. He did a show called Blind Date.
So the whole reason I'm going out tonight is there is this girl named Rachel that I actually met at my church group about a year ago, and I'm going to ask her out tonight. There's a Cher concert next week, and I'm really hoping that she'll agree to go with me as my date. Growing up in Utah, when it comes to girls and when it comes to what comes natural to people at our age, we avoid almost all of it, or at least I do. Anyway, so I've never had sex before. I'm a 24-year-old virgin, if you can imagine that. And so just trying to save myself for that one special lady. Hi. Are you sure it's okay? Like.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just go for ice cream. Yeah. Just real quick.
It's already awkward.
This is why I say when I respect Skippy. He's been this way for 20 plus years.
Oh my god.
Hey, is this okay? Is
this okay? Just wanna, yeah, just, oh man, wow.
Okay. Corey from our ward asked you out last night.
Yes.
Is that Ja Rule in the back leg?
You know who it is? It's Ja Rule and Ashanti. Where is Ja? Ja's in the Skippy video. Here we go.
Cool. I guess.
Good guy.
Do you like him like that?
I think I do.
Really?
Yeah.
Yo, the first 40 seconds and this man's already getting cucked.
This is brutal.
Hey, here's the thing, right? If you are into someone and you know she went on a date with somebody else who she may be into, don't spend the whole date asking about him.
It's gonna go.
Just go on this date and try to act right, and then maybe she will be more into you. Keep it moving. You're already on the date.
Classic.
Are we gonna eat here?
Let's like go up and like look at the view over Salt Lake. Have you been up there before?
We're by Ensign Peak.
Yeah, up near Ensign Peak. Is that cool? So you kissed boys before?
Yeah.
You like kissing boys?
Yeah, he's a 24-year-old. So you kissed boys before? You like kissing boys?
Bro.
What part of the boys do you like kissing? Where? Tell me how. Do you like using tongue? Huh? Show me one on your tongue. Show me one on your tongue. Show me. You love kissing boys? I was born a boy. Burn a boy. Please.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Creepy, skippy. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I do. I'm sorry, that was a random comment on my part. I'm sorry. Hey, Rachel,
Hey, Scott.
I brought you up here for a reason.
Okay.
I have flowers for you.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Scott.
Is this Avril Lavigne? Hey boy, what you looking for? Somebody else, like everyone else. You're trying to be cool. You look like a fool to me. I butchered the lyrics, but hey, let's keep going.
Next part, okay. I've got something for you.
Look at her face, man.
If they found this tape in a ditch, do you think they'd be like, she's definitely dead?
They'd be looking for a body.
For sure, bro. She's already looking like, can anyone see where we are right now?
But these are little toy boats. Let's call this a friendship, okay? And this is a friendship too, right? And we've been, like sailing these little friendships, for a while and stuff like that. Like a year, right? Wouldn't you say? Okay, so we're sailing the friendship, but there's another boat that's in the harbor. You ready for this? Huh?
I don't know.
Huh? This boat is called a relationship. You see that? Here's the thing.
Oh my God!
Yeah, he's my buddy. This Batman. Come here, buddy. Fine, you just want food.
Wow, this one takes the cake. This one is.
Thanks. Big hero, eh? How's your day going?
I'm not picking up your puke.
Oh, I feel sick. Oh my God, let's finish this video.
I think there's a way to go from a friendship to a relationship, and in order to get to the
That's
relationship,
cool. Me
we have
too,
to share
yeah.
things. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Did you see her face? Are you ready for this? Dun, 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 dun.
Do that again.
Are you ready for this? Dun, 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 dun.
You know,
She's not having
bleeding
it.
into
Do you
the
see
night.
this? Do you see
Or I
this?
suppose night is bleeding into the day.
Okay, it says share.
Probably gonna have
There's a
to
Cher concert coming
get
up.
up and wake up my
And
girlfriend
what I
here in a
attempted
few
to do
minutes,
not so
but
smoothly was bring you
yeah.
up here and ask you if you'll go with
I got
me
the other
to the
cat
Cher concert.
down here off camera.
It's on
She's
Wednesday.
jumping down. We just been chilling, playing some Diablo, watching Abba and preach.
Right now, I think of you as just a friend. And Scott, I think you're a great guy. But
No, you don't. Nobody thinks Skippy's a great guy.
Is it short, fat, white, and desperate in here, or is it just me? What the heck? I'm just like feeling so awkward.
Did he say? Is
Super
it short,
chill.
fat, white, and desperate? It's crazy that at 24, Skippy seemed to have more self-awareness than he does today.
I'm sorry, Scott.
Do you know about this
It's
guy
okay, we're still
Skippy
friends.
that they're talking about? He's like an internet meme.
Awkward. End of the night hug.
Like a bunch of red pillars tried to like get him laid.
Perhaps not. You sure it's okay?
Sure, Scott.
Okay.
There's so many like awkward videos of this dude. He's on like some like early 2000s dating show right here, but like
We're probably not.
he's been on TV several
I still feel
times,
pretty good. I mean, I'm
and
the
he's
best looking guy
still
in the
like
car.
20 years later is like super Mormon and super awkward and super unable to get laid and constantly going out with girls on dates and them ending up with him just being like, can I have a hug? Can I have a kiss right here?
He's been like this for 25 years.
Oh,
so if he was
you're
ever gonna learn,
going
he
out
would
with
learn
one of
by
my
it.
friends
Sometimes
from
you gotta admit it. Some people
Brigham
just,
Young University.
They don't want
Oh,
to
that's
change.
cool. You have
They
my
don't want to.
blessing.
You think he
Shit,
doesn't
bro,
want to? He
nobody
doesn't want
asked.
to. He doesn't want to because he's too concerned with his own needs, and so he's not thinking about self-improvement. How are you at 24?
He's one of those
in
dudes
better
that
shape,
between one
probably
moment
making
and
the
the
same amount of
next
money
you
you
can't
got,
decide
44,
whether
still
you
working
think he's an
as a pizza
asshole
delivery driver
or you
in
can't get
worship,
over how
and
much you
thinking
feel
you'll
bad
do
for
better.
him.
And your game hasn't gotten any better. You got more desperate. You haven't made an effort. So that's all I got. But hey, you know what I'm saying? Skippy, do your thing. You know what I mean?
What thing?
You know what I mean?
What thing?
The cringe thing. It is a thing.
It's a thing.
I didn't say it was a successful team.
I back down.
Okay.
I back down.
All right.
I'm gonna give it to you.
Okay. So that's all there is to it. Tell us what you guys think. Yeah.
Hadas. What about Avon Preach? You know these two guys? Been on a crazy kick watching them for the last week. Yo, fam.
All right, today's
Oh,
topic.
shit.
Someone sent me this video.
This is Daniela Means. She took to Instagram to
That's
tell
a
her
shame.
story about being attacked by a man with a hammer, which then broke her orbital bone and nose, leaving her convinced she lost her eyesight.
Which caused me to fall to the ground.
I had my orbital
on my
bone
hands and
broken.
knees with
Yo,
blood just
what?
gushing from my face.
Means, who is a former Hong Kong rugby player and powerlifting champion in Asia, was out on a walk with her dog in LA when she says an unknown man came up to her and demanded her bag and phone. She says she was shocked and said no. That's when the man hit her with a hammer and robbed her.
That's news.
But not before standing over her and apologizing for hitting her as blood streamed down her face.
Okay. If you're unarmed and someone approaches you with a weapon and says, "Give me what you got," give them what you have, because your belongings aren't more important than your life. Now, she's fortunate that she'll get her eyesight back. Could have been way worse. He could have kept hitting her. Clearly, this man may have some form of instability or something, considering the fact that he was standing over her and apologizing after he mugged her. Who knows? We don't know what his mental state was. But people out here are strange.
You know who Avon Preach are?
Someone comes to me and they
These
say,
two
"Give me
guys?
your money." They got a knife. Take it. Take it. Yeah, I'll be upset. Yes, I want to keep my phone. Yes, I
They're
want to keep
fucking
all this
great.
stuff. But I'm not disillusioned. My life is far more important. All right? The best form of
Shit, you need to
self-defense
spend more
is
time on
avoiding
the
any
internet,
kind of
bro.
fight. All right? It's not taking your palm and jabbing it in his nose and then kicking him. All that self-defense that you guys get taught. Okay?
When he punches you, what you're gonna do is you're gonna want to do a motion like this to counter, and then you're gonna hit the nose. You're gonna use your hips to hit the nose, and then after that you're gonna slaw, and then
Oh, that's what's up.
slaw.
That's it.
It gives you confidence.
Gaming stuff is more
Most of
about
the
the
time.
visual. I put on stuff I can sort of like listen to the commentary in the background.
Look, I've shown you a few videos. This is what happens when you watch them stupid self-defense videos. You come out in the real world and you get slapped by reality.
Bro.
I took some self-defense lessons this morning, and I think I can take them. Hey, babe, you want to see what I learned in defense class today?
No.
Why not? You a pussy?
The hell were you recording for?
Don't worry about it. Come on.
Oh my fucking god.
You ready?
Whatever. You gonna get my money back.
Remember when there was Thai box?
Yeah.
Thai box? Yeah. Yeah, and you saw
Oh, okay.
the
I
advertisement,
get it.
people was like, oh my god, Billy Blanks is so great. I feel like I can fight. Boo boo. It's aerobics. It's not a technique. You're gonna get yourself
He's talking
fucked
about
up
Thai
out there.
Bo.
Do not take your
Checks
self-defense
out
class.
motor while she does
I
Thai
repeat,
Bo.
do not.
Ask me that dance
From
room
TikTok,
to
from
grow.
YouTube, you watch a 2-minute video and you get...
Getting hit in the face with a hammer hurts. But you know what doesn't hurt? Today's sponsor, Freeze Pipe.
Smoking cannabis doesn't have to hurt. Freeze Pipe is making a unique line of freezable pipes, bubblers,
Oh, that's what's
bongs,
up.
dab rigs, and more. If you can smoke from it, Freeze Pipe makes it. The secret
Diablo
is
4,
freezable
right?
glycerin chambers that cools smoke by hundreds of degrees for smoother
And I only asked
bigger
because
hits.
over the
When
last
smoke
year I've
passes through
played
these frozen chambers,
Diablo 2, 3, and 4.
lift off. It's instantly cooled for a much nicer hit you'll feel.
Matter of
instantly.
fact, I wish I could
Your
find a
throat
way
and
to
lungs will thank
play
you.
Diablo,
Recyclers are commonly used for
the
dabbing,
original
but Freeze
game,
Pipe builds
but
this
I'm
for
pretty sure
both.
that's like
Insanely smooth and cold
not
hits.
available.
Go to thefreezepipe.com to get yours today. Use code ABA, that's ABBA, and save 15% off your first order.
How about this? I'll give you the best self-defense. Either run, hide, or give them what they want, or start carrying the weapon yourself. A lot of y'all just, even if you have a weapon, you shouldn't even be thinking of like, all right, I'm engaging with this person. You want to avoid fighting because I'm telling you, you don't know all the variables. You might think it's just one guy. He could have another person waiting in the car. So after he mugs you, they jump in the car. What happens if you start fighting, the other dude gets in the car? Now it's 2 versus 1 and you're in a tussle. It's so stupid.
It's 2 versus 1 plus a car.
It's too stupid.
Do exactly like what the cops are supposed to do. Which is
Damn.
de-escalate the
If I
situation.
fucking lose this
Not by
shit.
trying to disarm the person.
Oh,
my God,
no,
these
I,
videos trying to disarm the
I don't have
knife,
PlayStation
the
Plus.
gun. Yo,
She's lucky. She's from Hong Kong. She moves to LA, right? She thinks it's gonna be all sweet.
I got
she
rid of
finds
it.
out homeless people
I had
overrun
premium
the
for
city,
like 2
and she gets a
years and
reality
then
check.
decided
Welcome
that it wasn't
to
worth it.
Reality. All right? There's a bunch of poor people out there who don't give a fuck about equality. You're a woman, you can get these hands. Because I'm poor and I want what you got. So, a lot of y'all just gotta wake up. Listen, I'm not saying I'm happy what happened to her. I'm just saying I'm not surprised. Yes, when a desperate person encounters somebody who
shit.
says no, sometimes they engage in desperate actions. So, this is one of those things where we had that story
I'm
with
pretty
the other
sure
guy
you
who
need
got involved in a
PS Plus
situation,
to do
guys asked me.
multiplayer.
Now you have this young lady, and it's like it's
With a hammer.
a lot of this stuff is avoidable.
With
It's
a
avoid.
with
You
a
know
hammer.
what? Listen, I'll tell you this. A lot of those melee weapons are more dangerous than guns at close range.
actually, a knife does more damage.
Of course.
A knife does way more. Like at close range, does more damage than just pop. Pop is usually you have an exit wound. Sometimes if you don't take any vital organs, that's hard. But close, you have the knife and.
Because you cut up the internal organs.
And those classes are gonna be like, okay, the person's gonna come at you like this. That is not how the person comes at you with a knife. They shank the fuck out of you.
Or maybe not. Maybe they will slash.
But
you.
these
I wouldn't even know how, man.
Here's what happens, right?
I've never
You
played
have
with
all these
anybody
ideas of what
else.
you can do in that
I'm
situation. You get
really
cut the
more of a
first time,
solo
you
dolo
panic.
player.
You start breathing like crazy. You don't know how to act, and you can't engage in any of the techniques that you thought were going to be useful. So it's not even like the other person knows how to use a knife because they don't.
Appreciate the
The
invite
thing
though,
is,
but I'll
once you
pass.
see it, you panic.
Every time I've seen someone get cut, every people I've seen in the stream get stabbed, they don't realize they got stabbed. They did it like that,
No thanks.
and they don't even realize they got punctured. And then when they start to bleed out, they're like, oh my God, and then they feel weak. So you're not even gonna panic because the person punctured you because you might not feel it. Adrenaline.
That's right.
And it's gonna be too late.
Yeah.
Yo.
So it's just one of those things. Like,
Don't play. Don't play.
And also, I'm gonna say this: if you're gonna get a dog, make sure it's not just cute. Cause I guarantee
Jesus
she was walking
fuck,
around with a
bro.
Doberman, that nigga would have never run up on her. You know what I'm saying?
Why is this like the most involved ass dungeon?
Poodle getting slashed through.
You don't look cute with that orbital bone.
And
We're
fucking-
making sausages tonight.
Okay.
Snoop Doggy Dog. Come on now.
The
What-
difficulty fucking scaled
got a
up
pit bull.
like crazy.
Stop playing.
I'm just saying.
Stop playing.
She was with her dog, and this man was still brazen. You know that was a tiny dog.
Guys.
And she lives in LA. That's like times 10 odds.
Guys.
Vegas, I'm winning my money.
Stop playing.
I'm beating the spread.
They're beating the odds.
Guaranteed. Los Angeles,
landslide.
Getting mugged.
Real.
She says no. You know she bougie. Listen, if you grew up in a bad neighborhood, someone comes up on you with a weapon, you're giving them what you got.
But you kind of feel it.
What you mean?
You know when motherfuckers run up on you? When you around danger, don't you know when you're around danger, you kind of feel?
You want to hear something
Ah,
funny?
shit, I'm about to get mugged.
Okay, you want to hear something funny?
Yo, story time with ABBA. Goddamn. Hit the goddamn Patreon. This one is good. It might be funny and everything and stuff, but it's not a joke.
No.
Okay? You cannot just take my belong. Bruv, they will take it.
They'll take everything.
And people in need, they value your belongings over your life. You understand what I said? They're in a situation where they need your belonging to continue into existence. They value your belongings more than your life.
There you go.
Okay? They don't care. They'll stab you, they'll punch you, they'll shank you, they'll shoot you. Give it up.
That's right.
Give it up.
Give it up.
Like, look at you, now you're bleeding, you ain't got no more eye. Yo, it's not a joke. And all those videos about self-defense, if you want to go into that route, take a proper class, and even then, it doesn't guarantee you nothing. That's all I gotta say.
Today's topic, I saw this video on IG.
I can't help it. It's something you do to protect the people you care about. If you don't give you would just go sleep with whoever. If you cheat, that's showing that you're taking the steps to protect other people's feelings. I've never been caught. I developed these habits. I would go to the bathroom to take a shower every day when I got home. I didn't really want to take multiple showers in a day, but I know that if I was coming home from cheating, that it was going to be a necessity. I didn't need to look out of the ordinary.
Yo, let me smell your
dick. They would help to stretch out my lies. We'll take even some pictures together that might not be on that day, and I'll save these pictures and I'll even post them to maybe a Snapchat. I'll block everybody from the story but her, so she has like this personalized story. I've done some things that have thrown her off. I saved my sister's name in my phone as Beautiful Girl because I knew it would attract her to go through it. And my sister told me about, your girl called me, and so it worked out. So I was able to confront her and say, why would you go through my phone? She said, why'd you have her in there as Beautiful Girl? I said, that's just a nickname I've had for her whole life. It just made her feel like, wow, like I shouldn't have been going through his phone. I've been with my girl for about 5 years. When I got with my girl, I already had a baby on the way. I didn't want her to know about that, so I couldn't be honest with her from the beginning. My baby mother thinks I live in transitional housing, and I actually been living with this girl for 5 years because I can't afford for her to put me on child support. The process service could come looking for me at the address that I'm at. We all live within like 20 minutes from each other. They can't come to my house because I live in transitional housing. I have structured my Instagram to attract new women constantly, to make myself seem like a ladies' man, and it works. I started talking to girls and giving them like a proposition like, help make me popular. Take a picture with me, post it, that made it seem like we had more of a relationship than what we really did. There's gonna be like a little financial incentive. Of course they didn't get anything. When I see my male friends go out with a girl and she's pretty, I'll have them send me the video and it'll look like I'm taking that that pretty girl out to eat, and I'll post that on my page as well. I would imagine they're thinking, wow, if he's sitting here and he's getting attention from these really beautiful girls, these women see something in me.
Hell
and you need to come and
yes.
find out what that is.
No
So you make
fucking
this-
revives left.
I have
Made it through,
zero
boy.
commentary to make. This man
I
is
thought it was
operating on such a high level.
I thought it was a video about this is another thing, bruh.
If this is acting, he's a phenomenal actor.
I have some pictures with my kids on the Instagram, so if it's you're looking for somebody who takes care of his family, it looks like I do more for my kids than what I actually do, and that's what I want to portray. If you're looking for somebody that goes out and has fun and take you out and change your life, that could be me. They don't know until after the fact. On Instagram, I will not let my girl follow me. When I first got with her, we got into an argument about social media, and I told her, you need to add me right now on Instagram and Facebook. But that's before it got really good, before I started doing my stuff. She's like, I'm not going to be your friend. Now she wants to go back on that, but I said, no, you need to stand on what you said all those years ago. And my page is private, so she can't see what's going on. I maybe only sleep with maybe 1 to 2 girls at a time, and then I maybe have maybe 10 to 15 girls that I talk to that might be able to get interchanged into that. When I do go to cheat, I like to take them places where I know that there's not going to be the other girls that I talk to. Movie theaters, because it's dark. If I can get away with getting Chick-fil-A and going to the beach, I will, because I know I'm not going to spend over $20, $30. Once sex get involved, I can manipulate a lot better. I think sex is more of like a tool for like getting to where you want. What could I get from it? Maybe it's a new job somewhere. I've had several girls buy me cars within the last few years, and I've explained it off to my girlfriend, like where I got this other car from.
This is wild.
This shit is sick. This shit is sick, bro.
This is mad, bruv. You're moving mad, bruv.
Nah, it's fake.
It's fake?
Alright.
It's fake.
What is
I'll
this
be
fake?
right back. I gotta go pee.
It's fake.
Wake
He's
up my
doing all the-
girlfriend.
So why is he putting it out there right now? He has kids. He has kids, and he can't be seen transitional. And the way social media works right now, if they live 20 minutes from around.
Yeah, it's definitely fake.
around you, motherfuckers are gonna tag you, motherfuckers see. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Depending on how low their self-esteem is, it will depend on how easy it is to get them to not pay attention to my shortcomings. And the bigger that they are, the better it is for cheating, at least. Because they'll accept whatever they get. Lizzo kind of fucked up the game with that because she's really empowered the body positivity movement. It made all these fat women just feel like they're like legit like somebody special. So that's a growing problem that I ran into. It's confident fat women. I do enjoy fat women for cuddling, but my favorite is like if she's had like the gastric bypass, because she'll have the self-esteem of a fat girl but the body of a fit girl. So it's like the best of both worlds.
I don't know if this is real or not. I don't even care anymore.
I can't.
This crazy.
I've been with some super conservative women, and then I'll have conservative opinions. And then when I'm with women that are like really on the far left, like I personally don't care about things either way, but I know how to tailor my opinions. I will just say whatever I have to say to appeal to anybody. Their music, their political ideologies, sometimes you start to genuinely care about these people and you want to share your own opinions and your own worldviews. And I try not to do that because that messes up the finesse. For instance, I was with the girl and I was agreeing with a political opinion that she had, but it wasn't what I really felt. And it started to cause a rift between us. But I was able to recognize what I was doing and then go back to having the same opinions and thoughts as she had, and it was able to put us back on the right track. I do lose sight of what I'm doing sometimes because sometimes there's some really bad people. They're stealing stuff out of the self-checkout lines. They're not taking good care of their children. They're just really bad people. And I have to just sit up and ignore these things because I've realized like I'm here for a reason. I'm here to do something for myself.
Okay, this is a page which I think interviews people who do all kinds of crazy stuff. And apparently he was one of them.
Okay.
Drunken muggings, breaking into people's cars. I regret my plastic surgery. Aging is a choice. He doesn't even have a huge social media following. I think this is real. I was actually leaning towards you. I think this is real. I think this is real. Judging by the rest of this page, scamming women. Judging by how he was explaining it, the lack of remorse in his face, I think he might have some kind of disorder, to be honest with you.
If Gaslight was someone.
But do you understand? I see
what you're saying.
I think he has legitimately disorder. It's not the fact that he did that. I really feel like there's a lot of people who do stuff like what he does.
Yeah.
For me, it's the lack of remorse, how candid he was.
Yeah.
And how straight he was with it. That was crazy. Yeah. As far as the behavior goes, I mean, you're Nahafa, that's trash. But nigga.
Yeah, like you said, I'm beside myself.
It's like watching a murderer casually tell you how he like chopped up and killed people. It's like, I don't have anything insightful to say.
At first I was like, okay, but it's not even about cheating. It's about how la he is about it.
Yeah, I don't even think he thinks I don't know what he thinks about himself. I think it's just like, it is what it is. You know, it's like, when I see a video about like a gold digger, they think that what they're doing is right and justified and moral.
Yeah.
So that's when I'm confused. Because I'm like, huh? This man's like, no, I know.
He knows it's bad.
What? Does he though? Because he said, at the beginning, he said, it's the right thing to do if you care about somebody. I think he's just so twisted. It's crazy. He thinks he's doing a good thing. If you care about someone, you'll cheat on. Bro.
I have nothing to say. There's so many stuff that unpack here.
Hey man, listen, I wish I had better commentary for you guys. I'm just blown away by this. Super crazy. Super crazy. Hey, ladies, you fill in the blanks. Comments below. Let me know, because I'll think about this one for a minute. That's crazy. It's real. Do you really believe it's real now, right?
I understand why you say it's real, but I still got doubts.
Look at the rest of the page.
I understand. I saw. I agree. I saw.
Sleep. Worst date. Now you see, this page looks real. If it's not, the acting is unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
So shout out to you. I could be wrong though. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
God damn.
A não ser a vontade de te encontrar, o motivo já nem sei, nem que seja só para estar ao seu lado, só pra ler no seu rosto uma mensagem de amor.
today's topic. Do all black people think alike?
No. Next topic.
All right, looking at the guy in the front, I already know he's Ethiopian.
Yup.
So one look at that forehead, he part of the tribe. You already know. Rihanna, shout out, let's go.
I enjoy fried chicken.
Nigga.
Nigga, I did not click this video. Nigga, I did not click this video. I am baffled. What is this?
Jubilee? Wow, Jubilee. Jubilee, you ain't shit for this one. Oh, you ain't shit for this one. Oh, shit.
Okay. Listen, I know Kendra works at Jubilee, so I'm gonna just assume this question came as a joke. I'm assuming.
Oh, Jubilee.
I'm gonna assume. Okay?
Sometimes, you know, Abba and Bree, sometimes they're really just mean for no reason. Jubilee?
I'm gonna just assume this is a joke.
Jubilee?
No. You know what? Sometimes if you just go really far, sometimes it's just funny. So you know what? Listen, I'm gonna let it slide. Let's just have a good laugh.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm sure it's gonna get better.
I thoroughly enjoy fried chicken.
I'm sorry. This is no.
I just don't really like fried food. I'm not really a fan of chicken. I've never ate it, so.
You've never had fried chicken?
Quick little break. If you guys are enjoying this, you're having a good little laugh, like, comment, subscribe, all right? If you want bonus content, we have exclusive videos up on Patreon right now.
Do we?
A lot of it's uncensored.
God damn.
Go enjoy it.
No! I refuse. Oh, shit.
I'm crying. Okay.
Oh, mon Dieu, man.
She said, I never had fried chicken. Pod, there's a 5-second silence, and they're like,
you never had fried chicken? Oh, no.
Okay, this is not satire. Whew, okay. Today's video is sponsored. Oh, wait. All right, you already know. Okay, we're ready. Today's video is sponsored by Blue Chew. Say it with us now, Blue Chew. It's time for you to gain more confidence and longer lasting experiences in the bedroom with Blue Chew tablets, okay? You deserve better. She deserves harder. Get it together. Bars. Listen, Blue Chew is a unique online service that offers you the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. And one of the best parts is that, you know, Blue Chew, it's an online service, so you don't need to go to the doctor and have an awkward conversation with that person. All you gotta do is go to bluechew.com. You just need to consult with one of their medical licensed professionals, and once you're approved, we just ship it to your door. And we got a special deal just for you guys. You can try Blue Chew for free when you use promo code ABBA. All right, and all you gotta do is pay for the $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com using promo code ABBA and get your first month free. So a big shout out to Blue Chew for sponsoring this video.
There is nothing wrong with white people wearing dreads.
This is gonna be the most surface level questions ever.
3, 2, 1.
I feel like I'm always on the wrong side of the room.
Would you guys be offended if I had dreads, since I'm biracial, since I'm half black and half white? So where is the line? Like if someone's a quarter black.
I'm not gonna sit there and come to your face and be like, you're not 100% black, therefore you can't. Like, that's not my place. However, if you're a white person and you have dreads in your hair, it's like, what does that mean to you?
Kanye West is invited to the cookout.
Oh, geez.
This shit is good.
Did you believe about this video? Did I miss something? There's got to be something I'm missing here.
At first, this shit was funny. Now it's just pitiful.
I'm gonna just skip this question.
No, don't. We're doing this. We're not skipping it.
We're skipping. Why watch it? Who cares?
Because you think the next question is gonna be better? It started off with fried chicken, nigga.
I act differently around people who aren't black. 3, 2, 1.
You moonwalking? Which one? How you gonna moonwalk? Which one are you going?
I agree that I act differently around people that aren't black just because, like, corporate America doesn't want to hear me talking, doesn't want to hear me speaking in slang, and I am not happy about it. Like, I wish that it was different, but I feel like I need to do to fit into that group.
I strongly disagree. I am me wherever I go. I'm a proud black man, and I'm gonna speak my truth every day of the week. If you don't like it, shit, it ain't on me, that's on you. And I feel like it's a disservice to anyone I'm around if I'm not being my authentic self. Because my white friends might want to hang out with me because I'm black.
What does he do? He's probably like a comedian or something. If you have any kind of corporate office job, like, sorry, but a lot of our vernacular, it's normal. It's like,
that's anybody.
When you're around the job, you speak differently.
You pick up the phone like, hey, what up, man? No, white or black, you're gonna pick up the phone. There's a way of saying things, you know? It's normal at any job, but you don't speak like that.
Yeah.
They want some flavor. So if I go in being something totally different, then
There's two different things. There's two different things. One thing is, are you changing yourself or are you changing how you're communicating who you are? And I'm changing how I'm communicating who I am, and I still remain the same.
Like, do you have a white voice?
Do I have a white voice? I know, Cole, I'm a black man, trust me. Every black person growing up in America can code switch.
Then you need to move a little bit.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, the question was, do I act different when I'm in different surroundings? And no, but see, how would I ever be accepted if I'm always code switching? That means I'm always acquiescing to something else. You see what I'm saying? So in order to be accepted, you gotta bring you.
Do you guys, when you say code switch, do you mean you change the actual words you say, or do you mean you change the tone of your voice?
I change how I say it, and I change what I say. I'll walk into a business meeting different than how I walk into the basketball court. So that's me changing to fit the scenario to benefit the end goal. And I don't view that as a negative. I view that as me focusing on what the end goal is.
But I feel like American society has made black people operate in that fashion. Because nobody asks white people to code switch. They can be white in America, China, wherever.
White people do code switch. Not as much as black people. Not as much. I'm gonna give you that. Not as much, and it's not as drastic as black people. Because we go from one to another spectrum real quick. But yeah, people in general code switch. If you got friends, family, and work, you're not gonna talk to your friends, your family, and your work people the same way. Normally speaking. If you're like, well, me, shut the fuck up. You're an exception. I'm not talking about you. Normally speaking, most people are gonna talk to these three different aspects differently, and that's just normal.
I am proud to be black. 3, 2, 1.
Well, all right, y'all. That's what I'm talking about. Hand clap for y'all. Yeah.
I'm glad that we all strongly agree. Yeah. Yeah, I love that, we can have these discussions and like still go home knowing that we're family, and I love.
All right, that was trash. Okay, I just want to say, this is season 1, episode 1. I was not aware until I looked at the description, and so I'm going to give them a pass because it's their first time doing it, and I just think they missed the mark completely. I think they missed the mark so badly, though, that it almost made me, like, how did you think those were good questions? But again, it's their first try.
They started with fried chicken.
Hey.
Hopefully someone told you about that this was nonsense and how nonsense it was. And you saw a reaction. We're not the only one. Michael Jackson, I'm here with you. No.
But again, it's the first episode, and of their recent videos, I've enjoyed quite a lot of them. So they've probably made a lot of strides.
Yeah,
gotten
let's
better.
let's put that in the balance.
We just leave it at that.
I don't know why they're
But holy, that was terrible. Compared to the other spectrums, that was trash. Trash.
Oh, that was not good.
Throw it in a dumpster.
That was not good.
Zero insightful. And I think it's a shame because the cast looked interesting and they look like they had different opinions. So I definitely think they should revisit this in the future and redo this topic properly.
Please,
but
do a
other than
part
that,
two properly.
that's it.
Don't include fried chicken or watermelon in that thing or Kanye West. We don't care.
Ask harder questions. That's probably what I would say. Anyways, that's it for today's video.
A não ser a vontade de te encontrar, o motivo já nem sei, nem que seja só para estar ao seu lado, só pra ler no seu rosto uma mensagem de amor.
I don't care about tragedies all over the world because I can't. Some people claim to care about all injustices, but what does that even mean? To care means to give serious attention or consideration applied to doing something correctly, or to avoid, damage, or risk to said thing. If you acknowledge that the serious problems in this world require labor-intensive solutions, how can you care about everything? In a world where we acknowledge the importance of commitment and discipline, we also apparently have people who believe they can be committed to everything. Make it make sense, Sway. Well, this is the type of thing a fuckboy would say when trying to convince a monogamous woman to accept a polyamorous relationship. Baby, I can love you all equally. You can't. You might acknowledge that it's sad, you may feel that it's wrong, but to care implies that you are willing to do the work. When is the last time you told your friends you were going to work and came back 10 seconds later after posting on Twitter? I'm done with my shift. Hashtag civil rights movement, hashtag end slavery. Martin Luther King is somewhere rolling in his grave saying, I had a dream and you lazy Negroes had a tweet. You may say you care, but what choices are you actively making to stay informed? Are you donating your money? Are you giving your time to all these causes? Are you putting in any work for the mass majority of worldwide issues? Of course not, because you can't. You don't win a war by fighting on every frontier. You do it by picking your fights, your battles, and trusting others to handle their respective issues. Another thing is that we as a society have to accept that while the internet is a wonderful tool, it's also brought us an information overload that has jarred our minds. The paradox of choice is an observation that many options to choose from can be an issue. Rather than making people happy and ensuring that they get what they want, it can cause them to stress. As a consequence, decision-making processes can become stalled. Well, the paradox of endless empathy is a phenomenon I came up with. It's the observation that in trying to empathize with everything, often it turns us apathetic to the world, a sort of numbing effect, if you will. I got that way very fast with a lot of issues, whether it be police shootings, whether it be mass shootings, whether it be just stories on the news in general. I just became numb after some time because you just see it always and so often. And while this might seem terrible, it's also like a very natural survival instinct, you know? It's like, I used to have this guard when I lived in Ethiopia. He used to walk around everywhere barefoot, and I'm like, it's not like these are paved roads, you know, these are rocky spots. And he had the biggest feet I'd ever seen in my life. Like, it's like the opposite of like an American bodybuilder, you know, like they're all like upper body and no legs. He was all feet and no body, you know. He was super Ethiopian in a way, but he had like these thick calluses on the bottom of his feet, and the reason being is that he walked on rocks for so long, his body naturally adapted and he couldn't feel his feet anymore. Like, you could put a needle inside, he wouldn't feel it. I feel like our relationship with a lot of worldly issues is very similar. Assimilating all this suffering has made us cynical. It's convinced us that the world is going to end despite the fact that we're in a better place today than we were 15, 80 years ago. You know, where our grandparents opened up the local newspaper and heard about issues within their country, we now open our phones every day and hear about suffering on a global scale. It's too much and we're not coping well. Rather than accept this, we project our inability to cope onto others, shaming them for not showing the dedication to causes we often can't do much for ourselves. Or worse, we expect them to dedicate themselves to causes we hold dear, and if they don't, we pass judgment whilst not acknowledging that we ourselves have ignored causes important to other people. Yes, but Palestine is a genocide. In Yemen, 130,000 people have died in the last year or so. In Ethiopia, an ethnic cleansing is underway as we speak. In China, Uyghurs are being erased off the face of the earth. And in case you forgot, we're in the middle of a pandemic, which has not only shifted our lives completely, but also claimed millions of people's lives. Tragedy is all around us, and I'm not talking about TikTok videos or my hairline or anything like that. It is a constant everywhere we look. Every day people are dying, and we're all affected to different degrees depending on our proximity to the issue. But to sit there and say, mine is more important, so you should care, is incredibly arrogant. To claim your tragedy should take precedent on whose authority? Who said you hold the high ground on virtue, Obi-Wan? Y'all are tiring, and your virtue signaling is so toxic you could compete with Chernobyl. Honestly, even writing this piece has been exhausting. Maybe it's because I'm out of fucks to give. Maybe I'm the problem and everyone else is more virtuous than I. And if so, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I don't give a shit about the tragedy that you're going through. And that hurts. That's probably insensitive. But since so many of you don't want to, since so many want to hear my thoughts on things that I never cared about, here it is. I don't give a shit. And this doesn't mean I want you to fail. This doesn't mean I want people to be hurt. This doesn't mean that I want things to go terribly for folks. It just means that whether things go well or not, I'll probably feel indifferent. And I refuse to pretend otherwise. So yeah, I guess I'm too busy cleaning my room. So, if you want to stick around, or if you don't want to stick around and subscribe, I understand. That's fine. It's cool. You're right. But if you do, then, we'll keep talking about titty meat and fucking simps and whatever. And that's it. Other than that, I guess, hashtag Free Palestine. What are your thoughts?
Essentially, this channel is really just things that we want to talk about. That's what it is. At the bottom of it, it's things that we, the two names on this channel, Abba and Preach, want to talk about. We don't have to talk about anything. We don't have to. It's not we don't have a job. We don't have an employer. We don't have to. It's not something. When you send us a topic, know that it's a suggestion. We don't have to talk about it. If we want to talk about it, we will. That's all that is. Things that we want to talk about. We've turned down numerous TV opportunities and collabs with other shows just for the freedom of wanting to talk about what we want to talk about when we want to talk about it. What we want to do is dope shit and things that we want to do. That's it. That's what this channel is. It's not the news network. It's not your local news network that is linked to the government. It's none of that. They have a job to do as a journalist. They have something to do to inform, to find the truth. That's what they do. News outlet. That's what they're supposed to do. We're entertainers before anything. And if it happens to be serious, then it's going to be serious. If it happens to be funny, well, that's what we do. We entertain. But we are under no obligation to do anything and to talk about anything. Even if they're close to us. We've said that before. We'll repeat it right now. There's some things going on in Haiti. There's some things going on in Ethiopia. We didn't talk about it. We don't have to talk about all these subjects. Someone not talking about something, someone not posting a square, a black square, a blue square, a red square, je suis Charlie, je suis la France, je suis la Belgique, just doesn't change anything. It makes you feel better. Doesn't mean that they care. That's what I gotta say.
For those of you at home who are feeling a tremendous amount of anxiety because of the fact that there's so much going on everywhere, understand it's not your responsibility to take everything on. It's not. And you can't. And you're not doing a good job by trying to. All you do is you spread yourself thin. You spread yourself thin, and then you end up not contributing at all in any kind of meaningful way. I thought about it for a long time. I thought about my indifference to certain things, and I realized it's just basically a simple survival mechanism. There's too much input, and so you end up becoming numb to certain things. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's bad. I don't know. It's just something that I really live. And maybe none of y'all are not. Maybe you guys feel everything all the time. I'm not that way. Essentially, I just don't want you guys thinking that you have to do all of this. I don't think it's healthy, nor do I think it's manageable. And this is a real world, phenomenon. The idea that people consume too much news so they start to feel like real anxiety and depression, that's real. That's real. And so, especially as creators, we get sent every tragedy in the world all day long. The worst things, the worst people, we get sent to us every single day. Because I think everybody wants us to echo whatever it is that they're feeling. And, the only way for me to manage my mental health as well is to say no to certain things. And so, if you're one of those people who's like, yo, people, I feel like you're ignoring my, hey, listen, I don't wish that on anybody. But there are just certain things I have to protect. And I wanted to write this because people were trying to make me feel bad about telling the truth. What I'm saying is just a very real reflection of the reality of our planet, of the people that live on it. If everyone cared about everything would get solved. People don't care, not because they're unaware. A lot of the time, they just don't want to be informed. They don't want to look into it. You actively trying to not learn about something is also a choice. So understand, whether you get mad at me or not, that's the truth of our world. And if you want to get mad at the world, get mad.
That truth,
But if you're just mad at me because I'm the messenger for that, then whatever, it is what it is.
Well, it's hard to get mad at the world, right? Yeah. And not because you said that. Yeah. You're the face of that.
Exactly.
So it's easier to get mad at you than to get mad at society and every single people in the society. Now, the thing is that happening with that truth is that it's ugly. It's ugly. And some people, they rather have a beautiful lie than an ugly truth.
Yeah. Tis what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's why I wrote that.
Well written.
Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. We want to hear your thoughts. You guys agree, disagree, whatever. Let us know.
Well written. And also, I don't care.
A não ser a vontade de te encontrar, o motivo já nem sei, nem que seja só para estar ao seu lado, só pra ler no seu rosto uma mensagem de amor.
Today's topic, Kwame Brown. Now, this wasn't a topic that I had any plans on covering. However, Stephen A. Smith decided to go on a little rant recently, and I thought it was salacious, so I figured it'd be worth covering. If you aren't aware who Kwame Brown is a first-round draft pick in the NBA, played about 13 seasons, and was basically known around the National Basketball Association, the NBA, as Kwame, or Mr. Inept. They kept calling him a bust, somebody who couldn't play. And recently, even though he's retired many years ago, Kwame Brown's name resurfaced across a few podcasts. At which point, Kwame, who's been very silent for the last 20 years or so, decided to get on social media and speak about it. And there was a huge uproar. It got a whole bunch of other large creators involved. But essentially, it was just like, yo, just stop playing with my name, is the gist of it. And Stephen A. Smith, who was the person who was in the lead of making fun of Kwame Brown and constantly talking about him, recently decided to retort.
Under most normal circumstances, I have considerably better things to do with my time. But Kwame Brown wanted my attention. Well, you got it now. I didn't want to have to do this, but he made me. Look
at the way he's framing it. he's framing it as if Kwame is some kind of fly who's bothering him. There's a certain arrogance to Stephen A. Smith in this kind of scenario where he doesn't even consider the fact that he could be wrong. So already the framing of this conversation is really going south.
I don't have a single negative thing to say about Kwame Brown, the person. Nothing personal. Never have. And no one out there has been attacking him personally either. That includes Gilbert Arenas, who did not attack him personally. It includes Steven Jackson, who did not attack him personally. It doesn't include Charlamagne the God either.
See, and this is my problem. Stephen A. Smith, you're a journalist. Do a bit of research. You would know that Charlamagne went out of his way to dox Kwame. Charlamagne got on the Breakfast Club and apologized because he realized that his attack got personal.
I want to apologize to Kwame Brown and Kwame Brown's family. I revealed too much information about that man's family, and even though all that stuff is public record, some things just don't need to be said on the radio, and they definitely don't need to be said by me, because the conversation didn't even have to go there. The conversation should have been about basketball. Yes, leave Kwame Brown alone, because he achieved a goal and a dream that 1.3% of NCAA seniors will achieve, and 0.03% of high school seniors. You know how small a number that is?
He was talking about his brother, his father, what they had done, how they're zero. That is extremely personal. So when you media personalities get out there and act like you guys never crossed the line, that's crazy to me. And you're a journalist, and you didn't even do this minimum amount of research, but you got enough time to get up on ESPN and have this highlight reel of Kwame and get all your producers to help you put this together and write this up. But you didn't research that. Steven Jackson sent threats to Kwame, say, if I catch you in these streets, I can get my partners to come after you. And it didn't get personal. And you call yourself a journalist. Stay off the weed. And this is why people don't take media personalities seriously. You're bugging, bro.
But Kwame Brown's been getting personal with everybody these days. Talking a whole bunch of smack. Saying we don't support black men. Really? Really? Please.
Why is Stephen A. Smith acting surprised by this? Stephen A. Smith has been criticized for being anti-black men for a long time. There's been plenty of segments about it. He's always talked about the fact that people have been saying this about him. So when he gets up here and acts incredulous, it's like, bruv, I can pull up a whole bunch of clips of you on ESPN and talk about how dare you guys say I'm against black men. Stay off the weed.
The only negative thing anybody ever said about Kwame Brown is that he couldn't play a lick of basketball. Newsflash! That wasn't a lie. When you put yourself and you put your game out there in the best league in the world, people can comment on it because you're putting your talents on public display.
How are you going to say someone's a scrub and can't play, and yet they made $70 million in the NBA and were there for 13 seasons? Think about that. How did he constantly get rehired and brought to different places, played 60 to 80 games per season, and then you want to sit there and say he can't play? Are we to believe that Stephen A. Smith happens to know better than every single GM and exec in the league? Come on, bro. I'm not saying he's Shaq. I'm not even saying he's one of the top 10, top 100, top one. None of that. I'm saying when you say he can't play, does that say anything about Kwame, or does that say something about the league?
The basketball player. We ain't talking about you, the man. We ain't talking about you, the father.
But you are talking about him, the man. When you're saying you didn't put in the work, when you're saying you didn't put in the effort, you're questioning his character. You're questioning his dedication. It's not just about the game at that point. You're questioning someone's work ethic. It becomes a lot more than just that. So I think you're not being very honest with what your criticism is and what links you went to when you're saying this stuff. You're being disingenuous. Stephen A. Smith, it's okay. It's okay to get on the air and realize you used the wrong words. It's okay to realize you crossed the line. You already know this because you've apologized in the past. Stephen A. Smith used the word provoke when it comes to women, sometimes inciting certain situations with men. And the next day he got on and made this lengthy ass apology talking about, I'm so sorry. I used the wrong words. I should have thought of the impact that could have on individuals who are going through certain situations. So you have the ability to do that when it's time to be politically correct. But when a brother says, hey man, maybe you lay off and don't need to call me a scrub.
Good morning. On Friday, speaking right here on First Take on the subject of violence, I made what can only amount to the most egregious error of my career. While elaborating on thoughts concerning the NFL's ruling versus Ray Rice, following a domestic dispute with his then fiancée, I ventured beyond the scope of our discussion by alluding to a woman's role in such heinous matters, going so far as to use the word provoke in my diatribe. This was not my intent. It is not what I was trying to say. Yet the failure to clearly articulate something different lies squarely on my shoulders. To say what I actually said was foolish is an understatement. To say I was wrong is obvious. To apologize, to say I'm sorry, doesn't do the matter its proper justice, to be quite honest. But I do sincerely apologize.
How are you not going to expect him to feel some type of way? Like I said, you use your platform every day. Call people scrubs, call people not hardworking, question their character, say people are idiots, all this other stuff. But now, when people start to get a little bit personal with you, you're not a fan of it. And I'm not saying I endorse everything Kwame said. I definitely think he crossed a few lines. I agree. But you media personalities do it all the time. And I just think it's crazy how quick Stephen A. Smith was there shucking and jiving when he used the word provoke. But now when people are like, hey man, it was kind of excessive the way you called him a scrub for years and went out of your way, whether it was at university speeches, high school speeches, conferences, you went out of your way to mention Kwame's name and to question his work ethic and his character.
7 feet tall, 260, 270 pounds. 10 years in the league, and there is no noticeable improvement whatsoever. That's my issue. You with your scrub, no offense, having sex. Just said that. I mean, that's just blasphemy. You should apologize for bringing that up. And when I look at somebody, you have an opportunity to make millions of dollars playing a game for a couple of hours a day. You can't maximize that to the greatest of your ability and make it happen? You can't do that? That's inexcusable, bro. It just is. Again, if you're a scrub, you're a scrub. But if 5 years from now, you're still doing it, we got a problem.
That's a major problem.
You have nothing else to do. How come you're not better? How are you in the league for 10 years and you're still the same scrub you were in 2001? I have a problem with that. Before Kwame Brown got traded, I went to a Lakers game at Staples Center. And there was a moment where they were up comfortably. So Phil Jackson decides to call Kwame Brown's number on 5 consecutive plays. That doesn't happen. Kobe doesn't get his name called on 5 consecutive offensive plays. He did that for Kwame Brown. First play, he bounced it off his foot. Turnover. Second play, turn around jump shot. Air ball. Third play, he got stripped. And then he got bruised. Fourth play, jump hook. Air ball. Fifth play, he just gave it up to the referee like he knew he was going to. Kwame Brown. He's no Kwame Brown.
You didn't see anything wrong with all of that. Nothing. But you used the word provoke and you got on an apology tour. So when people call you a sellout, Stephen A. Smith, understand where it comes from. I'm disappointed in a lot of what I'm seeing right now. I feel like as black folks, we often legislate and we handle all of our business online and social platforms. It's just unfortunate. Sometimes it's necessary, but I'm just not a fan of it. It just seems like drama, you know what I mean? It just looks like the family that's always out on the media airing out their business. It's messy. It's unnecessary. But at the same time, it's like, yo, folks like this been doing it on these platforms forever and never get checked. Those are my thoughts. Maybe you guys disagree. Tell us what you guys think in the comments below.
A não ser a vontade de te encontrar, o motivo já nem sei, nem que seja só para estar ao seu lado, só pra ler no seu rosto uma mensagem de amor.
Today's topic, my wife aborted her baby over astrology. This is a story someone sent me. I have no idea what it reads, so I figured I would just take a shot and I will read it in front of you guys. So, wife got an abortion because the child would be a Sagittarius. I'm upset because we're trying for a child. My wife and I have been married for about 3 years and we were thinking of starting a family. Fertility issues run on both sides of the family, so we're pretty surprised to find out because we weren't exactly trying. It was one of those if it happens, it happens type of situations. The baby would have been due in December. My wife is really into astrology, tarot cards, and that sort of thing. I know Reddit has a hate boner for astrology, but I see it as no different than a love of cars. Oh no. She knows I'm not into it, and up until now it hasn't been a big deal in our relationship. When we first had the maybe we should have a baby talk, she started to get a little more interested in astrology, which didn't strike me as odd. What struck me as odd was her reaction to finding out when we talked about having a baby. She was super duper excited, pushing for us to get pregnant sooner rather than later. But she seemed kind of scared when she saw the results of the first test. That was in late April. Her parents had gotten into an accident in May, needed help getting around, so she moved in with them for a few weeks. During that time, she barely called or texted me. That isn't completely out of the norm, but I felt like she would be communicating more since she was pregnant. At this point, she was showing to me she didn't look super pregnant, but I noticed a difference. She came back 3 days later and she looked like she had lost weight. She barely talked to me and looked extremely on edge. So finally I got her to talk to me. She just blurts out, "I aborted the baby!" I was at a loss for words. I was just staring at her. So she was trying to play some sick joke on me. And she went on to say that she felt the baby was going to be a Sagittarius. And she doesn't feel that her sign, sun sign, isn't compatible or not a good fit for a mother-child bond. So I screamed at her. I said nasty things. She said nasty things back. She told me it was because it was her body and her choice. And she's right. But I don't get to feel bad too. I'm sleeping on the couch right now. I'm trying to figure out my life for me. What do you think?
This video is not going to be long. Grab your shit and leave.
This girl was so prejudiced against mumbo jumbo children that she aborted one.
That is not the person I want to be with that's going to take that decision like that for that reason. Like, that's her reason. That's going to be who I'm going to try to raise kids with. That's who. To me, what she just did there, to me, is the same thing as someone disowning their children because they're gay. The Bible says so, I'm going to do that. Astrology says that we're not compatible, so I'm not gonna do that. We're not compatible. You have the we can't go. What you're doing is, to me.
I get it. Yeah.
To you, it's not.
Yeah.
Sure. But to me, that's in the same MO. That's in the same thing. Wow. Well,
for me, it's not the same thing, but we all know the astrology point is stupid. So I'm not going to spend a long time talking about that. What I do think is interesting here. Yes, it's your body. It's your choice. But I think when you're in a committed relationship with someone and you guys are trying to vie for children, the fact that you don't have their consideration of your partner when you're making that choice, to me, is unbelievably selfish. It's self-centered. And it's not something I'd ever respect in somebody. Of course, listen, I'm pro-choice. A lot of people are going to get mad about that. Say whatever you want. That's your opinion. We disagree, blah, blah, blah. But I think we can all agree the bare minimum is that you talk to your partner before you make that choice. Because while it's your body, it's your choice, that choice that you're making or choosing not to make is going to have a tremendous impact on that person's life. Tremendous. Yes, it impacts you, but it also impacts them. So while they may not be able to choose, a conversation would be the bare minimum. And I do think that sometimes the way this conversation goes, beyond the whole her body, her choice, is a little bit too one-sided. As if men don't have feelings in this matter and men don't want to be fathers and men don't care about, when you abort that child, there's also the man present who thinks about the fact that they almost had a kid, and that affects him as well. So there has to be some consideration for that portion too. And I think that's what's the most shameful thing about this whole thing. Well, maybe not the most shameful. The most shameful is that she aborted a child because of astrology, which is absolutely fucking crazy.
It's asinine.
It's asinine, but that's what happens. When you buy into astrology and you buy into it enough, you start to believe in prejudiced ideas. You believe in these stupid things. right? Even though there's no proof for it, there's no evidence that it works, there's none, zero. All the studies that have been done have refuted its existence and its work. Natal charts, whatever it is, it's all hocus pocus bullshit. But when you believe in magic, for some people, this is a logical conclusion. You know, if you really believe in astrology the way she does, right? You believe it determines bonds, it determines this and that. You know, for her, she basically saw having this child as like having a child with a disability. That's how it was in her head. This child's going to become out less than ideal. We're not going to function. They're going to have a bad environment. So because of the astrology thing that I believe in, I'm going to do this. That's where these kinds of ideologies go for some people, and it's inevitable. Does that mean that astrology should be wiped off the face of the earth? No, I think if you want to believe in mumbo jumbo, go ahead. But it doesn't change the fact that it's mumbo jumbo. It's absolute nonsense. And you know, this is where it goes. And I also think it's so misguided. Of anyone going into parenthood thinking like they're supposed to be compatible or a good fit for their children, like it's supposed to be a good transition. Newsflash, most parents will tell you it's a very tumultuous period. There's a lot of ups and downs. Your parents and sometimes children grow detached from each other. They reconnect. Sometimes they don't get along. Sometimes it's like oil and water. You know, compatibility in you and a child is not just a matter of personality. It's a matter of decisions and effort. So you thinking the stars are going to determine that? Boo-boo, you got some holes in your game. You're already coming at this from a wrong place. Because I'll tell you this, no matter how different, no matter how incompatible, what does that even mean, really? Because you're molding the child in a lot of different ways. No matter how incompatible you guys think you might be, or how different. If you put in the effort, if you try to be present, if you really show love to that child, vast majority of the time, they're going to respond in kind. Even if they don't share your views and all that, they're going to respond. So for you to give up because of a sign, bitch, you are bugging. Bugging.
And that is the meaning of moving mad. Bro,
that's crazy. And to the guy who's involved in this, bro,
leave.
If this is real, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's real, absolutely, because we never know. But leave.
This man said he's sleeping on the couch. Bitch, I'd be already out the door.
Done.
But this is also why I don't date girls who believe in astrology. The moment a girl starts talking to me about mumbo jumbo and magic, deuces. So that's just my thoughts on it. But hey, y'all do you. Y'all live your best life. If your moon's in Sagittarius, hope you guys have a good time. Venus retrograde, Gatorade, blah, blah, blah. Hope you enjoyed the video. I'm out. So why am I bringing all this up? A lot of you probably don't care about hip hop, nor do you care about this topic, but I want to bring this up to you because this is important in regards to business and friends and managing something. Okay, it's very difficult. So I'm going to give you guys the cliff notes. So Joe Budden, he's a music artist, part of Slaughterhouse, rapper, etc., etc. He starts a podcast. Two friends end up joining. That's Rory and Mal. They start working together on the podcast. Co-hosts have some great moments. It's a popular podcast. Now, they have a profit-sharing deal. Means based off of the profits, each of them gets a percentage. Joe gets the lion's share because he's a bigger name. They also get a percentage each, okay? The problem comes into the fact that based off the contracts they had written, they wanted to be able to see the books. They wanted to be able to see the financials so they could understand how much of the profits that they're actually getting, right? Because you don't know how much you're supposed to get unless you could see all the money. You understand? But yeah. Joe wouldn't show them that. So he's like, well, how do you know my percentage, or how can I confirm my percentage if you won't show me the books? Very basic stuff. If you're an employee, you work somewhere, it's an hourly thing, you are allowed to ask your manager, how many hours did I work this week, to calculate your pay, right? It's not some arbitrary number, right? As more money comes in, more questions get asked. Eventually they come to a head. He doesn't like asking so many questions, so he removes himself from the podcast. He has what I believe is one of the most unprofessional firings ever. He gets on air and he says a whole bunch of stuff. You guys are fired on a live podcast to people you call friends. Super messy. That's why they say family, business, and friends, they don't mix. And oftentimes it's true. But I think it's also true because of how people approach it. The mindset, the values, right? And also the ethics involved. Joe feels like because he does more of the work, he doesn't have to answer to his partners. Maybe there's something more shady. Maybe he's stealing money behind the scenes. I can't say for sure. I'm not going to say that. But it is kind of shady that people who have the right to have access to the books, you don't give it to them. You tell them there's accounting errors and all this other stuff. It will make people feel uneasy. If you feel like there's nothing to hide and they should be able to see what's going on behind closed doors, show it to them. It is their right. When you don't, of course, people are going to assume something shady is happening because you're not giving them access to something that they should have access. And this comes the ethics aspect. These are your partners, and when you don't treat them as such, of course they're going to feel offended. Of course they're going to feel devalued. You're treating them like employees when that's not what they are. And you talk to them like they are employees. That's not how you run. It shows poor leadership. You getting in front of the whole world and firing with it, even if you don't want to work with them. Why would you broadcast that to everybody? Right? It's messy all around. And Joe has a history of this. So this is where Rory and Maul's accountability comes. Joe has a history of this. Plenty of people warned him that this guy's not someone to be worked with. But they were like, nah, we're friends. Joe would never. Joe did. And there has to be some accountability from you not learning from history. There has to be some accountability from you ignoring all the signs when he wouldn't show you the books for multiple years and it wouldn't be transparent with you and was disrespectful on air. Like, there has to be some level of like, has he changed? Or is this getting worse and worse? Why didn't you guys do anything beforehand? Now, eventually you guys did. Whatever. It is what it is. But also understand, that's where your accountability comes into place. And the third and last thing I'm going to say is this. If you're going to do business with friends and family, make damn sure that you're doing it more than just, oh, that's my nigga. You have to make sure that they have the character to run a business with you. And you also have to...
And write shit down.
Write shit down?
Write shit down.
But the biggest thing I'm going to say is you have to make sure that both of you agree which one takes priority. Your friendship or the business. And so that's pretty much what I'm going to say.
I've been around friend business and family business. Bro, let me tell you this. It's rough. When we say that money corrupts, when we say that money talks and all that shit, and when we talk about that, friends, family, it don't matter. Mm-hmm. It don't matter when that greed come in, that greed, that jealousy, all of that. I'll spare the details, but I've seen that.
Yeah.
Too many times, unfortunately. You think you're going to be acquainted with a friend and then you're going to be like, yo, that's my homie for life. Homie for life. And then you see dirty tricks beyond the back of motherfuckers.
Greed.
People not wanting to open books. People claiming money that is not theirs. Family. And through the history of time, you've seen this shit happening. What makes you think that this is not going to happen to you? That you immune to all of this? That you're Casper the Friendly Ghost to this? See right through you. When money and big money comes in, that's why you got to do business with people that have the same goal as you. Mm-hmm. But it's hard. Sometimes you won't know until you find yourself in that position. It's crazy. People are still surprised when we say that we're not friends. That's for a reason. Mm-hmm. We're not trying to clout chase, or we're not trying to be like, this and that and that. Even my girl was like, yo, but you didn't develop a friendship. No, we developed money.
We definitely developed camaraderie. We definitely developed mutual respect for who the other person is. I think the thing comes into play where at the end of the day, the business always comes first, without a doubt. It's not even a doubt. And for me, if I have to approach our relationship so differently than all my other friendships, I can't use the same word for it. You dig what I'm saying? It's like, I got to talk to you on some business shit, and it has to be straight to the point with zero feelings and consideration involved. It has to be about the business. And so I'm happy about it because I think we've seen this thing flourish, and we've seen it done pretty smoothly. There was a rocky period, but it was more so about like our personalities gelling in a work sense more than anything. On a personal level, me and you being friends outside of this would be so easy because values align in the right places, right? But on a work level, it's a different thing. And when that takes precedent, everything else is on the back burner. I would never think of running a business with my wife or something like that. I'll be honest with you. That would be so hard for me because then you would take all your problems home and your business issues into the bedroom, into everything. That disagreement, like me and you have disagreements, and sometimes we need to just breathe on it. But bitch, you live together.
Yeah.
Do you think what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can't fucking go out and be like, I want to go back home and talk shit to my wife. Yo, you know what this motherfucker said?
Yeah.
This motherfucker said to me, but now The motherfucker is my wife.
Exactly. If it's the same thing with me.
You go back.
It's the same. If I was in a relationship with my pillow and we had a business together, who am I going to talk to other than my pillow? You know what I'm saying? Like you got your wife, I got my pillow.
Yeah. Lonely. He is so lonely. He's not lonely. The girls don't slide in the DM. We're not gonna read you.
Yeah. But it's sad. It's so sad when you see such a great dynamic between people and you think, how did it go so sour? They were so awesome together. But y'all don't see what happens behind the curtains. And you don't see how hard it is for people to stop thinking logically because they're like, this person is my friend. It's like, nigga, it's business. Go to a Fortune 500 company. They don't talk like you do. They say, give me the financials or my lawyer comes for you. Why? Because they understand it's a weird world when it comes to money. So be very careful when you involve your friends. Contracts are necessary. Do not skimp out and honor them. And also get that hierarchy. Get that hierarchy. Know who you're getting in business with and understand what you value in there. Because Rory, when you listen to their explanation of what happened on the Joe Budden podcast and how things went behind, you could tell he valued the friendship a lot more than he did the business relationship. And doing that ruined both. I would argue if he was more stern about business, he might have been able to preserve both. But now look at it, right? So that's just something to think. You've seen stories of this happening, right? Go ahead, tell them.
It's in my family.
Okay.
I've seen it in my family, so I'm gonna spare the details. But sometimes when money gets in the way of things, and it can get in the way of family sometimes. Family. I'm not talking about friends. Family. And it's been going on through ages, and you think you're gonna be an exception. Fine, cool, good.
Good luck. Yeah, so, I just don't want to see any more people fall out. I don't want to see groups fall out. I don't want to see duels. If you're not business savvy, go get some information from someone who is, get counsel. People you can talk to be like, is this normal? Is this not? And then talk to the person you're in business with and have candid conversations. Do not sit on disagreements, okay? Because it's not that very different than a real relationship. Talk to each other if you guys got problems. Don't let that shit fester. Don't let passive aggressiveness fester. Do not let unresolved issues stick around because eventually you blow up on something far larger than what it needs to be. Have constant conversation. Check in with each other. Hey, is everything good? Can I see some of the financials? Yeah, give it. Transparency is going to be so good. And as far as Joe Budden goes, super disappointing. As somebody who talks about not wanting to be, fuck the industry, I'm going to do it myself, to you pull an industry move and say, I got my contracts on you, you never start another podcast, super trash. Super trash, okay? That's super garbage, all right? You getting on this public platform and being messy in front of everyone, super trash. Whether it's your friends or your businesses, it's so unprofessional and such an indication of poor leadership. I can't tell you how distasteful it is. I don't care what happens between me and Preach. You will never see me get online here and start to denigrate the man regardless. That shit stays between us, and if we gotta have a huge falling out, it's gonna be silent and y'all not gonna know. It's not gonna be fun, but that's how I wanna keep it. All right? I'm not gonna be messy.
That's not gonna be your business.
It's not.
It's not gonna be none of your business. If we need to fight, we're fighting, but I'm not gonna put the whole business out there. What happened? Well, what was good, and it's not happening no more. It's crazy. It's like people they work with, some people they work with, they consider him too much of a friend, and fans are now, because they're so close and sometimes they have a relationship with fans are become friends as well.
Yeah.
And now they're dashing out the whole thing to fans. Fans don't need to know half the shit you're putting out there. Half the shit. But you're putting it out there. It's like, ugh.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
I don't like it either. And as far as his apology goes, I'm sorry that I hurt someone close to me. That's an apology. It's like saying I made amends. I'm not going to hurt you anymore. You didn't make amends. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
I guess that's the only thing. It's like this. If I bring a grievance to you, you don't address the grievance. And you're like, no, I'm sorry I hurt somebody I loved. That's not an apology.
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
I'm sorry I hurt someone I love, and the person that you love would be the person you're talking to, the person that you hurt. So it is an apology. I'm sorry I hurt you is an apology. It's you being sorry you got hurt. I'm sorry I hurt you. I'm sorry about somebody for what I did is one thing. And the other thing is, I'm sorry for how you feel is another thing, which if you're going into that, I understand the difference, and I understand how someone can feel like, yeah, it's not really, one of them has less accountability. You understand what I'm saying?
It's not even about less accountability. There's no accountability. An apology means nothing if you're not acknowledging what you did wrong. Do you dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because what does an apology mean in this circumstance if you didn't acknowledge what you did to me? Or if you haven't even acknowledged that you have a problem?
So basically the reason why he fired them was for what? He just decided to fire them?
He fired them because he felt like, listen, I'm going to be honest with you, he's not very clear as to why he fired them. What is very clear is that they weren't transparent. They were asking questions and he wouldn't answer, and he got sick of their questions.
Yep.
If you don't address that, none of this other stuff about apologies means anything. It wouldn't mean anything to me, and it won't mean anything to them. Let's also be clear, he hasn't apologized to both of them, only one of them. So it's not like he's addressed the grievances. He's like, that's my real nigga, so I'm apologizing to him because I fuck with him. You're not addressing what's wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely not. People came to me with this story. I'd be like, it'd be interesting to see your point of view since you have a show with ABBA. And I was like, this is not the same thing. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
For thinking it's not the same thing? It's like they were side pieces. You know what I mean? They were, you see in the title of the show, ABBA and Preach, and how ABBA is written the same height and the same font as Preach. ABBA and Preach, the same thing. This was like, it really felt like it really had vibes of this show was around Joe.
I mean, he felt like he was the main draw. To be fair, he really is. And he was on the IP. The IP belongs to him, so I'm not mad at him for the name. The thing is, if they're your partners, they may not be equal partners, but if they are partners, they have certain rights that you have to respect considering the investment that they've put in. It's like me and you may not put in the same amount of work into this, but because your contribution is so large, you have a right to see all the financials. You have a right to have access to the whole page. You have a right to have access to all the stuff behind the scenes because of the fact that you are heavily invested. It's like if you're working on a board of a company, you get access to a lot. You get access to most of it. Maybe one.
If you're a shareholder, maybe you don't have all the shares, but you see the finances and how things are affected. You're not the biggest shareholder. You're probably not the majority shareholder, but you're a shareholder. You're gonna be part of the reunions and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely. When the shareholders say crack the books open, you're gonna have to crack the books open because they want to see where they put their money.
Yep.
And every now and there's a bulletin that is provided to the shareholders, and they're shareholders.
Yep. And they have a right to know. That's like the really important thing, is they have a right to know. Today's topic, you guys might be confused by the title, but I will explain. The reason why we haven't covered Palestine or haven't spoken about Palestine is because I have nothing insightful.
Because we don't care. Because we don't care. I'm just kidding.
I have nothing insightful to say about Palestine, so I don't want to talk about the situation in Israel and Palestine because I have nothing insightful to say. And if I have nothing insightful to say, I'm going to just shut the fuck up. I'm not going to do some random video for views. But since you guys have been harassing us, constantly flooding us, telling us if we don't do it, we're bad people. If we don't blah, 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 this or that. I'm going to say this. Stop looking to celebrities to speak on every political issue you care about. We're not your mouthpiece, one. And two, we're not the right people to speak about most of this shit. Neither are most celebrities. They don't know fuck all. You're talking about a dude who never graduated from high school and another guy over here who barely got his college education, okay? And as far as like did you?
What do you mean barely? Bro, 2 semesters not even barely. It's not like I didn't even start.
You barely started.
Barely started. That's better.
Okay.
Barely finished? Wow, that's a lot of props for nothing.
But I've been getting all this and people were like, well, why wouldn't you educate yourself? Because I don't want to. Well, why wouldn't you want to? You don't care about kids dying? Do you care about kids dying in Myanmar? Do you care about kids dying in Tibet? Do you care about kids dying in Ukraine? Do you care about kids dying in Hong Kong? Do you care about kids dying in Venezuela, Colombia, Ethiopia? I didn't cover any of those. But most of y'all had nothing to say for a lot of those issues, right? But when it's something that touches you or you're close to, if I don't speak about it, I'm a trash person.
Yep.
You could have this argument for everything. Sudan, cancer, obesity, all this stuff. I could clamor here. And if you don't talk about it, if you feel powerless because of this issue, that's not me to bear the brunt of your powerlessness. It's not on me to bear the brunt of your feeling of inadequacy. You lashing out at me is unproductive.
It's not going to solve the issue.
What else is unproductive? Me trying to speak on something I have no knowledge about and have very little interest in. Oh, maybe this is not PC enough. Are there kids dying? I'm not interested in talking about it. And guess what? Every human being has to pick their battles. And this is yours. And if it's yours, great. If you want to be invested, great. Go ahead. But don't come at me just because I haven't said something and try to infer something about my character. I don't go to everyone who didn't post BLM and be like, you're trash, you're this, you're that. I don't go to everyone who didn't support what was going on within Ethiopia right now and go, you're this, you're that. But then you think you can come and talk about someone else's character because they didn't talk about something that touches you. And for me, the reason why I want to bring this up is I think this goes back to a larger issue. Stop looking towards these celebrities and empowering them when it comes to public discourse. The power lies in you, the individual people. You guys should be educating yourself. You guys should be creating movements. You guys should be creating boycotts, doing that kind of work. Don't look towards those powerful folks, because the more power you give them, the more they can use that to fuck you over in the future. Celebrities, influencers, whatever the fuck you want to call them, okay? You should not be giving it to them to speak on your issues, to give power to the things that you're going through. Because if you constantly look to them, you are going to be disappointed so often in your life, and you're often going to feel powerless. So go handle it. Go do what you got to do, all right? A bunch of creators reached out to me. People say, talk about Palestine. Most of them have zero education about geopolitical situations. They have zero idea of the West Bank. They can't even find it on a map, but you want them to give their opinion. But what's the point of me giving an unnuanced opinion on such a complex issue? What's the point? I add nothing to the conversation, and I don't make my viewers any more informed. Now, if you guys want resources where you guys can go, there's a lot better YouTube channels to cover this kind of topics. Would you talk about two guys who made a video recently about dick jokes and fucking, two guys going on a date with a lesbian? Like,
you're moving mad, blood.
No, you're moving mad. You gotta say it correctly.
You're moving mad.
Like a proper Batman.
The thing is this, you're Ethiopian. There's something that happened in Ethiopia recently.
Yep. I mean, still happening.
Still happening to this day. And I'm Haitian. Something is happening right now in Haiti. We didn't speak on that. Sometimes there's nothing more that we're going to be able to add. I don't care if you say like, yo, talk about Palestine. I don't care about that. I don't care about that whenever people come up to that. But when you start to be like, you keep being silent about that and this and that, and you're trying to lecture me on things that I do not talk about, is not understanding what we do here. If we're able to add to the conversation, we will. And for anybody else, should take that advice. If I can't add anything else to the conversation, or what you said has already been said, when you have those round tables and everybody speak, or you have those discussion panels, there's a question that is asked, one person on the panel says something, and then another person says the same thing that the first person said, but slightly different. Then the third person says it, but slightly different. Then another person, when the first person that said the message said it in a clear way, it doesn't help anything.
Just say I agree and move on.
To this, right now, I could say a whole lot more. But because Abba spoke a whole lot about that and said what I wanted to say, I'm going to end it there. Because I'm just going to be repeating what he said in a different tone.
It's funny when celebrities speak on certain topics, a lot of people say, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. Go back to dribbling, or go back to this, or go back to that. Right? It's common, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially if you don't know what it is that you're talking about. There's a lot of virtue signaling out there. Okay?
Definitely.
A lot of people trying to say, this is who you are because you didn't care about something I care about. But we can apply that logic to any situation in this world. So just be mindful that, listen, I don't think what's happening is good. I don't think that it's not necessarily tragedy. I don't think that there isn't one side that's more wrong than the other. I agree with a lot of those sentiments. But I also don't want to talk about it. That's it. Maybe that's not PC. Maybe that's not the right thing to say. Whatever. I don't really care, to be honest with you. It's how I feel. So I'm going to be honest with you guys about that. And if you say I don't want to support Abbott Preacher and subscribe, go ahead. There's nothing wrong with that, right? If you guys say Abbott Preacher not vegan, I won't. Bye. We don't have to talk about the same topics. We don't have to care about the same things. There's plenty of things I care about that a lot of y'all don't give a shit about. And that's okay. So let's not get up here. If you guys want to, there's great resources. You guys can go to Secular Talk. You guys can go to Rising. You guys can go to RT. There's a lot of different news outlets who've done great videos on this conflict who would be far better set to educate you guys and to help you understand where you should stand than me and Preach.
Phil DeFranco.
Me. I don't know too much about him and his news reporting, but there's options. There's a lot of options. But we're not your mouthpiece. We don't have an opinion on everything. And we don't have to speak on everything. Okay?
No, we don't.
All right? So stop this whole, like, you guys need to speak on this. If you don't, this whole thing, every time something bad happens, like, stop. It's cringy. And it just reflects poorly on you because you're externalizing your own inadequacies. When I got issues and I got problems that I'm dealing with that I think are really important, you know what I don't do? I don't go out here and tell you guys what you should care about. I made the same top point when the Black Lives Matter stuff happened. Remember when some people didn't post the black square and the black folks got mad at white people or other people who didn't post it? You don't support us. What good is this kind of rhetoric? So that's just how I am. I think now more than ever, people like bandages. They like band-aids on their problems. They think that if they did something like that,
doesn't solve shit.
Exactly. And it's just like, I'm not here for that. So if you want me to help, cool. I'll stop performing at bar mitzvahs. I'll go support my local shawarma shop, eat a couple extra baklavas on Ramadan, but I'm not doing all this extra stuff. So you asking the wrong man. That's all I got. Is there anything else you want to say about this?
No.
All right. And that, free Palestine. Deuces.
Bomber drop.
Today's topic, yes, we got another video from Blue Therapy. Before we start this, okay, because I saw a lot of people confused in the comments. These are actors. This is all an act. This is not real. It's entertainment. We're just having fun. The lady is not a therapist. She's an actress.
Even the therapist is not.
She's a legit actress.
Hi. Let's talk about hearing aids.
She looks good.
Yeah, but with your heart condition, we're going to need to find specialist travel insurance. Is it that much of a problem that a woman in her mid to late 40s is in her dressing gown in her own home? Oh, hello, we haven't met. Caroline Newton-Dunn.
This is all scripted.
Okay, so you guys can stop losing your mind. Okay. People in the comments taking this too seriously. This is just entertainment.
People bugging.
The only reason we're watching this is our like sense of National Geographics. We're just judging people from the UK based off your television. You know them way there.
People is like, hey, you know what? Why does Preach sounds like he's from East, whatever? No, it's from Birmingham. That's what the accent is from Birmingham. Bags. I'm just imitating Mike Skinner. That's what I'm trying to imitate. That's who I'm trying to imitate. I'm trying to emulate. But anyways,
every time you do that accent, you know what I'm thinking? Are you dizzy, blood?
Are you dizzy?
Shout out to Kid Althood. I know he's in trouble right now, but good movie.
What do you do?
Oh, the people in the comments about to let you know.
Oh yeah, let me know what he did.
I like how you're laughing like that, and the people in the comments like, nah, nigga, don't laugh. But anyways.
Oh yeah, is that bad?
Hey, people in the comments, if you from the UK, okay, all right. You know, just leave the comments. Correct. As far as that actor goes, watch how quickly Preach is going to be walking away. Okay. You want to talk about a rise and fall? This man went from award show to. Yeah, but anyways, let's get to this episode.
We've actually been together for a year. Have you had many relationships? This actually is my first relationship, but I have obviously dated in the past. But yeah, this is my first relationship, and yeah, going strong a year. Mostly things are going well then? I mean, to an extent. Max's boyfriend, we speak a lot, as you know. Wait, me and Max speak a lot, isn't it? Like, she told me that when she addresses a situation, he's able to acknowledge it and he just moves on. Do you get what I mean?
I couldn't care less about your friend's boyfriend, this and that.
Well, maybe you should chat to him a bit more.
How about this? Yeah, don't compare me.
You're moving mad. Listen, I'm gonna say this, bro. Don't be doing comparisons. Don't, because whatever you're hearing from your girlfriend about their relationship, you're only hearing the good stuff when it's good. All right? And you only hear the bad stuff when it's bad. You don't get a good balanced view of most people's relationships. So when you sit there comparing them, it's like, yo, if you so happy with that person, then go date them. Go be a sister wife or go find his twin brother. Fuck you. Why you fucking with me? Yeah, but you know what? You know what he does? Then go date him. I am who I am, and if you don't like that, don't like that. But don't be comparing me to others. You think I'd go up to my girl and be like, yo, my ex was way hotter. Get in the gym.
Fuck. The fuck out of here. Then why you not with your ex right now?
Yeah.
Comparing motherfuckers.
I'll be out here doing the most.
Yeah, don't compare me. Like, I've had enough of your conversation with your friends, talking about our sex life, our family life, this. You need to stop now.
Is this quite an influential person in your life? Do they influence you? This friend?
Yeah, Max is my best friend, so we speak a lot about our relationship. I'm an open person. Like, I'm happy to speak about our sex life. I'm happy to speak about things that we do. Like,
you might be an open person, but you shouldn't be open with other people's lives. You want to be open about your own life. That's fine. But when you are involved with somebody else, you have to also respect their privacy. Meaning, it's not because I tell you something that you have therefore the right to go tell everyone else. The same way, it's not because I share an intimate moment with you that you can go share with everyone else. The same way, if I have a video that I do with a girl, it doesn't mean I can share with all my friends. The same way, just because we fucking doesn't mean you can go tell everyone about her sex life. Do you understand? And there is a certain level of dislike that I personally have for people who gossip, which is why I've said in another video to young men, don't kiss and tell. Because an intimate moment that a girl shares with you, you shouldn't be going sharing all your boys everything that she did for you. All right, and if you're gonna do, at least keep it anonymous so that her privacy is respected. You could be like, hey man, I had this great experience. You know, I mean, she did some next level thing, but don't say who it is. Understand there's a certain level of respect that you should have for people that you bring into your life, and understand unless you've had that conversation with them, don't be sharing that with everyone. So that's just something to think about. Even when people have done like bad things to me, I haven't aired out their names. I haven't gone out and told everybody who they are. I'll mask what, because it's not my place to. It's a private conversation. It's a private incident. I'm not going to blast that on everybody. So there's just a bit of privacy that I think people don't take into consideration, and it shows a lack of respect and consideration. Are you moving mad?
I'm telling you this shit and you keep on doing it, I'm going to cut you off. No problem cutting that shit off. That's a no-no. Oh, okay, word. Cool.
Deborah does this thing that I actually hate. Like, she loves comparing me to other people, other guys. Like, no one likes getting compared to other people. Like, why would you do it? We've had this conversation enough times. Honestly, it just needs to stop. It pisses me off so much. Like,
once you realize this is all acting, it becomes so obvious when they're doing their little monologues. How many takes did he have to do to get that out?
Once you know that, it takes the shine away.
I find this worse for two reasons. One, they pretend that it's not fake. They pretend like they pretend like this woman's actually a therapist. So people who are watching this are thinking this is what therapy looks like.
Yep.
And it doesn't.
That's not
which is something that we have to acknowledge about this, because as we're internalizing it, it's important to know what's fake and what's not. I don't want people to not go to therapy because they think it looks like that, because it doesn't. She is not a therapist. And and not only are they not stating that it's fake, they're actually trying to pretend it's real, right? Like Deborah's doing Instagram lives where she's like, why you guys getting mad? Why are you pressed? It's our relationship. Like, they're not all actors.
Anybody's acting shocked. You know, in asking me what I bring to the table, that was very, very shocking. And yes, it definitely is a thing to say because Jamel and I both full well know what I bring to the table.
And so that's the part that rubs me the wrong way when I'm watching this at the moment.
I'm happy. And how does that make you feel knowing that she's talking to this friend of
It
hers?
just sounds like my girlfriend's a chatty patty. I don't like girls that just be speaking too much. Like, I hear she's your friend, but when it comes to situations that's about myself, especially my family life. And
Hold on, if you talk to your friend and then after that we're gonna go, she's gonna come over or whatever, and like either she's gonna come over, we're gonna go out and shit, like a couple thing or whatever, whatnot, or your girl comes over and your girl tries to talk to me about shit that we have. So Eric, when's the baby? Because I know that my girl been talking about and we had a conversation about a baby with my girl, and then now your girlfriend talks to me about that. I'ma stay calm and shit. I'm like, oh, this and that and that and that and that. And when your friend leaves, I'm gonna ask you to pack your bags and leave. I'll be like, I told you not to do that. Now your friend is talking to me about our business. That's a no. Pack your bag. No, but pack your bag. No, but hey, I am done here. No, man, no.
Are you moving mad?
I don't talk about our shit to anybody. You gonna like now your friend's gonna talk to Oh wow, that's some high school shit. You go out with a girl and then her friend comes like, you're gonna take care of my girl, okay? Shut your whore mouth. Shut up. That ain't your business. Where did you hear I was a bad boy and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I hate that shit. You gonna take, shut your whole mouth.
Do I know
All
you,
of
blood?
it. Where have we raised the lambs together? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's right.
Who are you?
Yeah.
Who are you? That's some childish shit. Yeah, take care of my girl. You better take my girl. Or what? I better drink. Or what? What are you gonna do? You gonna have to deal with me. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You know what? I'm cool. You take care of your girl. What the fuck you talking about? Shit is dumb. High school shit. Don't do shit like that.
And you're talking about
Family life?
Yeah, family life.
What's it about your family?
Yeah, so let me just put some context into it. So she spoke about a situation between me and my mother.
Oh my gosh.
We've had a bit.
Are you actually going to bring up that situation
Yeah, I'm
here?
going to bring it back up.
Okay.
So yeah, me and my mum, we have a bit of a, what would I say, here and there relationship sort of thing. So she's gone to her friend Mansar and just told her about the situation. I'm thinking it has nothing to do with your friend.
I wasn't telling her, Denise, I wasn't telling her about the situation. I was just telling her how it was affecting me and Jamel. That's what I was saying.
And what advice did she give you?
She just said, like, that you're moving out soon. You know, it's just general chit-chat. Like, why do you care about the conversation with
Open your
Mansar?
mouth about general chit-chat. Am I gist?
It's genuine chit-chat. You need to understand that.
What, are you the shade bar now?
Okay, that's childish. I literally do not see an issue with telling my best friend about my relationship. Like, it's what girls do. It's what we do. It's how we like to communicate. We like to share with our besties. Like, Mansar likes to hear my stories and I like to hear hers.
And that's why dudes share your tapes. Do you see where this logic goes? Just sharing private information about people?
Exactly. It's not right.
It's not right.
Both of them are not right.
It's not right.
It's not right.
It's not right.
That's what I'm saying. That's what we're saying right now. We're not saying that sharing tapes is all right or it's an excuse to. Both of it is not right. It's not right. Stop sharing so much information like that. It's not right. Thing that happened between, it's just not right. Both, yeah, it's not right.
Not a single time.
I think Jamel probably has an issue with it because he's not acting right. If he was doing the most now, he knew that I was happy with his behavior, then maybe he wouldn't mind me telling Mansar.
Yeah, but you would still, anyways, it's all fake, so who cares?
I've just been having fun. Honestly, I'm really not stressed at all about this. I don't.
Yeah.
But it's just one of those things where, you know, on a real shit, like, I really dislike women who gossip. And I've heard of women who've gone on to tell others about, like, experiences that they had with me. And I've always looked at those women like they were garbage afterwards. Like, I wanted nothing to do with them. Not even, like, cordial. Yeah. I looked at them like they were like garbage.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah. So for me, it's just a general dislike I have because I'm like, listen, I respected your privacy. I would never think of doing that to you, but that's how you. Okay. So I see how you view me, and that's fine. You just don't respect me, so that's how you move. We don't have to associate, and I move on with my day. But generally, I try to be respectful of the people I'm involved with, and I'm not saying I'm always successful, but I wouldn't just knowingly go out of my way to do something like that. So that's just stuff I dislike personally. Private stuff should be kept private. Private stuff, and it's funny because we have this whole thing with locker room talk and how men do stuff, but women violate boundaries in private all the time. And this is not to say it's good for one gender or not. That's not the point. Is that we address the fact that men's locker room talk. We talk about how what men say behind closed doors, but listen, are violating boundaries all the time, and that's just one thing I've never liked. That's one thing I've never liked. That whole gossip thing, I'm just not a fan.
I get you.
Yeah.
So oftentimes just based on feelings and things that are not true, just like astrology.
Yeah. It's not even also intimacy. Sometimes you could just ask a girl out. She says no. You're like, cool, have a good day. And this girl done told the whole town that you asked her out. For what reason? You already gave the man an L.
Which is fine.
And now you gonna go and just let it.
No, but that's pride. That's pride. That's pride. That's just hey, I'm hot like that.
Yes, ego.
You know who asked me out? It's that person. I totally said no. Fuck that dude. But he asked me out. He had the nerve. I heard girls say that. Of course.
Yeah.
Happy hour is a great hour to just see the worst out of people.
Bro, people are bugging out here. People are bugging. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I said, this whole thing's fake, so I don't really care that much. If you guys want to see us cover more of this, we'll probably do another episode of it, but it'll only be on Patreon. So for those who want to see us cover more UK content, you guys can go to the Patreon and get exclusive access to these kinds of videos, as well as a whole range of early access videos and other exclusive story times, videos with Preach Talk, and all this good stuff. So head over there. And that is it for today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed. Today's topic, all the way from the UK, somebody sent us this blue therapy video. So basically, couples go and see a therapist, and the thing is videotaped, and it's couples therapy. And these people are definitely not paid actors.
Myself and my boyfriend have been going through a lot lately. This is the last leg for us. We're really hanging in our relationship. I've seen an opportunity for a social experiment, and I think that it's best we both come here and get some help.
I've been with my partner for 3 years now. Just like everyone else, we've had our ups and downs, things happen. But coming to therapy with a camera for some social experiment, it's a red flag, to be fair. And now, she knows my perspective on this. I'd prefer we go to a church and we sit down with a pastor in a corner.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. Anybody who actually wants to successfully save their marriage or their relationship does not go on national television to air out their dirty laundry, okay? There's a reason why there's patient confidentiality between shrinks and their patients. A lot of that's very sensitive information. If it got out, it can embarrass people, affect their mental health, and it's just not good. That's one. Two, other paid actors. Just look at this as entertainment, all right?
Are they paid actors?
I went on their social medias, and the way that they're promoting these episodes, they're paid actors. Especially Paul, he was super reluctant to go on this show, didn't like the idea. All of a sudden, he's all on Twitter, oh my gosh, check out the next episode. What?
Really? I didn't check that. At the end of the day, it's TV.
If you don't know that reality TV is fake, I got a bridge to sell you, brother.
My name's Denise, and I'm your therapist today. What would you like to start off with?
I love you. You do know that, right? And I.
Just when she said, so, what did you want to start off with? And then the way he positioned himself, because he went, yeah, bitch, why we here?
Like, I mean, look at even this frame where we paused. Look how he's staring at her. My man, I don't care if he's acting or not. This man's face is hilarious. He walks into the therapist's office with the look, yo, whose man's is this? Yo, why is this in her own office?
Paul, for example, has a lot of friends. He has affluent friends. He feels like he has to fit in, which he might fit in as friendship, but when it comes to finances, he doesn't necessarily fit in. So if we're looking at percentage-wise and when they go out and what they spend, they can afford it. We can't. But Paul will do it anyway. And then he'll spend the next week or two chasing the bag he's blown, which now leaves me in a deficit of love. So there's neglect going on in our household.
Whoa. Did you mix lack of money with a deficit of love?
No. I think because he's chasing them back and he has to work so much, he can't show as much attention to her as her thing.
Thank you very much for that.
My point in all this comes back to the beginning. You just came out on the internet and called him a poser.
Yes.
You aired out his financial situation. What is you doing? He could be as bad as you want, and you could be telling the truth. Why would you tell this to the whole world? Basically emasculating him in a way. If you don't want to save your relationship, this is perfect. This is fantastic.
Yeah. All right, so we literally just got here. Like, we haven't been here for 5 minutes. Trauma's talking about finance to the bloody Denise, someone that we don't even know. Now, first of all, there is no man that's out there with multiple accounts, crypto accounts, high interest accounts, that's gonna sit down and show his girl his balance. So she doesn't even know the financial situation first.
So hang on, let me just let Paul speak regarding the image and the going out and, chasing the bag, as Shoma just said.
You know what's interesting?
I'm not going front.
Actually say, eating the pum-pum. Actually say being a city girl. But I mean, like, she's not from that.
Would you say that Shoma is for the streets? This reminded me of all those those suburban dads who used to be on Vine, be like, hit the fams. Now watch me whip, watch me no.
Look, Cindy, I'm on a horse. Is that horse gonna, I don't know, nay?
I actually think she's right. But let me break it down for you. I'm happy and I'm humble enough to be the brokest man in a room full of millionaires. Do you know why?
Okay.
Do you know who would have the most to benefit in that type of situation?
You would.
So that's practically how I've been able to exponentially grow my income, basically.
He's taking the whole fake it till you make it to another extent, because at the end of the day, I'm not naive to know that you are treated how you're perceived. However, be yourself. With the whole spending above your means, should I say, yes, we can afford it. I'm not saying we can't, because he's the first person to speak about finances and we need to save and we need to do this and we need to do that. But as much as, I purchase nice things, Paul does a lot of the spending. And in the past, we've had situations where he's invested and there's been no returns. So I don't feel like I need to suffer at the expense of his investing and putting himself in positions to get deals when not all the time it works out. And we're together. Do you know what I mean? We're in a relationship. We're not business partners. So I'm suffering for nothing.
Do you feel that it's an equal situation?
She just said she's suffering for nothing. Okay. So am I nothing?
That's not what I said.
That's why I disagree with him. It's like, listen to what she says. Basically, her complaint is, bruv, you're spending and you're living above your means. And she don't like that. And after that, you're doing all that, but there's no return to that. And you have to listen to that. If you're spending all that cash and all that money, that hard-earned money, and, you're not spending on her, or you're not spending on y'all. I'm not going to say on her, but I'm saying on y'all. And then she don't see it. There's not a benefit to that. Let's say, for example, you would spend all that money and then after that, someone would be like, hey, you know what? You're a cool dude. One of the guys that you're spending with, he's like, you know, you're a cool dude. Let me give you this, like a trip for you and your girl to go somewhere. She would see the benefit of you spending all that. At the end of the day, she doesn't see the return of that. That's basically her complaint. Him going into the, okay, so I'm nothing. That's not even what she said. You're not even trying to hear what she said. You know what I mean?
It's like your comprehension. This is why we're here, because anytime I bring up at home, he dismisses it.
Really?
Okay, you're not comprehending what I'm saying.
Okay.
I've literally just explained it.
Yeah. Okay, look.
Out of everything I said, you got that bit. Like, Paul's, he takes what he wants to take, he hears what he wants to hear, and he sees what he wants to see.
I'm not dismissing it right now, right? We're having a conversation. You know, I don't know you from anywhere, but you're here. Let's have the conversation, right? So.
This dude's gonna talk about, I'm not dismissing you, but you know, whatever, you're here. So yeah, which then goes into dismissing her. Yo, he's amazing.
What do we do together aside from work that is meaningful? Is that what you say?
Let me tell you what we do, right? Every 28 days, we have a couples review, right?
Oh,
so how the couples review works is we basically, you know, go over our individual and collective plans, goals, targets, and we kind of, you know, make like a checkbox type of situation, and we mark stuff off, help each other out with whatever it is that we need help with, and it's worked basically in our relationship.
It hasn't worked.
So in this checkup, are you both, as they say, on the same page?
Of course.
We're on the same page as we've been. We're always on the same page, because all Paul cares about is if our finances have grown, if our savings has grown.
But wait, I'm confused. I thought they were in a deficit. And she was
I was confused as well. If he's concerned about if he's spending too much, how is he able to be concerned about?
She made it sound like it was financial straits. But anyways, okay. Her problem seems to not be about finances. It seems to be more about the emotional neglect. So we'll just
but that's the first. Hold on, that's the first thing she brought up.
I'm gonna just keep listening. I don't know.
Paul, before you got involved with Shoma, how did you run your household?
Well, obviously, everything was self-sustainable, self-managed. However, at the end of the day, I think the question that you should be asking Choma is, if she is getting into a relationship with a person like myself, I don't want to say bring it to the table, but...
What am I bringing to the table?
No, I'm not saying that you don't bring anything to the table. I'm saying you need to let her know that there's certain things that are expected when she's receiving, you know, a certain frequency.
Okay, so first of all, I contribute to the bills. I'm doing my own. I take care of myself. Of course, he buys me things, but I'm going out to shop for myself. I'm also taking care of the home and him. Yeah, he might do most of the finance, but I'm bringing a lot to your life, and without me, you will be in deficit. You'll be lacking some things. Okay.
All right, this is painting a full picture. This man makes a lot of money. He pays all the bills. He wanted a housewife. She does not want to be a full housewife. He wants to go to a church for counseling. She wants to go to therapy for couples counseling. They seem to be on different pages. These are things you want to discuss beforehand. If you're going to get in a relationship with somebody and you make, you know, whatever amount of money and you want a housewife, you have to talk to your partner about that. Because if she's a career woman, she might want to stay a career woman. Choma probably wouldn't have as many issues with doing a lot of the emotional labor at home and doing all this stuff, considering he's taking care of the bills, if she wasn't also working. But because she's working and doing this stuff, then there feels like some kind of imbalance. But at the same time, if he takes care of the vast majority of the bills, you have to ask yourself, why are you doing that 9 to 5? You can't expect him to do all that extra work, pay most of those bills, and do some of the labor at home. That's not the way it works for most people. Does that make sense what I'm saying, though?
Yeah. You're not going to turn someone into something they're not.
But people do that, though. People get in relationships hoping their partners are going to change, and they don't have important conversations about the things that matter to them. Wanting a housewife, whether or not you want kids, what kind of education, what kind of city you want to live in. These are things you should discuss with each other once you guys are starting to get serious. They should be casual conversations that you have to be like, all right, what does this person stand? Is this in complete juxtaposition with my values? If it's too important, am I willing to compromise? And if you can't say yes to willing to compromise, you should seriously start to consider whether or not you want to be in that relationship. Because the last thing you want to do is intertwine your lives, get 7 or 8 years in, and then realize on the important stuff like faith, on the important stuff like where you guys want to live, if you guys aren't willing to compromise and there's an imbalance there, that could devastate a marriage. So have good dialogue, I guess.
Yeah, I get that. It's just, yeah, people don't talk about that.
No.
People really just think in their mindset that people are gonna change. Yeah, it's just gonna give me money. They go over the signs. They go over what's been told and how the person was in the same, how the person was in the first, and they claim that the person changed most of the time, but they didn't change. They just didn't change for what you wanted to be, or for what you wanted to have. They didn't change for what you wanted to have, and then you claim you don't keep the same energy. Yeah, I do. That's the thing. Both of them are not what they eventually wanted from each other. He wanted to have a housewife. She wanted to have a man beside her all the time. And then they got into the relationship and expected that they both would change to something else. And then they claim, you're not claiming the same, you don't have the same energy. No, it's not that. They have the same energy. It's just that you went over that.
Let's not get confused. I work, okay? Paul does not finance me completely. Does that make sense? Yes, he earns significantly more than I do, but he doesn't finance me, all right? So if you're talking about me becoming a housewife, clearly, because you're talking about finances and me bringing something to the table, what's wrong with being a housewife? Was that the plan we had when we first met?
It's a genuine question.
I don't want to be a housewife. There's nothing wrong with it, but I don't want to be a housewife. I have a choice. Does that make sense? If I wanted to be a housewife, I would have become a housewife. That's what you keep pushing for me to do. That's not what I want to do, babe.
Okay.
Okay?
Denise.
He used to clean his own house and change his sheets and cook for himself. We just moved in together 6 months ago, and all of a sudden that has now become my duty and mine alone. Bearing in mind, both of us are busy.
Now, with myself, I'm an earner. Do you understand? I will go out and I will come back and I'm bringing the bacon for real. Do you understand? If that's the case, and I'm able to provide for the both of us and kids in the future, from now, why would she stress herself being out, trying to earn the same thing that I already have? Sit down. Let's figure out something. I would have come home with a check and say, babe, how should we invest this?
And did you notice that things had changed once Shoma moved in?
In terms of how I behave.
You became lazy.
No. Let's.
It just comes down to there's a misunderstanding. You can't want a baller and then also expect him to come home and do the dishes. That's not the way it works. When you are starting to work high figures in those areas, that's why a lot of them get maids. That's why a lot of them pay for those things. If he wants a housewife and you want a high earner, you have to understand the odds of you getting a high earner who wants to split the home labor, that's ridiculous. If you're working...
Like both of them are at fault.
Yeah, to me, there's like, you guys are looking at each other with contempt, not realizing your inability to communicate and your inability to be pragmatic in this situation is what's causing you guys problems. Either he needs to work less and y'all split it, which he's not going to want to do, or you need to quit your job and accept the role of housewife, or option 3, you guys split. But this whole conversation is stupid.
When we first started dating, she was happy with, the drive, the ambition, me taking, calculated risk here and there and gaining rewards. She's the first person to come and, say, oh, congratulations, babe, let's celebrate together. But then I've actually kept the same energy, and now it seems like she doesn't really have the same energy. So who is the person that's falling off?
Okay, so in other words, I'm a hater.
Well,
because I still would celebrate your wins.
No, that's true, but the only thing is, let me give you an example, right? So literally, I have access to a good number of private members clubs. This is through the clients of mine. I train high net worth individuals, celebrities, you name it. Now, with these...
Okay, there's so much contempt. She has a lot of contempt for him. Like, as he's talking about these high... And then he has a bad habit of, like, stonewalling her when she brings up a concern. Like, these are terrible attributes. If you're talking and your girl's rolling her eyes and sighing in front of other people, nigga, y'all got problems. Y'all got deep problems.
Membership clubs, obviously it's not everyone that's, invited. And I feel like that kind of affects Choma, whereas before, if we were going to like a normal type of, average, maybe not average Joe, but, the usual, then I'll kind of be, oh, babe, come along. But when I'm actually, grafting and chasing the bag, as she said, I don't really feel like she needs to be present, and she actually doesn't have an invite anyway, so...
Okay, that's not what I'm not upset that I'm unable to come to the events that you go to and to the gambling places, because it's gambling, if you ask me. It's casino, isn't it? So the clubs you guys are going to and the money you're spending, some of it is gambling, all right? Because everything he likes to say is constructive. Clubbing is not constructive. It's not beneficial to our relationship or to him. Even places like that, he places too much emphasis on how they look at him. So you're out here doing the most, buying so many bottles, paying 10K for tables, and it doesn't make sense. And I'm at home being neglected. When he comes home, he goes back to work. So my point is, you're putting too much emphasis on the way they see you. Why is that? You're supposed to be impressing me, not them.
So the type of people that I deal with, they're on another level, to be fair. They're high net worth and they work really hard for themselves. Now, for me to be able to kind of be that act of service for them, you can imagine how hard I have to work. If they're calling you, you need to answer. If they're sending you a message, whether it's a text or WhatsApp, listen, you need to be on point. I'm able to give them that service.
Listen, sometimes you're gonna meet people who are workaholics. If they were that way when you met them, and then y'all start dating, get together, and they still are like that, that's on you, boo-boo. Now, if it's a switch up, that's a different concern. But this idea that you're going to date someone and they're going to start to pay more attention to you, like, listen, people who work 60, 70, 80 hours a week, they're gone. It affects the family, it affects the siblings, it affects everyone negatively because of their constant work ethic. But that's what they want to do. So you have to ask yourself, yeah, I want to be with somebody who makes that much money, but I don't like what it takes for that person to make that much money. Well, that's one of the realities of that line of work. People are going to have to travel a lot in some situations. People are going to have to work long, long hours. And when they come home, they're too tired to take you anywhere, right? You guys have a higher quality of life in some ways, but you might be neglected in that process. I'm not saying you should have to accept that. What I'm trying to say is, maybe this isn't the person for you if you don't like how much they have to invest in what they want to be doing. That's all.
Yeah, but there's balance. There's balance. I understand what you're saying, and you're right. You're absolutely right. Like right there. Like I say when I do conferences, like, you know, I got two phones. I got the iWatch. I got, you know, the computer. I work right now. I'm working at this time where I could be spending some time with other people. But when I spend time with those people, I turn all that shit off. So I'm not working. So there's always a balance that you have to have when you know you're working a lot, when you don't have a conventional 9 to 5 where you clock in at 9, you get off at 5, and then if everything after that is all your time. You have to make free time for the people that are not part of that world, that are not that. I'm all about show business and all the things I do, but at some point I gotta take care of the people that are not part of that business. Now, I've always been that way and working a whole lot, so there hasn't been a switch up. That's where I agree with you. So if it's a switch up, it's a different thing.
But even yours is more balanced. You know, when you're talking about people who work 80, 90-hour weeks, that's not me and you. You know what I mean? Like, there are YouTubers who work way more than we do. They work crazy amounts and their families take a hit. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm not saying something you should commend. I'm not saying they have a good balance. I'm saying they don't want balance. They just want to be invested in their work. So if you come into that person's life knowing what it's like for them, then that's on you at some point. You dig what I'm saying?
Don't be surprised if what you got is what you got.
Here's an example. If she's a career woman and you want to turn her into a housewife,
she's going to be a career woman, and that's fine. That's okay to be a career woman, but don't be mad if she works all the time. That's her thing.
Exactly.
And she should be working all the time if that's her thing. You know?
Exactly. So you know what I mean? If a man came to me, he's like, woman, she doesn't want to be a housewife. Well, did you guys have that conversation before? What did she say she was going to do? What did y'all agree on? Probably a conversation you had before. But anyways.
Just for the record, how would you like him to change?
At the end of the day, I like his drive, and that's kind of why we're together. My point is, there needs to be a balance. I'm happy for you to grind.
See what I'm saying? So a lot of people like what success looks like. They don't like what it takes for some people to get there. Right? Right? The idea of a high value man, 6-figure, all this, it sounds good esoterically speaking. But in terms of having stability and balance, it's not practical for most people. It's really not. Because the person could be traveling all the time. They could be working extended hours. They could be in environments that you're not fond of. Their mental health could take a hold. They don't have time or energy to take you out. To think that they can do both all the time, that's ridiculous. And that's why I realize a lot of people like the finished product. They don't like the process.
But again, we're in a relationship. The problem with you is you think we're business partners. We're not.
I need love as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've got a business, I work, but I still feed you, I still love on you, but I don't get, it's not reciprocated.
I guarantee she doesn't make nearly as much as him. Guarantee.
So hang on, Paul, do you feel that you're giving as good as you get in the love stakes?
Well, to be fair, I thought I did, but now I'm thinking to myself, like, does she trust, do you trust me?
We were rooting for you, boo. We were.
This is what I talk about the Stonewall. When she brings something up, either this man shuts down or he diverts it somewhere else. Like, you can't do that. You gotta, if I say hello, you shouldn't say what's in your bank account. It should be like, we start a conversation, right?
Yeah.
Let's have some sequences. This is really weird.
What?
Yes or no?
I do trust you.
Okay. If you trust me and you trust my judgment and you know that between the both of us, we both got ourselves to the position where we are, which is a better position than we were in, why would you not continue to trust the process?
Because you've eradicated the whole love aspect of our relationship. I'm a woman, I'm not wood. Do you understand? Like, I've got a heart.
Now, this is the problem that I have with women, right? Like, for example, with Choma and I, when we first started, she knows I'm hardworking. I was doing X, Y, Z, what I had to do, okay? Everything was fine. She was happy I've got a hardworking guy, okay, hug, kiss, okay, cool. Nowadays, when I'm coming back late, the same person's complaining, asking me where am I coming from? And I'm thinking, what? Fair enough, I don't work overtime and I'm doing other things on a different level, but I'm the same person, so why would you question it?
Can I just ask, what's the last loving thing you did for
Denise?
Yeah, Denise.
Look, we're not going to play the whole turn each other against each other. When's the last time you bought flowers? Look, forget about all of that. Let's get down to what it is now. Just to briefly go over this, right?
Why did you bring this man to therapy? This is the worst platform to bring this person on.
As far as I understand, you've been called, or employed rather, to basically help us in our relationship to get better, right? Okay. So, how do you think you're doing so far?
Okay, first, don't be rude.
You know what he reminds me of?
Of a girl you used to know?
My mom always thinks contractors are trying to scam her. I have never gotten my mom a telephone provider, internet provider, plumber, and she doesn't like read the contract, look at the billable hours. He was only here 8 hours. Why does it say 10? I was like, because he traveled here an hour and then you have to cover. No. He's stealing money from us. It's that same African energy where it's just like, you're not going to scam me. That's what I'm getting from here. The only difference is my mom would smile at you and the moment you exit the door, she's like, go, call his boss.
Your mom's a G.
My mom does not play. She's not getting played.
I don't even know that woman. I like that woman. I've seen that woman one time. That woman, she's G.
Yeah. She'll be like this. Labor, which means it means thief in my language.
Each what? It means what?
Thief.
Labor?
Yeah.
It's crazy because you're paying for labor.
Boom.
It's a genuine question.
That's uncalled for.
It's a genuine question.
Okay, I can answer that, Shoma, don't worry. The fact is that I'm here to enable you to see through the fog that may be there at the moment. I'm not here to give you an answer. I'm just helping you discover what's going on.
Okay. What's your success rate in terms of like couples that have been to your therapy sessions and have gone on to get married?
Well, I think you've already done your research.
I did research and I found out that a lot of people gave you good reviews. A lot of them have actually gone on to get married. A lot of them have resolved their situation. Be open-minded. I feel like people get results from you if they're open-minded.
Hey, she didn't answer the question. What's your success rate? I need percentages. I deal with figures.
I'm afraid I don't work in figures.
Did this man just snap at her? Rough.
Let's go. You know what? Snappy. I need some figures, numbers, yeah? Percentages, yeah? Give me that, yeah? You're not there. I need to see it.
Paul, is you dizzy, blood? Is you dizzy?
I work in people, and when people come back, it's because they're seeing results. So as far as I'm concerned...
This is interesting to see a white lady be so calm with a black version of a Karen. When he was asking for the numbers, it was basically like, can I speak to your manager? And she's like, listen, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, Jamal. I'm going to need you to just tone down the energy a little bit. The reason why things are like this, numbers, can I speak to your manager? It's interesting the reverse of a white lady being this calm.
things are working.
So if we came back to
Enough
your
of that,
session,
because
that means
you're
it's
just-
working.
Well, you sign up for a certain number of sessions.
See, this man thinks it's a scam. You see what I'm talking about? This man. So if we sign up to a certain number of sessions, you're gonna make how much money?
If we're both kind of in line in terms of our goals and our visions, then I would assume that we'd both basically be on the same page. Is that wrong, Denise?
No, it's good when couples are on the same page, but are you on the same page?
Are you Oscar?
I'm asking both of you. Do you think
Answer the question.
you're on the same page?
I feel as though we are on the same page with certain things, but again, as much as Paul says I like to nag, he has a lot of issues with things that I do.
So, Paul, just give me a little bit of your background. What business are you in?
Whoa! Whoa!
Yo, listen, as much as I rag on her for trying to bring you here when you didn't want to come, if you were going to put forth this kind of effort, bro, why did you come?
Oh, man.
Bruh.
Wow.
That's funny. That's funny.
Bro, stay home next time.
Yeah, answer the question, babe.
So what does my business have to do with the relation? Just asking.
I just wondered, whether that was influencing the way
I'm
that
a
you deal
provider.
with life. Sorry?
I'm a provider.
What is it that you do? I don't understand. Just
Well, I don't see how this is going to help our relationship in the long term. This is the problem that I have, right? Look, with this Denise lady, I just feel like she's just asking lots of intrusive questions that doesn't really relate to the situation at hand. She's asking me, what do I do? Like, I make money. That's what I do. Like, it's a silly question. What do you want from me? Do you understand? You're here for a certain purpose to help with the relationship. Do that.
Do you do anything together? Any, hobbies that you do together?
aside from on our laptops in the same room, maybe. When we started dating, we used to like the same music. He was more fun. Now I don't even know who's sitting next to me, to be honest.
And how do you feel?
I think that's BS.
It's BS.
Look, music. I'm a Burna Boy fan. You used to be, but now
I
you're
still
more
like Burna Boy.
Wizkid. Like, that doesn't make sense. If you like something, just stick to,
That's funny.
Yo, the art of arguing about shit that don't matter.
That's
the art of arguing.
But I rate the conversation. How you gonna drop Burna Boy for Wizkid? That's crazy, bro. I mean, I rate him, but not above Burna. But still.
She never said it was above Burna.
No, she said she still likes him, but she prefers Wizkid now, which I thought was funny. I think it's his way of saying you're the one who's changed. If you don't know me, it's because
yo,
you've
my
become
girl, my girl likes some shit that I don't like, and it's okay.
So that was the end of episode 1.
We was a bit petty with this shit. Let's be honest with that. Okay.
Hey, listen, I'm always gonna side with brothers who look like they're from the Nation of Islam. You feel me? Like, I gotta show love.
Yeah, you like them OTEP niggas.
No tep, hotep. It just seems like for the both of them, they have different views of what they want from each other, and they're not practical about it. So that's what I get.
The expectations. They're really keeping expectations that were not there.
Obey.
Trying to hold on to things that you wish happened on the other person. Listen, you get with me and you wish for someone that's gonna grow a beard. It's not gonna happen. Okay? That's not what I want. That's not what I am. That's not what I will be. I can't.
That's why you have those conversations. You're dating someone, you're like, yo, would you be willing to be a housewife? And if you lost your job, would you mind if I take a job and you have to be home with the kids? Have those conversations to find out where you guys stand. Ask yourself, do you even want kids?
This conversation is stupid.
They're not. They're really not. And especially about stuff that's really important. Like, I consider whether or not you want a career pretty important. Do you want kids? Very important. If faith matters to either party, have that conversation. I'm not a religious person. If I was dating someone who was, they would have to make some concessions, because I'm just not going to sit in church and start going, Shemina Shaya, Shemina Shaya. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But, if you want to baptize the kids, like, I don't care. dump him in holy water, make him take a bath in it. I don't give a fuck. But we have to have that conversation. If we don't, then of course later down the line you're going to be devastated when you find out that I don't want to go to church with you every Sunday, because you were expecting that when we got married that was going to happen, but we never talked about it, right? So it's good to talk about these things to find out where the other one's side, so that later on you're not blindsided and then you feel betrayed. What betrayed you wasn't your partner. What betrayed you was your own expectations. But you built expectations without knowledge.
And after that, you resent the person for the expectations that you had, but never spoke about, and you really just wish for. It's the same thing as just believing in astrology.
You know what it's like, bro? It's like when you buy a house, but you don't pay for an inspection. Then you get plumbing problems later, and you're like, bitch, who told you to not have an inspection done before you made a purchase on a home? Feel me? So there's a certain level of negligence that people have going into these conversations. They don't even think about what's important. And you're seeing it now blow up in their faces when reality doesn't match expectations. So talk about it. Talk about it with the people you date. It's not corny. It doesn't make you look crazy or clingy. And if someone thinks that you are being that way because you ask those questions, probably a good idea to consider whether or not you want to date that person seriously. A relationship is a huge investment. A marriage is an even bigger one. What person do you know that's going to purchase a company without doing a full-on research on the company's history, without asking a bunch of questions about what type of company it is? Does it have any issues with tax problems? When I buy this, am I taking on debt? Like, you should know all of that before you purchase it. It should be the same thing. That's why I tell people this whole talk about love, that's secondary. That's the easier stuff. The things that people neglect that lead to divorces are the stuff that folks never talk about.
They never talk about it, and they just expect for the best. They hope for the best.
Yeah.
It's really not, a relationship is really not hoping for the best. It's discussing a lot of things. That's why it's a lot of concession, a lot of discussion, a lot of things that are hard, you know, having discussion, but people are not willing to have that. They're just willing, they're just hoping for the best, and then they're dashing out when things are not working. Well,
so that's kind of what I gathered from watching this, but maybe you guys felt differently when you watched it. What did you think about this couple and this issue? If you guys liked today's video, if you guys want us to do a part 2, be sure to like it. All right, like it right now, comment. But yeah, we'll be covering the other couple from the episode. What do you think about everything?
I said what I said. You said what you said. I think if I'd say more, it'd be more redundant. It's really that. People get into a relationship, they don't talk about anything, and they just hope for the best.
Today's topic, apparently Big Ed has managed to get his hands on another woman in a new series called 90 Day Fiancé. So I'm going to play the clip.
Hey, so what do you think?
The way he came out of nowhere like a wild Pokemon really f***ed me up. I did not see that coming.
Hey, so what do you think?
Hey, buddy, you imagine you walking home late at night and you just see from the shadows, hey, so what do you think? And it's just a dude with no neck just popping out.
Big Ed.
Hey, man, why does Big Ed remind me of the Penguin from Batman?
In Batman Returns, he has the same little, you know. Hey, what do you think?
It's
just
It's cute. So, hopefully I get to sleep here. Because there's a sofa. I have a great surprise for you. Oh, yes. Look at that.
Bel expanse.
Mm. Our first glass of champagne together. our first glass of champagne together. So, why don't you do a toast and I do a toast?
What I'm toasting to.
Okay, I'll go first.
Your sense of humor?
Okay, to my sense of humor.
Trying to get along.
Trying to get along? Okay, that's good. Cheers. Thanks for being a yes. Liz and I are having a good time. I think we're both reading the same signs, and I'm going for the kiss.
God damn. Oh.
If anyone has to verbalize that we're getting the same sign after going for the kiss, you know damn well that nigga ain't got game. That's crazy. If someone was drinking champagne and just staring at me while they were doing it, I'd be super nervous. You imagine if I'm just over here?
This is super uncomfortable. But I'm more uncomfortable than most people. Oh, you stupid. I'm more uncomfortable than most people, I guess, but
I'm reading
I
the
digress.
signs.
Stupid, man.
Oh man, the water got into my pants and it's touching my penis. All right.
That's more information that we needed.
Yeah,
we don't need that kind of information.
I was just gonna say, like, this is the first, one of the few times that I'm wet, and I'm just like, what happened?
Oh, hey. No. Play the damn thing.
Because I'm on a roll. I'm on a roll. That's my plan. Oh, damn. So, you're here.
I am here.
So, I did it.
You did do it.
I did it right. I'm just so nervous around you. It just took me a while to get used to your beautiful face. But,
It took me a while to get used to you.
No. Oh, le conforme. No.
Hey man, I appreciate her. She didn't lie. She didn't lie.
No, dude. No, dude.
Hey, it took me a long time to get used to your voluptuous body. Well, it took me a long time to get used to
you. God damn. Yo, and these are the signs that you have to read. Ugh.
I still haven't forgotten how this man was with Rose.
Burn. Anyways, thank you for that.
For what?
I don't know.
Thank you for what? Thank you for what?
I think he's just taking the negative comment. Well,
how to ask you this? It's just so crazy. But can I kiss you?
Don't make it weird. Don't make it weird.
I won't.
Don't make it weird. Cue the villain laugh.
I won't. And then he's cooched like a
Like in the very next breath, don't make it weird.
Oh man. Oh man.
Don't make it weird. The nigga starts disrobing. Like it was just interesting the transition from don't make it weird to this man immediately making it
I
weird.
won't. I already told you I
So
have a problem with
gnarly,
BDA.
bro.
Now this was f***ing brutal, B. Wow.
It sounded like the mic was inside of his throat. I kept hearing.
This shit was just too much. Okay.
Wow. That was awesome. Thank you.
So that's out of the way.
Now I can relax.
Now we can be normal.
No, you will be normal.
Yeah, we're not engaged in that freak show ever again. And you know, somewhere like very far away in Thailand or the Philippines, Rose is just watching like, bitch, I know your pain. You do have to imagine that she's watching this just chuckling.
Imagine.
Who ends a kiss and the first thing that they say is, nah, thankfully
that was awesome.
Yes. Wow.
All right, let's see.
She's enjoying this. She's enjoying it. All right.
Thank you for being in my life. I love it.
It's okay.
Your
She
lips
enjoys
really
it.
taste good.
Okay, now you just put.
I've been waiting for that kiss for 2 months. So that was amazing. Oh my God.
Hey, listen.
I'm still afraid.
She's engaging, so
I mean,
it's not as awkward as we think. My awkwardness really comes from I really don't like PDA. I don't like that. I don't like to watch it.
Let's watch to see what she thinks.
Still afraid. I'm still scared of getting my heart broken. But I'm starting to feel something from her, which I never felt before.
Left or right? What side do you like?
Technically, you're supposed to be closest to the door.
You're right. For protection.
I'm thinking this is gonna lead to something. But if it doesn't work out, I'll be heartbroken.
Sweet dreams. One more kiss. I love you.
Too soon for that.
I'm just kidding. Good night.
I love you. Too soon. Yeah, I was just kidding.
You know what? I'll come to Big Ed's defense in this regard. It did seem like she was reciprocating. I think most of us have some biases because of the fact that we saw how he was in the other videos.
Yeah, and we're not supposed to see that.
Yeah, you know, obviously there's money involved in this, so I'm sure there's like some coaxing where people have to do things.
My discomfort really comes from the PDA. I know that, and I know that.
Yeah.
And I know that.
But if we're being honest, like she's probably there for the money, and he's there because he's got a good name that attracts people. You know, anytime
I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. She's just trying to see what's going on. But it took me a long time to get used to you.
How do you feel about the "I love you" on the first date?
No. Beno, there's not enough information for you to love someone. Come on now.
I mean, whatever. Everyone's at their own pace. This whole thing was just people sent me this video and they wanted me to cringe. They succeeded. And
hey, first date? No, I don't care what pace you got. I love you on the first date.
No.
That's an automatical disqualifier.
Okay.
On the first date, you ain't got no information.
Hey, pumpkin,
Peaches.
You tasted like a peach last night. Cheers.
Shut up. Ferme ton bec.
Hey, you know
Just
what?
let it happen.
People behind closed doors say cringy things to each other. I'm gonna just allow it because I probably shouldn't be watching this.
I'm drinking coffee. You're drinking some green stuff.
Matcha.
How you feeling?
Good.
Good. Will you fix my head?
Is it brushed?
I don't want it brushed. I want more of a natural. Just pull it back. Should we try the Andrew Bloom or?
Can you imagine if she puts her hands through her head and just gets a clump of mayonnaise?
Bro, I forgot about that. But thank you very much, I guess.
Let's go.
What's his name? Orlando Bloom thing or no?
No.
No. Last night was off the charts. We started snuggling and we started to kiss, and she is so beautiful and soft and caring. She's a giver.
Did you guys have sex?
Okay, so yeah, I mean we made love all night.
Hey man, I love it. I love it when DC comes out with new comics where the Penguin wins. This shit is amazing, bro.
It's fire.
I like seeing a Batman villain get his. Good for him.
was great last night, by the way.
Listen. Now I don't give a fuck about closed doors or no. Say it once. Say shit once. We get it. Move the fuck on. Okay?
But what if it was so great you need to remind the person?
Nah, B. Right. Keep that shit to yourself.
We did it about twice, and Liz's body is amazing. It's like a surreal dream. It's just like, it was incredible, like incredible.
Bro, are you like fucking certain you weren't just dreaming then? Like maybe the reason why you thought it was like a dream is because like you fucked her in your dreams. Yeah. No? All right. Gnarly.
What, they don't interview her ever? It's just him? She don't get to talk? I want to see her side.
I never had anyone take over and make love to me in my life. It will go down in Big Ed history as the event. So now I'm just hoping that every time it's going to be like that. I mean, I wanted bun. Will you do my bun?
It is a bun.
Oh, it is? Oh, wow. Okay. How much more time you need?
Just a little bit. Put on lashes, finish my lipstick.
How was the rest of your night?
It was really good. Yeah. It was a good night.
Is he a good kisser?
I had to teach him how to kiss. So I feel like I have to train him to do a lot of things, but we laughed about it.
This is kind of inconvenient, right?
She taught you. See, that's what I wanted to know. I wanted to see her side. Because now he's like, yeah, that was amazing. That was a thing. This is like
the alternate universe where fucking the Penguin and Poison Ivy start fucking each other. You know, like this is quite interesting to watch. This is very interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think I was gonna like it. I thought it was gonna just be being super creepy. But by the end of it, I'm like, who's this lady? And what is she about?
Yeah.
I mean, the mirror, do you need more lighting?
Inconvenient? No, I do my makeup like this all the time.
Oh, you do on the floor?
Uh-huh.
Oh, really? I already told you look good without makeup.
But it's a wedding.
But it's a wedding.
It's a wedding.
I'm probably the first person in history to ever to be able to break out of the friend zone. And now I want Liz to be my girlfriend. It's nerve-wracking. I'm nervous. We might as well talk about this now. How, I think we're gonna look like a couple.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to introduce you as my girlfriend at the wedding. And so will you be my girlfriend?
I was gonna say yes, but yeah, no.
I think a lot of people are hating on him because of how he looks, but I mean, I think if you get past that, if they're both into each other, then good for them. You know, I kind of want to see how this villain arc ends. I love it. I love villain movies, and this is great. So that's my thoughts. Anything else you want to add?
No, I just want to see the next.
Yeah, I think we all have to see this. But anyways, that's it. If you guys enjoyed today's video, leave some comments below. But I had no crazy commentary. Seems like they're into each other, so you know, I'm not gonna just be mad at him because of who he is. So yeah, cool.
Yeah. Maybe it was just the way it was edited that they were like, you know, try to put some suspense on the question and stuff like that. But you know.
Yeah. All right. Well, let us know what you guys think in the comments below.
A não ser a vontade de te encontrar, o motivo já nem sei, nem que seja só para estar ao seu lado, só pra ler no seu rosto uma mensagem de amor.
The reason why the logic is starting to break down now has nothing to do with the actual logical statement. It has to do with like our kind of the external baggage that we're bringing in. Like somebody might say like 1 + 1 = 3. And you're like, well, what do you mean by 1 + 1 = 3? That doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, well, because when 2 sheep come together, 3 can leave because they had a child. It's like, okay, well, I guess, but that doesn't really have anything to do with 1 + 1 = 3.
I feel like I'm getting kind of lost now too, but
That's all good. Oh, hold on, wait. I just had a fucking Jimmy Neutron. Okay. Maybe I'm coming along a little bit more. I kind of understand what you're saying. So, if I say that in order to be a thing, oh my god, my brain just expanded 3 sizes. This is like a classic kind of turf argument.
it sounds like you're saying there's been a kind of chilling effect in the universities.
Or it feels that way, yeah.
People are self-censoring and self-silencing. Oh yeah, I can confirm 100%. That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
Water was just an element. Nevertheless,
This
it was
isn't
H2O.
true.
I'm sorry?
This isn't true.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah, all you have to do is cross the Mexican border. And over there, it's aqua. That's H2O, not water.
Aqua means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different term.
Actually, it's
Oh no! This guy has to be like, what the fuck did I agree to? Oh shit, dude. It's too much.
I listened to a conversation you had with one of my esteemed colleagues about gender and sex. And
You're talking about Bosch?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've gathered you guys have a kind of history. I don't totally understand all of it, but I guess there's been a falling out or something. Is that right?
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, I'm not here to like get all into that. There's a lot I could say about that, especially in regards to this conversation. But
yeah, I think that's better. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
I was gonna say, I mean, I'm happy that he agreed to do the debate, and I felt like he was very civil and professional. I mean, when I first got the invitation, I watched some of his videos, and I was like, oh, I don't think I want to talk to this guy because he can be like pretty aggressive and abrasive. And so, in reply to the invitation, I was just like, if we could agree that it's going to be civil and professional, then actually it was this conversation with Deborah So that like made me think, oh, okay, maybe we can do this, because I thought he was very polite, but I mean, still defending his points and advancing his perspective, but
I think we're somewhat similar in that we tend to match energy a little bit. So if you come in screaming, I'm going to be screaming, and I think he's kind of similar on that. In that, as long as you're willing to have like an okay conversation, I think he'll generally be on board with that. He's not going to like go crazy out of nowhere usually, unless he's talking to me. But, I didn't want to. I didn't want to retread too much. I read you.
Can I just ask you really quick? Are we streaming right now? Is that?
Oh yeah, shit. I'm sorry. I shouldn't need to say this.
Okay.
We are streaming. Yeah. I always assume that when I call somebody, I need to. Oh yeah.
I
So
kind of
all
thought
of your
we were, like,
secrets.
backstage or something.
No, my bad. You haven't said anything too disruptive. Don't worry. But sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I am streaming. No personal information or anything crazy like that.
Okay.
Motherfuck. What was I gonna say? I read you had one paper where I think you go through 6 different arguments about separating sex and gender. You familiar with the one?
The evaluating arguments for the sex-gender distinction.
Yeah, you go through, but I think 5 of them I thought were pretty convincing. There was one that I didn't like too much, but I agree that a lot of the coming together on figuring out this on a lot of these things seems to be more rooted in like some kind of social good rather than actually getting to the truth of the matter on anything, which is kind of a weird way to investigate these issues. I think that's something you point out in that paper a few times. It's something that I notice as well, where if you ask somebody, you know, why should we draw a distinction between these two things, the answer will usually sometimes lie in some like moral claim that, well, it'd be better to do it because it makes people happy or something, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was just a little distracted because I was thinking back to what I had said while I thought we weren't streaming.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was a little distracted. Can you say it again?
Yeah, you're totally fine. Do you need a minute to collect yourself?
I think it was okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I said to you what I wanted to say if you had brought up that debate, namely, I'm happy that Bosch had agreed to do it, and I think it went well, and I think he was, you know, professional and civil, and so I don't really have anything bad to say about the guy.
Nope, I don't think you said anything bad, so you're good. Yeah.
I mean, I did notice that given what I've watched of his videos and what I learned in our conversation, I think we disagree about virtually everything. But, I mean, I think it's nice that there are these forums online where people are still willing to have conversations even with people who they disagree very, very deeply with. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's all I wanted to say about that. But now you wanted to ask about this paper that I wrote.
Yeah, or I guess actually before we dive into that, well, actually let's formally start. I'm curious. I just woke up like 20 minutes ago too, so sorry. How did you even find out about like the online debato-sphere? Where did this come from? What was your like first introduction to it?
Well, I've done some like podcasts on some YouTube channels to talk about philosophy and usually Christian philosophy in particular. And then I think somebody had watched one of these things I did about gender stuff and recommended to the Modern Day Debate team that I do a debate. And I shout out to this person. Wish I could shout this person out by name, but I don't know the person's name. But yeah, somebody like made the connection, and then I got an invitation from James. Yeah, and then I wasn't exactly sure what it was and whether I wanted to do that sort of thing. And so yeah, like I said, I watched some videos of Vosh and I watched that Deborah So video, and that convinced me, okay, I think we could probably have a civil conversation. And I noticed that some philosophers had been on this Modern Day Debate channel, and that made me feel a little bit better about it. You know, Michael Humer has done it. So yeah, then I decided to just give it a go and see how it went, and I think it went pretty well.
Is that something you think you want to? Well, actually, I was going to say, do you want to do more of that in the future? But I guess you're kind of here now, so.
Well, I think my understanding is this is kind of a different setting, and this isn't a debate so much as a
No, that's just what I say to.
conversation.
That's what I say to Pullman. Okay, I got all my Thunderlord debate lord notes
Here
right
come
here.
the pyrotechnics, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I have some old Facebook pictures that you posted 12 years ago. I wanted to ask you about. I'm just kidding. I'm messing
Oh,
with you. But okay,
No,
gotcha.
I got the impression, I don't know if this is right, but it sounded to me like you were a kind of pioneer in this space of online debating, especially in the Twitch sphere.
Yeah, I wouldn't say kind of. I would say absolutely. But yeah, I acknowledge and accept. Yeah.
And I think you have referred to yourself as a debate bro, or part of this debate bro community, or maybe the debate bro.
The prototypical, I think. I used to be more so, but I have like different approaches now to where I'm not trying to I'm not trying to do the ultimate. I'm trying to be more empathetic than I'm here to shit in your throat and destroy you or whatever kind of thing, because I find that the empathetic thing tends to work better. Yeah.
That is the impression I had gotten, and so yeah, that's why I was looking forward to talking with you about this.
Gotcha. I don't have super strong feelings about philosophically about a lot of the trans stuff, in terms of, especially when you start talking about anything related to metaphysics, especially because I don't even know what metaphysics is. And every time I try to read about it, it seems like nobody knows what metaphysics is or if it's even possible to do. So, so I'm going to be totally honest with you. My philosophy is very rusty. I'm not the best at this, and yeah, just because I know you have a formal background. So if I misuse any terms or if I say anything that doesn't make sense, it's probably not you being confused about something that I know that you don't. It's probably me just using a word completely incorrectly. So feel free to provide clarification or something for some thought that I have. Yeah.
No problem.
Just before we dive into the conversation too much, I'm curious on what do you think about this? I'm not attacking anything else. What is your perspective on the conversation you had about agua?
Yeah, so I've thought about that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what was going on there, I think a lot of people, when they watched that exchange about water, a lot of people were frustrated because they thought this wasn't really to the point and this is taking too long. And I mean, when I read the perspective of Vosh fans, I know that they were frustrated with me and they feel like I'm just not understanding. When I read perspectives on the other side, they feel the same way about Vosh. But I think what was happening, if you sort of have eyes to see what was happening in that bit of the debate, was it was a clash or a conflict between two very old views of the world, two very old views of the relationship between our minds and the world. And I think there are, I mean, something I tell my students, this is kind of a crude lens you can use, but I think it's pretty useful to understand the history of philosophy. It's really just a conflict between like three views of the world, three ways of thinking about the relationship between our minds and the world. One of them, the one that I hold, is I would call supernaturalism. And on that view, ultimately, everything is explained in terms of a divine mind, the mind of God. So ultimately, all explanations bottom out with explanations in terms of the mind of God. That's supernaturalism, and it has a very old pedigree. I would put Plato and Aristotle in that category.
Seriously, bro.
It was dominant. It probably reached its zenith in like the Middle Ages, and it's been in decline since then. The stock has been in decline since then. Another view of the world is naturalism, according to which ultimately everything is explained in terms of fundamental physical particles and the laws that govern them. So at rock bottom, like everything that's true is made true by that physical stuff and the laws that govern it. So that's naturalism. And then just the last one, and this is the one that I think Vosh would be placed in, is what you might call postmodernism, but I know that word is used in many different ways by many different people and sometimes used as like a pejorative. But, and I don't think that's the best word for it because it makes it sound very new. Like, not only is it modern, it's postmodern. But this is actually a very old view, and it goes at least back to Protagoras, who said man is the measure of all things, of what is that it is, and of what is not that it is not. Like humans are somehow, we are responsible for making what's true true, and we make what's false false. And so on this view, everything ultimately is explained in terms of us, our creative activities, our thought, and our language. And so I think we could call this postmodernism or creative anti-realism. It's anti-realism because these people, when you ask them like, well, what is the world like independent of our minds? They say things that sometimes sound like they think there is no such thing. There is no world independent of our minds. There is no world outside language. Or if there is a world out there, it's literally indescribable. It's ineffable. As soon as you start describing it, you are imposing concepts on it that the world doesn't really answer to. And so I think that's why folks in this camp use words like arbitrary. They think that the conceptual scheme that we operate in and that we use was made by us. So it really was created by our wills. And it doesn't correspond to reality. It can't be like true or false. It can't be made true or false by reality.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they have a conception of truth and falsity, but it's not correspondence to reality. So anyway, I think what was happening in that portion of the debate was I, a supernaturalist who believes in mind-independent truth, was saying things like, you know, there are these facts out there in the world, like water is H2O, and it was true before we got here. We didn't make it true. And then Vosh, speaking up for the creative anti-realist view, was resisting that idea.
Gotcha. Okay, I've never actually heard any of these three terms in my life. I have heard naturalism, although I think I've heard it in other contexts than this in particular. Based on your description of the three, I guess I sound like I would probably be this like creative anti-realist or postmodernist. Although,
well, I have a very limited understanding of your history and your views, but the sense I've gotten maybe is it sounded like at one time in the past you were much more squarely in the creative anti-realist camp, but maybe you find yourself migrating towards naturalism.
Possibly. So I guess the way, are you familiar with the term ultimate skeptic?
I have heard you say it, but I don't totally know. I think I heard you talking with somebody named Ram about it.
Okay, gotcha. So like ultimate skepticism is going to be the guy who is like, like an epistemic anti-realist and a metaphysical anti-realist, and he's going to ask why a million times to every single question that you ever pose to prove that you can't ground anything out in anything, and he'll use it to derail every conversation about philosophy to prove that ultimately you can't be the arbiter of any completely true or factual statement. And it's just kind of like it's like the ultimate online debate, bro, to question everything. And I think I guess I don't know if it's like every beginning philosophy adventure falls down that hole, but I'd say like a few years ago I was probably more in that camp, and then I've kind of moved from being like, I think deep down I'm probably ultimately skeptical. So if you tell me, for instance, that you can convey or have some sort of like actual true knowledge of the world independent of your mind, and you can know those things, I would say, I don't know about that, but I'm willing to like build off of some assumptions and then move from there. Because to be ultimately skeptical is to ultimately be completely absurd, and there's not really any productive conversation you can have originating from that point if you want to like adhere strictly to it, you know?
Yeah. No, we definitely have skeptics like this in philosophy, and it's not just in first year philosophy. Like some of them really stick with it.
Sure.
And I guess that's because something you learn pretty quickly about knowledge, like once you start studying epistemology, is it's pretty hard to come by and it's easy to lose. And all you need to do to like make someone lose knowledge is bring up a possibility that they can't rule out.
Yeah.
So if I asked you, for example, like, do you know where your car is right now? You might say, of course, yeah, I parked it in my garage or on the street or whatever. I know where my car is. All I have to do is point out like, well, you know, it could have been stolen in the last 5 minutes. Can you rule that out? Oh no, I guess I can't rule that out. Maybe it got stolen in 5 minutes. So do you really know where your car is? Oh, I guess I don't now. You know, so knowledge is elusive, as philosophers say, and all you got to do is bring up these possibilities that can't be ruled out. And I think people discover that pretty quickly when they start talking with other people, especially when they get into arguments. It's very easy to sort of cast doubt on a view, to deprive people of knowledge, to raise skeptical concerns. That's pretty easy to do.
Sure. Or even more fundamental, I think, is it Descartes' demon, the idea that somebody could be presenting a false... It's like the historic version of brain in a vat, you know? Yes. And I find that those are, if I'm being truly honest, are pretty inescapable. But then, like I said, it's a little absurd to force those into every conversation. And it's like, okay, well, if, you know, Descartes' demon is true, have you ever considered throwing yourself out the window? It's like, well, no, of course not. I don't want to die. Or it's like, okay, you don't know where your car is. Like, where do you walk every single day to find it? Well, I guess I assume it's outside. You know, it's kind of silly to, for the purpose of the debate, play the ultimate skeptic. But in every other role in your life, you're operating on a ton of assumptions all the time. So that's why
I think that's right.
Yeah, I don't tend not to go
maybe the best example of somebody who, I mean, Descartes did that little evil demon thought experiment, but he tried to control the skepticism. He tried to put it back in the bottle when he was done. He wanted to destroy his structure of beliefs so that he could rebuild it from the ground up, and try to do philosophy afresh. And he wanted to end up with absolute certainty, and he thought he did. But somebody who never put the genie back in the bottle was David Hume, who was skeptical of virtually everything. He was skeptical that there was such a thing as causation. He was skeptical that we could know anything about the future, that we could know things by induction. He was skeptical that God existed. He was skeptical that he himself existed. He was like the ultimate skeptic. But then what people pointed out is, can't live this way, right? And he acknowledged that. He said, yeah, you know, in the study, when I'm doing philosophy, I can't help but be overcome by these doubts. But then when I leave my study and I go play, I think he said billiards. He would go play games with his friends, and he acknowledged, like, yeah, I'm not skeptical of things when I'm out there navigating the real world. So even an ultimate skeptic like David Hume acknowledged that it is hard to live consistently with these skeptical principles.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I feel pretty similar. I hear Hume referenced a lot. I bought one of his books, but I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't believe that philosophy is hard to read because the concepts are difficult to engage with. I think a lot of writers are just very dog shit in philosophy. And anytime I've got a sentence with 8 commas in it, I'm starting to wonder what in the hell is going on. But someday I will finish that. I think it was a treatise on, it's one of his like really popular.
Yeah, I think I made the same mistake when I was an undergraduate. it was brought to my attention that there's this thing called philosophy, and that's what I've been talking about. And so maybe I should go read some philosophy.
Sure, yeah.
And I just went to the bookstore, and I went to the campus bookstore, and I went to the philosophy section, and I was like, oh, Immanuel Kant, I've heard of him. And I pulled out Critique of Pure Reason, and I thought this will help me know whether philosophy is for me. And
here you are with
honestly,
a PhD somehow, huh?
Yeah, well, that
You
was
stuck with
really
it.
Yeah, that could have ruined things for me because I kept like trying to read it, and I would get like 12 pages in, and I was like, I have no idea what's happening in here. And I think if you asked a lot of philosophers, what's the worst book you could give to somebody who's brand new to philosophy, it's probably that one. And even Kant acknowledged that he was a bad writer, and that was a poor piece of writing. And if you try to read David Hume, you might have a similar experience, if only because the language is so archaic and hard to understand. But if you wanted, I'd be happy to send you some contemporary philosophy where people are actually striving for clarity, and it would be much easier to understand.
Oh, I've already done that. I've read every book by Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson on philosophy, so I'm very well equipped. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. I think you might be joking.
Yeah,
but I was actually going to mention this little landscape that I put out there with like supernaturalism, naturalism, postmodernism. It's kind of handy because you can locate people on that map. People like Sam Harris and, well, actually Jordan Peterson is not a great example because I don't know where to put him. He's kind of all over the place. But Sam Harris is like pretty squarely in the naturalist camp. Although, given some of the stuff he says about meditation, that's a little spooky and maybe not so naturalist friendly. But he's definitely in the naturalist camp. And I think something interesting that's happening, and then I'll drop this little landscape stuff if you want. But something that's interesting to watch if you look at the history of ideas and the history of philosophy is the fortunes of these three views have risen and fallen throughout time. And when one of the views is like in ascendancy or enjoying dominance, the other two views kind of ally with each other and form alliances. And so I think right now the spirit of the age is very much this postmodern view. That's sort of the dominant view in the academy and in the popular culture. And what you see is there's a surprising alliance between like naturalists and supernaturalists who otherwise wouldn't have very much in common and wouldn't really hang out together. They sort of, they form these alliances against postmodernism. So I found that in the gender debates. Like I find myself allied with like radical feminists and gender critical feminists and just hardcore naturalists. Yeah, and on any other topic we wouldn't really have much in common, but in this regard, like we all at least agree that there are truths independent of our minds, truths that we didn't create. And so we're sort of allying around that principle.
Gotcha, interesting. Yeah. One thing I would disagree with is I think it's admirable that you think that the disagreement ran this fundamental. It might have. There might have been a point to where you could have gotten that. I felt like it was a little more basic, and I feel like I run into this problem with a lot of people. Have you ever heard of something called like the triangle of reference, the semiotic triangle?
I have not.
Okay. Maybe not, but I'm sure you're familiar with the concept. It's this idea basically that you have three different things that sometimes seem like the same thing than that. So you have like a particular thing, like a thing in and of itself. You'll have a symbol for the thing, and then you'll have like a reference to the symbol. So I might say something like here is a word. The word might be water, right? I think so. That might be like the symbol, and then the symbol might stand for like a thought or a reference, and then that would be referring to the thing itself, like the referent. So water in this case. Sometimes I feel like there are disagreements over fact of the matters that people try to cash out on, but they're actually just disagreements over like a reference to a thing. So I think when you were talking to Vosh, I think you were trying to get across this idea that you were saying H2O not to give another symbol, but I think you were trying to get at the idea that there is an underlying fact of the matter, that there is a molecule that does exist that is H2O, and it's existed throughout all of human history. But I think when you uttered that phrase, H2O, Vosh thought that you were referring to that symbol and not the thing itself, because he said, well, actually, not everybody agrees that that thing itself exists, but he wasn't talking about things itself. He was talking about the symbol, and then he posited they referred to it as agua down in Mexico. So he gave a different symbol. And I think you were operating on different levels where you were assuming that he had this like very fundamentally different view of the world, where it's like, well, maybe he doesn't believe water's always existed because this is like a concept created by humans, and you know, that's where it comes from, and without humans maybe it wouldn't exist. When in reality, I think that he was proposing an alternative symbol to your alternative symbol, and then trying to say that that meant something different about the fact of the matter, the thing itself. Does that make sense what I'm saying there?
Yeah, so I would have described it this way. I think that there are words, and like we got an English word, water. And I'm not totally sure what you meant by reference to the symbol, but I think it would be what analytic philosophers tend to call a concept.
Sure.
And so words express concepts. That's like what the word means, you might think. Like, yeah. And so that we posit these concepts to make sense of the fact that in different languages, there seem to be synonyms. And so what do they have in common? Well, it seems to be the concept that they're expressing. And concepts have reference to things out there in the world, hopefully. I mean, some of them are empty, like the concept of Harry Potter, the concept of Pegasus. They don't actually refer to anything.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I don't think you'd say that, right? They refer to something, but maybe not like a fact of the matter of the real world, but they refer to the work itself, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, no.
I think they're literally empty names. There is no Harry Potter. Strictly speaking, there is no Harry Potter.
Well, wait, what do we mean? Yeah, what do we mean by that? I'm curious, because we obviously, when you say it, you're evoking a thought in my mind, and we're both evoking the same thought, right? What are we thinking about if not Harry Potter? Yeah.
So this is a deep puzzle in the philosophy of language. Like, how do empty names work? Because obviously.
Oh, wait. What the deal? So I'm guessing this means you're not going to the office and leaving me alone, and I have to wait until next Tuesday to be alone.
Today's topic, all the way from the UK, somebody sent. Today's topic, England. If you aren't aware, in this recent last few days, England
So wrong.
It's so wrong. I'm gonna tell you right now. I've
Oh my
never talked
God.
about this.
Ah, shit. Dun, dun, dun.
I like to be like a runaway slave.
Okay, no. Man, oh shit. Oh my God.
I like to play like a runaway slave.
Okay.
I like to play like
Kunta.
a disobedient slave with a white woman.
So tell me like what you say. Yes, master. I'm so sorry.
It says two. It's two of them. Like it's like me getting whooped, right?
You get whooped?
It's like I play like you whipping, but most of them don't want to play like that. This
Yeah, I was gonna say, what white woman goes along with this?
They don't want to play like that. They don't.
Okay.
This is my. It's like, listen, you're gonna act like your master's wife.
And I'm the runaway.
And I
slave.
just got whooped by Massa for eyeballing
okay.
me. But the whole time you've been really, you
eyeballing
liked
me
it. You've been
anyway.
eyeballing me.
Oh, this sounds like some freaky porn. I'm interested.
Right, this is some freaky shit. And then
Yeah.
I'm gonna come all sweaty, right? Just finished getting whooped, and you're gonna say, "No, Billy Joe, no, Billy Joe, no. Massa's not gonna like it. He's not."
I really. Shit! Oh! I really tried. I really tried not to king shame and shit, but oh my lord. Oh my God. All right. Well, okay. And then he got dragged. This motherfucker got dragged too for what he said. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. This is what happened when a man opened up. That's one. Okay, we're past that. We are past that. That being said, not everything needs to be opened up. Okay? You can keep that shit for you. All right? That was not some shit where you have to feel vulnerable about some. No, that.
Yo, rappers really be going in on these podcasts and exposing themselves.
Yes, you did that to yourself. It's like it would have cost you $0. $0 to not say that shit. It would have cost you 0 ducats to go and talk about that shit like that. Now you look like a damn fool. Yes, you could express yourself. Live your life, boo-boo. But you didn't need to. That was not a need. That was not you in distress needed to talk about some deep shit that was, no. You. And now people are going to say what they're going to say. I mean,
Yo, is it just me? Or are rappers always sharing that they're into really weird stuff?
Yeah.
You find out a lot of these rappers, they can say a lot of stuff. They can say a bunch of anti-gay, all this other stuff. Find out they into trans, or like you know what I mean. They're like, or they're trans. Like they'll play it, but then they'll behind closed doors. Oh, look, you want to date transgender? There's nothing wrong. But I just find it fun that some of these guys who've been like outed have like the most anti-LGBTQ stances when they talk about stuff.
But that's
go ahead.
That might be one of the reasons.
So the question is this stuff much more common than we think?
Yes, it is.
Or here's the other hypothetical: the kind of people who get to hyper successful situations are the kind of people who have extreme proclivities.
Both.
Okay.
Both. And I think it's weird. I told you I got a bit on that. hip hop is the most homophobic and gayest shit ever. That's your nigga? Yeah, that's your niggas right there. This is the niggas you fuck with. Do you even hear yourself sometimes? How can you be so homophobic and talk about, yeah, that's my niggas, that's who I fuck with? Huh? You know that song Ultimate by Denzel Curry? That's where you hear we wet them up like a canteen. Y'all always talk about getting people wet. That's in that song. In one of them. That's one example.
I wet that niggas when they say the shit.
Yeah, I wet.
Hey yo,
hey yo, bing bong, hey yo.
Yeah.
You wet them up is. But maybe it's because it's from a weird part or some shit like that. When you get to a certain status, you get the liberty or you get to enjoy certain things.
Yeah.
I guess. Right?
Yeah.
But yes.
Here's the thing with this one specifically. Yeah. Do what you want to do. But there was something about the details that were a little bit disturbing, considering the racial context that exists in America. These things don't happen in a vacuum. We talk about lesbian, king positive, whatever. I can assure you this same fantasy doesn't exist in a lot of other cultures or a lot of the... It exists within the culture that it exists in. It exists within, like, the area that it is. Yeah. Why? Because of the complex between black men and white women. Yeah. Right? So that's where this is born in. So I'm not saying there's an issue with the kink itself. What I'm saying is the kink is generally, in this kind of scenario, I feel like it's a reflection of your own internal racial issues.
It's possible. Man. I went I talked to you about that podcast that I have on sexuality. And for the Patreon, we went in a dungeon with a mistress, right? So she makes us a tour of the dungeon. And at some point she's like, yeah, so we tie people on that cross. Preach, would you like to try it? I'm like, bitch, you ain't tying nobody. You ain't putting handcuffs on nobody, blood. You're not doing it, my guy. I'm not the one, bro.
Yeah. Like, okay, well, how about a finger in the bum? Hey! This nigga's like, never!
No, but you're not tying me. You're not whipping me. You're not, no. Because
of the context.
Because of the context and because, maybe I got a little bit traumatized when I was a kid. Nobody's handcuffing me.
Yeah.
Okay? Putting handcuffs. I don't care if they're in plastic. I'm breaking them shits.
Yeah.
All right? I'm breaking free. You hear? Houdini up in this. You all right?
Yeah.
But there's some people that's they shit.
But the racial component to the fantasies was fascinating because it pays into the racial politics.
That's the reason why I don't get whooped.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? So that's what makes me look at him funny. You know what I'm saying? Like for him, for that to be a get off, I think it reflects something deeper.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He knew.
Like if I was getting with a white woman, for example, and she was trying to tell me that's her fantasy, like she want to tie me up and then say the N-word a bunch of times, I would look at her crazy. I would still do it, but I would look at her crazy. But I'm too vanilla for all this stuff. For me, it's just too weird. Like, I just can't be bothered. I can't be bothered with all that stuff.
Nipple clamps and shit.
No.
Getting walk on your balls and shit.
No, none of that stuff.
Getting thrown up on your dick.
No. Like, it just doesn't appeal to me. Like, from a role play standpoint, like, I've had the whole girl suggest, like, the cops and robbers thing. Yeah. I was like, no, we're not doing that. Like, that's weird. That's weird. Like, you want to be, like, put on some diapers and then take a pacifier and then get spanked on your bum. Like, listen, do what you want to do, but I'm going to look at you a little crazy. That's all. Sorry. No, that's weird.
There's people that do that the whole weekend.
And so here's the thing.
I know motherfuckers that cater to them.
Okay, here's the thing, right?
Wild stories.
I think sex positivity is a good thing. I think accepting folks for a lot of their sexual proclivities, making things more accessible and starting to remove some of the taboo, I think it's good. But we can also agree that everything has its extremes and that not everything should be included in that, okay? I actually have friends who work in that industry who tell me, like, the race play stuff is really weird and they don't touch that for a reason. Yeah. And I'm like, why not? Isn't it sick? Like, there's something weird going on there. Yeah. And even they won't touch that.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I know. So
you're 100 on that. They're like, yeah, I'd rather not.
Yeah.
You can go see someone else that does it.
Rough.
I'm not gonna. But yeah, absolutely. It's
dudes out here telling on themselves for no reason.
It happens a lot, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like, yeah, sometimes I take a shit and then I smear it on my face and sniff it. Ooh, sex pop. No, that's weird. Do what you do, but don't do that on a podcast.
Weirdly, what you just said right now made sense.
I know. You actually said a line the other day that really threw me off in a recent video. You said something like, if you got what you got, but you didn't get what you got what you deserved.
Yeah.
No, I just made it up. Don't agree. I just made it up right now.
But it sounds like something I say.
Yeah, you did say that. And I made the video still thinking, and I rewatched the video and I'm like, I don't know what this nigga said. But you said it with such conviction.
Listen, bro.
Try doing it right now.
Bro.
Just try doing it right.
You have, listen, the thing is, you don't have to mean what you say. You have to feel it.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
But that's exactly it.
No,
That's
I want you. You don't do what you got. You got what you deserve.
I don't know. Once it said it. I said it free. It's out there. It's there.
I'm gonna play the no, I can't let it go because we need to get to the bottom of this. Because I don't think anybody knows. But I need to know.
If you get what you didn't think you got, you deserved it. No, because if you get, like, you got it, what you thought you get, you know what I mean? If you get what you didn't got, then you deserve it. Because you tested shit, and then you got an answer, oh my God, is that real? You didn't think you'd get this, but you got it. If you get what you didn't think you got, you deserve what you got.
Yeah. So, enjoy your Becky Slave Master. Have a good day. What's Billy Joel? I feel like that's a slave reference from a movie.
Billy Joel is a singer of Green Day. When I come around.
So, it's been about a week now since the whole Will Smith saga happened on Sunday.
Exactly a week, yeah.
Let me ask you a question. So a lot of girls were messaging me like, you don't understand. He was protecting his wife. He was defending her honor, right? And I said this to you, and I could understand that a lot of women in their personal lives and their relationships have felt abandoned by their partners when needed most, right? They felt like their partners didn't have their back when they were being attacked by other people, not physically, but just like, verbally or whatever, and they would have liked to have somebody who has their back. So they see this incident like, that's somebody who has their partner's back, and that's beautiful. I could understand a bit of that logic behind it, right?
Okay, but?
So it's twofold. First off, you have to imagine, let's say it's you, a regular person, and your significant other goes and hits a comedian who says a joke about you while they're on stage. There's a fight that breaks out, cops get involved, your significant other goes to jail for assault. Do you still think that's a beautiful act? Do you think that's a wonderful thing that they're going to get a criminal record, potentially lose their job, life, because they decide to attack somebody doing their job?
He only got, it was only a beautiful moment because Will didn't get snuffed.
There's something very fascinating in this whole thing.
Now you got to take care of your beautiful moment on the ground. Knock the fuck out.
That happened to DC Young Fly.
Yeah.
Somebody jumped up on stage with him, and he ended up knocking that dude out. The dude went to jail.
DC was just defending himself.
Yeah, because the dude was coming at him. He's like, yo, what's going on, right? Now, he's got the lawyers and stuff like that, and he's got the connections. He's going to be able to avoid all that. But for a lot of poor people, that's not the case. And we're fortunate it ends with a slap, because most dudes, you go to slap them in their face, a lot more breaks up afterwards. So, to me, I'm like, how do you view that as a beautiful thing that you expect your male partners to physically go after somebody, okay, who said something you didn't like or that hurts your feelings? Also, the second thing is like, you can't make fun of somebody's wife. Well, all the times that you guys were shit-talking celebrities and actresses for doing a bad job, making fun of them, doing your little Twitter replies, that was somebody's wife? What about somebody's daughter? What about somebody's sister? Can you talk shit to them? No, you can't. If you think about it, everybody's somebody to somebody. You can't talk about somebody's mom that way. Someone's daughter, someone's sister. Every woman is somebody. Can we say anything about it, but only wives? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? You guys are acting like they took a stranger, some random person. No, she's a famous person. She's a celebrity who does movies. And a joke was said about her. Can we no longer joke about women in general? Now, you can, Abba. You can. But if some shit happens afterwards, well, some shit happens. I think it's such a
say it.
I think it's such a weird reply.
Say it.
When something terrible happens, okay, something that we all agree shouldn't happen, and your reply is, well, shit happens.
Say it.
So next time a woman gets assaulted, next time a woman gets raped, what were you wearing? It's the same thing.
Cause
you said something, you deserved it.
Some shit happens.
Really?
It's the same. It's the same rhetoric.
It's the same train of thought.
It's the same train of thought.
It's the same train of thought. Can we? Let me ask you guys. Can we say anything about women in public? Period. Yeah, you can, but something's gonna happen to you. We can talk about men as much as we want, but women we can't talk about them. We equal, but you can't talk about women. What are we talking about, bro? What's the line? As long as someone feels disrespected, well, you can't control how someone's gonna react. Agreed. We can't control someone's gonna react. Doesn't mean we have to condone it or say it's acceptable or sensible or logical. We can't control someone's react. What happens if it's a schizophrenic person who stabs you in the neck because you looked at them? You can't control someone's gonna react. We're looking at irrational responses and we're saying like, we're justifying it in a kind of quasi world. That's what a lot of people are doing. They're justifying it. I'm just confused. I sit back and I look at a lot of stuff and I'm like,
That's weird.
It is. Big fan of Chris Rock's. I'm not saying I'm the craziest fan, but I've always liked his work.
Yeah.
But Will Smith in particular, I remember living in Ethiopia and having satellite TV, and I'd watch that shit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing him fall from grace like this was especially sad.
Yeah, but it can happen to anybody of us.
We agree. But it's always different when it's your quote-unquote metaphorical heroes, if you will.
Yeah.
Right? Because he was like the beacon of like representation, like cool representation in a lot of ways for me growing up.
Yeah.
Fresh Prince was a big deal for me.
It was a big deal for me too. That's how I learned English.
And he's a symbol of that. I don't think of the other actors when I think of Fresh Prince. Though they're all great, it was him that made the show. Right? So it's just like seeing that was so sad. And you know, it was just funny also seeing like, it was like 4 years ago, it was like Oscar So White. This year is like nigga moments.
And it's funny because Chris Rock.
The transition.
Chris Rock had that bit.
What?
The difference between black people and niggas.
Yeah, and that was the most nigga. That was so goddamn. Let me know if you agree with this. I feel like, and this is more so the racial angle for me. I feel like with black men, a lot of the time, some of them have like a very fragile sense of masculinity.
I told you that.
It's like the slightest offense is immediately we go into fisticuffs. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we've been emasculated just in our vocabulary, just in the way we use our vocabulary, where we talk about each other. You know what I mean? Just roll the monologue, the entering monologue of Baby Boy. Remember that movie when he talk about
Tyrese?
that? Yeah, when he talk about the house is a crib, everything's a baby boy, everything. Yo, what up, son? Everything is it's emasculating. You know what I mean? Everything is like that. And so we always kind of have to prove. The society kind of puts us in the bus and kind of baby us in a way, in a sense, you know? You know, like we don't know how to act and shit. So we always have to prove that we ain't no sucker. And it's like that in the community. We ain't no punk. We have to step up. You know what I mean? And you know what? I do that too. It's I'm not pointing fingers at you. Whenever the fuck we had the thing with Fresh and Fit, I had to be like, oh, you want to throw down? Let's throw down. I could have let that shit go. But you challenged me. Let's go. It's really hood. Although, if anybody would have challenged me, I would have done the same thing. And that's when it's not a black or white or whatever thing. You want to challenge me, I'll take the challenge. But then again, it comes with that. It comes with traumas. It comes with motherfuckers been messing with me for my whole life. So I'm like, no, today I got the possibility and I got time. I'm not letting this shit pass.
It's also partially where you come from. When you're from poor backgrounds, you already know somebody come to step to you, you can't afford to be a pussy.
No.
Because then they gonna come again.
They're gonna come again
like
and do
sharks.
that. It's like being robbed all the time. You know, whenever they think, yo, break yourself, fool. Yeah. Yo, take your shoes off.
Yeah.
But then they're gonna come back around and you go.
And so that's why they always tell you, even if you got no money, you gotta still earn your respect.
Yeah, you gotta show that.
So there's that sense of it too, right? I agree with that 100%. I think there's a financial aspect to it. I think there's a racial aspect to it. But it's like, well, black folks is like, even the gay stuff. Like, I say the whole pod shit, like, jokingly. I think it's funny.
Yeah.
Some niggas say it seriously.
Yeah,
They don't even want to be associated with anything that might,
not.
like, limit their masculinity just a tad bit.
Absolutely.
Right? So if you... So Will Smith also speaks about it. He's like, I've always felt like a coward my whole life. And he talks about his insecurities with Jada and Tupac and all that stuff. What that looked like was deep insecurity, didn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And I can understand the feeling. That's the thing. I can understand the feeling. I understand that. Right. Because it's that. It's been that. At some point when you grow up, I grow up and I'm a kid and like I told you, that's the thing. That's a word that was said to me all the time because I was dancing or because of whatever reason, you know.
The hag word.
Hag word, yes. Exactly. So you come up to a spot, a point in your life that has been said so much, then you're like, say that shit one more time. See what happens. Say that shit one more time. See what happens. You know? And that's why when we had the video I was talking to about, I understand Will.
Yeah.
I don't agree. I know it's not the right thing to do. That was not strength. No. That was not protection. That was ego. Straight up. That was a say that shit one more time because of all the accumulation. So, and I understand that. I'm not saying it's right, and we all got our shit. But when you get in the position, that's where whenever you get to a position, you see how the effect that it has. To do that in 4K, that's Exhibit A.
Yep.
Straight up.
So here's the other side of the coin.
Go ahead.
Even though I think what he did is wrong, I think you and I can both agree. There are circumstances that if somebody was joking enough, you probably entitled to slap that motherfucker in the face. So let me give you an example.
Context is different.
Context is different. Context is different. So here's an example. Him making those comments in the context of a comedy show or a set at an award show where your job is to roast people as you have been doing for the last decade at these award shows, got no problem with it. Shut the fuck up and take the joke on the chin. Now, if a motherfucker roll up on you on the street and start talking crazy like that, I think that's a bit different. Do we all agree?
Context.
You get what I'm saying? If you roll in with your family members, your significant other, your wife, your kids, your brothers or whatever, and somebody come and talk shit to you in the street for no reason, talking about, hey, you bitch, you bald, this and that, I think slapping them, most of us would agree. We get it. You don't have to come back. I get it. I won't even hold you.
But I'm not going to encourage it.
I'm not. Hey. If it's my kid and you talking crazy to my kid,
I would, like I said, I wouldn't promote it, but I know what I would do at that time. And I would definitely more not encourage it because I don't know what's going to unfold after that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I get it. But you have to understand, people, context is very important.
Yes.
It's important in a joke. It's important in some things that you say. It's important in everything and how things are said. That's context is the common denominator for a lot of things, for if things are good or bad. So the context of we're joking, there's a lot of ways that you're going to handle this. And I guess it's a lesson for all of us.
Yeah.
It is a lesson for all of us. It's not just, you know, it's cool to point fingers at this and that and be like, yo, this is wrong and shit like that. But my daddy always told me, whenever you point your fingers at someone, remember that you got three fingers pointing back at you. That's why I always point like this. But that's a different thing. I digress.
Yeah. Today, people have convinced themselves that their feelings matter more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
That because they feel something, everything is justified thereafter. She felt really hurt by the joke. Does motherfucker know she got alopecia? Does she know that it's a big thing she struggles with? According to Chris Rock, he didn't know.
Even if he...
But she felt some type of way, so it's justified. Does that make sense to you guys? That somebody who doesn't even know you have a condition makes a comment? What if you're just swearing? Hey, fuck, cunt! And this person doesn't know you got Tourette's. Like, man, you being rude and, like, disrespectful right now. They don't know you got Tourette's. They don't even know what Tourette's is. They think you're just screaming. You gonna get to punch them in the face? They don't know what you got going on. And let's keep it a stack. Everybody saw Jada's bald head, and if she hadn't said some shit like, Jada feeling special today, whatever. You got a nice head to be bald, go ahead. You know what I mean? So like, I just can't understand how you sit there and you're like, well, you feel some type of way, and if you feel hurt, everything's justified afterwards. Really? Because you feel hurt, everything afterwards is sensible? What about the other person's individual who may not know about what you're going through? Were they being completely negligent in that? Or is there some reason that they may not know what you're going through? You having a bad day, great. That doesn't entitle you to be a piece of shit to people. You feeling terrible doesn't mean you get to go punch folks. Because if it did, bro, there'd be a lot of violence in these streets right now. A lot more. Every time you had a bad day, someone said something to you, it could set you off, you get to punch them in the face. But that's how folks are justifying things. It's crazy to me. And this is also like the same thing that says like, yo, punch a Trump supporter, punch this. You don't like somebody's opinion, it makes you feel some type of way. You don't like who they support, what candidate. You want to engage in physical violence. Like, it's crazy to me how willy-nilly we've gone with some of this stuff.
Oh, it happened, and guess what happened? Guess what happened?
Yeah.
Some people died, and someone had to defend himself. His name is Kyle Rittenhouse. That's what happened. Someone was not agreeing with him being there with a firearm. They chased him and tried to take his firearm away. And try to hit him with a fucking... I
think it's more complicated. That specific situation is more complicated. But here's an example. I'll give you.
Go ahead.
They published some article, I believe this was in Chicago, saying like a lot of the violence over there stemmed from arguments on Facebook. Somebody would say something they didn't like or post a picture they didn't like. They go up in the streets, they shoot them up. Over things that are said, they felt slightly disrespected. They think, boom, if you disrespect me, I can't let that shit stand.
Yeah.
I gotta kill you. I gotta kill you. Does that seem sensible?
That's crazy.
This is the next evolution, though, of these kinds of feelings, right?
Definitely. He was just protecting his own honor. He was just protecting his honor.
When did we go medieval in this bitch? All the time, turn to knights and armor and shit.
Take my glove off, slap a bitch. And then after that, yo, let's go. We're going in the streets.
Anyways, let us know what you guys think.
Dare talk to me like that. You stand your step up. Stand your up. Stand your up. Sit down, Karen.
He called her Karen?
Yeah, even old white dudes.
He's like, yo, shut up, Karen.
Yeah.
And he's old.
This dude just discovered that word yesterday. He's on the flight.
Shut up, Karen.
Hey, shout out to the old man. Welcome to the club.
What about him? Mask up. Mask up. Tell him you got your mask down.
I love an old white man from the South talking shit to a motherfucker. You shut up, y'all bitch. Like shit, the word.
Why don't you put your mask up? Look at this stupid way. Why doesn't he put his mask up? Like it's turned into a schoolyard fight.
Yeah.
No, he should do it. It's like,
put
bitch,
your mask up,
I thought you were afraid of COVID. I thought you were afraid of COVID. What happened? But you out here arguing with somebody about not. If you had your mask up, you could protect yourself.
Yeah. I hope he goes veteran on it.
Nah, this Wiley's out of pocket. She out here fighting with an old man. What's wrong with you,
I
woman?
would fuck you up.
You're going to jail. You're going to jail. As soon as we get in later, you're going to jail. Karen, sit down, look, she punched me. Put your mask on. Tell him to put his mask on. Put your mask on. She scratched my face. I wanted to punch.
Hypothetical, but if you're not trying to catch COVID and somebody's unmasked, maybe what you don't do is get up in their face and start screaming while both your mouths are open. Just make out with the old man if you want COVID that badly. Bitch, I don't know what's wrong with you.
At this point,
I don't know if you got a thing for old names, but like, why you up in this dude's face? Put your mask on! Put your mask on! COVID. Put your mask on! Now you got AIDS. Put your mask on! Stupid! Put your mask on! 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 That's what it feels like! Yo, hold up. You know what? I'm Marquise. I'm gonna need you to make a song with me right now, okay?
I'm Marquise.
Yes, sir.
Put your mask on!
Gang.
Put your mask on! Oh! Put your mask on!
Gang.
Put your mask on!
I promise you. We have a remix of this in no time. And bitch, we gonna feature your Karen ass.
Wait. We need to give Marquise some
love?
Well, no, not some love. But we need to give him like, hold on. We got the put your mask on. 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 Work with that.
Yeah.
You have to give him some variation and shit.
I'm not mad at you, but Marquise is such a genius. We don't need to do that.
When it's
the land of the free, yeah, I gotta say nothing. That's my dude.
No,
and if you don't know about it, we about to put you on. Man's a genius.
Get mask on. Put your mask on. Put yours on, man.
Damn, this girl's still fine. All right, I don't think we need to watch it.
But what happened? What was the trigger of that?
What was the trigger of that?
What happened? Why did you get up and start talking to a random white man?
All right, let's find out.
Like, what happened?
Delta Karen is revealed to be a former Playboy model, Baywatch actress, and Raiders cheerleader who now works as a realtor. FBI arrest. What is it with every like fucking ex porn star, and ex like cheerleader, like whatever, working as a realtor? I'm not crazy, right? They all start selling houses. You're like, you want to tour this house? Would you like to check the master bedroom?
Listen,
we have a very special gift for you.
They do.
Do you like cats?
They really do.
Well, this bedroom comes the tour of a pussycat. Okay. Anyways.
They really do.
They do. I was looking to notice. I was like, bitch, you was hoeing.
They really.
Yeah, but now I'm selling you a home.
I'm hoeing. Now it's a home.
Yeah, you went from a house wrecker to a home builder. Anyways, I digress. Let's keep on. The older male passenger had been eating at the time he was approached by an unmasked Cornwall and told to mask up. The pair shouted expletives. He was eating?
Shut the fuck up.
Bitch, if you don't get the fuck up out of here.
This man, okay, we made fun, but this white man was 100% right. I was about to say 100% white when he called you a Karen.
He was both those things.
He was both those things.
Yeah, but
he was 100% white.
I don't know what
when
retirement
he
home you're at. I don't know what retirement home. I hope you see this video, brother.
Yes, he was eating. Leave the man alone.
Yes.
Just leave me alone. Anyways, man, fuck that. No. Did she get did the police take her?
She was arrested.
Yeah, good.
Now we got that. What would you like to say?
Shut up. Man was eating. You're supposed to take your mask off when you eat. That's just dumb.
Appreciate her.
That's just stupid.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
My God.
Mm-hmm.
What is your problem? I don't know what it is to people like they need to. I'm a giant bitch. Like I don't know what it is for people. Cunt. Like they need to fucking.
Listen, I think some people aren't happy, and I think the unmasked, unvexed population seems to be the heart of all their problems. That's what they like pretend, right? They're sad, it's them. They're depressed, it's them. Their business is failing, it's them, right? So some of these people see them and they lose all rationality. I've just seen people go crazy. And to be fair, I think a certain level of it comes from our government because they've instilled so much fear in the population that irrational responses have become pretty standard. These, what we're talking about right now, interactions like this, they've had like 5,000 of them over the course of the last year on flights. So there's a lot of craziness in regards to these rules and how people are very afraid. Now, maybe that's part of it. Or maybe the bitch is just crazy.
Bitches be crazy, bitches.
Some of them are just crazy. It's not just ladies, even some dudes. Them bitches be crazy too.
Them bitches be crazy.
Yes. So to me, I don't know what's happening, but she's clearly wrong. She going to jail now. Shout out to him.
She's going to have charges.
Yeah,
hey, shout out to you, sir.
Yeah. Shout out to him. He handled it well.
Oh, you going to jail?
Yeah, good for him. Because that girl was annoying the hell out of me.
And you was not even on the flight.
No. It's like, mind your fucking business. Put your mask on. People have really like lost their minds with that shit. I remember one time I got to the restaurant door. Okay? The waiter's there. He's like, how many people? 2. He's like, cool. So I got my mask on. As I'm walking to the table, I'm starting to remove my mask, and somebody says, keep it on. I was like, what? I'm about to keep it on. We walk like 5 more steps to sit down. I thought I had my mask off the whole time. And then the girl I was with, she took off her mask. And then the girl was looking at me, the other person, the one who said something, they were like, give me a weird look. And I was like, does it matter? 4 or 5 steps are here? Like, what are you smoking? But people are crazy with these rules.
Now?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Somebody said this. I don't know who said this. They're like, somebody was doing like a pro-mask and mandate rap song. And I'm like, yo, rap, these rap niggas, they're making rap lame. Since when was like rap pro-government? You feel me? You ever thought you see like a day where NWA is like, yo, we pro-mandates, bruv. Fuck the police, but we down for these mandates. Could you ever imagine a time?
Fuck the police, but we're down for the mask policing. Shut the
But that's my point. That's my point. It's like people have lost their minds to fear and irrationality. That they just doing things that make no sense.
They making the most. Y'all making the most. Stop making the most.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't think there's too much more to that story.
Talk
it's
to
just,
your friends.
You know, Karen's gonna be Karen's
Karen.
This is the mask edition. This is Karen's Gone Wild mask edition.
That's pretty much.
We need a DVD. Somebody to sell a DVD for just Karen's Gone Wild.
We don't. Nobody has DVDs no more.
I'd buy one for this. I don't even have a DVD player, and I'd buy a DVD player just for that. So business idea for anybody who's watching. Anything else? Today's topic, so I did a live where I asked people, men and women, why they use OnlyFans. And so today we're going to be covering why she uses OnlyFans. Hello.
Oh man, this is so unreal.
Yes, ma'am. So why do you pay for OnlyFans?
Because it's cool for real.
What you mean?
Get to help out some moms.
That's my nigga right there. I don't even know why. There's something about the voice.
Yeah.
There's something about the swagger that I could just be. This my nigga. I don't even know why. It reminds me of. I don't know what it is.
Hey.
But the way just the way she said, cause it's cool, whatever. That's my nigga. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure that we have the same type of girls that we looking at.
Some girls that just, maybe exhibitionists, you just gotta help them out. See them, then move on your business, It's not really that much of a big deal. You pay for a service, you get service, and then you go about your business.
So do you watch their content? You'd be like, damn, that's struggling mom. Let me see her ass and titties.
Yeah.
My nigga. That's my nigga. I said it. Yeah. Yo. Bruh, 100%. Listen.
Killing me.
He's been selling since the dawn of time.
Are you into women?
I'm into everybody, man.
Yeah, you
I really like hentai. I'm not even gonna lie.
You like
I
what?
like hentai, but I have huh?
You like
I
what?
like hentai for real. But there's a certain people you see their Instagram and shit, and you're like, oh, they nice. You wanna see? All right, cool. Help them out.
Do you got any YouTubers you support like that?
I mean, no, not you. I do Instagram. If I watch YouTube, it's for you.
Yeah,
for
no,
the Pink Pill, Kevin Samuel.
That's not what I asked. Do you have any YouTubers that you support financially?
Oh, no. If I would support you and Preach.
What if we were showing some dick and
I would
balls on
support
Patreon?
y'all.
If we were showing some dick and balls on Patreon, would you support?
I mean, yeah, cause I just want to see it, cause I'll be curious.
My nigga. Cut this shit off. That's my nigga. That's my nigga. Listen, you invited to the cookout, whatever the fuck you is. You my nigga. And I know there's a lot of motherfuckers out there that gonna be like, yeah, but if it was a guy, you'd be calling him a simp. It's all a question of demeanor. If I be like, you a simp, she'd be like, whatever, I don't care. She wouldn't care like that. So I could roll with that. I don't give a shit. Shit.
Just like you. If you were to do it, I'd be like, I wonder what this nigga's balls look like. You just curious, No,
I don't know. Listen.
No,
I'm
you just wondering.
I'll be honest with you. I don't be watching YouTubers like that. I wonder what a pussy. I don't think that. But
I'm not gonna pay for it. No, it's not true. I would. In a setting, in a proper setting, you go to a strip bar or whatever was up. I would have.
Yeah.
But it's just, I think it's the same thing. What's the difference? You know what I mean? Like, that's why, and I told you that. I don't give a shit like that. I don't care about if you pay to have a service. I don't care about that. And that's not what I see the definition of simping is. Paying for a service, that's not it. To me, that's not it. I cringe whenever people call it, oh, he's simping. That's not what I call simping is when you put that person on the pedestal. When you're like, oh, that person is everything, and that person just does nothing, and you just be like, oh my God. It's an exchange of service, so I don't see it as simping.
Yo, how about I tell you, the most alpha guys, famous dudes. They fly girls out, they pay for their meals, they pay for them to go shopping, smash them and leave. And for those guys, you wouldn't say they're simping. And if you did, you don't know what you're talking about. For them, it's convenience. Yo, let me put some money on this girl. She gonna come in, she gonna do the work, and then she gonna leave, and I'm good with it. So to me, it's just convenience.
That's what I'm saying.
I pay so you don't bug me.
That's what I'm saying is you don't want to have
because it's not messy.
If you go, it's messy. If you go into the whole if you get to a level whenever you got money, whatever, whatnot,
you just want it to be
want to get
transactional.
with a girl, you just want that shit to be transactional. Sometimes you just want something to be done real quick, right? If you get into the feelings and stuff like that, things get complicated. It's not easy peasy lemon squeezy. It gets difficult lemon difficult. You understand? And that's what they want. Easy.
Yeah.
Nah, I wonder how big this nigga dick look like. You know, how big is his dick? What does his dick look like when he poses in the bathroom? Maybe if he slaps it on the counter, you know?
She said slaps it on the counter.
I want to see how this nigga dick look like. Yo, the demeanor, the delivery, everything is 100. I love it.
He with his friend. I think you and Preach should do like a well, not all the way naked, but gray sweatpants episode.
Yeah,
That's
with
what
the
y'all
dick
need to do.
print.
Yes, dude. I've been saying that since I was in like middle school, 15 years ago. Like, guys are the sluttiest when they wear gray pants. That's their slut outfit.
How much
print.
would you pay to see us in sweatpants, in gray sweatpants? In a slut?
Cause I like y'all, I'll probably pay like $5 for real. Just cause it's a gag, cause you ain't serious about it. But if you were serious with your clothes off, I'll probably pay $15, $20.
Okay.
Just cause I wanna say, yo, I saw that nigga's dick for real. He decent, dog. He decent.
Yo, I think she's from New York.
Something like that.
Yeah, definitely East Coast.
I think she's from Jersey.
Nah, 100% East Coast. She's not giving me a New York accent, but I'm just guessing she live in New York.
This Jersey or
You said